I woke up 3 days ago in a body that wasn't mine. Well, it is now. My name is Su Jing, and I'm the manager of Wanyuan Mountain, a terrible little 2A scenic area that nobody likes. Today, visitors walked out cursing. One lady said the cemetery behind her house was more fun. Another complained about mud on her new dress. Honestly, I couldn't blame them. Here's my situation. I'm in Qingshan County, a small place under a fourth-tier city. My parents, the original Su Jing's parents, bought this mountain years ago when the government was pushing tourism. They sold everything they had. Then the funding stopped. They borrowed money from everywhere to finish building the place. Dad died in a car accident. Mom got sick and followed him not long after. What they left me, a broken-down scenic area and over 30 million in debt. And the worst part, 1 million is due in 2 months. If I can't pay, I lose everything. I have 2 choices. Sell the land and clear my debts, maybe keep a little money to live on, or somehow bring this place back to life in 2 months. The next morning, I met my staff. All 5 of them. An old wrinkled man, a strong girl with braids, a pale woman who looked like a ghost, a guy wearing a sleeveless shirt in March, and Zhao Dashue, the only normal-looking one, a young guy with thick glasses who sells tickets. I asked why they stayed when everyone else quit. Turns out, 2 of them work just for food and shelter. One feels grateful to my parents. One just got out of prison and nobody else would hire him. And Dashue, he believed in my parents' dream. He told me his dad says college students are smart, so he trusts I can make it work too. I didn't know what to say to that. I walked the whole scenic area with Dashue. Over 500 square kilometers of land, and there's almost nothing worth seeing. 5 mountains, 2 rivers, 1 small waterfall. Most mountains don't even have proper paths. A few broken houses, some cheap wooden signs pretending to be attractions. The boat ride splashed dirty water on my shoes. The roads were mud. I sat in the lounge afterward, thinking it was hopeless. Maybe I really should sell. But then memories hit me. Memories that weren't mine, but felt like mine. Playing in the forest as a kid. Sitting on a cliff imitating birds. My parents kneeling in front of me, pointing at the mountains, saying they wanted to make this place great so people could see the world and every child could have a bright future. I looked at the rough map in my hands. I didn't want to sell, but I had almost no money left. There was no way to save this place. Unless. Then I heard a sound in my head. A clear little ding. And a voice said, "Detected strong desire to improve the scenic area. System binding complete. Welcome to the King of Scenery system." A pale green screen appeared in front of my eyes. My cheat system had finally arrived. I opened the notes first. Bad news. Once the system binds to a scenic area, it can't be unbound or sold. If I try, the system leaves my body, and that could be dangerous. So selling the place was no longer an option. The homepage was simple. 2 sections, personal attributes and scenic area overview. My stats were rough. Physical fitness C, no achievements, 402 reputation points, 98 positive reviews. The system even roasted me, said the fact that I could walk outside without getting hit by rotten eggs was my greatest luck in life. The scenic area overview showed an ink-style map of Wanyuan Mountain. All 5 peaks and 2 rivers were covered in gray. I clicked on one peak and saw its details, a ruined village, a terrible toilet, a half-star tour project, and my employee Tian assigned there. The system called it a failure among failures. I learned how things worked. Each area has 4 parts: attractions, projects, staff, and facilities. Their completion determines progress. Only Tian and Zhao Dashue had full loyalty. Feng Cheng, the ex-convict, was still temporary. There was a shop that unlocks at 100 positive reviews and a lucky wheel that wasn't available yet. I had 98 reviews. Just 2 more. Then the system gave me a newcomer reward. 1 free attraction upgrade to level B. I could pick any attraction and choose how it looked. Future upgrades would cost reputation points, but this one was free. I thought about it for over an hour. Mountains would take more than a month to upgrade. Rivers would take 20 days. Too slow, my debt couldn't wait. I narrowed it down to 3 small options: Shortfoot Mountain, Broken Village, and Green Meadow. Each would take about 10 days. I picked the rundown village. It already had buildings, so the upgrade made the most sense. The system started working. 10 days until completion. I couldn't just sit around waiting. The paths to the attractions were terrible and needed fixing. I took Uncle Shue's boat to Little Round Hill to check on Tian. She came running toward me screaming she saw a ghost. Probably the system changing the village. I calmed her down and brought her back. I made a decision, closed the park for a few days. I gathered everyone at the ticket office and told them we'd gotten investment money to rebuild the village. During the closure, we'd also fix the entrance road and Uncle Shue's boat. Their faces lit up. Everyone was excited. Uncle Shue thumped his chest ready to work. Even quiet Fengcheng said he'd do whatever I asked. We spent the rest of the day inspecting paths and making repair plans. That night, I sat at my desk thinking hard. The road needed basic repairs. The dock was falling apart. The boat was leaky. We couldn't afford professional workers, so we'd do it ourselves. But the real problem hit me. Wanyuan Mountain had no culture. Beautiful places have beautiful stories. My place wasn't even beautiful, and it had zero legends or history behind it. Then it clicked. I was from another world. I carried a whole lifetime of stories, legends, and culture from a place called Blue Star. In my past life, I'd been an outdoor explorer who visited countless famous attractions. I knew exactly what made places exciting. Nobody here would know these stories weren't local. If they were detailed and exciting enough, visitors wouldn't care where they came from. After all, the famous peach blossom spring was invented by a poet, and people still loved it. So that was my plan. The system would handle the hard construction work. I would handle the culture, the stories, the legends, the selling points. Ideas from my past life flooded my mind, and I already knew exactly what to choose. After making my plans, I got a phone call from my best college friend, Jiang Kong. He wanted to know why I hadn't come back yet. I told him the truth. I was staying home to run the scenic area. Then he dropped a bomb on me. I'd been accepted by ADC Design Studio, one of the top design firms in the country. I beat over 200 applicants, and I never even checked. It hurt a little, but my mind was made up. The system had locked me to this place anyway. I told him I wasn't leaving. Jiang Tsong didn't get angry. He was struggling too. Good grades, lots of work experience, but no job offers yet. We encouraged each other and promised to stay in touch. I invited him to visit someday. After hanging up, I checked my phone. The class group chat was full of people celebrating their new jobs. Zhao Jinheng, my annoying roommate who also got into ADC, was showing off and tagging me, trying to get a reaction. His little follower Qian Yu joined in too. I didn't bother replying. I also found a short message from Wen Yu, the pretty girl from our department who went abroad junior year. We used to work part-time together. She just wrote, "Congratulations on your graduation." I replied politely and put the phone down. The next morning, all 6 of us went to the county's West Market to buy supplies. I called my childhood friend Wang Kai to help us. He showed up tanned and energetic, same as always. I trusted him to get us good prices. Every yuan mattered when I only had about 60,000 saved up. I sent the team off with Wang Kai and went on my own mission. At the market square, I found an acrobatic troupe performing fire acts for the crowd. I tipped them 10 yuan and went straight to talk to their leader, a chubby man named Lu Qingyun. I made him an offer. I wanted to hire his 12-person troupe for regular shows at my scenic area. I'd teach them a specific performance. During training, I'd pay 50 yuan per hour. Once the show started, 100 per hour. I'd cover travel costs. The only condition, they couldn't share or perform my routines elsewhere. He agreed immediately. For a small county where weekday work was hard to find, it was a great deal. That evening, I sat down with Wang Kai at a small restaurant. He asked me straight, was I really keeping the scenic area? He told me developers from the city had their eyes on my land, and everyone knew about the debt. He thought selling was the safer choice. I told him I was keeping it. One last try for my parents. Wang Kai got a little emotional. He still wore a gold charm on his wrist that my mother had given him years ago. He told me he'd built good connections around the county over the past 2 years, and if I ever needed help, just ask. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. Wang Kai wasn't book smart, but he knew everyone and could handle anything. I'd definitely need him. We drank late into the night. He even arranged a ride to take me home. The next morning, I woke up clear-headed and headed straight to the scenic area. Besides repairs, I had another important task waiting. I worked alongside everyone from morning till night. I wasn't going to be the kind of boss who just stands around giving orders. Before we finished for the day, I pulled Uncle Shui aside. I needed one more positive review to unlock the system store. So I talked him up, reminded him how hard we'd all been working, how the scenic area belonged to all of us. By the end, he was nodding firmly. saying the place was amazing. That got me to 99. The other employees already liked the place, so their reviews didn't count as new. The only one left was Feng Chung, the ex-convict. He told me straight. He was just here for the paycheck and didn't care about the scenic area. So I offered him a 200 yuan raise. He grabbed my hands and said he'd suddenly fallen in love with our scenic area. I asked if we could skip the raise then. He said goodbye and walked off. It cost me, but the number hit 100. The store was open. 3 categories: skills, items, and culture. I browsed everything under 100 reviews and narrowed it down to 3 options: a mystery-boosting item, an ancient mountain song, and a crafting skill. I picked the crafting skill. It cost all 100 reviews, but it was worth it. Not only could I use it myself, I could also share it with my staff. And once upgraded, it would unlock extra skill slots. The next day, Lu Qingyun arrived with his acrobatic troupe. 12 people crowded into the ticket hall. I told them my plan. I'd teach them a completely new performance to attract visitors. I needed 2 people for special roles involving fire and heavy physical work. Wang Hao, the fire performer, volunteered right away. Lu Qingyun picked a San, a big muscular guy. I sweetened the deal, 10 extra yuan per show for the special roles. That got everyone fired up. I sat them all down and told them a story about an ancient tribe that respected nature, feared the unknown, and created rituals to pray for safety. Over time, those rituals became dances with songs and costumes. I told them this tradition was called Nuwa opera. I wasn't a professional performer, but I remembered enough from my past life to teach the basics. The acrobats practiced the strange movements I showed them. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Asan trained separately. I had them swinging iron shovels and scooping water, trying to scatter it into fine mist. They didn't understand why, but they kept at it. I drove back to the market and spent a huge amount on materials: wood, paint, fabric, oiled paper. I had almost no money left. There was no turning back now. Then I locked myself in the warehouse and started making props: masks, costumes, and large spirit figures for the Nuwa opera. The crafting skill worked like magic. The moment I picked up the wood, my hands just knew what to do. Whatever I imagined took shape naturally. 5 days passed fast. The road repairs were nearly done. The props were mostly finished. The acrobats had learned the basic choreography. Wang Hao finally mastered the water-to-mist technique I'd been demanding. I gathered everyone together, pulled the cloth off a cart full of costumes and masks, and told them to try everything on. The moves they'd been practicing suddenly looked alive with the costumes, vivid and full of character. Everyone was excited. Then I quietly pulled Wang Hao and Asan aside. We walked to an open area outside the warehouse. Wang Hao was buzzing with excitement, expecting fire tricks. But when he saw what I had prepared, he stopped and stared. "What is this?" I showed Wang Hao and Asan the thick barrel of molten iron glowing red inside. "Iron flower show," I told them. After I explained the safety rules, they practiced a few times. Wang Hao was brave and careful, perfect for this. The trick was controlling the strength and angle so the molten iron scattered into harmless grains before falling. When night came, the flying sparks looked even more beautiful than fireworks. Both men were so excited they couldn't stop grinning. My plan was simple: combine the Nuwa opera mask dance with the iron flower show. Together, they'd be impossible to ignore. Over the next few days, the troupe rehearsed their movements and expressions. Wang Hao and Asan practiced melting and scattering iron daily. Every batch cost money I barely had, but I couldn't cut corners. Meanwhile, Zhao Dashue and the team completely rebuilt the road from the gate to the old village. By the end, they barely recognized the place. When everything was done, I gave everyone a day off. I told Lu Qingyun to keep the troupe practicing in secret. No outsiders could see the show before opening day. Then I went into the scenic area alone. 3 hours until the system finished upgrading the village. I spent that time placing all the props and decorations I'd made. When the sun started setting, I rowed the old boat to Little Round Hill. The system chimed. Upgrade complete. The old ruined village was gone. In its place stood a vast complex of ancient-looking buildings. Dim yellow lights flickered between rows of pointed wooden houses. I stood there for a while, just staring. I walked through the new village, checking everything. The streets, lamps, flower beds, underground water channels, all perfectly built. The carvings looked centuries old, not freshly made. The buildings had real walls, basic furnishings, even working water and electricity. Add some furniture and internet, and people could actually live here. The system told me that higher upgrades would add even more detail. An S-level upgrade would make it look like a village that truly stood for 1,000 years. I checked the overview. The peak's progress jumped from 5% to 25%. The village was now called 1,000-Year Moon Village, rated 2 stars. Still a long way to go, but a real start. Then the best news came. The system told me that any attraction it upgraded would have its maintenance costs covered automatically. Water, electricity, repairs, cleaning, all free. I almost cried. Maintenance is the biggest expense in running a scenic area. This changed everything. That evening, with the village glowing warmly behind me, I set up my phone, turned on the camera, and started filming a promotion video. I made it dark and mysterious. Deep drum beats. A fierce painted mask filling the screen. The masked figure moving with strange, puppet-like movements. Bells jingling, wild dancing, ancient buildings in the background, bird calls, and distant cries in the darkness. At the end, the screen went black and calligraphy appeared. Wanyuan Mountain 2, a tourist attraction. The 1,000-Year Moon Village. Night of the Spirit Ceremony. Welcome to your visit. Somewhere in the city, a guy named Xiaoan was lying on his bed scrolling through his phone, bored of the same old weekend options. Then my video popped up. It scared him so bad, he dropped his phone on his face. But he picked it right back up and kept watching. My video worked. A guy named Xiaoan watched it 3 times, getting goosebumps each time. He looked up our scenic area on a travel app and saw the 1.9 rating. Almost the lowest possible. He was about to close the page, but then he noticed my update about the renovation and reopening. Tickets were only 30 yuan. He figured why not, and bought one for Saturday. The video kept spreading. The comment section blew up. Mostly people trashing the place based on old visits. Bad roads, wild mountain, waste of time. But a small blogger called Piggy Hands posted that he'd go check it out Saturday and give an honest review. His followers trusted him, so people agreed to wait for his verdict. I sat on my bed scrolling through all of it, smiling. Even the negative comments didn't bother me. Controversy brings attention, and attention brings visitors. That's exactly what I needed. As long as people showed up, I knew I could impress them. The days flew by. The acrobatic troupe kept rehearsing. I brought the staff to the new site for final preparations. Saturday morning came. Sunshine, birdsong, everyone lined up at the entrance in clean uniforms. I looked around and told them this was our reopening day. Official opening at 11 a.m. Everyone knew their roles. Zhao Dashue would sell tickets. Uncle Shui would transport visitors by boat. Everyone else, including the entire acrobatic troupe, would be stationed in the ancient village as living characters. I asked if they had confidence. Zhao Dashue and Tian Tian shouted, yes, so loud their faces turned red. At 11:15, our first visitor arrived. Xiaoan stood at the empty gate looking around, probably wondering if he'd made a terrible mistake. He posted online complaining that nobody else had come. Piggy Hands replied that he was 10 minutes away. Their exchange got people talking. More commenters started saying they might visit too. Some even started organizing group trips. Piggy Hands showed up, a chubby kid in a black hoodie carrying a full set of camera equipment. He'd originally come to film a scam warning video, but he seemed friendly enough. The two of them shook hands and headed to the ticket window. Zhao Dashue greeted them warmly, handed over their tickets, and told them only one attraction was open. He pointed them to the map and reminded them that the performance, Ancient Village Night, started at exactly 5:30 p.m. at the village square. He watched them walk in and quietly said, enjoy your visit. Our first 2 visitors walked in, Xiaoan and a chubby blogger called Zhu Shou, who came to film a bad review. But right from the entrance, things didn't go as Zhu Shou expected. The cobblestone path was colorful, shaped like a rainbow, with Wanyuan Mountain spelled out in white stones. Not exactly the muddy mess people complained about online. They reached the dock, which I'd decorated with flowers, an old tree, and a swing. On the walkway, I placed a sign that read, I miss you so much in the river of time. Xiaoan loved it. He even took a photo and sent it to a girl he liked. Then they saw Uncle Shui. He was standing on the boat in a blue robe, raincoat, and straw hat, looking like some mysterious wise man from the mountains. I'd trained him hard for this. Keep your voice low, look cool, even tilt your head at exactly the right angle. Both visitors were completely intimidated. The boat itself was nothing like the old leaky thing we used to have. Bamboo interior, cushions, a tea table, little lanterns. Halfway through the ride, Uncle Shui recited the poem I taught him. Something about green mountains, wide tides, and the wind being just right. He forgot the words after that and went back to rowing, but the two behind him were already losing their minds with excitement. Zhu Shou caught the whole thing on camera. Before dropping them off, Uncle Shui delivered his final line. Told them the village had been restless lately, and they should bring offerings for the evening ceremony. Zhu Shou immediately assumed it meant forced shopping. He promised his camera he'd expose our tricks. Shaoan looked worried too, but kept hoping it wasn't true. I was waiting for them at the top of the stairs, dressed in colorful ethnic clothes. I played the role of a village elder, told them they could explore the village during the afternoon and that the ceremony started at 5:30. I handed them map cards and warned them mysteriously that things had been uneasy in the village lately. Then I disappeared. When they finally looked up at the 1,000-year moon village, they went silent. The massive ancient building complex stretched all the way to the mountain ridge. Zhu Shou touched the carvings on a windowsill and said there was no paint smell. He couldn't believe it was newly built. He thought we'd discovered a real ancient village. Then the interactive part began. I'd set up tasks throughout the village. Yuan Jie came out first, asking them to help dry corn on a windowsill. Shaoan jumped right in. When he finished, she gave him reed plants as offerings for the ceremony. No money required. Zhu Shou was confused. This wasn't forced shopping at all. It was like a game. Help the villagers get items. They kept walking through the village. A strong man needed help pushing his stuck cart. A girl was searching for lost earrings. Villagers in colorful clothes moved through the streets, all playing their parts perfectly. I sat at a tea stall deep inside the village, sipping tea and listening through my earpiece as the staff reported in. Area A tasks complete. Area B mostly done. Area C finished. The visitors were heading to Area D. Everything was going according to plan. The two visitors came back to my tea stall looking tired but excited. They'd explored the whole village and collected bundles of reed offerings from helping the NPCs. I offered them drinks. When Zhu Shou scanned the QR code to order, he was surprised. Lemon tea for 15 yuan, jasmine green tea for 13. At most tourist spots, even water costs 8 yuan. He'd expected to be ripped off, but no. I went inside and made them 2 lemon teas by hand. While they relaxed, I crouched behind the door to listen. Tian, Sister Yuan, and Feng Cheng had all sneaked over too. They'd finished hosting a third group of visitors and wanted to hear feedback. I was impressed by their dedication. The two guys talked happily outside. They loved the task system. Collecting offerings by helping villagers felt fresh and fun. No hidden fees, no forced shopping. Sometimes an NPC just gave them a rice cake or water as thanks, and that simple kindness made the whole experience feel real. They couldn't stop praising the village. Zhu Shou said the buildings and carvings looked genuinely old. Shaoan said every photo looked like a painting. The flowers hanging from the second floors, the winding stone paths, they'd never seen anything like it. The only complaint was the broken toilets, but they laughed it off. The best thing they said was that they kept forgetting this was a tourist spot. It felt like a real ancient village. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. As the sun started setting, I checked the time and whispered into my walkie-talkie. "Ghost Tiger, you can appear now." The atmosphere changed fast. A huge dark shadow rushed past the street. Shaoan froze. Zhu Shou shrank back. They both remembered what I'd told them when they entered, that things had been uneasy in the village. Then screams echoed from different directions around them. The two jumped up in panic. They tried to run toward the central square, but stopped dead in their tracks. In a dark alleyway ahead, a sinister painted face was hiding in the shadows, staring right at them. They screamed. After the scares, the tourists found each other. Shaoan and Zhu Shou ran into a group that had arrived around 2 p.m. Turns out more people had come after all. Everyone was holding reed offerings they'd collected from helping the village NPCs. The mood shifted fast. They started swapping stories like gamers comparing notes after a level. Who dried corn? Who pushed a cart? Who found the earrings? They were laughing and excited. Then Shaoan reminded everyone about the strange shadows they'd just seen. He pointed at his watch and said they should head to the central square before things got worse. That shut everyone up fast. I watched from the shadows as they hugged their reeds and hurried toward the square. I pressed my walkie-talkie and told the staff to take positions. The first act was about to start. As the tourists approached, they saw villagers coming out of nearby houses carrying large cloths, walking quickly and disappearing around corners. When the tourists arrived at the square, it looked empty except for a few figures draped in cloth standing along the sides. I stepped out and greeted them. I explained our local custom. During the ceremony, villagers wear cloth and stay completely still and silent. The tourists just needed to watch from the seating area. They believed it. In reality, those were just mannequins. I didn't have enough people to spare as background characters. The sun dropped behind the mountains. The buildings turned into dark layered shadows. The tourists started getting nervous, whispering to each other about whether this place was even real. Then the drum started. Quiet at first, then louder, closer. 10 performers came out of the darkness, shirtless, faces and bodies painted black and red with gold trim. They moved in sync, beating drums, stomping the ground hard. Then they split apart like two rushing dragons heading straight at the crowd. The energy hit the tourists like a wave. Xiaoan could smell herbs and burnt wood on them. Zhu Shou, who'd seen plenty of performances before, was nodding with respect. This wasn't some polished theater show. It was raw and powerful. The painted men danced in simple choreographed moves, tapping drums and chanting softly. Then they went quiet, turned around, raised their hands, and shouted together. Open the altar. Invite the spirits. They stepped aside. Behind them, the square had transformed. A bamboo platform had risen in the center. 2 fire pits blazed below it, lighting up everything. On a long table sat 3 strange statues with candles and offerings lined up in front. I stepped out wearing a red cloth on my head, 2 gold lines painted from my eyelids to my forehead. I looked at the tourists and spoke low. The ritual has begun, dear guests from afar. Your offerings can now be presented. The tourists placed their reed offerings into the iron bucket one by one. When Xiaoan stepped up with his huge bundle, I patted his shoulder and told him that generous people tend to catch the spirit's attention. That got everyone curious. What did that mean? The ceremony began. I used a dry ice machine for the white mist, loudspeakers for the music, and edited together flute melodies, drums, chanting, and strange instruments from songs I found online. Sister Yuan asked where I got all this stuff. I didn't explain. Some things were easier to keep mysterious. A masked figure in a black robe burst out of the mist. The bullhead mask with golden eye sockets, straight from the video I posted online. The tourists recognized it immediately. He danced wild and fierce through the fog, and 2 more dancers joined him. Then the reed offerings in the iron bucket ignited. Flames shot into the sky, the mist cleared, and behind the fire, everyone saw it. A massive face on the platform. Flame-shaped eyebrows, curved horns, blood-red eyes with golden lightning. Frightening at first, but somehow calming. Zhu Shou screamed that it was a god. The image lasted only seconds before the mist swallowed it again, but nobody would forget it. More dancers appeared with masks, long sticks, and flags, performing eerie choreography in the fog. Then a strong wind blew through the square, and all the dancers vanished. From the mist emerged a white dragon, huge, silver-scaled, glowing, and riding it was a barefoot girl with white hair and tiny dragon horns. Tian Tian, playing the dragon maiden. The crowd went absolutely wild. The dragon looked so real that Zhu Shou had to calm himself down when he spotted the legs underneath holding it up. The dragon maiden's eyes locked onto Xiaoan. I led him down to the center of the square where I'd set up bamboo rings on the ground. I told him to stay still no matter what happened. The drummers danced around him. Then the dragon maiden waved her sleeve and shouted, "Drive away evil." A wind rushed through, and the bamboo rings ignited one after another like dominoes, reaching Xiaoan's feet in seconds. The tourists screamed, but when the flames cleared, Xiaoan stood there unharmed, laughing. What the audience couldn't see was what he experienced inside. A cool green light surrounding him while sparks exploded into golden stars. That was my little trick. When I patted his shoulder earlier during the offering, I'd slipped him the protection. He came back to the group completely dazed, mumbling that you'd have to see it yourself to understand. The puppet show portion ended. The performers vanished into the mist. The god's face on the platform disappeared too. The tourists looked disappointed. I stepped forward and bowed slightly. I told them our offerings weren't enough to complete the full ceremony, but the god had prepared one last blessing, the spark offering ceremony. Everyone jumped up, excited again. I arranged them in a semicircle near the platform. Masked strongmen ran around with torches, filling the air with smoke. Behind the smoke, Wang Hao and Asan carried their iron stoves and shovels into position. They looked at each other in the dark. Then a high-pitched chant pierced the night sky above the village. One ritual, drive away evil. Wang Hao's shovel struck the molten iron and sent it flying into the night sky. The first stream exploded like 1,000 falling stars. Gold and red meteors burst in the air, then rained down like a waterfall. The tourists screamed. Before they could even grab their phones, the second chant came. 2 rituals. Banish the impurities. Another explosion of sparks, even bigger. Then the third. Peace to all. Wang Hao and Asan gave everything they had. The iron was over 1,000 degrees. The sky filled with stars so bright, they pierced the darkness completely. Nobody made a sound after that. They just stood there, watching. I could see it on their faces. They were doing the math. 30 yuan. They paid 30 yuan for this. Some of them had paid hundreds at other places and never seen anything close. When the sparks faded, I guided everyone out of the village. I stayed in character the whole time, explaining that our village didn't have enough people to perform the full ceremony yet. I told them the sacred mountain behind the village held even more secrets. I hinted that if more visitors came and we gathered enough offerings, we could pray for stronger blessings and unlock the mountain's glorious past. I was planting seeds, making them want to come back, making them want to bring friends. At the village entrance, I bowed and asked them to spread the word so Manhwa village could find peace. Then I pointed toward the dock where Uncle Shui sat waiting under a lonely lamp, still in his wise man pose. Nobody complained about sharing one small boat. For 30 yuan, they'd gotten NPC quests, free food and gifts, a fire ritual, a dragon puppet show, a personal blessing, and a full Iron Flower finale. They knew they'd gotten far more than they paid for. On the boat ride back, they couldn't stop talking. They were amazed by the fireworks, the white dragon, the dragon maiden, the storyline that connected everything together. Some realized the performance wasn't even complete. There was more hidden behind what we showed. Others caught my hint about the sacred mountain and started guessing what would come next. Everyone turned to Xiao to hear about his special experience inside the fire ring. He tried to explain, but could only make sound effects. Whoosh, crackle, da-da-da-da. He turned red and finally just said it was worth paying 50 yuan extra for that moment alone. Uncle Shui handed Xiao an oil lamp to light their way to the gate. The tourists left one by one, still buzzing with excitement. Once the boat pulled away from shore, Uncle Shui's perfect posture collapsed. He groaned about his aching back. But then he started laughing, quietly at first, then louder, scaring the birds off the mountainside. It's so lively, he said to himself. So wonderful. Back in Manhwa village, I was reviewing the day with my staff when I noticed Uncle Shui's loyalty score in the system suddenly jumped to 100. Something must have made him really happy out there on the water. Today went well overall. The event ran smoothly, no big problems. But I knew we needed more staff badly. Once the ceremony started, the village felt too empty. I needed to find cheap workers or actors before this place got popular. Zhao Dashue gave us the numbers. Total revenue, 846 yuan. After costs and the acrobatic troops' wages, we had 346 left. Everyone went quiet. I could see the disappointment on their faces. I stood up and told them not to worry about today's numbers. I pointed out that every tourist was carrying a phone. Tonight, our real first move would begin. The internet would do the work for us. I ordered lamb hot pot for everyone to celebrate. And I was right. That same night, visitors started posting videos and photos everywhere online. Eye-catching titles popped up about fireworks, NPC quests, and mysterious tribal rituals. But the real explosion came from Zhu Shou's video. He filmed everything: the shabby bus ride, the ticket booth, the dock, Uncle Shui reciting poetry, the NPC tasks, the tea stall, the scares before the ceremony. His camera died before the finale, so he patched in clips from other visitors. That missing footage only made people more curious. The video went viral locally. Comments flooded in. People wanted to know where this place was, whether it was real, how the ancient village looked so authentic. We even hit the local trending list. Some people doubted it, but far more were curious. The next day, Zhao Dashue called me on the walkie-talkie, voice shaking. Over 20 visitors came that morning, and a line of over 100 formed in the afternoon. He was almost crying. He hadn't seen a queue at our gate in years. I told him to relax. More people would come in the future. But honestly, I was stressed too. We only had one boat, and Uncle Shui wasn't young anymore. The village had barely enough staff and limited facilities. Where would tourists rest? What would they do while waiting? I pushed those worries aside. Just get through the weekend. By the end of the day, we'd had 163 visitors. Ticket revenue, 4,890 yuan. The tea house made over 1,000. The ceremony went perfectly again. Screams at 5, gathering at 5:30, fireworks at 6, departure at 7. By 8 o'clock, every single staff member was lying on the ground outside the gate, completely dead. Tian had lost 24 earrings, 18 necklaces, and dozens of other pieces for the NPC tasks. Feng Cheng had pushed a 100-pound cart back and forth all day until tourists started lifting him along with it. Sister Yuan's courtyard was buried in corn husks nobody bothered to collect. Uncle Shui couldn't even speak, just leaned against a rock holding his back. I felt guilty. The work was too much. I gave everyone Monday off. The acrobatic troupe, though, they were glowing. Wang Hao and Asan looked more alive than ever. For them, this was better than anything they'd done before. Better pay, more meaningful work, real skills to learn. Lu Qingyun even seemed like he wanted to stay permanently. But I could tell he had doubts about our long-term future. He'd seen enough scenic spots rise and fall. Without new attractions, visitors would get bored within a month. He wasn't wrong, but I had plans he didn't know about yet. That night, Wang Kai called me, practically shouting. He'd seen the videos. He couldn't believe what I'd done with the place. After calming down, he lowered his voice and made me an offer. He had connections with tour groups that passed through our county on their way to other scenic spots. If I was confident in my park, he could convince those groups to add Wanyuan Mountain as a stop on their route. Wang Kai's idea was great. He could connect me with tour groups that passed through our county. If they added Wanyuan Mountain as a stop, that would mean steady visitors. He mentioned that tour groups usually earn commissions from shops and activities. I didn't have a souvenir shop yet, but I filed the idea away for later. I asked him to start making contacts and also asked for one more favor before hanging up. That night, I checked the system. My reputation had passed 1,000, which unlocked the lucky wheel and gave me 2 spins. My stats had improved. Reputation at 2,335, positive reviews at 188, physical fitness up to C. The system still called me a failure, but I didn't care. I spun the wheel. First prize. A. Tool person. Doll that could change shape and function however I wanted, but was single-use only. The description was too vague to risk using right away, so I saved it. Second spin gave me something amazing. Beast language communicator, a rare skill that lets me talk to animals. Can't be bought, upgraded, or transferred. I equipped it immediately, but I stayed realistic. The scenic area looked good now, but only because it was new. Novelty wears off. I still owed 1,000,000 yuan. Ticket prices were stuck at 30 yuan. If I wanted to make real money by May Day, I had a lot more work to do. Monday morning, with the park closed, I went exploring. I hiked through Little Round Hill first and found a beautiful curved pond with a crystal waterfall dripping through a rock arch. I recorded everything. Any hidden gem could become a future attraction. Then I climbed Big Round Hill. About 30 minutes up, I spotted 2 monkeys watching me from the trees. Old memories rushed back. Years ago, my parents and I had rescued a baby monkey that fell off a cliff here. I'd taken care of it until I left for college. I tried my new beast language skill. Hello? The monkeys panicked and ran off screaming about a human, saying they needed to tell the king. I chased them deep into the forest, through tangled vines and rough trails, until I hit a cliff edge. Behind a gap in the rocks, I found a hidden platform. Wildflowers everywhere, sunlight pouring in, little monkeys playing on an old tree. And sitting on a boulder at the cliff's edge, glowing golden in the wind, was the Monkey King. He walked toward me, sniffing. Then he spoke. Is that Jing? I looked at his right leg. Under the golden fur was a long scar, the same wound we'd stitched up years ago. Great sage, I called out. He was shocked that I could speak monkey language. We sat by the cliff and caught up. He'd grown strong from all the food we'd fed him during his recovery, which helped him become king. He listed all the human foods he missed: scallion pancakes, almonds, bananas. Looking at the monkeys playing behind him and remembering the pond and valley below, an idea formed in my mind. Monkeys could be part of the scenic area experience. I told him I'd bring food soon and that I wanted to discuss something. He agreed and even introduced me to his 2 guard monkeys so they'd let me in next time. I climbed to the summit. The view was incredible. I could see 4 other peaks of Wanyuan Mountain from up there. I sat down and started planning. The mountain needed a theme that connected to the village below. I asked the system how much it would cost to upgrade this mountain. A full C-grade upgrade, 30,000 reputation points. I had 2,000. But partial upgrades cost about 10,000 each. Still far away, but more realistic. Today was April 7th. May Day was less than a month away. If I wanted to pay off the million yuan debt, I needed to promote the scenic area hard before then. First goal, get reputation above 10,000 by mid-April and start upgrading the sacred mountain. But right now, my biggest problem was staff. I needed more people. I headed straight for the county town. Monday afternoon, I went to the county's West Market. Wang Kai was waiting for me. He took me to a cheap noodle shop where workers ate 7 yuan for a big bowl of beef noodles. I watched a man named Fang Gue walk in with 3 friends. Paint-stained clothes, honest faces. Wang Kai told me his story quietly. Wife left him because of poverty. Daughter has a chronic illness. Lives in an abandoned building's basement. But he never gave up. Keeps working to pay for her medicine. He fit exactly what I was looking for. No money, no house. Honest and good with people. After they finished eating, we followed them to the labor market. The alley was packed with workers desperate for jobs. Some charged 10 yuan an hour. Some women only asked for 8. They'd do anything, heavy lifting, cleaning, whatever, just to eat. I walked up to Fang Gue and asked if he could do carpentry and carry things up a mountain. He was smart enough to catch my hint about long-term work. I gave him a flyer and told him to bring 3 reliable guys tomorrow. Next task, finding dancers. Wang Kai took me to the Golden Sun dance troupe, hidden on the 3rd floor of an old building. The leader was Jean Na, a serious woman in her 40s. I told her my offer. I'd provide the venue, costumes, and music. 2 shows per weekend, 200 yuan per show. She was interested but confident her troupe could handle anything. She had them perform for me. They were decent, but not good enough for the mysterious spirit dances I needed. I dropped the price to 150 and told her they'd need training. Wang Kai whispered to her that we'd go to a rival troupe next if she refused. She agreed. The next morning, Fang Gue and his crew showed up early at the scenic area. I loaded them with baskets of fruits, vegetables, bread, and sausages and led them up Big Round Hill to visit the Great Sage. Little Wood and Little Earth appeared on cue when I called. The workers were startled by wild monkeys jumping out of the trees, but they stayed calm and even tried to protect me. I like that. We reached the cliff platform. The monkeys happily took the food. I talked with the Great Sage privately while the workers stared at the scenery, completely amazed. On the way down, I asked about their lives. Fang Gue confirmed everything. His daughter's medicine wasn't too expensive, but rent was impossible. They all lived in an abandoned building's basement. Cold in winter, hot in summer. But everyone there was honest. Fang Gue ran the place like a manager, keeping troublemakers out. Then I made my offer. I told them I wanted to hire them as NPCs at the scenic area. Weekends only during the trial period. After that, Tuesday through Sunday, Mondays off. Their eyes lit up, a real job. Then I told them the salary. 200 yuan a month during the trial. 600 after becoming permanent. Their faces froze. Fang Gue almost walked away. 200 a month? That was insulting. I told them to let me finish. That's just the commission, I said. The base salary is a free house inside the scenic area. Water, electricity, gas, internet, all covered. You can bring your family. Up to 4 people. Dead silence. Then Fang Gue's face turned red. Veins popped on his neck. I'm in, he shouted. I can start tomorrow. He understood instantly. Free housing changes everything. His daughter could finally sleep in a real bed. The other 3 jumped in right after. Hands raised high, voices loud, afraid I wouldn't hear them. I smiled and told them to follow me. Time to show them Manhwa village. I showed Fang Gue and his crew around Manhwa village. Over 100 houses, all partially built. They'd need to make their own furniture, but they could cut trees from the empty land behind the village for free. I told them the best part. since they'd be NPCs with direct contact with tourists. Once they became official employees, they could use their houses to run small businesses. The scenic area would only take a commission based on location. The rest was theirs. Fang Gui's eyes went wide. He did the math fast. During the trial, he could still work other jobs on weekdays. After becoming permanent, he could earn from tourists. The low salary suddenly made perfect sense. I told them the rules. Housing was tied to employment. Leave or break the rules seriously, and the house goes back. Nobody objected. Then I dropped the final hook. Manhwa village had many empty houses and needed lots of staff. If they knew honest, skilled people, they could recommend them before Friday. Fang Gui and the others exchanged looks. They understood. This was a chance to help their friends from the abandoned building. And not one of them even thought about taking a cut. After they left, Lu Qingyun from the acrobatic troupe overheard what I'd offered and nearly lost his mind. No way. Why didn't you tell us? He was practically begging. Work and get a house. His whole troupe wanted in. He even offered to take lower wages. I pretended to think it over, but inside I was thrilled. I told him wages would stay normal, but initially 2 or 3 people would share a house. If someone got married and brought family, they'd get their own. I also offered each of them a plot of farmland at the foot of the mountain. Grow whatever they want. Scenic area takes 30%. Lu Qingyun nearly cried. He promised they'd stay forever. That evening, I got a call from Jiang Kong. He was drunk and pretending he just had a cold, but I could tell he'd been crying. After 26 rejected applications, he'd ended up at a terrible small company with a clueless boss. He'd been venting for 20 minutes straight. I understood his problem. S-City was huge. Good grades and experience weren't enough. You needed connections and background. Jiang Tsung was proud. He wouldn't settle for garbage, but the good companies wouldn't take him. After he finished venting, he suddenly shouted that he wanted to come visit me. Said it would be like a vacation, check out my scenic area, maybe give some advice. I told him to come. He booked a train for Friday. With staffing mostly handled, I turned to the system. My positive reviews had reached 192. I opened the shop and bought 3 things. First, the complete Manhwa dance routine, 68 reviews. Essential for the performance upgrade. Second, Horn from the Deep Mountain, 32 reviews. Unique ancient music that would boost the atmosphere and avoid copyright problems. Third, a basic sensory amplifier, 88 reviews. This one was terrifying. It could be placed in a single scenic spot and increase every visitor's emotional response by 20%. I imagined what would happen when tourists experienced the ghost scares, the Manhwa dance, and the Iron Flower show with amplified feelings. They'd lose their minds. I placed everything on the map and converted the Manhwa dance routines into video files. Then I sent them to Jean Na at the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, asking her team to learn a rough version within 3 days. She opened the video in front of her whole team. 3 minutes of masks, exaggerated movements, costumes, and solemn choreography. The studio went completely silent. Then her phone buzzed. My message. Any questions? She typed back immediately. Absolutely no problem. Her dancers were so excited they were ready to skip sleep until they mastered it. On Wednesday, Fang Gui brought a huge group to the scenic area. The youngest was a 14-year-old kid. The oldest could barely walk without help. Fang Gui introduced them one by one. First was Xiao Ji, a skinny boy who used to be a pickpocket but turned his life around. He was good at drawing and could help with scenic maps. He didn't need his own room, just lived with Fang Gui's group and volunteered to work. Then there was Grandma Lu Yun, who made amazing rice cakes. Uncle Tu, who could weave small crafts and learn to make anything in a couple of days. Grandma Chi, who played the enro, not much use for heavy work, but her music would make the village feel alive. Most of the people Fang Gui brought had some kind of skill. I only selected about 10 workers, but with their families, nearly 30 people moved in. I assigned them to Zones A and B of Manhwa Village. The Qingyun acrobatic troupe had already signed contracts the night before. I gave them Zone C near the square, convenient for training and performances. Zone D near the mountain foot went to Uncle Shui and Tian Tian, who were happy to stop commuting. Just like that, about 30 or 40 families moved into the 100 houses of Manhwa Village. The place came alive overnight. On Thursday, Jiang Tsung arrived early, a day ahead of schedule. He looked worn out, nothing like the energetic guy I remembered from college. But seeing me cheered him up. He wanted to see the scenic area immediately. No rest needed. I drove him straight to Wanyuan Mountain. He walked through with a playful smile that vanished the moment he saw Manhwa village. He got quiet and thoughtful. When we got home, he wanted to share his thoughts right away, but I stopped him. Wait until Saturday, I said. Experience it as a real tourist first. Then give me your honest feedback with real observations behind it. He agreed. Then he asked what we'd do Friday. I told him I needed his professional help with something. That night we talked late. Friday morning, I woke him up early. Suits on, hair styled. We were going to meet clients. Jiang Tsung noticed the unlit cigarette I was holding, an old habit from this body's college days, something connected to Wenyu. He mentioned she might be coming back from abroad soon. I didn't respond. He let it go. Wang Kai pulled up in a business car. I introduced them. Wang Kai, my childhood friend with local connections. Jiang Tsung, my college buddy who studied management. Wang Kai had already lined up 4 travel agencies for us to meet. They'd all seen the viral videos and were interested in adding Wanyuan Mountain to their tour routes. Out of 4, we only needed 1 to say yes. We drove into Yong'an City and stopped at the first agency, Dottie Travel. Wang Kai said they'd been around a long time with steady customers. They even organized college tours and company trips. This is the one I think fits us best, Wang Kai said as we walked in. Let's make the most of it. I glanced at Jiang Kong. He was already in professional mode, eyes sharp, ready to analyze. This was exactly why I'd asked him to come. It's a good idea. But when Su Jing saw the people in the office for the first time, he frowned and looked a bit uninterested. There's too much at stake. A middle-aged man with a big belly leaned on the sofa and raised his chin. Sit. I heard your scenic spot wants to work with us? Next to him, a secretary-like woman immediately took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Recently renovated? Not bad. You know, we make money from commissions. Your scenic spot doesn't even have a shop. What do you have to cooperate with us? The owner of Dottie took a deep drag on his cigarette, smirking. Here's the deal. The ticket money goes to us, and we take 70% of the spending inside. I'll take a few small groups to check it out first. Wang Kai looked unhappy. Mr. Liu, isn't this different from what you told me before? Humph. It's good enough that I'm meeting with you. I've also looked into it recently. I don't think it'll last long. With so many scenic spots nearby, why should I choose you? Mr. Liu, Su Jing interrupted him. He exchanged glances with Jiang Tsung and Wang Kai, then turned to look at him. What did you just say, mister? Liu was momentarily stunned. I said I can meet with you. That wasn't the first thing he said. He frowned, impatient, trying to recall. I heard you want to cooperate with me. Su Jing smiled and stood up. You heard wrong. That's not the case. He spoke as he headed outside. I heard some of my colleagues talking about you behind your back before, but I didn't believe it. TSK. I didn't expect you to really be like that. Colleagues talking about me. Mr. Liu sat on the sofa, looking confused. It wasn't until the person left that he suddenly stood up, feeling like a big stone was pressing on his chest. You're back. Who said I did what? He started shouting angrily. What kind of person? Tell me clearly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He knew he was the one who started the trouble, but why did he feel so wronged? After thinking for a moment, he waved away his secretary and made a call. Hello? Mr. Song. Haha, don't worry. I just looked into it. The owner of that scenic spot is just a young kid. He won't threaten our park. There was a buzzing sound from the phone. He smiled and answered until the call was almost over, then tentatively spoke. Mr. Song, I wonder if you've heard anyone talking about me behind my back. There was an awkward silence on the other end of the line. Mr. D awkwardly chuckled twice and hung up the call. The person on the other side looked at his phone and frowned. Is this person crazy? He had been bothering people for years, and now he suddenly cared about others' opinions? His assistant, thinking he was worried about the scenic spot, stepped forward. Mr. Song, I told you before that Wanyuan Mountain is just a novelty. Our Song Lake Park is the real evergreen. He smiled. But I heard their interactive activities are pretty interesting. Maybe I can send someone to check it out someday. At his desk, Song Jiming, dressed in a bathrobe, sipped red wine lightly. Yes, you oversee this. If we get good ideas, we can learn from them. This year's peak tourist season, the scenic spot is said to get government support for promotion. That's a good opportunity for us. If during this holiday we can boost our ratings and traffic, by the end of the year, we might even surpass Hongya Mountain Scenic Area. The assistant nodded in agreement. Song Jiming relaxed and sat back in his chair. The other small scenic spots can compete among themselves. As for Wanyuan Mountain, it's not our rival. I was just nervous. Neither Wang Kai nor Su Jing remembered or thought about this matter. He just returned and was fully focused on the reconstruction of Wanyuan Mountain, paying no attention to the other scenic spots in Yongin City. However, since the funny video of Avoid Lightning Piggy Hands went viral, the owners of the scenic spots started paying attention. The previous manager of Wanyuan Mountain had debts and passed away, and everyone had heard about it. No one expected that just a few years later, the new heir, who had just graduated from college, would come back and create new ideas. But this small excitement didn't attract much attention, except for Song Jiming, who was most concerned and even specifically asked someone from a partner travel agency to keep an eye on the situation. Now it seems, though, it was all just a false alarm. As they relaxed on this side, the three brothers got back into the van. Not reliable at all, buddy. Jiang Tsung spoke as soon as he got in, and Wang Kai, who was in the back, looked unhappy too. Dada Jing, I didn't expect this either. President Lu's attitude wasn't like this before. Su Jing wasn't angry. He smiled and waved his hand. A loss is normal. Wanyuan Mountain is just starting out. If he doesn't like us, it just shows he has poor judgment. Let's move on to the next one. Wang Kai forced a smile, started the car, but his mind was racing. The plans he had arranged suddenly changed. It was obvious that President Lu didn't want to do business, and someone must have been causing trouble behind the scenes. But soon, he didn't need to think anymore, because they visited 4 travel agencies in a row and all had the same problems. Either their attitude was very reluctant, or they asked for ridiculously high prices, or even one wanted them to pay money so the agency could send people over. Su Jing also couldn't smile anymore. If they had this time, they might as well go check the dance at Jinnai's son instead of being ignored here. Wang Kai knew he hadn't handled things well, and his face felt hot with embarrassment. Although Su Jing didn't pay him, after so many years of friendship, he had finally helped him with something, and it turned out like this. It was a slap in his face. Let's do this. Wang Kai took a deep breath. Jing, let's go to one last place. This one definitely won't have problems. Jiang Tsung wasn't very happy. He already thought that the people in this small town couldn't be trusted, and because Su Jing was his childhood friend, he didn't say much. His 4 years in college and his professional skills made him value efficiency very much. He wasted a whole day spraying a pound of hair gel today. Su Jing leaned against the car, smoking, as the sky darkened. A whole day had just been wasted. Huh. Well, at least he came. Let's go. This time, the destination was a bit different. They left the city center and headed toward the train station area. This travel agency has a bit of a reputation. You'll see what I mean when you meet them. What reputation? Which one? They entered an old alley, and Su Jing looked at the dilapidated house in front of him, almost wanting to laugh. The sign for Mountain Wilderness Travel Agency flickered faintly, covered in thick dust. Why do all the teams he works with look so run down? Jiang Tsung looked around. In the distance, a few men with tattoos and smoking looked over, making him feel uneasy. When they were about to go inside, they heard loud shouting from inside. God damn it. I told you to bring the people. I didn't tell you to kidnap them. What are you doing? A loud slap sounded. Let the people go. Then, the rough voice suddenly softened. Hey, little girl, don't be afraid. My men just want to take you out for fun, find a nice place. Don't run. Don't call the police. We didn't do anything. The door was slammed open. 2 crying girls, holding their suitcases, ran out and bumped into Su Jing. Help! We've been kidnapped. Girl 1 looked up. The men in front of her had thick eyebrows and big eyes, definitely not bad people, and she quickly asked for help. But in the next second, the big man's voice came from inside the door. Huh? Brother Wang Kai? Why are you here? A nest of snakes and rats. The 2 girls looked at each other with angry, sad eyes, then ran off quickly. Su Jing and Jiang Tsung exchanged glances, both amused and helpless. Kai? Is he trustworthy? Why did he bring us here? They wondered if they were mistaken for villains. Wang Kai also rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. Brother Mang, why did you scare the tourists again? Meanwhile, Su Jing looked calm and simply pushed the door open. Since they were here, they might as well see what kind of strange people and things were inside. Clearly, he was still thinking too simply. In the spacious room, 3 men with bruised faces knelt beside a leather sofa. one of whom had a noticeable slap mark on his face. Sitting on the sofa was a strong man with a broad build. His left arm was tattooed with a blue dragon, his right arm with a white tiger, and he had a lightning bolt tattooed on his short hair. There was no need for words. They had basically become part of the underground scene. "Hey, who is this?" The man on the sofa saw Wang Kai's two unfamiliar companions and stood up quickly. Although he tried to smile, it still made others feel a lot of pressure. Wang Kai quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Stop smiling, or you'll scare them. Ah Jing, this is President Zhao Meng. He runs this mountain adventure travel agency." He turned to introduce Su Jing and the others, then spoke to Zhao Meng. "This is Mr. Su Jing, the manager of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area." Zhao Meng's eyes lit up, but after realizing which scenic area Wanyuan Mountain was, he paused for a moment, then smiled. "Hello, Mr. Su." Unexpectedly, this social boss was much more polite than some elites. People are not always what they seem. At least, he's the first person to say hello to him. Su Jing nodded to Jiang Tsong and the others and sat down first. Wang Kai took the initiative to explain his purpose to Zhao Meng. "Have you been watching Dole recently? There's a popular ancient village in Mr. Su's scenic area. He wants to organize a few tour groups to visit and promote it. As for profits, their scenic area currently doesn't have souvenir shops or restaurants, so you won't get commissions. Probably only based on the number of tourists in the group. Do you have any groups now? We've known each other for so long, I won't cheat you. Maybe try adding a little extra." While chatting, Zhao Meng took out his phone to check Dole. "You guys keep recruiting customers. Remember, this is a lawful society. Learn to please the tourists. Promote. Use words to persuade them. Not to hit them." He kicked the kneeling man. "Go." After checking his phone, Zhao Meng nodded to Wang Kai, then turned to smile at Su Jing. "Our men still have some old habits. Sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Su." He poured tea himself. "But Mr. Su, rest assured, we are engaged in legitimate business and absolutely do not engage in any violent or coercive behaviors as you might think." Su Jing chuckled. He hadn't said anything yet. Manga should understand some things now. What do you think? Su Jing's patience was running out. If this family couldn't reach an agreement, he planned to leave and stop considering working with the travel agency for now. But something unexpected happened again. Zhao Meng looked at his watch, shrugged, and smiled. "My friend Xiao Kai's buddy is my buddy too. If you're confident, we happen to have a small group passing by tomorrow." He took out paper and a pen. "The ticket price for Wanyuan Mountain is 30. If I add a sightseeing stop at the last minute, tourists probably won't like it, so I can only persuade everyone to spend 20 to visit. If Mr. Su is willing to pay that much, I won't charge for leading the group this time. If it goes well, we can discuss cooperation later." Su Jing didn't expect him to agree so easily, even without asking for anything. Okay, but he had a condition. There will be a big performance at the scenic area at 5:30 p.m. If Mao Ji's group can arrive before 3 p.m., that would be perfect. Zhao Meng thought for a moment and nodded immediately. "No problem. It's settled." After finishing the deal, the three of them finally felt satisfied and prepared to leave. As they departed, in the quiet Shangmeng travel agency, a man in black stepped forward and spoke softly. "Brother Mao, that kid, is he really not going to charge us?" Zhao Meng took a puff of smoke. "Although my brain isn't very good, I can read people well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far." Today's situation isn't very good either. The man could only keep his thoughts to himself, still smiling and listening. Tomorrow's trip is just to test the waters. I have my own plans. Zhao Meng leaned back on the sofa, smoke swirling around him, his eyes deepening. His team has been in a different line of work for 3 years. 3 years. If he kept being a troublemaker, he could have become a regional manager by now. But in these 3 years, they've been relatively low-key, just pulling customers randomly at the train station to form small travel groups, doing small tricks. No travel agency in Yong'an City takes Zhao Meng seriously. Both scenic spots and travel agencies cooperate, and the larger the partnership, the closer the cooperation. The top few companies have already monopolized the best scenic spots around Yong'an, and they receive the highest commissions and discounts. They have no real competition. But if a new scenic spot rises quickly, things could be different. If this small scenic area has a bright future, it would be even more promising. As a partner who helped him during difficult times, he believes he can benefit the most in the future. Just a small investment a couple of times, nothing big. Over the past few years, he has helped about 7 or 8 new scenic spots, big or small. Although most of these efforts didn't turn out well, this time he feels there might be a chance. He can't be sure just from videos on Douyin, but if he visits tomorrow, he will see the true situation of the scenic spot. Chang, I will personally lead the tour group tomorrow. Back in Qingshan County, Wang Kai explained the history of Mountain Wilderness Travel Agency to them on the way. Although its origins are not very good, as Su Jingxiang thought, it's not a bad company now. After changing its focus, it hasn't done anything bad. That's enough. Let's wait for them to come tomorrow. Thanks for your hard work today. No matter what, Wang Kai spent his time and connections to help him with this. Whether it succeeds or fails, Su Jingxiang is very grateful. Wang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Brothers don't need to talk about this. He then had a quick idea. How about this? Tomorrow I'll visit your scenic spot myself. I've always wanted to come, but never had the chance. Of course, this made him very happy. Seeing that he agreed, Wang Kai smiled and got into his car to return to the county seat. Based on his understanding of Zhao Meng, he's sure Zhao Meng will come to Wanyuan Mountain himself tomorrow. Su Jingxiang and Jiang Tsong are both scholars, and Wang Kai worries they can't handle Zhao Meng alone. So he plans to go himself to keep things stable. Wang Kai thought carefully, while Jiang Tsong was feeling listless and went straight to sleep after returning home. His recent state wasn't good, and today he was also subjected to some harsh criticism from others. He didn't feel like talking to Su Jingxiang and went to rest early. Meanwhile, Su Jingxiang washed his face and ran outside to make a video call. On the screen, Jin Na's serious yet smiling face appeared. Busy Su boss. You finally have some free time. Friday night quickly passed. When the birds sing in the early morning at Wanyuan Mountain, Zhao Dashua happily shows the phone screen to all the staff. Just like Brother Jing thought. We need to prepare for a busy day. On the business page, it shows that 283 people have made reservations for today at Wanyuan Mountain. Oh my goodness. Uncle Shui counts on his fingers, looking worried. How many boats will we need to run? Unfortunately, only he is unhappy. After 2 days of special training, the new employees like Fang Gui have eaten well and slept comfortably. They are excited and ready to welcome today's visitors. Su Jing also smiles. Last night, he watched a rehearsal of the Golden Sun dance troupe. They really worked hard, and in 3 days, they met his basic expectations. Wang Hao and Asan, under his supervision, along with others from the Qingyun acrobat troupe, improved and perfected their performance. Now, the number of NPCs in the scenic area has reached over 40. They can fully support the current number of visitors. Even better, with the addition of the Golden Sun dance troupe, they no longer need fake performers to create atmosphere. Instead, all the villagers will stand in the square and participate in the divine invitation ceremony with the visitors. In the past week, he has been busy too. He sacrificed some sleep to prepare new props for the new show. Su Jing looks around at the staff, his eyes shining with confidence. He believes this time, Manhwa Village will present an even more perfect performance. Uncle Shui, he turns and smiles at the old man sighing nearby. After this week, I'll get you a new boat, one with an engine. Uncle Shui immediately stops sighing, straightens his back, and shows his wise, worldly demeanor again. Let's go. Su Jing waves his hand, and everyone disperses happily. He also puts on the guide outfit to start preparing. He has already arranged with Wang Kaijiang to come together as a pair, just like normal visitors. They can play and explore freely, without needing to worry about him. Splash Uncle Shui's boat cuts through the water, gradually drifting away from Manhwa Village. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. It's open now. Today is April 13th, Saturday, sunny weather, with a northwest wind of level 1. Wanyuan Mountain 2, a level scenic area, the estimated number of visitors has already reached over 50, who are waiting in line to enter the park. There are only 2 staff members at the ticket check area, which is disappointing. A girl with a ponytail puts her small notebook into her backpack and continues joking with her friends in front. Haha, Ping Ping remembered again. It's okay. I didn't have high expectations. I just recently finished my major exams and wanted to go out and relax. Huh? Me too. I've gained quite a bit of weight while studying. Just going out for a walk. Ping Ping shrugs, her ponytail bouncing. I hope this place is fun. I recently went to Song Lake Park and Sunset Town in the new district with friends. They were pretty good. Even if this small scenic area can't compare to those, it should at least be 1/3 as good to be worth the ticket price. The people in line behind also laugh. Huh, 30 yuan. What else can you do here? That's not fair to say. Another older brother interrupts. Everyone who came today probably watched videos online before coming. The videos make everything look so amazing. Reality can't be too different, right? Ping Ping snorts. Why not? I've seen internet celebrity photos before. Those people will do anything for views. The two older brothers fall silent. It probably can't be that bad. They finally have a day off, so they don't want to waste it in the county town. But they don't need to worry for long. The line moves quickly, and even though Zhao Dashue is alone, he has everything well planned. Today, Chenggu isn't an NPC. He's in charge of checking tickets and security. He's maintaining order. Su Jing believes no one does it better than him. For example, during ticket checking, if someone gets impatient and tries to shout, Chung Chung turns his head and glares like a donkey face, and the person automatically quiets down. Hey, Zhao Dashue sits back in his chair, continuing to issue tickets in an orderly manner, with a gentle smile on his face. Enjoy your visit. Visitors come and go intermittently, but after 2 p.m., a large group suddenly arrives at the quiet entrance. Cheng Cheng's hair stands on end, and he instinctively looks over. What the heck? Are they acquaintances? He takes off his sunglasses at the entrance, dressed in a leather jacket, holding a small red flag. Could it be a few old friends from the underground scene? Feng Chung rubbed his eyes, seeing the person smile that looked like the grin of the Grim Reaper, and felt that the world had really changed. He became a ticket inspector, while the other person became a tour guide. Come on, everyone gather together. Zhao Meng tucked his sunglasses into the pocket of his jacket, thinking about smoking a cigarette, then decided against it and put it back. Everyone line up properly. I'll go exchange your tickets. The tourists huddled together, their expressions not looking good. Most of them looked scared and angry, but dared not speak out. It was already bad enough to be scammed into this travel agency and pay money. These people acted like gang members. Every day they looked serious, not letting anyone do this or that. When they reached the destination, they just bought things. Men, women, old and young, all clenched their fists in frustration. If their IDs hadn't been taken away, and since they hadn't done anything particularly wrong, they would have already called the police. But someone secretly peeked at the broken-down entrance of the scenic spot in front of them. Wanyuan Mountain. It was obviously not a proper place, just a makeshift attraction, probably another place trying to make them spend money. The young man tightly held his wallet, vowing to buy only the cheapest thing later and then stop shopping. When Zhao Meng returned after exchanging the tickets, he saw everyone looking upset and felt a headache coming on. Everyone. He tried to smile and pat his chest, but it looked more fierce. Don't judge this scenic spot by its broken outside. My buddy told me about this hidden gem. It's really popular in Yong'an City lately. Many people don't even know about it. Today, I managed to bring you here through some connections. If you want to come again, you probably won't even get a ticket because of the long lines. Bah. Everyone looked expressionless. Connections. Hidden gem. Really popular. Damn it. Did he think we couldn't see through his words? That we'd be easily fooled by this kind of talk? The subordinate responsible for preventing their escape rolled his eyes when he saw everyone's expressions. Haven't they already been scammed several times? They're used to it. Only those who join their Wild Mountain tour group are either perverts hoping to see pretty girls, or people who believe in the super cheap tour of Yong'an, scammed to save a little money. Or they're just not very smart and believe anything they're told. Unlike them, although not very smart, he has been working in society for many years and has learned all the tricks clearly. All right, no more talk. The scenic area is quite big, so everyone will have enough time. Zhao Meng waved his hand confidently, not even bothering to look at Feng Cheng's face, and arrange for the tourists to enter the park. Once at the attraction, you can explore freely. We will meet again at 7 o'clock sharp. A group of people hurried inside. Feng Cheng watched Zhao Meng's disappearing figure and showed a sly smile. He pressed the communicator. Hey, brothers, help me out. Later, you can have some fun with the tour guide big brother who wears sunglasses, a leather jacket, and carries a small red flag. Soon after, responses came through the loudspeaker one after another. Don't worry, brother, I got this. The entrance to the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area did not disappoint the visitors' expectations. Although the road was ordinary, it was at least not muddy or broken like some online reviews said. A simple cobblestone path made everyone excited as they finished the first part of the walk. Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai walked together. Wang Kai, seeing everything for the first time, looked curious and relaxed. "Are you and Brother Jing childhood friends?" Jiang Tsong looked at the honest-looking man with a very common appearance and was suspicious. "More genuine than my own eye." Jiang Tsong didn't want to know if his eye was really genuine. He was just worried that this so-called childhood friend might trick his buddy. "Don't overthink it." Wang Kai was clever. He could tell what this handsome city guy was thinking, but he didn't mind. He put his arm around Jiang Tsong's shoulder, half dragging him into the next boat after Zhao Meng. He had a task today. Although Zhao Meng seemed to have turned over a new leaf, his roughness hadn't disappeared yet. His job today was to make sure he didn't cause trouble inside. Two groups, one open and one secret, sat on Uncle Shue's boat, rocking forward. Last time Jiang Tsong came, Uncle Shue hadn't performed officially. So today, when he put on his raincoat and stood at the bow of the boat with a blank expression, Jiang Tsong even thought someone else was performing. "Uncle Shue?" He tentatively spoke, but got no response, no eye roll or anything. Only then did he realize he had forgotten what Su Jing told him. Just act like an ordinary tourist. Fine. Jiang Tsong closed his mouth and quietly enjoyed the scenery on both sides of the river. Last time he visited, he and his friends were too busy chatting to observe properly. Today, after taking a closer look, he wished he hadn't looked at all. Having stayed in City S for 4 years, he had seen many parks and landscapes around. Now, seeing this bare rocky wall, he felt bored and was about to take out his phone to play. Wang Kai looked around, guessing the main event was coming later, so he also lowered his head. Just as everyone on the boat fell silent, Uncle Shue squinted his eyes. The time had come. He suddenly pushed the boat pole aside, took a gourd from his waist, drank it all, and spoke in a deep voice. "Today, many visitors came to Wanyuan Mountain. I've also become interested." He sharply turned his head, and his straw hat cut a fierce arc. "Let's hear a poem." In an instant, all the tourists straightened up. "It's happening. The legendary hidden poet master." They thought it was a joke, but he really came. The young man sitting in front of Jiang Tsong whispered to his girlfriend, "I know. I saw some jokes online. It's like, beyond the green mountains, the road is clear, a boat moves on green water. The tide is even, the banks are wide, and the wind is perfect for sailing." Wow. Even if Jiang Tsong didn't know those online jokes, just hearing this poem made him feel the vastness and grandeur it expressed. This made him curious too. The day before yesterday, Uncle Shue looked like a simple fisherman. Today, what kind of face would he show? Someone secretly raised their phone to record. But to everyone's surprise, the boatman spoke, but he didn't recite that poem. "Farewell at White Emperor City among colorful clouds." What? Everyone was stunned. The boy in front widened his eyes, surprised but happy. Wow, a new poem. Uncle Shue didn't look at the crowd behind him. He was at the peak of his performance. He whistled, waved his hand, and pointed into the distance. 1,000 miles to Jiangling. One day back. His long whistle echoed with the flowing water, filling the air, making the tourists' blood boil. As the whistle echoed, the sounds of animals in the mountains responded with varying calls. Uncle Shue smiled slightly, shook his head, and vigorously pushed the boat pole. The monkeys on both sides. Their calls never stop. The small boat moves gently, carrying a group of tourists forward, as the boatman's cheerful, relaxed laughter echoes. The light boat has passed. Under the straw hat, the old man's face suddenly becomes serious. Mountains upon mountains. Great. One person suddenly stands up and claps loudly, almost losing balance and falling into the water. 1,000 miles to Jiangling in just one day. The speaker pushes up his glasses, looking refined and well-mannered, with a neatly worn scarf around his neck. "Did you write that poem yourself?" "May I ask?" Uncle Shue doesn't say anything. He frowns slightly, holding the boat pole, letting his natural strength make the other person shut up. "Don't ask." Even if you ask, he probably doesn't know. Uncle Shue's eyes under the straw hat are bright, and his mouth tastes of sweet orange juice. He just keeps pretending to be impressive and rowing. As for how the young boss came up with those poems, or how amazing they are, that's for these silly kids to guess. The man sits down, apologizing with a smile to Jiang Tsung. I'm a teacher at Yongin No. 3 Middle School. I've heard of the boatman's previous poems. They're really good. I didn't expect that after just a week, he'd write even better ones. He shakes his head and ponders the poem he just heard. White Emperor. Colorful clouds. Jiangling. Wang Kai reminds him nearby. The best part is the monkey's calls. Yes, yes. The monkey's calls are even better. The teacher's eyes widen, and he gets excited. Not only him, Jiang Tsung also feels a bit excited now. It's obvious that Su Jing taught him this poem. But Brother Jing hiding such a skill? That surprises him. The best part is when the monkey's calls start, and then the poem that follows. It's so wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Even more wonderful than crispy snacks. Everyone is recording frantically. After hearing the poem, they look up at the mountains and waters on both sides. Bald. That's called a steep cliff. Ordinary scenery? That's called endless green mountains. This isn't a scenic spot. It's like visiting a paradise on Earth. Everyone quietly discusses excitedly. Uncle Shui has finished his task, happily sips his orange juice, and quietly continues rowing. These boat people are much more civilized than the ones on the boat. The passengers on the previous boat included a foolish man wearing sunglasses who kept howling and screaming. He even tried to come up and grab his orange juice. TSK. He really has no manners. But the reactions of the people on the boat were more interesting. At first, everyone looked sad and like they had been kidnapped. But after he finished his performance, their expressions relaxed, and they started joking and laughing. TSK. I hope they have fun once they get into Manhwa village. Good? That would be great. Bang. Zhao Meng led the way, jumping off the small boat with a loud thud, standing on the shore with his hands on his hips and laughing. Your boatman is quite interesting. He waved his hand. No worries? It's okay. Brother, I've seen all kinds of storms and troubles. I'm not afraid of anything happening here. Just bring it on. Zhao Meng waved a small red flag and led everyone up the stairs, where he bumped into the smiling Su Jing. I heard this gentleman is very brave. Su Jing smiled with his eyes. Then the villagers of Manhwa village can rest assured. This gentleman will definitely help Manhwa village get through this crisis. Ah, fuck. Don't come near me. In the maze of streets and alleys, under the cover of layered eaves, screams kept ringing out. A burly man in a leather jacket was howling and screaming while frantically running away. Shit. I'm wearing sunglasses worth 1,585.8. The man suddenly stopped, trying to pick up his sunglasses from the ground. But when he looked up, he saw a red-eyed, black-faced monster at the alley entrance. He was so scared he screamed and ran away again. Two tourists sitting at a tea stall at the street corner swallowed their tea and looked at each other curiously. Hey, wasn't that the tour guide Zhao just now? Looks a bit like him. But probably not. He said he's very brave, right? Huh? He's probably from the underworld. Maybe I'm mistaken. The two tourists stood up, looked at the hand-drawn map of the scenic area in their hands. Let's go? It's 5 o'clock. We're heading to the central square. In the vast Manhwa village, not everyone would be scared. But Zhao Meng, who was told to take good care of by Su Jing and Feng Cheng, was basically running in fear all the way to the main road, scared by the NPCs. Don't chase. Phew. Leaving the small, unknown alley, the crowd gradually increased. Zhao Meng slowed his steps and secretly wiped his sweat. Damn, this place is really strange. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one feeling panicked. Zhao Meng blended into the crowd, finally feeling at ease. When he first entered Manhwa village, he eagerly joined the search for props game, praising the scenery and the boss, Su Jing, all along the way. He also met some tourists from a tour group. They all had smiles on their faces and even greeted him first. Used to customers giving cold looks, Zhao Meng was happy to receive friendly smiles for once. He joked and laughed, holding a big bunch of reed grass as he walked forward. But before he could sit down for a tea break, he was startled by that uneasy feeling. Damn it. Why did he feel like others only encountered 1 or 2 strange things, but he had met 4 or 5 monsters along the way? Could it be because he had done too many bad things before, and now bad things were coming after him? Damn it. Zhao Meng touched the jade Buddha pendant around his neck and decided to do more good deeds when he got back. In the crowd, Jiang Tsung and Wang Kai looked at his back and chuckled secretly. Who would believe it? The former gang leader was actually so afraid of ghosts. Actually, Neither of them was afraid of ghosts, but they were startled by the sudden appearance of something earlier. They finally calmed their panic, realizing it was just an NPC in the park. Although they wondered why they were scared, their brief interaction earlier had made them more familiar with each other. Seeing Zhao Mang's figure, they immediately abandoned their doubts and followed. TSK. They didn't expect to see such a big show. Haha. Later, we'll send the photos to Ah Jing. Haha. That's right. Jiang Song also laughed, thinking further ahead. When they talk business, we can use these photos to lower the price. Oh? They exchanged a glance, sharing the same idea. All right. This kid was quite a clever troublemaker. Wang Kai felt relieved. Jiang Song wasn't the naive or spoiled rich kid he seemed to be. He probably could help Su Jing. The two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the square. The sun gradually set, and the scattered tourists of Manhwa village gathered into a dense crowd, along with the solemn villagers, all rushing toward the round square at the end. Su Jing followed behind, nodding with satisfaction. Although the event hasn't officially started yet, the sensory amplifier seems to have already taken effect. Just now, he accidentally saw Fong Gue dressed as the ghost tiger. After putting on the strange fur, it looked huge and was hidden in the shadows under the tree, which really startled him. It's important to know that all those props were made by himself, to be able to scare himself. He chuckled happily and pressed the walkie-talkie. Yuan Mountain Bright Moon Village, ready for the first full appearance. All staff, next. Let's see what you can do. Unlike last week's ceremony, after everyone was seated, Su Jing was dressed neatly. The difference this time was that he had a band of golden yellow armbands wrapped around his right arm. On the armband were patterns of various birds and beasts, and if someone looked carefully, they could see a faint white dragon hidden among the designs. Dear guest from afar, Su Jing stood still and spoke loudly. Because everyone has been actively preparing for the ritual recently, the villagers of Bright Moon Village are now blessed and finally able to stand in the square and participate in the ceremony with you. I want to thank everyone for their efforts. He bowed slightly, his face looking solemn and sacred under the sunset glow. So today, Bright Moon Village has prepared an even grander divine invitation ceremony. We hope to drive away evil sooner and bring peace back to us. Now, the ceremony is about to begin. He slowly stepped back and disappeared into the villager's cover. Among the tourists, Ping Ping took out her camera and frantically took photos of Su Jing. She had heard that Bright Moon Village had a guide, and based on the clues and information she collected, this person was very likely the big boss behind the missions. Yes, many of them now treated Bright Moon Village like a challenge game. She guessed that the scenic area would update its activities, so she planned to check out the first level first. But today, after exploring, she found that all the activities had been updated. Since that's the case, she decided to take more photos to bring back, especially about the guide. She heard he was quite handsome. Posting pictures would definitely attract some female fans. However, Ping Ping wasn't just focused on taking face shots. Her sharp eyes caught the armband on Su Jing's right arm. Based on the previous video, it seems this armband is also new. She zoomed in and was glad she brought a telephoto lens, quickly taking detailed pictures. At this moment, Ping Ping didn't know what kind of attention her post would attract. She just watched the guide leave the stage as the lights around the square brightened. Ding, ding, ding. The drumbeat started. Muscular men in strange costumes, shirtless and beating large drums, ran out from the darkness. Unlike the last group of 10, this scene was bigger. About 20 strong men roared out, dancing passionately with drums, their faces painted with gold paint, making the drum sounds loud and rhythmic. After the first round of drumming, they shouted loudly and rushed in a line toward the semicircle of spectators, causing surprised exclamations. But one shout was especially noticeable. That person is different from them. Following this, everyone looked over. Among the neatly dancing golden-faced men, a man wearing a plain white mask had somehow mixed in. He moved just like the others. Only his face was covered with a mask that looked like he was smiling or sneering. He was beating his drum and secretly looking around until a heavy strike sounded, and the leading drummer noticed him. Stop! The drum stopped suddenly, and everyone immediately shouted and gathered together, grabbing the masked man. Don't! Don't! The masked man let out a deep roar, sounding more eerie in the quiet night sky. But he couldn't resist everyone's strength. With the rhythm of the drums, The masked man was finally pulled back into the white fog and disappeared. What does this mean? Zhao Meng didn't quite understand. He turned to ask his friend beside him. That older brother hushed him. I don't know. It's probably telling a story. Just watch quietly. Ping Ping sat among the crowd, softly murmuring while comparing it to a recent video on Douyin. It's changed. Everything has changed. The white fog continued to spread, but soon it changed. Dark gray mist followed and spread out, like threads and strands. Then suddenly, a black hand shot out from the gray fog. The masked man suddenly darted out. But this time, he was different. He was dressed in black, with his hands, feet, and even his face tightly wrapped. What is even stranger is that he is covered with strange masks, red-faced demon masks, green hat crying faces, slender smiling faces, accompanied by some creepy chanting. He twists his body into strange shapes, like a twisted spiral, and dances oddly. The multi-faced person twists here and there. He tries to talk to the villagers playing drums, but no one pays attention to him. He wants to run in front of the tourists, but something seems to block him. He looks like he's smiling, but also like he's angry. But beneath his white face, even the most exaggerated performance looks powerless. As he dances, the wind howls, and sharp chanting sounds fill the air. The white-faced man tilts his head at a 90-degree angle, looks toward the distant mountains, laughs loudly and wildly, then twists his body and disappears into the gray mist. Yaya, a sharp, high-pitched chant begins, and faint shadows appear in the gray fog. Clack, clack. Faint footsteps can be heard, and the tourists stare wide-eyed into the fog. Does it seem like something is about to come out? In the next moment, the people haven't moved, but the shadows arrive first. A line of silk threads rises quickly, disappearing into the fog at the end. Along with the footsteps, a group of people emerge. Wow, so creepy. The figures that come out are both human and not. Elegant women in fine clothes, expressionless, with makeup like paper dolls. They are connected by gray-white silk threads on their wrists, performing stiff, synchronized movements. Some are beating small drums, others are playing pipa, and some are twisting their arms. They silently open their mouths as if singing something, but their mouths are dark holes, and nothing comes out. The entire scene echoes with eerie, whispering chants, like crying for help. Mom, I want to go home. I'm a little scared. What's going on? Is this the story they told before? I'm getting goosebumps. Zhao Meng is most afraid of these strange things. He keeps leaning on his older brother, but his eyes are still wide open, staring at the puppets, strange yet beautiful. Impossible to look away. The chanting grows louder and louder. Finally, after a loud drumbeat, a man with a painted gold face rushes out holding a torch. The flames soared into the sky, lighting up the darkness covered in gray mist. Disperse. Someone saw a face briefly appear in the mist, then quickly shivered and pulled back into the fog. At the same time, the string was pulled back, and all the puppets quickly retreated into the mist. He drove away those things. Wow. My heart is pounding. This is the first time I've been so scared watching a silent performance. The audience was noisy. Ping Ping was frantically taking photos, while Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai looked confused. Is Brother Jing usually messing around with these kinds of things? No? I don't know. Wang Kai remembered seeing some videos online, but they seemed different from today's show. Keep watching, keep watching. Jiang Tsong's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what would happen next, from what he saw now, the level of this scenic spot's architecture combined with these strange performances was more than just a second-tier level. It shouldn't have been like yesterday's situation, right? He continued watching the performance with curiosity. The tour group brought by Zhao Meng had long forgotten their initial feelings. They were forced to come here. After wandering all afternoon, they were no longer upset but immersed in the show, their emotions fluctuating with what they saw. The fire dispersed the puppets. The man suddenly became alert, shouted loudly, and amidst the booming drum sounds, more and more people holding torches appeared. The gray mist finally faded, replaced by a clean white fog covering the scene again. I understand now, Ping Ping spoke softly. At first, it was a story about villagers dancing harmoniously. Then a strange figure appeared among the crowd. Everyone caught the white mask and drove it away. The white mask then sought revenge. It must have communicated with something bad. Her voice was sharp, making all the tourists listen carefully. Then that bad thing turned into gray mist, polluting Manhwa village, turning the villagers into soulless puppet figures. But later, a hero appeared. He used a torch to disperse part of the gray mist, and more heroes stepped forward. Now they are trying to save Manhwa village and are calling on spirits. The college students who were preparing for exams had quick minds. If Su Jing were here, he would definitely nod in approval, thinking she was very insightful. Next, as the stage was quietly built, the loud sounds of calling spirits and opening the altar began to ring out. The tourists nodded excitedly, their faces full of enthusiasm. Ping Ping was right. The big flames burned brightly. Su Jing stepped forward to lead the offering ceremony. After the villagers formed a human wall, the Jin Sun dance and song troupe stood together in a line. They had already worked with the Qingyun acrobatics troupe for the first part, but now it was time for their group to show their true strength. Although everyone was not young anymore, each face was filled with excitement and energy. Thanks to the late-night rehearsals, their dance was approved by Mr. Su. Plus, the magic of the props and the new venue's atmosphere made everything perfect. Finally, they could perform these dances in front of the crowd. Nana, the woman next to Jean Nana, clenched her fists and looked at the excited tourists outside. Isn't this more than the audience we had at the county theater? Exactly. If we perform well this time, maybe we can return to our peak days. Jean Nana still looked serious, but this time she was dressed in costume and props, looking completely different. Don't think about that now. The more excited you are, the more you need to stay calm. She looked around at everyone, and their excitement gradually cooled under her gaze. Get ready. This time, we must impress Mr. Su. As the tourists poured offerings into the barrels, all 3 barrels were filled to the brim. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky. A long horn sounded from the distant mountains, one note after another, growing heavier and deeper. Like a spear piercing through fog, heavy and sharp. The white mist was instantly blown away. On the high platform, a huge mask of a ghostly god appeared, instantly calming all the tourists. It's a god. Look, the god is here. Some tourists who had seen the previous performance videos finally saw something familiar and shouted excitedly. Zhao Meng hid behind his older brother, peeking with one eye. He felt a shiver of excitement. But this time, he wasn't as scared. Maybe because the tourists called it a god and made him feel at ease, or because the horns sounded so solemn and majestic. He felt that the huge face, though terrifying, also revealed a hint of divine power. Su Jing looked up after the flames. The horn from the deep mountains truly lives up to its reputation. He had listened to it several times before, but when this long, ancient horn sound echoed across the entire square, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. The 20% boost from the sensory amplifier made the old horn sound feel even more vivid and intense. Then, in the next moment, the white mist slowly dispersed, and a beam of light suddenly shone on the dark central square. Jinna's eyes instantly froze, and she whispered softly, so only her team members could hear. Here it comes. Get ready. Let's make this bright moon village. Ignite. Bang. A group of people was suddenly illuminated. Wow. Zhao Meng looked at the group of red-faced, white-clothed creatures standing upright, and once again, he felt a shiver down his spine. Ping Ping raised her nearly dead camera, her eyes bright with excitement. A new show was starting. The lights focused on the red mask that only revealed the eyes, gradually revealing the dance troupe. A group dressed simply in white, wearing pure red masks, stood there. 2 bunches of red tassels hung quietly on their chests beside the masks. Although their appearance was a bit strange, the tourists who had watched the previous performances all widened their eyes in surprise. First, there was singing and dancing. Then the odd white-faced performers were dragged away, transforming into multi-faced figures in the gray fog. Next, the firelight dispelled the darkness, and a ritual was performed, an offering to the gods. Now, the figures appearing should be the main characters. Most people watch the show just for fun, but some clever ones noticed details. They started carefully observing everything from the moment they entered Bright Moon Village. Yes, behind the crowd, Zhu Shou took off his mask, looking excited. Since he posted a video last week, it had gained huge attention. Many people asked where this small-town scenic area was and whether it was real. He tasted success. He had prepared well this time. planning to record everything he missed last time and share it after editing. But unexpectedly, just a week later, the local boss had already organized a new event. And even more surprisingly, in just a week, the number of visitors here had grown from a dozen to hundreds. And the most unexpected thing was that this new event was so well done and so impressive. He was recording frantically, and as the new show was about to start, he quickly noticed the trending topic and turned on the highest quality equipment. Bang! A steady drumbeat sounded, followed by a long horn, and then the group moved. Ring! Their bodies shook suddenly, like springs, and the crisp sound of bells echoed throughout the scene. Crack! Besides the bells, there were drums and horns, along with the clear sound of cymbals. The people in white clothes with red faces moved swiftly and sharply, their robes flying. When they spread their arms, they looked like fierce tigers ready to pounce. When they drew back, they resembled alert rabbits. The red masks vibrated up and down, and as the red tassels danced, a flash of gold shimmered. Look, their tassels have patterns. Ping Ping was the first to notice through the camera and started snapping pictures wildly. Zhu Shouja was calm and relaxed. He set up his camera and watched the performance carefully. Ring. The dancer's strong skills made the dance very captivating. Just as everyone was watching with interest, the masked performers suddenly separated, leaving one person standing alone in the middle with their back turned. Thump! That person spun around suddenly, causing everyone to gasp. He changed his mask. With golden eyes, a black face with red patterns, and a fierce-looking mask with sharp teeth, he looked like a divine spirit flashing by earlier. He also wore a mask and suddenly bent forward, twisting his body into an exaggerated pose. In the rhythm of the drums, he looked mysterious and strange. Su Jing and other dancers watched from the dark behind. He didn't expect that the most difficult solo dance would be performed by Jean Na herself. He also didn't expect that Jean Na, nearly 50 years old, could still be so flexible and in control. So, after watching the performance, he felt reassured and entrusted her with this task. Jean Na's solo dance displayed the grandeur and mystery of traditional masked dance under the mountain peaks and rooftops in the night. Every visitor watched with wide eyes. But it wasn't over yet. Su Jing pressed the walkie-talkie. Release. Guan Gui and a few others on the high platform nodded to each other and immediately threw large bags into the air. Splash! Bright red paper fragments floated down like flower petals, making Jean Na in the center of the square look like a divine spirit descending. In the next moment, the others in the red rain rushed out again, burying the ghostly figures in the middle. Everyone turned neatly once more, all with red faces and white clothes. The bamboo flute music started. They began to dance together again. As their clothes fluttered, the red paper on the ground surged like waves toward the surrounding visitors. This disturbed everyone's thoughts, making their minds drift away. Suddenly, the lights turned red. The people with red faces and white clothes became more excited, even starting to dance wildly. White fog spread again, accompanied by a soulful sound of the Suona horn. The red-faced, white-clothed performers all disappeared. Wow, it's over. All 21 members of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, panting heavily behind the stage. They took off their masks. Under the bright light, their skin was shiny with sweat. But besides sweat, their shining eyes and big smiles showed their happiness. Najia, we did it. Wow, so many spectators. Oh my, will they like us? I'm so tired. But I had so much fun dancing. It was awesome. Najia, do you think Boss Xiaosu will be happy? Jina also took off her mask. Her usual frown was gone today, replaced with a relaxed smile. Hearing this, she looked over at Su Jing across the crowd, smiling kindly. She gave a thumbs up. You did great. Yay. Everyone instantly hugged each other, finally feeling relieved. Their task was finished. Next, everyone looked toward the performers preparing at the front of the stage. It was up to them now. The fog swirled. Amid the applause, the visitors heard a loud chant. Welcome, Dragon Messenger of the Wind. The crowd gasped in anticipation. Finally, it was happening. Zhu Shouxin looked worriedly at the device's battery level, wanting to curse, but unable to. Damn Manhwa Village. Why did they create so many new performances? Well, they did it. And they did it so impressively. Wow. He was annoyed because he didn't bring enough batteries. He chuckled and wanted to put away his expensive camera, But when he turned his head, his eyes widened, and he paused, ready to turn off the camera. Damn it! The Wind Dragon Messenger has been replaced. Wow, so cool. Are the NPCs in Manhwa Village this handsome? Wow, I think I've fallen in love. No, not again. Last time it was the dragon girl. Bring back my dragon girl. Carrying a white dragon, walking through the mist, suddenly transforming into a strong, muscular, snow-white scaled dragon. This must be a good person. Ping Ping put down her camera and muttered to herself. Oh, her sister nearby tried to distract herself and respond. What do you mean? Because a good man doesn't keep a second wife. Her best friend turned to look at the muscular, bare-chested, silver-haired, silver-eyed dragon, swallowing hard. I think you're right. The two agreed and continued to watch the white dragon fly among the many visitors. This time, the white dragon looked even more realistic and grand than before. With help from the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, the performers from the Qingyan Acrobatics Troupe all jumped into the dragon's body. They wore specially made cloud costumes, lifting the majestic dragon, making it seem like it was flying through clouds and mist. Wow, is this the kind of show a county town can put on? Bro, stop with the wow. This isn't even a county-level performance. County. So what? Can't our county have a cool scenic spot? 2A scenic spot? Come on. You've already seen the show. Can this really be called 2A? Exactly. Is this really a 2A scenic spot? The ones who traveled out of town to see it say it's about the same. They rated it 4.5A, costing them thousands. But what about Wanyuan Mountain? 30 yuan. No tricks, just fun and great views. Where else can you find such a good weekend getaway? A few big brothers and sisters looked excited, their faces red and necks thick. Zhao Mang sat there, also excited and cursing loudly. He wanted to stand up and take photos, but suddenly felt a strong shove on his shoulder. He frowned, ready to yell, but then froze. Is that Brother Wang Kai? What are you doing here? Wang Kai smiled simply. We just decided to come for a walk. We saw someone running around Manhwa Village, and I didn't expect it to be you. Running around aimlessly? Zhao Mang hadn't even reacted when his shoulder was harshly slapped again. Hey, Xiao Lu, his fierce face suddenly broke into a smile, showing his big teeth at the tourist next to Wang Kai. Hee hee, my name is Wu. The tourist cleared his throat awkwardly, looking at the troublemaker in front of him with new respect. Didn't expect Director Zhao to be honest with us. This really is a rare good spot. 20 yuan was worth it. Totally worth it. Exactly. Haha. Today I was sweating all over. It was so exciting. Zhao Mang didn't expect a row of his team members to be sitting behind him. He squinted at honest Wang Kai, feeling that this kid was deliberately following him. Hee hee, everyone just joking. I said before, we are a proper tour group. We definitely won't let your money go to waste. Everyone understood each other and just smiled in agreement. Proper? It probably wasn't as proper as it seemed. Zhao Mang suspected that this scenic spot was a hidden gem he had discovered by chance, for some unknown reason. After all, such a beautiful place. If it were truly partnered with a travel agency, would it be handed over to a small local company like Shan Mang Travel? TSK. Wang Kai forcefully turned his head back. Watch the show properly. Reminded by this, Zhao Mang immediately forgot about the slap and obediently went back to watch the performance. Feng Long and Long Zi wandered around. The lucky one stepped forward to accept blessings, floating down lightly. Like Shaoan from last week, he felt lightheaded, with dazzling gold light exploding before his eyes, making him so happy he couldn't find words. Zhu Shou watched from behind with a tight grip, his face full of resentment. He had been here early, seriously completing his tasks all day, but he still wasn't the top. Who was the top? Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai knew him. He was the male teacher sitting in the same boat with them. He didn't expect that person to be so thoughtful. He arrived only in the afternoon, but managed to receive the most offerings. Envy. But envy was useless. The scene was quickly arranged, and Su Jing stepped forward. Last week, visitors from afar sincerely sought help from the outside world for us. Today, Manhwa Village has welcomed so many guests and received so many offerings. This truly contributed greatly to our ceremony. Su Jing bowed slightly, his eyes shimmering with a strange, enchanting glow. So today, under the blessing of the spirits, we can perform more prayer rituals and dance more beautiful traditional dances. Next, We invite all our guests to come forward and receive the blessings from the spirits. Spark ceremony. Yes. Xiao excitedly clenched his fist, confidently looking at his camera, which still had 1 bar of battery left. Last time, he forgot to bring enough batteries and missed capturing some moments. But this time, he will definitely film the most complete spark ceremony for all his fans to see. He prepared his equipment and quickly moved forward with the crowd. Accompanied by Long Chance, fireworks exploded in the sky above Manhwa village like falling stars. Visitors in Manhwa village opened their mouths wide, unable to say anything except, wow, and amazing, except for that teacher. Golden red lights fill the moonlit sky, joyful dances echo. Reflecting my heart. Beautiful poem. Zhao Meng was nearby, unsure if he heard clearly, but he clapped along with the scholars anyway. He closed his eyes, thinking that with 10 years of social experience plus 3 years as a boss, he knew. This time, he chose to work with Su Jing. He made the right choice. Since entering the park, there have been wise boatmen, a large, bustling, ancient village, fun NPC interactions, and amazing performances one after another. He felt it was time to end the show. Forget it. The ticket only costs 30 yuan, not 300. It's enough. And they put on such a grand show. It made the tourists very happy. He guessed that after this trip, Uncle Hat probably wouldn't come to check again. Maybe he could even get a small banner as a souvenir. Zhao Meng happily looked up at the spark ceremony, taking out his latest phone to take pictures. Come on, great poet. Help me see how to take good photos. Once the photos are taken, he plans to hang them in the Mountain Wilderness Travel Agency to attract more customers. The great poet teacher was a bit annoyed at being disturbed, but he was happy to have that title. Let me see. After the spark ceremony ended, Su Jing finally stepped out to give his final speech as the host. Thank you all for participating. Today's prayer ceremony at Manhwa Village officially concludes. Manhwa Village was originally isolated from the world, so the villagers didn't know much about life outside. However, because our guests have helped us so much, we are willing to learn and improve so that visitors can enjoy a more comfortable experience. At the same time, we believe that in the near future, with more enthusiastic guests, we can create more complete ceremonies. By then, Su Jing turned his head to look at the distant mountains behind him, his tone filled with hope and nostalgia. Our sacred mountain can once again shine with its former glory. When the mountain of the spirit returns to the world, we hope Manhwa Village will be lucky enough to have all the visitors to explore and enjoy together. The sacred ritual at Manhwa Village officially ended. Everyone filed out one after another. Fang Gui and his friends packed up their things, smiling happily as they headed home. It's so wonderful. After work, it's just a 10-minute walk home. Once the tourists leave, we'll have a meeting at the square and then enjoy the warm meal prepared by Mr. Su. This kind of life feels like heaven on earth. Zhao Meng waved a small red flag, gathering the tourists together. How was today's visit? Usually, at this time, he would see only silent, cold faces. But today, he felt proud and confident. Director Zhao, you're amazing. How did you find this scenic spot? Oh my god. I sent the photos to my colleagues, and they all loved them. They're asking for the address. Someone fiddled with their phone while looking up. Director Zhao, is this scenic spot part of your tour group's regular route? Can I give my colleagues your contact info? Yes. Zhao Meng was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy, a broad smile on his face. Absolutely. The owner here is my good friend. Come with my team, and I guarantee you'll have the best experience. That's great. I also sent the photos to my son. He said I misunderstood you all. You're just ugly and not very perceptive, but deep down, you're responsible and good people. Zhao Meng remained silent, as did his less attractive subordinate. Director Zhao has good judgment to find such a scenic spot. When we go back, we'll promote it for you. Zhao Meng, never used to such praise, immediately forgot about the comment on his appearance. After a series of compliments, he felt so happy he almost floated. He wished he could immediately ring a loud bell to celebrate. He happily clapped his hands. Come on, everyone, pack up your things so we can get ready to go by boat. Bang. Another strong hit landed on his shoulder. Isn't it just ignoring him and acting like he's a fool? He was really angry now. Zhao Meng turned around with a fierce look, but then froze and put on a smile. I really miss you so much. Mr. Guide, Su Jing, smiling warmly with his hands behind his back, stood in front of him. No one knew how such a small body could hit so hard. Haha, Mr. Zhao, did you have a good time today? Su Jing blinked. Behind him, Wang Kai and Jiang Tsong showed mischievous grins. If you're having fun, then see you later, fire? No one knew if there was a fire on Wanyuan Mountain, but Manhwa village was definitely burning. For 2 days straight, the number of visitors stayed above 300 people per day. Su Jing was just glad he had prepared well last week, bringing in Feng Gue and others, and giving everyone basic training. This helped the staff handle the visitors properly. The performances by Jin Taiyang and Qing Yun also surprised him. Maybe because they both participated in the show, and Jin Taiyang replaced Qing Yun, the veteran acrobats also got motivated. They were determined to perform their best. Meanwhile, the dancers led by Jin Na, both men and women, were in great shape. Their 2 performances were excellent. He believed that after a week or 2 of practice, they would reach their perfect final form. And him? On Monday, after the park closed, early in the morning, before Jiang Tsong woke up, Su Jing went for a run. He also checked his phone to see the latest updates. Wow. He hadn't even run 500 meters when he stopped by the roadside, hands on his hips, and started laughing. It's not surprising. In just 2 days, Wanyuan Mountain and Manhwa Village gained a lot of attention on platforms like Douyin. The tags for Wanyuan Mountain were okay, but the ones for Manhwa Village were really lively. The top posts had over 10,000 likes and over 1,000 saves, mainly featuring pictures and videos of fire-breathing performances. Instead of the expected Golden Sun mask dance performance, what followed was the most complete guide to the festival rituals and storyline at Manhwa Village. Su Jing was confused and clicked in. What is this? Isn't this supposed to be a scenic spot? Why does it show game levels and story guides? Su Jing raised an eyebrow and scrolled down. The first part is about the locations and tasks for various rituals. He looked around. It wasn't completely detailed, but it was close enough. Just 1 or 2 tries, and you think you can figure out the pattern? He chuckled softly. You guys are still too young. Having participated in many adventure activities in his past life, he knew well how to keep things fresh and how to adjust. Good find. Next time, I'll change everything for you. Haha, pranks always make the heart race. Su Jing continued reading. The other part was a story guest provided by Fate Crossed Paths. She even prepared a large PowerPoint presentation. Fate Crossed Paths. The story structure of the performance probably starts with peaceful life, then gets disrupted, followed by the evil god's invasion, and finally the villagers communicate with the gods. Fate Crossed Paths. The unrest in the village is likely a sign of the evil left behind by the evil god's invasion. Fate. The goal of Manhwa Village is to attract enough visitors, offer enough sacrifices, and perform enough rituals, big enough to fully complete the ceremony and drive out evil. Fate. Have you seen the Dragon Child and Dragon Girl? And those dancers with red faces and white clothes? I suspect more messengers will appear later. Until this point, Su Jing didn't feel much. But as he continued reading, he suddenly froze. Fate. I observed carefully. The person guiding the ceremony seems to be like a village chief or high priest. For this ritual, he wore an armband with many animal patterns. I think this is a preview of the next event. Fate. And those dancers, they all wear armbands too. Although I didn't see the details clearly, I suspect their armband patterns match the one on the guide's armband. Fate. Lastly, the guide repeatedly mentioned the Sacred Mountain. I predict that will be the next scenic area to open, continuing the story of Manhwa Village. Or perhaps its glorious past. This commentary stood out and caught the attention of many young people. A real-life game challenge with small-world NPC interaction made everyone very interested. The sense of mystery and discovery made even more people curious and excited. What exactly is the Holy Mountain? Besides the Wind Dragon Envoy, what else could there be? Some people didn't even know where Manhwa Village was, but after hearing the commentary, they started searching for it online. Su Jing smiled as he exited the page. He had to admit, this user meeting by chance had guessed almost everything right. But Su Jing thought about his grand plan and didn't care that someone had revealed part of it. Come on, I have a car. You know I have a car. You even saw my car. But does that mean my car is actually Optimus Prime? I don't care. Su Jing kept scrolling down. The next highly liked video was posted by someone familiar. He didn't expect lightning piggy hands to show up again, but this time, the guy had clearly learned a few tricks. To get more views, he uploaded full versions of different highlight clips separately, then edited them into one highlight collection. Su Jing opened the collection and watched for a while, amazed. This video must have been made by professionals. There was no other reason. It looked too good. It was as polished as an official trailer. He even wanted to use it himself. So far, this highlight collection, Wanyuan Mountain Manhwa Village, unofficial promo video, had the most likes. The comment section below was full of messages. Future Pirate King. It's all fake. I never did that upside down stunt. Not Baka. Where is this place? Never heard of it. Gentle like water. Sigh. Young people these days will do anything for views. Lin Junjio. Is this real or fake? Is it an actual tourist spot? Where is it? Spicy snack lover. I checked. It's a scenic area in a county under Yong'an City, rated 2.5 stars. Do I need to say more? Definitely fake. Snowy milk. Bro, can you really believe this? This scenic spot was rated 1.9 points just a week ago. Oil, so? Did the score here increase by 0.6 points in a week? Su Jing saw him raise an eyebrow. The ticketing and promotional work for the scenic area are all handled by Zhao Dashua. He hadn't noticed that the rating of Wanyuan Mountain had gone up. He guessed that most of the recent ticket buyers had given 5-star reviews, which caused the increase. Yongbu really town. No need to be curious anymore. I'm from Yong'an City. That place has been abandoned for many years, and it definitely isn't like in the video. Underground worker. That's right. Everyone in Qingshan County knows it hasn't been managed for many years. It's just an undeveloped mountain. If you go in casually, you're not afraid of wild boars attacking you? Jingjing yi. Haha. I don't think so either. If it were that amazing, how could it only be a 2A rated scenic spot? Everyone posted a lot of comments. Su Jing scrolled through a few and then closed it. Wanyuan Mountain can't become popular overnight. It's not urgent. Right now, what's more important? Su Jing wiped his sweat, opened the door, and saw Jiang Tsong already dressed and ready. He smiled. Let's go. Today's first task is to negotiate a partnership with Mountain Mound Travel Agency. Brother Zhao Mound, we're here. Almost there? How do you feel? Su Jing sat in the car, doing the final checks. Are you confident about signing the contract today? Wang Kai was driving ahead, while Jiang Tsong fiddled with the old-fashioned car stereo beside him. After a day of sightseeing at the scenic area, they were in a good mood. Now was the time for sweet talk. Hearing Su Jing's question, Jiang Tsong's eyes twinkled. It seemed he thought of something and chuckled softly. Wang Kai also showed his teeth happily. Of course, we have some good information that I'm sure Brother Zhao Mound will like. In the quiet lobby of Mountain Mound Travel Agency, two groups sat facing each other, all looking serious. Zhao Mound broke the silence first. If the souvenir shop isn't open, we won't make money. If we cooperate, at least we get 55% of the ticket revenue. Su Jing looked cold. Who's 5? Zhao Mound was stunned. After thinking for a while, his face turned red. Isn't that right? Is he crazy? But Su Jing didn't give him a chance to speak. He quickly explained his plan. Next weekend, I will raise the ticket prices, and you will get 10% of the earnings. The souvenir shop will be ready before the Labor Day holiday. Visitors can get a 20% discount, and I don't care how you and the visitors split the discount. Wang Kai also spoke. People from Shanmang can rent my car, and I'll give you a 20% discount. Zhao Meng was even more confused. Isn't your car already 20% off? That really? Wang Kai stroked his chin and smiled simply. Haha, I forgot. Then he was gone. Zhao Meng waited a long time, but didn't hear anything from him. So, what's next with the 20% discount? Shouldn't it be 25% or 30% off? It's just gone? Damn it. What's the point of you coming here? Su Jing leaned back, smiling. President Zhao, please think carefully. Honestly, I've already secured sponsorship from a big person. I can't tell you who, but the scenic area will keep improving. The results will be beyond your imagination. As the first partner travel agency for Wanyuan Mountain, I guarantee that no matter how much the prices go up, you will still enjoy this discount. Moreover, President Zhao, you should have confidence in Wanyuan Mountain. Aren't you having a good time here? Wang Kai's usefulness appeared. He grinned widely and pushed his phone to Zhao Meng. On the screen, a burly man looked distressed and fierce, running nervously in an alley, howling like a wolf. Ahem. Zhao Meng quickly closed the screen, blushing. What are you doing? Haha. He thought for a moment, but still felt a bit unhappy. Everything else is fine, but that ticket split, is 10% too little? Too little? Su Jing smiled. President Zhao, think long-term. A 10% share of 50 yuan is only 5 yuan, but a 10% share of 300 yuan is 30. If you bring 10 tourists, you can earn 300 just from tickets. Isn't that good? 300? Zhao Meng frowned, looking serious. Are you confident you can sell tickets for 300 yuan in the future? After all, my scenic area is over 1,000 acres, and there's plenty of room for improvement. Zhao Meng took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair. Deep down, he had already agreed. He had no other choice. Among the new popular attractions, the most promising was Wanyuan Mountain. If he wanted to cooperate, it was the best choice. 3 years had passed, and he didn't have many options left. If Su Jing's plan failed, he was afraid he would have to go back to the old way. After all, he had many brothers. He couldn't let everyone go hungry following him. Zhao Meng clenched his fist, leaned forward, and looked sincere and steady. Since Boss Su is confident, let's agree on this. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tsung quickly brought out 2 contracts and respectfully handed over a pen. President Zhao, sign here. The cooperation with Zhao Meng went smoother than expected. Su Jing and Jiang Tsung happily returned to Wanyuan Mountain. That evening, Jiang Tsung officially sat with him and shared his observations over the past few days. Brother Jing, you're really good at design. At first, I thought the scenic area was pretty average, but I truly experienced it on Saturday. Amazing. Truly impressive. But, Jiang Tsung shifted his tone. I'm not as good as you at design. But when it comes to management, you're not as good as me. Jiang Tsung, who had been discouraged for over a month, brightened up when talking about his expertise. I've heard about the staff setup at Manhwa Village. I also know about the souvenir shop. But our staff management, online and offline promotion, various operation budgets, and service still have a long way to go. As he spoke, he suddenly became excited. Brother Jing, you mentioned in the morning to Zhao Meng that you have a big investor. Is that true? If you have an investor, what are your plans? What projects? I can help you manage everything. No, wait. If I'm involved, I can not only help manage, but also save money. I am someone you can trust. Feel free to tell me any of your plans, and you know, I have rich experience and am familiar with various software. With me here, I might really help you grow big and strong. Su Jing looked at his excited face and shook his head with a gentle smile. Most of what he said was true, except for one thing. He was not involved. Wanyuan Mountain would definitely grow big and strong. Su Jing smiled slightly because his behind-the-scenes investor was the system. Are you sure about your decision? If you stay here, you'll not only be my buddy, but also my employee. I won't be polite to you. With Jiang Tsung joining, he was naturally very happy. No matter how capable he was, managing such a large scenic area alone was impossible. There aren't many talented people here. Most employees can handle their assigned tasks well, but that's all. It's still too difficult for them to give suggestions to improve the scenic area. No problem. Jiang Tsung smiled happily and excitedly. So, Mr. Su, how much salary do you plan to pay me? Oh. Su Jing's expression stiffened. You're not planning to pay me, right? Ha! Su Jing showed an exaggerated smile, patted Jiang Tsung's shoulder hard until Jiang Tsung was about to get annoyed, then weakly said, Bro doesn't have much money. How about 5,000 yuan a month? If the scenic area does well, I'll give you a raise and a share of the profits. This plan is quite ambitious. All right, enough of that. Jiang Tsung had already had enough of big promises in City S. Now he thought, 5,000 yuan a month is a real good deal. Fine, 5,000 it is. This afternoon, take me back to the scenic area and tell me everything about it. I'll start working tomorrow. Build a strong team for you. Su Jing finally smiled, feeling a bit more relaxed. Okay. Jiang Tsung picked up information quickly. By the afternoon, he had thoroughly understood Wanyuan Mountain. As soon as he got home, he went straight to his desk to organize his notes. Meanwhile, Su Jing repaired some props and didn't get home until late to sleep. For 2 days in a row, the online buzz about Manhwa Village remained high, but this time, it wasn't just small-scale sharing like before. Not only did many outsiders on Douyin pay attention, but most importantly, all the citizens of Yong'an City heard about it. In their county under the city, a remarkable scenic area had appeared. But when they looked into the name more carefully, they found it even more unbelievable. So you're saying, the popular spot is the mountain area that was bought 10 years ago in Qingshan County, Yong'an City, Cultural and Tourism Bureau. In a quiet, serious office, Shen Zhuang put down a large teapot, looking curious. Why do I remember that the couple was not doing well with their business, borrowing a lot of money, and almost going bankrupt? The secretary glanced up and thought to himself. It was because our previous policies were reversed and not properly implemented, which forced them into a tough spot, risking everything they had. Secretary, I heard that the couple has been gone for a few years now. Their child has taken over the scenic spot. Oh, Shen Zhuang leaned back. The son took over? He didn't sell the place. He had heard about that place, that it owed a lot of money. Anyone smart would sell the land quickly to make some profit, enough to live comfortably in Yong'an for the rest of their life. The secretary shook his head, placing a tablet in front of Shen Zhuang. It showed a promotional video made by Zhu Shou about Manhwa village. Not only did they not sell it, but from these videos online, it looks pretty good. Wow. Shen Zhuang squinted at the video, then lowered his head to think. Have we met the promotional goals for this year's holiday? The secretary understood his meaning, but felt a bit regretful. Almost done. If we add new projects now, time will be tight, and the results might not be as good. That was certain. Shen Zhuang nodded. Their Cultural Tourism Bureau's promotion planning started 2 or 3 months before the holiday, based on visitor numbers, reviews, and the basic condition of the scenic spot, to decide what to promote. If they add projects at the last minute, even if they rush to produce, the effect might not be great. Most people don't think about where to go until the holiday is near. But Shen Zhuang looked at the fireworks in the video and hesitated for a moment. Let's observe first. We'll see how Wanyuan Mountain performs next week. I'll also go to check it out. Secretary, you want to go in person? Yes. We'll see then. Shen Zhuang stopped talking and picked up a file to review. The secretary wisely stepped back. Does Secretary Shen want to go himself? It seems he still has some old feelings for that place. The secretary also smiled. If they want to promote it, it's okay to be late. After all, people far away can't come, but those around Yong'an are potential visitors. Yangon City's cultural and tourism industry has not made any real progress in recent years. During the recent meetings at the provincial level, the secretary and director were repeatedly criticized, and leaders from other cities also made sarcastic remarks. As for Wanyuan Mountain, if it were truly capable of being developed well, even on a smaller scale, it could help Yangon regain some pride. When the time comes, if the secretary and director are in a good mood, they might willingly allocate more resources to it. He hummed softly, singing a tune as he strolled out with his tablet. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yangon City, the situation was less cheerful. In a fancy club's lounge, a group of people sat around a round table. The leader was Song Jiming, who had just been caught off guard again. Seated near him were the owner of Dadi Travel Agency, who had a brief conversation with Su Jing, along with several other travel agency owners and local small scenic spot managers. Everyone has probably heard about the fuss Wanyuan Mountain caused, Song Jiming said with a smile, but his eyes showed no real happiness. What do you all think? The owner of Dadi Travel Agency spoke first. Mr. Song, don't worry. That's just a small scenic spot. It can't compare to Songhu Park. Exactly. A tall, thin man nodded. With Songhu as the main attraction, surrounded by a few small commercial areas, our system is solid. We don't need to worry about them. Next to the man, a beautiful woman giggled. Last weekend, we had over 6,000 visitors, right? Mr. Song, take a look at that. Compared to their tiny place with only a few hundred visitors a day, what's there to compete with? Everyone was chatting casually, not taking today's meeting seriously. Just joking. They were all veteran scenic spots in Yangon. Their attractions, activities, and visitor services were already very well developed. As long as people wanted to have fun, they could enjoy food, drinks, and stargazing all in one trip, happily spending the weekend. And what does that small Wanyuan Mountain have? They hadn't even finished building a proper road. Visitors would be done in a few hours. So boring. It was just about hosting some interesting events. Who couldn't do that? Xiaoli, send someone to check out what exactly that fire spark sacrifice is, Song Jiming instructed his partners, gently shaking his glass as he spoke. He was able to develop Songhu Park from a small park into a large scenic area and turn the surrounding wasteland into its current appearance because of his principles. Never underestimate any opponent. That Manhwa village must have some special qualities to become popular. Recently, Yongin City has been too quiet. Citizens crave something new. If they find a way to take advantage of this, they might quickly regain momentum. Every scenic spot is in competition with the others. There are only so many tourists. If your place gets more visitors, mine will get fewer. Unless there is a leading company that can make a region famous nationally, attracting visitors from outside, then all the scenic spots could benefit together. But such a level of scenic area is beyond what Yongin City can even imagine. I'll go take a look too. Song Jiming's words made everyone at the table quiet down. Is it really necessary? Brother Song, the boss of Dottie Travel Agency, looked a bit uncomfortable. They had already said that the small scenic spot was not worth mentioning, and he was still so serious. Doesn't that mean he doesn't trust their judgment? Remember, last week, he had just refused the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain. If he hadn't refused, would that small travel agency have been allowed to interfere? Thinking about the employees' reports that those people are using videos of Manhwa village to attract customers at the train station, the boss of Dottie was furious. A troublemaker dares to steal his customers? He sneered, recalling that he was still at Song Jiming's dinner, and quickly forced a smile. Although Dottie is an old travel agency, Song Jiming is also an experienced scenic area manager. Over the years, Songhu Park has always been among the top 3 attractions in Yongin City, and he was a powerful figure not to be offended. If President Song is worried, we will all look into it, including the details of that person in charge. We will investigate thoroughly. With the upcoming holiday, we will arrange everything properly. Our Songhu Park will still be the top choice for tourists. Compared to that small scenic spot, our main competitor is Hongya Mountain Scenic Area. I heard they are planning a new event, specially prepared for visitors. They quietly discussed plans for the next 2 weeks. On the other side, Zhao Meng also changed his usual behavior. He sat in his remote office and gathered all his staff and workers. Brothers, listen up. I have something to say. He threw off his leather jacket and found a government-style jacket, finally looking a bit more proper. After our last trip to Wanyuan Mountain, you all heard about it. I've made a deal with the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain, a strategic partnership. From now on, their scenic area is our exclusive partner. Memorize these materials. Absolutely no mistakes. This time, we're not working alone. We not only represent the image of Shan Meng, but also Wanyuan Mountain. If anyone acts stubbornly with tourists again, I will really have to take action. The brothers, hands behind their backs, looked down with cold backs. The last time Brother Meng mentioned taking action was when their travel agency was just starting. It seems he's serious this time. Everyone responded loudly, each taking a copy of the materials to memorize. Yongin City isn't a famous tourist city, so during the week, most travel agencies had little work. This gave Zhao Meng a chance to train his staff thoroughly. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, inside Qingshan County, in a dilapidated old building, members of the Golden Sun dance troupe, rarely free from work, sat on the dance floor with serious expressions. So, what do you all think? Jin Na, with smooth, shiny hair, spoke seriously. I think there's potential. I believe the future is better than we imagined. Najia, it's been years since we performed in front of so many people. I think Boss Xiao Su still has potential. As soon as she finished, everyone looked at her all at once. Jin Na's eyes lit up too. You think so too? Everyone smiled. It seemed Najia also shared that thought. Exactly. Boss Xiao Su probably had ideas for this show long ago, and everyone heard it too. The current performance isn't the final version. They'll add more content based on the number of tourists. That means, as long as we can learn and dance, we can get more training. Audience. Actually, they are secondary. What I care more about is the platform and performance pieces that Mr. Su can provide us. Just so you know, how rare a good performance piece is nowadays. Honestly, I just now started to understand what the Nuwa dance really means. The more I watch, the more interesting it gets, and the more it gives me goosebumps. Jin Na's eyes show ambition and desire. I've been leading my dance troupe for nearly 20 years. I hope that while I can still dance, my troupe can try to reach a higher stage and be enjoyed by more people. And this time, it's a great opportunity. Everyone listens to her, their eyes excited. Since that's the case, let's not worry about the pay so much. Let's dance more and better, so more tourists can come to Manhwa Village. Manhwa Village can stand out in Yongin City and even across the province. By then, we won't just be a small dance troupe. We will become Manhwa Village's top performance team. Jin Na's words inspire all the dancers, and everyone eagerly swallows their saliva. All right, Sister Na, what should we do next? In just one weekend, Manhwa Village caught the attention of many people. The online promotion really worked. Even during the week, dozens of people visited the scenic area. These visitors, Tian Tian and Fong Gue, can handle it easily. All the props are repaired, and Su Jing finally has some time to relax. Phew, that feels good. He just lay on the bed, ready for a comfortable nap. But before he could close his eyes, the bedroom door was suddenly slammed open. Brother Jing, I've finished the initial plan for managing the scenic area. Su Jing looked at the clock. It's 3:15 p.m. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Tsung was stunned. S-City has never had a noon break. Oh, that darn work ethic. Starting today, we do. Jiang Tsung rolled his eyes and pulled Su Jing up from the bed. Why are you sleeping? You're the boss. Your time is money. Let's finalize the plan quickly so I can start implementing it. Su Jing wanted to cry, but had no tears. His rare afternoon rest was just ruined by this workaholic. Jiang Tsung didn't keep him waiting long. He quickly opened his computer and displayed the PowerPoint presentation in front of him. Mr. Su, he said seriously, no longer joking with Su Jing. His aura as an outstanding graduate and provincial competition gold medalist appeared. After discussing with the staff, I have summarized the current situation of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Here is the initial plan. He clicked the mouse, and a table appeared immediately. Currently, only one attraction, Manhwa Village, is open in Wanyuan Mountain. So, we will focus on this site. It includes transportation, supporting services, photo spots, and staff arrangements. Although management studies are a broad field, financial management and tourism management are quite different. In recent days, Jiang Tsung stayed up many nights to quickly change his thinking, but now it seems he was right to do so, despite the dark circles under his eyes. According to data from Zhao University, our online and offline operations have earned a total profit of 28,800 yuan after deducting basic operating costs. First, we need to improve transportation. Uncle Shue's boat is too small, with a capacity of about 15 people per trip. With such a large flow of visitors, relying on just Uncle Shui alone is not enough. My suggestion is to add a small boat. Uncle Shue's image has a special promotional value, so we can keep the same style for the other boats' captain, running them at different times to avoid crowding. Both boats should have engines to reduce the need for many staff. After finishing, Jiang Tsung continued to click to the next slide. For supporting services, we are most lacking. Let's not talk about guide signs, toilets, or trash bins for now. The most urgent needs are fire safety equipment and medical emergency facilities. Jiang Tsung looked serious. I checked Manhwa Village and our other areas. These facilities are almost non-existent. If someone reports this, we will definitely get into trouble. So, we need to add these first. Su Jing's posture changed from relaxed to very serious. The legal novice broke out in a cold sweat. Next, regarding service facilities, I suggest building 4 public toilets, 1 souvenir shop for convenience stores, and several restaurants or specialty product shops. Since only Manhwa Village is open now, I also recommend setting up an emergency center there, along with fire safety measures. After Jiang Tsung took on the management tasks, he didn't pay much attention to flashy decorations or fancy features. Perhaps because I have stayed in City S for a long time and have experienced many problems, I pay more attention to hidden dangers. For issues that might arise in the future, it's best to fix them as soon as possible. As for the staff at the scenic spot, I also heard that you used housing as part of their pay and hired quite a few people. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Tsung approved of his actions. Given the current situation of the scenic spot, this is the best solution. But since that's the case, we need to let them start working quickly. They can try running the convenience store and restaurant services now. If they aren't skilled enough, we can provide the space and let them work part-time during the day. Visitors may not spend money, but we must have places for them to visit. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit troubled. And about your restroom. It's really hard to look at. Online reviews from visitors who bought tickets show that there aren't many bad or negative comments. But most complain about the restrooms or transportation. Some say they can't find a restroom or that the toilets are too dirty and small, making it hard to go. Others are upset about long lines for the boat rides. Although these seem small, they greatly affect the visitor experience. Regarding the attractions, we currently only have two activities: searching for the ritual and invoking the spirit. I want to know if you have plans to develop other attractions in the future. Finally, about promotion and management, besides a ticket system on adult websites, we have no official accounts on other platforms. We need people for this. Su Jing looked carefully at Jiang Tsung's form, reading it slowly. No wonder he's a professional. Although it's a bit of a stretch for Jiang Tsung to switch industries. But he did very well, even thinking from the visitor's perspective to ask many detailed questions. I think it's good. How much would it cost to do these things? He still has 30,000 yuan in emergency funds, plus over 20,000 yuan earned by the scenic spot in recent days, so he doesn't have much money left to spend. It won't all start at once. Jiang Tsung planned ahead. First, we fix safety issues, then transportation and basic services. Su Jing's mind moved. Basic services. You don't need to worry about that now. You should focus on fire safety and transportation first. Jiang Tsung happily left with the appointment letter, ready to quickly recruit talented people. Meanwhile, Su Jing sat back at his desk. These past few days, he had been busy with many tasks and hadn't had a chance to check the system data updates. As soon as he opened the system, a loud electronic sound rang in his mind. Congratulations. Your reputation points have exceeded 10,000. You have earned a lucky spin. He looked at the date. What the heck? The personal attributes page popped up suddenly. Host, Su Jing. Male, physical fitness. B- scenic area achievements. None scenic area reputation. 12,801 number of positive reviews. 895 backpack. Not opened, yet number of draws. 1 comment. Looks like you've tasted success with the scenic area, but making a good scenic area isn't easy. Keep working hard. Wow, I've made a fortune. From Saturday the 13th to today the 17th, a total of 4 days. The Wanyuan Mountain 2A scenic area gained over 10,000 reputation points. Su Jing was stunned. How could it be so fast? He knew many people liked his posts online, but he didn't expect so many. 4 days, 10,000 points. And there are 2 more weekends before the holiday break. If everything goes smoothly, he can easily gather enough reputation points to transform the entire mountain. If he can finish building the new scenic area before the Labor Day holiday and get Jiang Tsung to promote the brand new Wanyuan Mountain, they might attract a small wave of visitors during the break. As long as they can handle it. Then, paying off his 2 million debt might actually be possible. His future isn't just a dream. Su Jing clicked on the scenic area attributes again. In a splash of ink landscape painting, the large and small but mountain was shining brightly. Left mountain peak. Untitled, progress, 25%. Currently, the mountain base on the map is lit up, but the rest is still gray. Su Jing thought for a moment and clicked to rename. Left mountain peak. Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 30%. The page updated, and Su Jing couldn't help but laugh and cry. So, changing the name could actually increase the completion percentage, but none of that mattered. He had long been thinking about developing and building this mountain. He was just waiting for his reputation points to reach the required level so he could start the renovation. However, he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Su Jing felt incredibly powerful right now. System, I want to start the renovation. Please select the renovation area and direction. The electronic voice had been waiting for a while and responded almost immediately after he finished speaking. He already had ideas in mind. He clicked on the map and moved to the icon 4, Sacred Spirit Mountain Range. Upgrade the area, starting with the foothills. Let's make it AC level. Upgrading the entire mountain would cost about 30,000 to 50,000 reputation points, but that would take too long. He could only choose to upgrade part of the area first. Quickly deciding on the design and inspiration, the system's cold electronic voice sounded again. Selected the foothills of Sacred Spirit Mountain Range for sea-level upgrade. Cost, 10,000 reputation points. Duration, 48 hours. Please wait patiently for the upgrade to complete. 2 days? Su Jing was happy. That meant he could finish the upgrade before next weekend. If the results were good, maybe he could open it for visitors then? He nodded with satisfaction and then turned to open the system shop. Another loud sound. Detected host needs. Due to the large scope of renovation, the shop page is being adjusted. Please wait 10 minutes. Needs? Su Jing quickly understood. Earlier, he mentioned infrastructure improvements to Jiang Kong. The system probably thought it was too troublesome and directly added those options to the shop for him to choose. How thoughtful. So considerate. The shop adjustment finished quickly. Su Jing reopened the page. Next to skills, items, culture, a new section appeared, buildings. All items in the building list could be exchanged using reputation points. Su Jing scrolled through and clicked, muttering. These prices aren't cheap. Standardized toilets cost 2,000 each, standardized first aid centers 3,000 each, guide signs 50 each, ticket booths 1,500 each. There were also more expensive buildings. For example, the Visitor Management Center cost a full 5,000 reputation points, and it was just a standard version. With this reputation value, it's not worth exchanging for the souvenir shop, which also costs 5,000, but the special note above makes Su Jing's eyes light up. Souvenir shop. The shop consolidates all IP attributes in this area to produce goods. One item per one reputation point. System. Is the item production random, or how does it work? The electronic voice responds immediately. You select the type of IP and the quantity, and the system will automatically produce the items. The system's output quality and style are not something the host needs to worry about. Wow. That means, essentially, this batch of goods is bought with reputation points and sold for money, with the system making a profit in the middle without any cost. Huge profit. Although the required reputation points are high, the shop also notes that if there are building carriers, the price can be discounted by 20%. In other words, if he fills all these buildings into the existing houses of Manhwa village, he won't need to spend so many reputation points. Su Jing looked at the toilet and souvenir shop, feeling a bit stuck. But he didn't hesitate for long. Compared to that, the toilet is more important. He still needs a lot of reputation points for other things. The Holy Spirit Mountain hasn't finished its renovation, and the Great Sage's tribe is still waiting on the hillside for him to feed them. He can't just eat and do nothing. He must finish the renovation quickly. Grinding his teeth and stomping his foot, he spent another 1,600 reputation points on the toilet, choosing a location and pretending to have Feng Gui and his people block off that area. Please do not approach during construction. Fortunately, the system can regulate the renovation to make it reasonable. Otherwise, with Manhwa village full of people, he really wouldn't know how to explain the sudden appearance of a fully renovated toilet overnight. After finishing the toilet, his reputation points are almost zero, but luckily, a promotional video from Dole helps, and his reputation still slowly increases. Su Jing looked around the mall's props and skill items, finally resisting the urge to draw a lottery. It's too early to exchange now. He will wait until the Holy Spirit Mountain's renovation is complete. He must spend his money wisely. The cheerful sound of construction echoed again within Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. In the morning, Su Jing followed Jiang Tsong as he launched the newly acquired fishing boat into the water, allowing the newly hired boatman to try handling it. Then, they went together to Area D of Manhwa Village. Mr. Su, I've temporarily designated one of the houses in Area D as the Visitor Management Center. The emergency rescue station is right next door. I've already bought the basic fire safety and first aid equipment. Along the way, Jiang Tsong explained his work clearly and steadily. Jiang Tsong was very efficient. In just 2 days, he had completed many tasks. I actually interviewed a few employees, he sighed lightly. In a small town, it's hard to find good talent. I looked at some resumes, but their skills aren't good enough. Su Jing thought for a moment. Ask Kaizi. He has many contacts. The Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe and Brother Feng Gui were all recommended by Wang Kai. If you need skilled workers, ask him if he knows anyone. Jiang Tsong nodded with a faint smile and agreed. Connections? It's tough. He needs experienced medical staff, people familiar with various software and experienced in operations. And now with so many employees at the scenic area, he also needs a professional HR officer and legal staff. But the biggest problem isn't just the lack of talent. They also don't have enough money. 2 boats, one new and one used. Though they bought the used one secondhand, they had almost spent all their money. It's okay. Take it slow. Su Jing patted his shoulder and took a walk around Manhwa village. Although Jiang Tsong had only been in charge for less than a week, it seemed all the staff already knew him. Big Sister Lu Yun, can I have a piece of the rice cake? He stood by the cobblestone path, watching Lu Yun, who was wearing disposable gloves and using tongs to serve food. give Jiang Tsong a satisfied look. Food safety. This young man is carefree but very attentive. Employees interested in working in food service. I organized their health checkups yesterday. I'll get the food safety certificates as soon as possible. After walking around all morning, it was almost afternoon when Su Jing was strolling and nearly bumped into some visitors who had just arrived. He quickly hid. All done with the inspection. You can go back to your work. I'm going to check out the mountains. Su Jing waved Jiang Tsong away and quickly took a different path, heading straight into the mountains. The electronic voice in my mind just sounded again. Holy Spirit Mountain Range. Base area renovation complete. Please check in, host. It's done. Taking advantage of the bright midday sunlight, Su Jing quickly moved forward. He passed through the mountain trail, and the lively life of Manhwa village gradually faded away. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows that swayed gently, feeling very cool. The previous overgrown dirt path had disappeared, replaced by a smooth blue stone brick road. The walkway was nearly 3 meters wide, making it very comfortable to walk. The trees on both sides, under system optimization, guided visitors forward in an orderly way. As Su Jing walked, he recorded notes in his small notebook. From now on, he needed to prepare everything for the new scenic spots. The sea level renovation was just the basic upgrade. There were no streetlights, railings, or small decorations. But that was okay. The faint sound of flowing water could be heard, and Su Jing quickened his pace. The main focus of this renovation was ahead. Crack. The sound of leaves being crushed underfoot echoed as the stone brick path descended 2 steps and disappeared. Ahead, it was suddenly open and clear. Wow! Su Jing froze in place, feeling a burst of surprise at the newly refreshed small pond in front of him. He hurried over. The old, decayed wooden bridge now lay across the pond in a brand new look. It was covered with carved patterns and delicate hollow designs. The once simple oval pond had nearly doubled in size, with graceful curves. Green grass and blue stones lined the banks, and tiny lotus flowers trembled in the water. Several dragonflies flew around, attracted from nowhere. Hey, boss, did you also put fish in here? Su Jing looked down from the bridge and chuckled. The startled red carp group dispersed, looking like spilled red ink. Very beautiful. The scenic spot requirements will be met as much as possible by the system. The system coolly reminded. But the koi generated by the system are just scene props. They cannot be damaged or taken away. Even if visitors feed them, it's only an illusion created by the system. Trash falling into the pond will be automatically cleaned up. That's great. Su Jing was even more satisfied. If people throw money in, can it not be cleaned? Only an illusion will remain. Su Jing put away his smile. What a cheapskate. Let him earn some money. What's wrong with that? The clear pond reflected the stones and algae at the bottom like a painting. Su Jing quietly admired it for a while. He crossed the bridge and reached the stone path he had been looking forward to. This path is built over the water, made of connected blue stones that look similar. On the left, lotus leaves swayed gently, and on the right, there is a water-arched stone wall with droplets dripping down. He carefully walked along the stone path, constantly curious about the red carp that often came close to the edge. Turning a corner, a thin curtain of water droplets slid down, revealing a rounded mountain cave behind. Inside, a large water drop-shaped stone stood upright, with the ground and water pool level with each other. Su Jing looked at it for a few moments, then surprisingly took off his shoes and stepped into the shallow water, walking into the small cave. He had imagined this place before. Since it's the sacred spirit mountain range and the bright moon village invited dragon children, why couldn't there be a carp spirit in the carp pond? But finding such a creature was not easy, and he hadn't thought of where to hire one yet. Staying by the pond every day, the dampness might cause him to catch a cold or rheumatism, and he'd have to report a work injury for his staff. It would be great to have a useful helper tool. Suddenly, Su Jing's eyes lit up. He quickly reached into his coat pocket and pulled out an object. Helper tool can change shape and function based on the user's wishes with basic intelligence. Note: only usable within the scene, one-time item, cannot be damaged, becomes invalid once recovered. It was a simple, faceless doll he had carried with him ever since he got it from a lottery. He was afraid he might need it someday. And today, no matter how he looked at it, he felt this thing was made for this moment. Use the tool. As he thought, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Use the tool in this scene. Helper tool cannot be recovered after use. Su Jing clenched his fists around the soft doll, gritting his teeth. Confirm. Ding. A crisp sound echoed in his mind, and then a humanoid figure appeared along with an electronic voice on the ink brush style interface in his mind. Scene selected, Carp Pond. Based on the user's idea, the system provides a suitable appearance. Please make minor adjustments later. Su Jing stared at the figure in his mind, stunned. Ma Chao. The system is really powerful. Like a character from a card game animation, the short-haired girl with silver-red fishtail floats in the air. Her eyes are playful and lively, and every smile and frown seem to come straight from a painting. Make this part a bit bigger. Not the moon. Who's thinking about that? Make this part thinner. Not the waist. Don't think about it. Make this part longer. Whatever you think is fine. Su Jing sweats profusely, adjusting for a long time until he finally finishes his. Oh no. He means the most suitable design for this scene. It has nothing to do with his personal taste. System. About this fishtail. He finally looks at the girl's large, fancy fishtail, feeling a bit unsure. Can I change the setting? Switch between legs and fishtail depending on the scene or situation. Otherwise, if I leave it outside for a couple of days, they'll take it away for dissection. You are the tool person. Set it yourself. Just don't make it too crazy. Anyway, it can't leave the scene. Su Jing nods, then carefully completes his final creative touch. The interface in his mind disappears like bubbles. He feels dazed and drifts back to the scene of the shaded trees and the clear pond with green algae, where a fish pond is. In front of the cave's stone wall, a charming girl is already sitting there, smiling sweetly. Hey human, when Su Jing comes down from the mountain, it's almost evening. Tian just finished putting away her earrings and was about to go to the square with Wang Hao and others to enjoy the barbecue prepared by Brother Fong. Suddenly, she sees her boss walking out with a faint, silly smile on his face. Oil, what did Brother Jing go to do? After some time of getting along, the Qingyun acrobatics troupe and the original staff have become much closer. The carefree Tian has even made several young men in Qingyun start to develop feelings. Wang Hao scratches his head and hides the small straw chicken he got from Uncle Tu behind his back. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Su went to check out a new scenic spot? Shan has been mentioning it many times. Now everyone has accepted that the next development site is the mountain behind them. But Su Jing has set a rule. Unless he permits it, no one is allowed to enter freely. So, although everyone is curious, no one has actually gone inside. Tian chuckled softly. Is Brother Jing hiding a treasure inside? Fong Li heard their teasing from afar and couldn't help but laugh and scold them. Hide what treasure? Kids just talk nonsense. He looked up at the dark, distant mountains and muttered. Hiding a bunch of monkeys would be more like it. Dad, monkeys? Where are the monkeys? A small, restless head peeked out from behind Fong Li. Her big eyes looked a little sick, but it didn't affect her innocence and cuteness. There are monkeys. Dad will take you to see them soon. After finishing work, the residents of Manhwa village sometimes gather for meals. Sometimes they meet at someone's house, and other times they gather at the square for fun. Su Jing didn't know what they were teasing about. He just sat on a boat heading home. Jiang Tsung was already waiting for him at home. How was the investigation? Su Jing plopped onto the bed with a laugh. Really tiring? What do you mean tiring? Just tired? Jiang Tsung, the subway boss, frowned. How much did you drink? You even started speaking with a northeastern accent. Ha. Su Jing finally snapped out of it, feeling a bit more energetic. How is our promotion going? Jiang Tsung shrugged. Normal. But the Mountain area sent word that they can bring groups over in the next couple of days. Looks like last time's effort paid off. Su Jing nodded. The carp pond was actually already finished, but the sacred mountain only had this one spot for now. Opening it so quickly was a bit rushed. Then let's keep things the same. This week, no changes. They would keep last week's activities the same. If they could gather enough reputation this week, next week he might launch more scenic spots at once, making a big splash. Songzi, tell the people below that for the upcoming festival collection event, the top 10 visitors who donate the most on that day will receive a special entry ticket. Entry ticket? Jiang Tsung's eyes lit up. Could it be the sacred mountain? Not quite that exaggerated, but close enough. Su Jing decided to keep him guessing. He chuckled and went asleep. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I expect there will be many visitors. They need to rest well so they can take good care of the ancestors. The two of them went to sleep early, unaware that the excitement about Wanyuan Mountain and Bright Moon Village had finally started to stir after a week of buzz. Noon, been waiting so long. Finally on holiday. Let's go to Wanyuan Mountain tomorrow. Confident man. Who would believe it? I just checked the ratings, and in less than a week, it's already 3.5 stars. Safe and sound. I've made plans with my crush. Where should we go for photos tomorrow? Great poet. I wonder if the poet sage will release new poems this week. Our club has been crazy about those 2 poems all week. Sunset doesn't go home. The rumors are getting more mysterious. A 2A scenic spot is mostly just pretty buildings and average shows. They only talk about the good parts, never the bad. Have you ever seen the worst toilets in the world? Once you see them, you won't want to go again. I will criticize everyone fairly. The parking lot is the worst. It's like a graveyard, uneven roads, and no streetlights at night. Everyone has to walk in the dark with flashlights to get to their cars. Black stockings tank. The county town's conditions are what they are. If they fix up the place, that's enough. Why expect more for just 30 yuan? Gambling addict. Haha, you all go if you want, but I definitely won't join in the fun. 3+1. Are you going or not? Who asked you? Little cutie, yay? It's the pharaoh. We're saved. Lazy donkey Edemo. There are no signs of overwhelming praise online, but despite many negative reviews, the place's incredible fireworks shows and engaging NPC interactions make it irresistible. That's what visitors really want to experience. Not to mention, some visitors who have already been there are buying tickets again to explore the NPCs more thoroughly. First, it satisfies the collector's urge. Second, everyone wants to see what the divine blessing looks like. Those who have participated say it's amazing, so dazzling that it has everyone excited. Starting from 11 a.m. on Saturday, when the park opens, Zhao Dashue begins her work mode. Brother Jing, there are quite a few visitors. Get the staff inside ready. Su Jing received a message from Zhao Dashue over the walkie-talkie. Just as he was about to update everyone, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Kai, it's unusual to get a call at this time. Su Jing immediately answered. On the other end, he could hear heavy breathing, but also excitement and happiness in the voice. Big news. Wang Kai was trying to lower his voice. My buddy's cousin's colleague's son's friend. Rumor has it that today, the secretary of the Yong'an Cultural and Tourism Bureau secretly came to check out our place. Su Jing was shocked. Is that true? Most likely. Wang Kai was really excited. That's the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Having this secret visit means Wanyuan Mountain is already well known at higher levels. If they perform well this time, it could be a great chance to get noticed. The Bureau could easily help promote them, and Wanyuan Mountain would become famous. So what do you think? Should I come over and keep an eye on things? We can secretly follow them and try to give them the best experience. No need. Su Jing thought for a moment and declined. If they are on a secret visit, let them explore on their own. He was confident in his attractions and performances. Just show them the most authentic Manhwa village. If they like it, they will naturally promote it. Does the Cultural and Tourism Bureau lack targets? Of course not. If the local tourism is good, they look good too. Higher authorities will reward them, and their status can improve further. As long as they have real skills and good content, he wasn't worried about less publicity. Let's get to work. Shaoli, the roads in Qingshan County are still quite natural and untouched. Shaoli was driving, feeling the bumps from the road. Well, he was probably annoyed that the road was so bad. But there's nothing he can do. The county didn't have many resources. It's good enough that they have a road to get here. Haha, secretary. I heard the scenic area is also very natural. You might want to change into comfortable shoes before exploring, so it's easier and more enjoyable. Okay. Xinzhuang looked at the passing scenery outside the car window. He rolled down the window, and the fresh scent of the woods wafted in, making him feel relaxed after being cooped up in the city. Sometimes, it's good to get out and explore. But this relaxed mood didn't last long. The two of them sat on a boat drifting downstream. When they stopped in front of the large Bright Moon village, they no longer felt like just taking a casual walk today. Is this wooden village real? These stone roads look quite old. He was wearing an official jacket and casual suit pants, with his hair neatly combed. But after touching and looking at everything, he no longer looked like a typical tourist. TSK. Little Lee, take a photo of me again, Xinzhuang muttered as he walked. Could this scenic spot really have an ancient village? It looks so authentic. He took a few more photos. Maybe we should ask the cultural center people to come see it someday. Hey, young man wants some sticky rice cake? A kind voice interrupted his thoughts. An elderly hand offered a white sticky rice cake to Xinzhuang, but Little Li quickly stopped him. Auntie, we don't eat. It's okay, she said kindly. Xinzhuang looked around curiously, then smiled warmly, took the cake, and took a bite. Little Li frowned worriedly beside him. As the secretary's assistant, he knew he shouldn't let the secretary eat outside casually. Hey, Xinzhuang's eyes lit up. Little Li, you should try some too. This sticky rice cake is really good. It tastes just like what I ate when I was a kid. Little Li was doubtful, but the old lady immediately handed him a new piece. They stood there smiling happily, their mouths sticky, ready to leave satisfied. The elderly hand stopped them. The old lady looked at them with disbelief. 6 yuan, she clapped her hands on the sign beside her. You two aren't planning to eat for free, are you? The secretary and his assistant, almost having eaten for free, quickly paid the money. Xinzhuang's face felt a little hot, but after walking away for a while, he had no time to think about free meals. A series of tasks kept sparking his interest. He finally remembered that he was actually just a big guy under 50 years old. With a serious yet excited face, Xinzhuang pulled his secretary around to do tasks, holding more and more reeds in his arms. Years of work experience made him thoughtful and observant, helping him stay ahead on the path to completing his sacrifices. Until that night, Su Jing was surprised during the offering ceremony. How did Uncle get so many things? Wang Kai had already sent the photos of Xinzhuang in the afternoon, but when Su Jing saw him at the ceremony, he almost didn't recognize him. Sir, you've collected many offerings. Although it looked like a script, Su Jing didn't want to give the title of first place to Xinzhuang. But Xinzhuang truly was the first. Su Jing already thought that if they met again in the future, with this person's mindset, he would probably overthink again. However, the facts were clear. He had invited Xinzhuang into the fire circle and then brought him out with a look of excitement, finally relaxing and continuing the ceremony. All the visitors watched excitedly until the fire spark ritual was over. Then Su Jing reappeared, but this time, he didn't immediately announce the end. During the offering ceremony just now, I might have given some guests a special item. Suddenly, someone stood up excitedly, waving a glowing bracelet. It was me. Me too. I also got one. I'm here. In the dark crowd of visitors, more people stood up one after another. Now, please these guests come forward. Su Jing smiled warmly, and his voice was broadcast through the speakers to everyone. Thanks to all of you. Our prayer ceremony has finally completed its first small stage. The mist on the sacred mountain has cleared a lot. Our brave explorers found a small path and open part of the area. To thank the guests who helped at Manhwa village, we prepared 10 spots to invite these representatives to join us next weekend. Enter the sacred mountain. The visitors dispersed. On the way back on the boat, Xinzhuang heard excited discussions among the tourists. Besides talking about today's activities and performances, the most discussed topic was the opening of the sacred mountain next week. Wow, so soon. Damn, I feel like I need to come every week for the next few weeks. Exactly. There's a new event every week. If I don't come, I'll fall behind on progress. 2 boys looked sad, but the saddest was the chubby kid behind them. Zhu Zhu has been coming for 3 weeks in a row, but he still can't make it into the top 10. He really wants to go. It's his first time entering the sacred mountain. He wants to get the latest news firsthand. Now, more than 800 people are paying attention to him because of the Bright Moon Village. If he can find out the latest news about the sacred mountain, next week's traffic will be his. A few college students on the boat are excitedly talking. Wow, you're so good at finding things. If I had known, I would have gone with you. Gee, how many did you get? 14 offerings. How did you find so many? The girl who found 14 offerings looks a bit shy. She tucks her hair and whispers, I just stumbled upon it. An NPC gave out 2 different quests. Maybe everyone thought one person wouldn't get 2 quests, so I took the chance. What? Zhu quickly stands up, almost tipping the boat over. Uncle Shui, who is rowing the boat, points at Zhu feet, making him realize what happened. Sorry, Saint Sure. Did you say one NPC gave out 2 quests? He looks at the girl nodding across from him, feeling like he's discovered something new. This is important news. But this isn't his main goal. Zhu Shou glances at the woven round piece in her hand, his eyes smiling so much they almost disappear. Miss, do you want to sell that qualification? Huh? The girl is confused. I won't ask for it for free. I'll give you 100. Is that okay? Wow? Can it be like this? As soon as he finishes speaking, the people nearby can't sit still. Who doesn't have 100 yuan? This is a rare chance to be among the first to enter the new scene. It's like a VIP ticket. I'll pay 200. 300. Zhu Shou's words get tangled. 500. Deal. The girl doesn't want to inflate the price, and others hesitate. Since Zhu Shou was the first to ask, she agrees immediately. She was originally here with her classmates, and next week she doesn't want to come all the way to Wanyuan Mountain just for a ticket. Seizing this opportunity to make a quick profit, just right. They immediately completed the deal, while Xin Zhuang and Xiaoli sat nearby, wide-eyed. Are we witnessing an auction right now? Xiaoli smiled but didn't say anything. From what I saw today, this scenic area really deserves the recent popularity. Not to mention Secretary Shun. Even someone as scheming as him looked a bit excited today. He glanced at the round object that Zhu Shou kept looking at repeatedly, then at the same item in Secretary Shun's hand. Secretary, he whispered, maybe we should also sell this thing? After all, you holding it also. Sell it? Xin Zhuang turned his head, eyes full of eagerness. Why sell? I'm going there next week. His tone carried a faint excitement. If that damn sacred mountain really lives up to the hype, just get special approval. Report my name. Promote it well before the holiday. After a week of preparation, the weekend holiday at Wanyuan Mountain once again attracted a large number of visitors. In just 2 days, nearly 800 tourists visited Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, reversing the fate of the oppressed. Su Jing smiled happily, eyes shining with joy as he looked at his growing wallet. But what made him even happier was the crowd that saw the process of distributing the visiting tickets. They helped Su Jing build momentum, making netizens who follow Wanyuan Mountain aware of this explosive news again. 1 week later, Manhwa Village opens Sacred Mountain. Who got the early access? A post went viral and even topped the local trending list. Now, it didn't matter if people were interested or not. They all saw this strange post. Turtle's black head. I don't understand. What is Sacred Mountain? Playing games as a dog. Is it a new game? I don't know about it. Addicted to study. Is it fun? Does anyone know? Local landlord. Country bumpkin. Clearly a shut-in. Don't know about Wanyuan Mountain? The hottest scenic spot in Yong'an City lately. Shut in 001. Magical Girl Snape. Upstairs, Wanyuan Mountain is a new scenic spot in Yong'an City. They say it's a very fun place, and a new area is opening soon. Everyone is curious. If you're not sure, search for the Manhwa Village entry to learn more from start to finish. Investing is worth it. Lighting the lantern in the dark night. This is really worth it. Game fans should definitely try it. Tiny Mimi. A friendly tip. Manage your personal needs well, and try not to use the bathroom inside the scenic area. Don't ask why. Gara of the Storm. I just want to know if, during the middle of this week's visit, if the festival attendance reaches the target, can I get a priority ticket? Water Gara, wow. That's exactly what I was thinking. I plan to take a day off to go see. Explosive Gara. Bro, our boss is also watching the comments. Everyone was chatting wildly in the comments section, turning the scenic spot promotion into a game chat group. In 2 days, Mr. Guide only issued 20 visit tickets. Those who wanted to buy at a higher price did so. The most expensive ticket was reportedly bought by a rich kid for 2,000 yuan, but no one knows if that's true. But others started to panic. No way. It's almost May Day. I know you want to promote and build anticipation, playing mysterious. But you really only plan to let 20 people in? There are so many people eager to see it. If you don't let them in, there might be a riot. In front of the flickering screen, Zhu Shou smiled. Finally, it was his turn to appear. He clicked the upload button, and his latest video was immediately posted. In the video, a chubby guy was shaking a bamboo-woven round disc, faintly engraved with a crescent moon symbol. Brothers and sisters, look at this. Next week's Holy Mountain trip. I'll show you first. I'll post it as soon as I can. If you're interested, please give a triple like and subscribe. Looking forward to the Holy Mountain trip. Once the piggy hand video was posted, it quickly gained a lot of attention. The trend was set. It was gaining momentum. Meanwhile, the mountain adventure travel agency, often called a scam group or fraudulent travel agency, turned things around. It became the only travel agency on platforms like Douyin, Man, and Xiaohongshu that could offer discounted tours into Wanyuan Mountain. Although many people online were loudly exposing that the staff of this travel agency used to be thugs and scammers. But now, young people have very unusual ideas. Some even think it's safer that way. At least they don't have to worry about locals bullying their tour groups. Su Jing can only feel regret about this. Are people's expectations so low now? But joking aside, he solemnly told Zhao Meng, since they are using Wanyuan Mountain as their brand, there must be no fraud or forceful behavior. Of course, Zhao Meng agreed happily. Just joking. 2 days of good earnings convinced him that, at least for now, working with Wanyuan Mountain is a sure profit. As for the future, if Wanyuan Mountain can't keep going, it will fail. Then, whether they continue to cooperate will be up to Boss Su to decide. Zhao Meng happily continued posting group tour information. Meanwhile, the owners of the previously relaxed Dottie travel agency started to feel a bit nervous. President Song, maybe we should send someone to check. Song Jiming sat on the sofa, sipping red wine, and sneered. Waiting for you? The opportunity has already passed, he snorted coldly. I already arranged for people. If we go, we can't just watch. We need to record everything. This week, visitors to Songhu Park dropped by 20%. At first glance, it doesn't seem like much, but online buzz suggests most visitors have gone to Wanyuan Mountain. A newly renovated small scenic area dares to create such a big hype? They're not worried about tourists. Can't they handle it? The secretary beside him smiled. They plan to send a professional team this week. Since Wanyuan Mountain is opening quickly, there will definitely be many oversights. Once they find a loophole, they can shut it down for repairs. A shutdown would last about a week, covering the Labor Day holiday traffic. They won't even get a chance to enjoy a sip of water. Ahem. That was a bit rude. The secretary smiled warmly, deciding to personally oversee this matter. He wants to make sure the boss has a happy holiday. Happy bonuses. As for Su Jing, he was sitting with all his staff, discussing recent events. They definitely can issue more coupons. The one at Liu Pond, the more mysterious, the better. And as for the sacrificial ceremony, he has already fully delegated authority. The task of organizing the festival was assigned to Feng Gue and Tian Tian. They could plan whatever they wanted. Now, he was just letting them explore on their own, probably unable to find all the festival items. As for other matters, Uncle Shui had Uncle Chow, who managed the engine and shift work. The two worked well together and no longer complained about being tired. Su Jing sat quietly at the front, listening to Professor Zhao report the current revenue. By Wednesday, Wanyuan Mountain earned 68,858 yuan. Wow, that was fast. Jiang Tsong was amazed. He knew that a well-managed scenic spot could make money, but he didn't expect a small county park with a 30 yuan ticket to earn so much. But it still wasn't enough. He looked at Su Jing, and after Professor Zhao sat down, he stood up and spoke. Currently, we need an additional 12,000 yuan to cover expenses for fire safety, medical supplies, and equipment. We also need to hire more staff for medical, finance, and operations positions. The parking lot near the entrance also needs repairs, along with the entrance lights, trash bins, and other facilities. We still need about 35,000 yuan in the budget. Su Jing straightened his back, then leaned forward. All right. He blinked, then opened his eyes again. Still no money. When would he be able to save up that 1 million yuan? Dragging his tired body home, Su Jing closed the door and collapsed onto his bed. After resting for a while, he finally smiled. Jiang Tsong was also very tired today, so he didn't go home with him and stayed in Manhwa village. Now he finally had a chance to check out the system. Personal attributes. Host, Su Jing. Male, physical fitness. B- scenic spot achievements. None scenic spot reputation. 26,704 number of positive reviews. 1,712 backpack. None, 0 fifths. Lucky draws. 1 comment. Looks like you've tasted success with your scenic spot. But making it truly great isn't so easy. Keep working hard. Reputation exceeds 1,000 points. Backpack unlocked. Maya. He looked at his backpack entry and tentatively grabbed a chair. Retract. Backpack. Worn out chair 1/5. Wow. Portable space. He underestimated the system again. The system voice carried a hint of pride. Isn't this a basic feature of the system? Look at how inexperienced you are. It's really embarrassing for the host group. Su Jing couldn't be bothered to respond. Just joking. This was the most impressive feature he'd seen so far. Later, he could buy 2 AKs to carry in his backpack, and when debt collectors came knocking, he could just give them away. Ahem. He shook his head, dismissing these unrealistic thoughts. We are good citizens, 3 good young people. We must not do such things. He fiddled with the interface for a while until he got bored, then continued to check the scenic area details. In the ink painting, the pattern of the Sacred Spirit Mountain Range became brighter. Left peak, Sacred Spirit Mountain Range, progress 40%. Attractions, 1000-Year Bright Moon Village 1, Carp Pond 1. Attraction items, sensory amplifier, low level, 1. Activities, visiting 1000-Year Bright Moon Village, 2 stars. Official staff, Qingyun Acrobat Troupe, Lu Qingyun, Wang Hao. Tian, body strength A, skills, resilience, great power, loyalty 100%. Lu Yuan, body strength C, skills, friendly, loyalty 80%, residents of Bright Moon Village, Feng Gui, Sun Ming. Temporary staff, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, service facilities, standard toilet 1, pit toilet 1, visitor management office, temporary, first aid center, temporary. Evaluation. This mountain has been simply developed. The base is now somewhat sizable. Although the attractions are not yet perfect, there is great room for improvement. Keep up the good work. Progress 40%. Su Jing's eyes widened. Just 1 carp pond increased the progress by 10%. Too fast. He twitched wildly on the bed for a while, then gasped and sat up. When is the best time to do a lottery? System. Lottery. The colorful spinning wheel of fortune appeared before him. The wheel spun wildly, then slowly stopped. A burst of silver light exploded out. Item. Thunderstorm Magnetic Field. Advanced technology can be used when the attraction reaches 70% completion. What is this? Su Jing looked at the small lightning bolt lying quietly in his backpack. After confirming he couldn't use it, he pouted and directly opened the shop. Lightning demands that the scenic area reach 70% completion, but he knows the tricks of big discount apps like Pinduoduo. Although a fish pond helped him reach 40%, he realizes progress will get harder as he goes on. After 60%, the difficulty might double. He doesn't want to waste reputation points. How many toilets do we need? Su Jing keeps clicking wildly on the shop interface, feeling a strange excitement like an early shopping festival. He buys 3 standard toilets, 1 standard first aid station, and 20 standard guide signs. After discounts, it costs 8,200 points, leaving him with less than 20,000 reputation points. System, continue the upgrades. Please select the area to upgrade and set the upgrade plan. Su Jing moves the map and looks at the empty land covered with rocks, trees, and red flowers, which he had previously marked. He makes a decision. He closes his eyes and thinks for a moment, then speaks loudly. Let's do this area. The system detects the host design idea. After optimization, it combines the plan. This area will be upgraded to Butterfly Valley, Grade C, costing 12,000 reputation points, taking 48 hours. Note, the path between the Carp Pond and Butterfly Valley has not been upgraded. This may reduce the flow of visitors. It is recommended to upgrade the entire route. Su Jing frowns. He originally planned to save the remaining 8,000 points for souvenirs in the shop, but the system says this is also important. He thinks about the rough road on the mountain, worried that inexperienced hikers might get lost, not to mention the tourists who don't exercise much. Plus, he personally gave a visit ticket to the secretary from the tourism bureau. What if that old guy actually comes and causes trouble? They can't afford to take responsibility for that. Now let's do it. How much does it cost? Su Jing's voice is full of pain. The system's voice is excited. Not much, 6,500 points is enough. A flash of light appears. Su Jing and over 40 staff members see their hard-earned reputation points drop back to single digits. Only a sad number, 4, remains. Don't stop. He forces himself to open the shop again. People still give good reviews. The system's Grade C upgrade didn't improve the scene enough for Su Jing's needs. The experience at Manhwa Village could be improved further, and Liu Pond could add some interesting photo spots. He has over 1,700 positive reviews, which is enough for him to buy many things. Su Jing glanced at the items in the mall. Manhwa Village already has a sensory amplifier. He plans to exchange for that mysterious veil, but not at Manhwa Village. He wants to put it at Liu Pond. With the waterfall pool and good location at Liu Pond, he can buy some other items too. Purchase: Mysterious Veil 1, Fish Summoning Stone 1, Balance Stabilizer 1, Firefly Glow 1. But those items aren't very expensive. Su Jing looked down at the bottle in his hand. Fog Realm, intermediate fantasy item, an area covered by a formation stone inside the bottle, called the Fog Zone. Anyone entering will be trapped in the fog and lose their way. P.S. Effect lasts 3 hours per use. Only usable once a day, limited to within the scenic area. Damn, this system is really awesome. An intermediate fantasy item. But judging by the description, it's already quite mysterious and incredible. If there were no restrictions, he could take it outside. TSK. Su Jing feels this system must be a master descending system. Such a waste. Too much waste. The system, sensing Su Jing nearby, spoke up proactively. Should I leave? Haha, Su Jing smiled. Who's this handsome little system? Is it lacking reputation? I'll help you earn some. Don't get too excited. The system seemed disgusted and didn't respond for a while. Su Jing didn't bother to say more. He turned back to the row of items on the table and carefully stored them away. That should be enough. He couldn't buy more, as he only had 500 positive reviews left. He decided to save some for later use. It takes 500 positive reviews to buy a Fog Realm. If he weren't well off now, plus the fact that he planned to use it, someone as stingy as him definitely wouldn't buy it. After all, the Sacred Mountain really opens up behind the scene, and he still needs to improve many performances. Time passes. Even on weekdays, Wanyuan Mountain now sees nearly 100 visitors each day. Within less than a month, Su Jing transformed this long-abandoned mountain scenic area into one of Yong'an City's new popular attractions. If other new park owners could achieve this, they would probably be secretly happy. But Su Jing is burdened with a debt of 30 million yuan, so he can't smile. Everyone, thank you for your hard work during this time, he said, looking at the group of employees sitting in the middle of the square. There are men, women, young and old. The Qingyun Acrobat Troupe and the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe sit nearby, full of energy. In the middle are Feng Gui and some veteran employees like Tian Tian. With the upcoming Labor Day holiday, Wanyuan Mountain is still unstable, but it's very popular. At the same time, there will be jealous people and those who want to cause trouble. Jiang Tsung nodded nearby. This weekend is our last before the holiday, and it's also the first wave of visitors to Shangshan. Some people with bad intentions will definitely sneak in. Feng Gui, sitting in front of everyone, nodded seriously. Having been in the business world for a long time, he naturally knows some dirty tricks in commerce. The surveillance cameras are already purchased, and last night everyone installed them at the designated spots, Jiang Tsung continued. We also handled all the necessary permits. As long as everyone keeps watch, if anything unusual happens, contact me and Jiang Tsung immediately. We must ensure Manhwa Village stays safe. He looked at the employees. Since Shangshan is opening, none of you have been inside yet. I will lead a team to go in tomorrow, and there are 10 spots for others to join me. Who wants to go? Feng Gui raised his hand first. I have experience climbing the mountain, and I am strong. If any accidents happen to visitors, I can help maintain order. Tian Tian also raised her hand. I have a lot of strength and can help carry things if needed. Me too. I want to see it too. Mr. Su, can I bring Xiaoji? Everyone has been curious for a long time. Gina hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although Jin's son is not yet a formal employee of Wanyuan Mountain, we are all genuinely curious and excited. Can Mr. Su give us 3 spots? The dancers worked hard for 2 weeks, and everyone saw their effort. So when Gina asked for spots, no one objected. Soon, all 10 spots were booked, 8 adults and 2 children, including the former pickpocket Xiaoji and the dragon girl Miao Miao. That's settled then. Everyone get ready. Tomorrow, we head into the mountains. Wanyuan Mountain entered a peaceful, calm night. But on the other side, Yong'an City was not peaceful. President Song, our people are ready. Tomorrow, we will go to Wanyuan Mountain and try to find any weaknesses in the filming process. The secretary spoke respectfully. Also, if possible, we want to find a way into the Sacred Mountain. After all, if the mystery is revealed early, it won't be as exciting anymore. Song Jiming nodded, clasped his hands, and took a deep breath. After this investigation, I think I can finally meet that new young boss. Meanwhile, inside the City Hall building, at 9 p.m., the office lights were still on. Secretary, aren't you finished work yet? Xiaoli brought another cup of tea and glanced at Shun Zhuang's computer screen. Damn, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. This uncle was acting so serious. He thought he was reviewing work, but he was actually looking at travel guides for Wanyuan Mountain. Damn, he couldn't leave work yet. Tomorrow, he would put laxatives in the tea. Shun Zhuang sipped his hot tea and smiled as he opened a post titled Sacred Mountain Predictions again. He really couldn't sit still now because his mind was full of tomorrow's Sacred Mountain trip. There were 20 rare spots, and luckily, he got one. Wanyuan Mountain, Manhwa Village. It wasn't an ordinary scenic spot. Everything he saw was very new and interesting. He wondered if tomorrow's Sacred Mountain would be even more exciting. That's it. Tomorrow, you pack up, and we go together. Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then showed a happy smile. Can I go too? Yes, you come with me. I'll go inside, and you wait outside the Sacred Mountain. The secretary, who thought his boss had helped him get a priority ticket, smiled politely and nodded. You old fool, increasing the laxatives without raising the price. Just wait and see what you get to drink. Between the tall buildings of Yong'an City, the noise gradually faded away, until the first rays of sunrise fell, and all living things on the earth became lively again. A new day had begun. 20 tourists who received the Holy Mountain visit tickets all attended today. When I post this on social media, those people will definitely envy me. A young student enters the scenic area. Boom. An impressive off-road vehicle roars into a shabby parking lot, and a stylish, confident rich kid jumps out casually. He takes a quick photo and sends it to the group chat. Yangon's second-class nobility, Pippi Dad, the young master has arrived. I'm going to check it out. Hermit, you really went? We thought you were joking. Crazy dog. Fool, you're asking for trouble. Tonight, I'll be at Lando Club. Come have a drink. I'll call some girls to cheer you up if you're feeling down. Woo Sister 8. Call me some handsome guys too. Woo Sister 3. Okay. Zhou rolls his eyes and casually replies before heading into the scenic area. Pippi Dad. Sure, just 2 will do. He wasn't really interested. He was just bored and saw online that the tickets were selling for high prices, so he casually sent a message. He didn't expect the tickets to end up in his hands. Just joking. With his family's wealth, he's seen many beautiful places and goes abroad for vacations at least twice a year. He wouldn't bother with this small-town scenic spot if not for the comments encouraging him and his boredom. The rich kid lifts his long legs and quickly enters the scenic area. Next moment, Zhu Shou, riding a motorcycle, arrives at the entrance with a camera and a long gun. Small scenic spot. I brought my big camera. Just wait for me to go in. Zhu Shou fiddles with his camera. His phone's battery is full today, and he's determined to take the best shots. The chubby guy confidently sneaks into the park with expensive equipment. Soon after, a low-key black car stops at a distance. Shun Zhuang and Secretary Li both change into casual sportswear, bring portable water bottles, and prepare to explore the Holy Mountain. Of course, only Secretary Shin plans to explore. Secretary Li is just a bystander. Secretary, be careful when you go into the mountain. Contact me if anything happens. Li slips the walkie-talkie into Shun Zhuang's backpack. I will find a way to get in and see you, Shun Zhuang. Buddy, I'm here to visit, not to fight. Don't look so sad and serious. You make it seem like I'm going to die. All right, let's go. The two of them quickly disappeared inside the park entrance. After a while, a black van stopped at the graveyard. Oh, no, the parking lot. Several people quickly got out, put on masks, and orderly entered the park. Then, 2. By 2 p.m., all 20 early visitors had entered. Received. Su Jing put down his walkie-talkie and nodded to Jiang Tsung nearby. All 20 people are in, and Secretary Shun has arrived too. Jiang Tsung knew about Shun Zhuang, but like Su Jing, he thought it was best not to do anything special. Just treat everyone equally, whether it was the project facilities, the performances, or the carp fish pool. Jiang Tsung remembered the place Su Jing showed him yesterday. His eyes drifted for a second, and he swallowed hard. Such a high-level attraction exists. They Wanyuan Mountain are not afraid of any challenge. At 2:30 p.m., a clear male voice echoed around the square. Dear guests, good afternoon. As observed, the fog on Sacred Mountain has mostly cleared, making it the best time to go up the mountain. Guests who have permission to visit, please gather in front of the Huadiao Fountain in Area D of Manhwa Village within 30 minutes. Again, please gather at the fountain in Area D of Manhwa Village within 30 minutes. The villagers will escort you there. Other guests, please do not go on your own. Latecomers will not be accommodated. The broadcast ended, and all the tourists in the streets of Manhwa Village who had been listening suddenly started talking excitedly. Wow, they really went. Oh my gosh, I want to go too. What should we do? Should we sneak along and follow them? Good idea. The staff here aren't many, and the mountain is so big. If we sneak up, they won't be able to stop us. This suggestion immediately made the people around look excited. Someone hesitantly spoke. The guide said there's fog, and Sacred Mountain isn't open yet. It's not right for us to sneak in. We might even run into danger. Huh? Wow, this silly kid really believes it. Playing around is fine, but don't joke about science. The man giving advice had enough fun and stepped forward. It's just a gimmick, to tease us. I'll lead the way. Anyone who wants to come, follow me. Following the crowd effect, everyone quickly formed a small group and headed toward Area D with the leader. Is it really true? The boy behind whispered, hesitating for a moment. Then he also stepped forward. I still trust the guide. In a nearby alley, a masked man hurried back and told the boss the news. Entering the Sacred Mountain? That's a good opportunity. He pulled his mask tighter. Let's go? We'll follow too. If there's only one way to go, 20 minutes is enough for all visitors to reach the designated spot. Sure enough, after just 10 minutes, 20 early visitors had already arrived. Most people were empty-handed, since most had been here last week and had already done what they wanted. They weren't very interested in collecting the ceremonial offerings this time. Only the rich second-generation kid, Zhou Pe, was excited, holding a bunch of reed grass and standing out among the crowd. Have all the visitors arrived? Su Jing came out from behind the fountain, handing out red and gold cloth strips to everyone. This is the emblem of the Sacred Mountain and also proof of your identity. Please wear it carefully and don't lose it. He spoke loudly, pretending to be casual. The Sacred Mountain has only partially reopened, and it's still dangerous. Without the protection of our brave warriors, it's easy to get lost in the fog. Everyone, be careful and don't get separated. Zhou Pe wasn't very interested in these tricks. He touched his nose and muttered, Hurry up, there's not much time. Let's go in quickly. Xin Zhuang also signaled Xiao Li to wait here and then obediently put on the red and gold armband. As for Zhu Shou, he had been here many times and now firmly believed that the guide was definitely the mastermind behind the scenes. Trust him, no mistake. Besides, they had paid a lot of money and effort to get these early access tickets. No one wanted ordinary visitors to have the same rights as them. Rarity makes things valuable. 2,000 yuan is not spent in vain. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Su Jing waved his hand. The men, women, and children dressed in strange clothes immediately gathered around. Many of them were the NPCs they had just seen. Someone frowned and asked directly, Guide, isn't the person escorting us a brave warrior? Why are there children here? Miao Miao took off her costume. No one could tell she was the dragon girl, but her age couldn't be hidden. Su Jing looked calm. The brave warriors of Manhwa Village are not just those with great strength or a strong body. They are brave, fearless, and have a strong connection with the divine on the Sacred Mountain. People like that are favored more by the mountain forests and can help us clear the fog and go further. Sir, you're looking too shallow. The man awkwardly scratched his head. Wow, I just listened to your nonsense. Su Jing didn't bother explaining further and turned to leave. Everyone, follow me. Once he left, everyone started moving. They showed eager smiles and quickly followed, disappearing near the fountain. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, the secretary, stepped back into the shadows to rest and eat something. But before he could sit down, he heard a flurry of footsteps, and suddenly a group of people rushed out. Did they leave? The leading man looked excited. After checking that no one was around, he whispered back, Although we sneaked in, this is still a wild forest. It's safer to follow behind them. A girl behind him looked worried. Won't we be discovered? So what if we are? The law doesn't punish a crowd. Besides, we were lost. Do you think they want to do anything to us? Everyone nodded, thinking the man made sense. The leader, who enjoyed power and respect, was even more excited now. Follow me closely, keep your voices down, and speed up. No problem. Let's go. They cheered and talked loudly. Even though they tried to be quiet, their noise could be heard from far away. Xiaoli frowned. So far, he can see that the park staff are few, not to mention the security team. If these people really follow the secretary inside, the locals probably can't stop them. TSK. He frowns, feeling a bit annoyed. Small parks are small parks. He doesn't mind the lack of discipline, but if he accidentally bumps into the secretary, he might get in trouble. Maybe he should follow them. Just as Xiaoli is about to stand up, he sees a thin boy running from the end of the road. The boy looks worried and angry, but quickly catches up. What's going on? Xiaoli is confused. Before he can stand again, he sees a group of people in black clothes and masks, walking quickly, definitely not normal. If this were ancient times, they'd be stopped and searched repeatedly. What's inside that sacred mountain? Are there hidden dangers? Or maybe many hidden enemies? No way. The more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he feels, so he follows the masked group into the forest. Here is the foot of Sacred Mountain. Because of the perfect ceremony to invite the gods, we've recently opened a small path. Su Jing walks ahead, with tourists in the middle and villagers on the sides. A rich young man crosses his arms and rolls his eyes. He feels like this scene looks like guarding prisoners or exiles. Since it's a newly opened path, it might be a bit rough. Please watch your step, rough. Xinzhuang steps on the clean, wide bluestone road, looking confused. What is this person talking about? Isn't the road quite good? And they're being modest? But everyone quickly stops paying attention to the guide in front. The untouched mountain forest, just developed, retains the fresh scent of sunlight, rain, and earth. Trees on both sides are lush, vines hang high, and sunlight filters through the dappled leaves, shining on the ground, making the path look golden. It feels like they are truly heading into the mountains to face the gods. Uncle Fong. This place is so beautiful. Xiaoji hasn't been in the mountains for a long time. He looks around, holding Miao Miao's hand tightly, trying to remember the route and signs. He can't help it. Old habits die hard. Miao Miao is even happier. Since entering the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, she has had her own warm little bed. She no longer has to listen to the big brothers snoring, nor worry about the pointing and gossiping of visitors. She can help set up the stage or play the role of little dragon girl. She feels incredibly happy. Jinna, the lucky member of the dance troupe, quietly walks along the outskirts. She doesn't know what others are thinking, but in this peaceful mountain, she feels a hint of the essence of the masked dance that Xiao Su often talks about, communication with the divine, communicating with heaven and earth, praying to the gods, driving away disasters, and purifying the soul. This mountain truly deserves to be called a sacred mountain. Everyone has their own thoughts, and even Su Jing feels a sense of clarity in his mind again. This is the effect of the mystery veil prop. It increases the mysterious atmosphere by 20%. Although the increase isn't much, to first-time visitors, this place feels like a hidden paradise. But that's still not enough. The gentle sound of flowing water finally becomes faintly audible. Su Jing stops and smiles. We've passed the most dangerous part of the journey and are about to enter the first divine residence of the sacred mountain. He parts the hanging vines in front of him, revealing a large, clear pond. This is it, the carp pond. Zhu Shou, leading the charge, raises his long gun and camera and rushes forward. In the small camera view, a green forest and a clear pond appear before him. An ancient-style arched bridge stands over the pond, shining in the sunlight breaking through the trees, rippling with sparkling waves on the water. So beautiful. The wealthy second-generation young man, Zhou Pa, also walks out with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. For a moment, he no longer looks disdainful. This place's scenery is really quite good. If there was a resort nearby where he could relax and go fishing, his dad would probably be very willing to come. He follows the chubby kid ahead, while Xinzhuang behind him looks pleasantly surprised. Wow, this place. It really exceeded his expectations. Actually, there are many beautiful mountain and forest scenes, but most are just slightly beautified versions of the original. But this clear pond, just as it is already beautiful enough. If some human-made enhancements were added, he thinks it wouldn't be any worse than the most beautiful scenic area in the provincial capital. Everyone opened their mouths wide and crossed the vines to enter the koi fish pond area. Fong Gui and the others, who were escorting the brave warriors, forgot their roles at this moment. They looked around with wide eyes, as if they had never seen the world before. Ahem, Su Jing, who was in front, saw their uselessness and had to start explaining himself. Since all of you are guests on the sacred mountain, let me tell you about its history. That it is home to many gods who protect Manhwa village and the surrounding Holy Spirit Mountains. That's why this mountain has been our sacred place for generations. At the foot of the mountain is where the koi gods live. Hundreds of years ago, the koi fish pond was already here. To make it easier to offer gifts to the koi gods, we built these bridges. Zhoupa interrupted Su Jing directly. Mr. Guide, can koi fish become gods too? Snicker. Someone whispered a laugh from behind. Xiaoji immediately turned his head and glared, and the person quickly stopped. Ha. Su Jing looked serious and calm, as if he wasn't angry about the disrespect. In ancient times, there was a saying about fish leaping over the dragon gate. Dragons have spirits, so why can't koi fish have spirits too? He waved his sleeve and moved closer to the pond, inviting everyone to look down. The koi fish living here are the subjects of the koi gods. During the dark days before, the koi gods' followers almost all died out. It was only after we started holding divine invitation ceremonies in recent years that this place began to revive. Everyone gathered around. So beautiful. A group of red-silver, red-white, and red-flowered koi gathered at her feet, happily swimming around. Not only him, but Zhu Shou and Xin Zhuang also had a few koi around them. Why aren't there any fish around me? Zhoupa looked unhappy. Su Jing smiled. Big brother, maybe it's because your heart isn't sincere. If you're disrespectful to the koi gods, the fish will sense it. Really? Is it that mysterious? Zhoupa looked at the clusters of koi at the feet of the other tourists, feeling awkward. Sorry, I was wrong. Great koi god, I believe in you now. He hesitated for a long time and finally saw a big, fat red koi slowly swim over. It was plump and large, clearly a good fish for eating. Zhoupa immediately crouched down to take a picture, and Su Jing also smiled nearby. Looks like Lord Koi God has forgiven you. Oh, is that the koi god? Zhoupa pointed at the big, chubby fish and spoke. The fat fish shivered in fear and quickly swam away. Su Jing was speechless. So, everyone in Manhwa village is just a simple person, worshipping this big, fat fish for hundreds of years, just to see the koi god? Mr. Zhou, these fish are just ordinary koi. The koi god appears very rarely. Over hundreds of years, only a few people in Manhwa village have ever seen the true form of the koi god. As Su Jing spoke, he stepped onto a wooden bridge, leading everyone forward. If you get to see the koi god, it means you'll have good luck for a while. It's a very lucky thing. You can brag about it for a long time. The wooden bridge creaked as the koi swam happily in the clear water. Between green algae and blue stones, the group slowly moved forward. So beautiful. Damn. So beautiful. Zhu Shou was taking photos excitedly, while a few girls behind him gathered together to take selfies. Xin Zhuang looked into the distance in the quiet breeze. Over the green water, lotus flowers and lily pads swayed gently, and dragonflies hovered above the water, creating a scene like a master's ink painting. Young man, the environment here is very well protected. Su Jing turned around, cupped his hands, and smiled shyly. You praise us too much. Koi Pond is the habitat of the koi god. We won't disturb the koi god's life too much. It's all the work of the divine spirits. Oh, Xin Zhuang understood. This person meant that the koi pond represents a natural, eco-friendly environment. But he looked at the young man in front of him with curiosity. The person who manages the welcoming work at Manhwa village is him. I heard that sometimes you can see him at the tea house, and now he's leading the sacred mountain tasks. He must have a high status among the staff at the scenic area. Does he know who he really is? But before he could say anything, Zhoupa at the back finally reacted. Wait a minute. He pushed aside a few girls with their butts sticking out and pouting, then stepped forward in front of the villagers, squinting and teasing. So, you're saying you can see the koi god? Su Jing nodded. Yes, Uncle Tu, who makes crafts in the village, heard that when he was young, he was lucky enough to see the koi god once. The small bridge was quickly crossed, and everyone crossed the grassland to step onto the stone path in the water again. The stone slab path is only 2 centimeters above the water surface. At first glance, it looks like a group of people are walking on the water. Their reflections overlap with the swimming koi fish, creating a cool, spring-like feeling. Jopa feels a bit speechless. Guide, I know this is your scenic area's way of attracting visitors, but you're talking as if it's real. He snorts softly and follows Zhu Shou in front. The big build of this chubby guy blocks his view. What koi god? It's just someone dressed up, Su Jing frowns. Mr. Zhou, this whole place is the territory of the koi god. If you speak badly about the koi god here, she might get angry when she hears. He glances at the huge stone wall ahead, where faint water droplet sounds like beads. Haha, it's coming. Oh, Jopa laughs. She might get angry? Fine. Then tell me, what does the koi god look like? Su Jing turns a corner, smiling as he speaks. The koi god has a human face with peach blossoms, looks like a young girl, and has shining eyes. Sometimes she appears as a human picking flowers, and sometimes her legs turn into a fish tail, playing in the pond with her followers. His voice suddenly stops. The chubby guy in front also suddenly halts. Jopa bumps into his broad back, his nose turning red from the impact, and he rolls his eyes. Have you read too many romance novels? You talk as if it's real. He sticks his head out, ready to scold the little chubby blocking his way. Just walk forward. Snap, snap, snap. Oh. His voice is cut off like a chicken being strangled, stuck in his throat, eyes wide with surprise. What is that? Sunlight spills down, shining into a shallow cave in the mountain wall ahead. It looks like a light veil, covering a smiling, charming girl. In her short, elf-like hair, golden red fish fins peek out from her ears. Her eyes are large like a cat's, mysterious and lively. As she breathes lightly, the golden red glow inside her eyes ripples, reflecting a pool of clear green water. But what makes Jopa stop breathing isn't just that. It's that the girl is gently poking her face with slender fingers, her white waist leading down to a huge golden red fish tail hanging in the water. It moves slowly, shimmering with wet, sparkling silver water. She smiles playfully yet sacred, her round eyes slightly squinting, and her red lips slightly parted. Hey, wow, so rare. Visitors are here, oh my goodness. He saw a mermaid. No, that's not right. Jopa suddenly slapped himself. That was the carp god. He was still standing there, frozen, while the tourists behind him were getting impatient. Damn, what exactly is happening? They heard a female voice talking. Something about humans and special guests. Quick, let's go. Move forward a bit. Xinzhuang was standing right behind Jopa, but a rock wall blocked him. No matter how much he peeked, he couldn't see anything, and he was getting anxious, scratching his head. Su Jing's lips curled into a smile, and he seemed to have finally woken up. He loudly called out, "Everyone, move forward. The path is long, and you'll see the carp god." His voice was full of excitement, sounding genuine. Who would have thought we'd be so lucky? Dear guests, please stay respectful. Do not offend the carp god. Everyone hurriedly moved forward. After a moment of confusion, it took nearly 10 minutes for everyone to finally stand in front of the rock wall. The girl wasn't in a rush or upset, as if she was just watching the fun, leaning on her hand and observing everyone. Little chubby. No photos. It seemed that seeing a divine being made the guide a bit too excited, and he started scolding Zhu Shou. Zhu Shou, are you being polite? But because he was so surprised, he quickly put away his camera and other equipment. However, he felt that when the guide called him, there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Ahem, never mind. He saw Su Jing shout, and then bow deeply right there. Greetings, carp god. The tourists looked at each other, but after a brief moment of confusion, Jopa suddenly patted the little chubby guy. Seeing a god, you should bow quickly. Realizing what was happening, everyone immediately bowed and spoke in unison. Greetings, carp god. The staff behind them looked even more confused than the tourists. Is this a joke? Are they serious? They said this was a sacred mountain, and now there's really a divine being. Xiao Ji and Miao Miao looked at each other with excited eyes, their young voices even clearer and brighter. Greetings, Lord Koi God. Su Jing glanced at the crowd behind him. Why did they shout so loudly? It made him seem less respectful. The Koi God spoke. A smile appeared on her face like a peach blossom, but it was a bit mischievous. I sense many unfamiliar energies. Did you bring outsiders into the sacred mountain? Feeling the crowd's attention, Su Jing suddenly became playful. He knelt down with a thud. Lord Koi God, It is thanks to these visitors' help that we can reopen the sacred mountain, drive away evil, and clear the fog. The girl raised an eyebrow. Her large fish tail swayed in the pond, and a group of red koi followed her tail playfully. She impatiently flicked them aside. Damn! Jopa opened his mouth, unable to hear anything. Is he dreaming? Is this still part of science? He had seen mermaids in aquariums before, but the one in front of him was just too real. From her snow-white waist, silver-red scales spread out, leading down to a full, rounded fish tail. The muscles were elastic, and the shiny, sharp scales gleamed. Her huge, lively tail fin swung like a tassel, sometimes curling up at the tip, poking at the small koi nearby. Damn, if this was fake, then what was real? He was stunned, and Shun Zhuang behind him was even more confused. If it weren't for the koi god's eyes constantly watching him subtly, he really wanted to take a photo. He thought about going back to the Biological Research Center to see if the scenic area had discovered some new species, secretly breeding it without reporting to the country. He wasn't old and blind. He could tell every piece of skin and flesh on that tail was too real. If it really was fake, he would eat his hat, or maybe just give up. Meanwhile, the other tourists no longer cared about their conversation. Just watching this scene in front of them made them feel that this trip was worth it. Carp goddess, no matter if it's real or not. The guide said it's true, so it must be true. Oh, I was just saying that. The carp goddess spoke again. No wonder the atmosphere here has been feeling so much better lately. She stretched lazily, her fishtail straightening and sticking out of the water. Water droplets splashed into the pond, making the koi fish below excitedly swim around. But before the girl finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes, smiling in a teasing way. However, I just heard. Someone thinks I don't exist? She turned her head to look at Zhou Pe, her eyes shimmering, making Zhou Pe feel dizzy. So beautiful. The carp goddess was looking at him. His mind was filled with disrespectful words just moments ago, but now he felt overwhelmed. Huh, did they really mistake me for that big, chubby carp? The next second, Zhu Shou and others immediately started breathing heavily. Wow, the moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. The girl looked into the distance. Her fishtail suddenly slid across the water surface, causing ripples. The big, chubby carp near the small bridge surprisingly swam back against the current. Flop, flop. It struggled, splashing water everywhere, but it was no use. Splash. The chubby carp was flicked out of the water by her tail. Then her golden-red tail lifted sharply, stirring up a wave. Bang! As shimmering gold and silver lights flickered, the chubby carp was slapped toward Zhou Pe with a splash of water. He immediately got soaked. After giving him a big slap, the chubby carp jumped into the pond and disappeared. Zhu Shou was also splashed with water up to his waist, and Shun Zhuang, despite his official position, didn't escape unscathed. Everyone wiped their faces and then looked at each other with silly smiles. Hee, the carp goddess splashed water on me. Hee, the carp goddess slapped my face. Hee, I'll come again next time. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into chatter. Wow, that tail was real. Did you see that? How could something fake move like that? Mermaid. I saw a real mermaid. Take a picture of me. Sister carp goddess. Splash some water on me too. Oh my goodness. Starting tomorrow, I will convert to Taoism. Scary. On the sacred mountain of Manhwa village. There is a true deity. Photos are not allowed, but it doesn't stop the girl at the back of the group from posting. She didn't say much, just tremblingly typed this line and hurriedly sent it out. Maybe the noise from everyone else disturbed her. She frowned, clicked her tongue, and jumped directly into the pond. She disappeared. Zhou Pe was stunned, then surprisingly jumped into the pond himself. The water immediately covered his calves. She's gone. The ripples slowly calmed, and the water became clear. Where's that big fish now? The carp god has left. He stood there in shock, whispering to himself, then angrily scolded the noisy people. It's all your fault for startling the carp god. Look what you've done, scaring her away. Shun Zhuang also frowned. The guide said we should be respectful. Why are you still making loud noises? The tourists, realizing they were in the wrong, felt both annoyed and nervous, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. Su Jing glanced at a small, colorful koi in the pond, then smiled and stepped forward. It's all just a setup. After all, they are deities. Just taking a quick look is fine. Honestly, I'd love to keep watching. Did they pay? Or are they freeloading? Everyone, don't panic. The carp god is elusive and rarely appears in the carp pond. Today, you are lucky to see her. Maybe because of your status as pioneers, the scent of offerings attracted her, or perhaps she's just curious about outsiders. But no matter what, don't argue here. Seeing her once will bring you good health and luck for a while. Jopa finally calmed down, still imagining the mischievous smile of the carp god when she splashed water on him. Guide, he voiced everyone's thoughts. Will we have a chance to see her again in the future? Su Jing gave a mysterious smile. Who knows? As more visitors come, some lucky ones will always appear. Rustling sounds. In the dense woods, a faint mist drifts. A man pushes aside the branches, struggling to peek out. Follow me. More people are struggling out of the woods behind him. A girl touches a small cut on her arm caused by branches and looks worried. Big brother? Those people are long gone. Can't we take the main road? I feel like no one is watching here. Yeah, if there's a good road, why not take it? My hands are all scratched up from the trees. This is a wild forest. Maybe we should go back? What if there's a snake? The man in front frowns tightly. The guide leads the early travelers quickly. They don't dare get too close, so they lose sight of the group not long after. But since he brought them here himself, he feels nervous but must keep going. Damn it. Stop arguing. We can just take the main road. His voice sounds frustrated. They've been walking for almost half an hour but can't find the way into the mountain. He also feels lost in the fog, unable to find direction. It seems like they've been walking uphill, but after a long time, they haven't seen anyone else. Big brother, a girl's panicked voice calls out. He turns impatiently and sees her pointing at a red cloth on a tree branch in front. Big brother, how did we end up back where we started? Nonsense. We've been climbing for half an hour. There's no way we went back. The girl shrinks back but points to a tear in her clothes. But I think I tore my clothes right here. Look at this piece of cloth. It's exactly the same as my shirt. The leading man pauses, steps back a few paces, and his voice becomes uncertain. Stop joking. This mountain is visited every day. It's probably just a coincidence. Hopefully, a student with glasses pushes them up and looks serious. The fog is getting thicker. I suggest we go down the mountain. He hesitates for a moment and then says something a bit funny. This is the sacred mountain of Bright Moon Village. Who knows? Maybe there's something mysterious here. His words make the leader laugh loudly. Huh? You really believe that? It's just a game organizers set up to attract tourists. You guys really think there's something special? His laughter slowly stops. No one else smiles, and everyone looks a little scared. All right, then go down. A bunch of cowards. Afraid to go into the mountains, he pretended to be fierce, but inside he was relieved. Honestly, he was a little scared too. The sunlight was already fading, and once it got dark, they wouldn't be able to find their way down the mountain. Let's go. Let's try over there again. Wow, we've already gone this way. What about that way? Have we been there too? No way. Half an hour later, everyone stopped in place. The gray fog had turned solid, the sunlight was gone, and visibility in the forest was less than 50 meters. Wow, the leader finally panicked. The group of men and women behind him were even more scared. Wah. Are we lost? It's all your fault. You led us here. Wah. The guide said the fog hadn't fully cleared yet, and we shouldn't come. But you insisted on bringing us here. Are we stuck in a loop? Wow, I want to go home. Wah. No signal on my phone. I can't make a call. The leader was anxious and panicked. He slapped the tree angrily. Everyone shut up. If you want to leave, it's your choice. I didn't force anyone to come into the mountain. He looked a little fierce. I've been trying to find the way all this time without complaining, but now you bunch of indecisive, greedy followers are blaming me. Do you have no shame? His words were harsh and crude. Everyone quieted down. Soft crying could be heard among the crowd. After a while, a girl spoke weakly. Big brother, what should we do? The man looked around at everyone. The park keeps track of how many people enter. Since we haven't come out, the staff will come looking for us. Right now, the most important thing is to stay together. Don't get separated. There are more of us, so we're stronger. The evening program starts at 5:30. They'll leave the mountain by 5 at the latest. If we can't get out soon, we should start calling for help loudly around 4. They'll pass by us on the way down, and if they hear us, they'll come to find us. Although the leader was fierce, he was smart. Shaoli raised an eyebrow among the crowd, secretly admiring him. He glanced at the other boy squatting in the corner, then looked at the leader and sighed. I should have just waited outside quietly. Instead, I joined in, and now this is the result. I got myself involved. Unfortunately, I can't leave for now. The lucky part is that I followed the normal people and didn't get mixed up with those masked, dark-clothed individuals. Who knows what they are secretly up to? I'll stay here for now. Is this a dead-end maze? I don't believe that. As someone who has studied materialism for over 30 years, I quickly figured out what's happening. The magnetic field is changing, which is confusing our sense of direction. That's why we can't get out right now. Once the magnetic disturbance passes, we can leave. Sit down and rest. He took some rations from his backpack that he had prepared for the leader and started eating one by one. In dangerous situations, the most important thing is to stay safe. Only then can you think clearly and handle problems better. The fog keeps spreading, and strange bird calls can be heard now and then, making everyone gather closer together. As for that group of masked people, damn, I'm scared of ghosts. Shit. Maybe it's because we've done so many bad things that ghosts are after us. We're on the fourth circle. We really can't get out. Wow, I'm so nervous. Did we fall into some trap? I heard there are formations that can trap people. Just wait. I'll uninstall your silly stories later. Keep moving. I don't believe we can't get out. Protect the photos and documents. That's why we came here. Don't lose them. Meanwhile, Su Jing looked at his watch, then glanced down the mountain, smiling. All right, everyone has seen the carp god. Today's event has been quite successful. But our journey isn't over yet. Rest up, and then continue with us. Not finished yet? The 20 pioneers sitting on the grass looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. Is that so? Big brother, you've already caused enough trouble with this. Just a sudden disappearance of the mysterious carp spirit is enough to make them think about it for a lifetime. And what else? What more is there? Jopa has become the biggest fan of Manhwa village. He blinked excitedly and suddenly stood up. Anything else? Let's go? Keep going. Zhu also picked up his equipment again, very excited. He only took one blurry photo of the carp god at Liu Pond, but he was sure of one thing. Even though the photo was blurry, you could clearly see the huge golden-red carp tail. Zhu stayed silent, pretending to be disappointed that he didn't get anything, worried that the guide might notice and make him delete the photo. But he didn't expect there was more behind him. Guide, sir. Zhu chubby face was full of hope. Can we take photos of the path behind us? Su Jing's face showed a half-smile. Of course. Feel free to take more beautiful photos. This chubby guy had come here many times, and they already remembered him. Official pseudo, promotional ambassador. Thanks to him, Wanyuan Mountain is so famous today. Shall we keep going? Everyone quickly got up and eagerly followed. Fang Guo and Jean Na stayed behind. Tian went to greet the two children, and the others continued pretending to be brave warriors protecting the group. Big brother Fang, have you been here before? Jean Na's usually serious face was now full of smiles. It's so beautiful, so incredible. She didn't expect that working for Mr. Su could enjoy such benefits. Fang Guo looked at her pretty face leaning in and felt a bit shy. Ahem, we haven't seen this place before. This sacred mountain. Besides the boss, I think none of us have been here for the first time. He felt regretful. If only he had brought his daughter along. He heard that gods could help ward off disasters and bring safety. Maybe the carp god could help his daughter get better? He looked up, knowing his thoughts might be a bit far-fetched. But honestly, what normal thing has Mr. Su shown them? Maybe. It really could work. Wait for me. He quickly ran forward into the crowd of tourists and staff. Jean Na was stunned for a moment, but then hurried after him. At this moment, whether they were tourists or staff, everyone was focused on one thing. What would appear next? How much longer, guide? After climbing for nearly 10 minutes, the rich second-generation young man was the first to get tired. Feels like we've been climbing for over half an hour. Are we there yet? He stopped, panting, and looked at his watch. It's almost 4 o'clock. Will we miss the evening ceremony? Originally, he just came to see this sacred mountain. But since he entered, he seriously started collecting offerings. Although the NPC took the offerings temporarily for safekeeping, which kept him from getting soaked when the carp god splashed water on him earlier, he was still worried about going back down the mountain to attend the ceremony. Zhu rolled his eyes. Pathetic. Is the place the guide is taking us to really that far? There are ceremonies every day, but this sacred mountain isn't a place you can visit whenever you want. Guide, haha, don't mind him. We're not tired at all. Let's keep going. Su Jing turned back and chuckled. Sir, we've only been walking for 10 minutes. Zhou Po blushed a little, but he really couldn't go on anymore. Usually, he only exerted himself during parties or when chasing girls. As a young master, how could he have walked such a long distance before? It's okay, we're almost there. Su Jing didn't hide the truth. He pointed ahead, where the setting sun cast a warm, yellow glow in the distance. Right ahead is the end of the route we've explored. Zhu Shou's camera followed Su Jing's finger as the man's gentle voice sounded in his ear. Butterfly Valley. 2 clusters of purple wisteria hung down, passing through a floral curtain, and visitors instantly entered a vibrant sea of flowers. Oh my, it's so beautiful. Rocks slanted out from the hillside, and the stone walls were covered with various patterns and carvings. Below the stone walls, green grass, red trees, and yellow flowers spread out. But what surprised everyone most was the large clusters of butterflies above the flowers. With each breath, their wings fluttered gently, sunlight slanting down, making even the tiny hairs on the butterfly wings visible. Guide, are there also spirits here? Zhou Po, usually fearless, couldn't help but lower his voice, afraid of disturbing some beautiful presence. You're very thoughtful, sir. Su Jing's praise was also approval, making Zhou Po blush a little. Guests can feel free to explore. The butterfly immortal enjoys lively places, and today there aren't many people, so it won't appear. Is that so? I'm just asking. You really do have it. Zhou Po's eyes widened again. Are you saying that if there are more visitors, the butterfly fairy will come too? Su Jing nodded, then shook his head. Maybe, but it's not certain. We can't guess the will of the gods. He looked up at the slanting mountain rocks, full of excitement and hope. Grandpa too once said that when they visited the mountain to worship, they were lucky enough to see her true form. The butterfly fairy loves singing and lively gatherings. Whenever she's in a good mood, what does she do? Everyone gathered around, excited. Su Jing smiled. That's all Grandpa too told me. Everyone was speechless. Then they all flipped him the bird. So, we won't see the butterfly fairy today? The little chubby boy shrugged sadly, making Su Jing laugh. Gods are hard to meet. Just be happy if you see the carp god. He waved his hand. All right, everyone, take a walk around. We'll head down the mountain soon. The visitors hurriedly dispersed. Su Jing told his staff to go have fun too, while he stayed behind, stroking his chin and thinking. Of course, the butterfly fairy can't be seen, because she hasn't been created yet. Damn it, when can I get another tool person? If I had enough tool people, I could start the god creation plan directly. TSK. Unfortunately, such things are rare. I don't know when I'll get another chance to draw. So far, the best way to get the effect is with an item from the shop. He remembered that item and sighed. One item costs 1,000 positive reviews and can only be used 10 times. Not to mention, he doesn't have many positive reviews now. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to buy it. Wait a bit longer. Build up the hype first. After this week ends and his reputation points are enough, he'll use it during the Labor Day holiday when more tourists come. Thinking about his big plan, the tourists scattered. These butterflies aren't afraid of people. A few girls taking photos shouted excitedly. They raised their palms to catch the blue-winged butterflies, squeezing into the flower bushes to take crazy photos. This made others excited too. Butterflies are not very rare, and there are many scenic spots called Butterfly Valley in the country. However, it is hard to find such a large area of fearless butterflies. Zhu Shou brought his camera and long gun to take pictures everywhere. He didn't get the photos he wanted at Carp's Pond, so he decided he couldn't miss the chance at Butterfly Valley. Xinzhuang also curiously walked to the flower bushes, pointing at a small gray butterfly on his finger, then turned to Su Jing and smiled. Look, this butterfly isn't afraid of people. Su Jing fake smiled. That's just a fluttering moth. Xinzhuang brushed away the fluttering moth and walked deeper inside. This kid, he's not very supportive at all. He really misses his Secretary Li. Next door, Secretary Li is tearful. Secretary, come save me. The sea of butterflies flying everywhere was truly beautiful, but as the sun slowly disappeared behind the mountains, tiny glimmers seemed to come alive. What's that? A bigger surprise appeared. Everyone turned their heads and looked toward the deep flower path. 1, 2. A strand, 2 strands. More and more glowing flashes appeared, forming a shimmering river of fireflies. The river seemed to have a direction, slowly fluttering and spreading, eventually covering the first visitor. Tiny green stars drifted past the girl's eyes, as if leading her into a sparkling river of time and space. Then came the second visitor, the third, the fourth. The glow of the fireflies not only enveloped the visitors, but also wrapped all the staff of Bright Moon Village. Tian Tian held Xiao Ji and Miao Miao tightly. The fireflies parted in front of them, one layer flying over Tian Tian's head, another passing across Xiao Ji and Miao Miao's chests. "Mom, I saw the Milky Way," Xiao Ji whispered, unable to resist reaching out to touch. The tiny fireflies flickered on and off, and when he touched them, they darted away quickly, making Xiao Ji giggle. Zhu Shou clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay still. His camera was like a cannon on a battlefield, steady as a rock. The glowing river of fireflies just passed by his lens, spreading out. It was like fireworks exploding in front of his eyes, like stars bursting out with a punch, like the galaxy he saw in his dreams above the clouds. So beautiful. Zhu Shou kept his mouth shut, feeling the fireflies turn into countless streams of light rushing toward him. It's getting popular. Now it's really going viral. As for Zhou Pe, he no longer remembers anything about a divine being appearing. Right now, he only feels that the firefly forest he saw abroad is way more amazing. Do your bugs fly like this? They do. Like this. And then like this. And fly again. Trash. He tremblingly sent a message in the group. Papa Pippi, sons, if you don't walk with your dad today, you'll regret it forever. When the Firefly River flowed through, Butterfly Valley darkened again, and Su Jing led the tourists down the mountain. Zhou was so excited he couldn't hold back, gathering with others around Su Jing. Guide, do you have more stories about Butterfly Fairy? Yeah. Does she really like lively places? Is Butterfly Fairy male or female? If more of us come, do you think Butterfly Fairy might appear? What does Butterfly Fairy look like? Does Butterfly Fairy also have a tail like the carp god? Su Jing turned around, looking surprised. How can Butterfly Fairy have a tail? Stop pretending to be clueless. Do they mean Butterfly Fairy has a special appearance too? Su Jing chuckled and strode confidently down the mountain path. Behind him, 20 tourists chattered excitedly, talking about butterflies everywhere, the Firefly River, the unseen Butterfly Fairy, and the vanished carp god. Everything they saw on this sacred mountain had already exceeded their understanding. Gods, who would believe that before? The tourists knew these were stories, events, or tricks. Shen Zhuang, being a secretary of the Cultural Tourism Bureau, understood the secrets behind these things. But after today's visit, most of them had turned into materialists, walking a spiritual path. What if it's all fake? Could this small county's a scenic spot really be using cutting-edge technology to make the fishtail look so real? Even if that explains it, how do you explain a living girl suddenly disappearing right in front of everyone? Could there be some kind of space teleportation device? Xinzhuang looked at the young guides walking ahead, then at the excited tourists and brave warriors discussing eagerly. He quietly left the group and quickly approached Su Jing. Little brother, tell me honestly. His eyes held a tempting look. Are all these things real? Su Jing smiled. Sir, if you believe, then this is a sacred mountain blessed by the gods. If you don't believe, it's just a scenic spot. Is that so? Xinzhuang raised an eyebrow. Good kid, trying to bluff him. But since he said that, it shows these are just tricks used by the scenic area. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. If the carp god really existed, the country would send people tomorrow to take it away. But then, a great surprise filled his mind. If all this is just a trick, then the potential of this scenic area is beyond imagination. He looked up at the tall mountain behind him. They had been walking for half an hour and only saw 2 attractions on this side of the small mountain. When the scenic area finishes its renovations and officially opens the sacred mountain, what will it look like? Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. He immediately decided to go back and get special approval to promote it quickly. Although there was less than a week left, they had to try their best. The more tourists they could attract, the better. After May Day, there's also the National Day holiday. If this scenic area develops well, he could support it and help out. This year, Yong'an City's cultural and tourism development might even rank in the top 5 in the province. Or maybe, even in the top 3. He needed to meet the person in charge of the scenic area. A meeting must be arranged tomorrow. Su Jing glanced at the quiet old man behind him and smiled. The tourists who wanted to see the sacred mountain had finished their visit. Now he was going to find those little troublemakers trying to sneak in. He wasn't sure how effective the mist domain was, whether it had truly trapped them. A group of people quickly returned to the foot of the mountain. Fang Gui and Jin Na immediately left to prepare for the evening performance. Everyone stepped back onto the flat stone path, ready to disperse to the square for the ceremony, when the guide suddenly frowned. Wait a moment. He listened carefully, then showed a hint of anger on his face. Everyone says, without our leadership, we must not rush into the mountains. Zhu Shou noticed the sudden event first and immediately picked up his camera, aiming it towards Su Jing. He looked through the lens, then tilted his head in confusion to look at the foot of the mountain. When they entered the mountain, the area was still lush with bushes and trees. Now, suddenly, a layer of gray fog has spread out. Guide? What is that? Zhou Pali, who was busy studying rumors about Manhwa village, immediately thought of the key. Su Jing turned back and said in a deep voice, some outsiders are trying to sneak into the sacred mountain and got lost in the evil fog. Zhu Shou's face showed panic, but he was secretly happy. New story. New excitement. This is hilarious. The story is connecting even more. Damn sacred mountain. Why are the stories so mysterious? This is so exciting. So thrilling. The pre-sale ticket I bought for 500 was totally worth it. Everyone, don't be afraid. Su Jing sighed and reassured everyone. Although these visitors' actions are not welcomed by Manhwa village, they are trapped, and I have to save them. Who's afraid? Zhou Pali crossed his arms, watching the show happily. He couldn't wait to see what would happen. Xin Zhuang was observing while making a call to his secretary. He had been out for half a day, but he still hadn't seen Shaoli. Climbing the mountain made him hungry, and he couldn't wait to love the little bread in his backpack. Zhu Shou stayed silent, wiping his lens again, aiming it at Su Jing and the gray fog behind him. Su Jing glanced at everyone who looked indifferent, sighed at how the world was changing, then pretended to take out a small horn. This is our ancestral exorcism horn. Only the bravest warriors with strong faith can use it. Su Jing recited his lines, his toes already digging out a castle. Everyone stepped back. I'm going to dispel the fog. He stood at the edge of the bushes, casually kicking aside a green stone. Woo. The guide's eyes shone brightly, and he took a deep breath again. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. After 3 blasts of the horn, Zhou Pali covered his ears. Was the exorcism horn always this terrible to listen to? It sounds like his grandfather's rough voice. But in the next second, he suddenly opens his eyes wide with excitement. The fog is really clearing. There's no wind, and no one is blowing it away, but the thick gray fog is visibly thinning. After passing through layers of trees, faint sounds of calling for help finally reach them. Help! Help! The leading man, whose voice is almost hoarse from shouting, shows a look of joy. The fog is getting lighter. Someone is coming to rescue them. The others stumble to sit up on the ground, their clothes torn by branches, and some have tears streaked across their faces. A few women, crying, rush towards Su Jing and the others. Wah, you finally came. We're trapped in a maze of ghosts. Wah, the mountain is so high. We've been climbing for 2 hours and still can't find the way. We can't get out. We really can't. This is so scary. I want to complain. Your safety measures are terrible. Everyone runs out crying and sniffling, looking around in confusion, but then they freeze in place. Are you going to complain? Su Jing looks concerned, repeating as if he didn't hear clearly. TSK. The fog domain is surprisingly useful. No wonder it's an intermediate level tool. The loud-voiced girl's face turns red. What the heck? Their trapped spot is less than 20 meters from the foot of the mountain. Just roll down and they'd fall from that height. And yet, they got lost? How is that possible? They clearly walked back and forth for a long time without finding the way. She feels both embarrassed and confused. Meanwhile, Xinzhuang quickly runs over, looking at the man slowly emerging from the bushes, and shakes his head in frustration. Shaoli, why are you also fooling around with everyone? You've made a fool of yourself. Is there still food in the bag? Hurry, give me 2 French bread rolls. I'm starving. Shaoli grins, his lips dry and peeling, with 2 streaks of blood slipping from the corner of his mouth, looking very miserable. Old dang. It's all for your safety. I'm so scared in the woods, and you're still thinking about your little bread." The two looked at each other in shock and anger. My little bread. Su Jing was speechless. He withdrew his gaze from the two people fighting over the bread and turned to look at the other side of the bushes. A group of people in black clothes and masks were trembling and clutching their backpacks tightly. Got them." Su Jing quietly called over a few strong staff members and then stepped forward. "What are you doing?" He stopped the person trying to run away, acting suspiciously. "What's in your bag? Did you steal something from the sacred mountain? There's nothing to steal in the mountain. How dare they insult them?" The man in charge looked at the noisy tourists in the distance, knowing their actions were shameful, and immediately looked away. "We didn't do anything. We just wanted to go up the mountain, but got lost." "Oh," Su Jing smiled kindly. "Can I see your bags?" "That's a legal search." "Wow. A legal search, you seem to know a lot about it." "All right, I'll call the police. If everything's fine, I'll apologize and make amends. If not, I'll have to get to the bottom of this and maybe take legal action." Su Jing lowered his voice, no longer pretending to be a guide from Manhwa village, but issuing a direct warning. "Call the police." The man's eyes flickered, and the masked people behind him exchanged glances before suddenly running to the side. Bang! Bang bang! The man bumped into a large rock and fell hard to the ground. In front of him, a few burly men with cold faces looked at them. "Damn!" The black-clad people spat. "This must be done secretly. If they get caught, it's over. Don't make too much trouble. I don't want the stuff anymore. We're leaving now." Su Jing raised his chin, watching them throw down their backpacks, then took a step back and smiled again. "Please." Those people ran into the alleyways and quickly disappeared. Su Jing stood with his hands behind his back, lightly pressing his walkie-talkie. "Is Zhao Mang at the scenic area? Ask him to help me out." Although he didn't know exactly what these people were up to, Su Jing had some guesses. He asked Feng Gui and others to carry the backpacks and lead the tourists back to the central square. Professional tasks should be handled by professionals. Maybe Boss Zhao and those people still know each other. A few streets away, Zhao Mang was sitting in a tea house, drinking tea. After wandering around with the young tourists all afternoon, his old body was starting to feel tired. Although Zhao Mang was tired, he was very happy. The Mount Mang travel group is now booming because of the popularity of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. A small group of 20 people can be easily formed, and on weekends, they can even bring in 2 groups at once. Although ticket prices haven't increased yet, and commissions are too small to pay his brother's wages, Zhao Mang has a big vision. He understands the importance of long-term planning. So, during this time, he only needs to maintain good relationships with customers, get good reviews, and build a good reputation. After finishing his tea, he hung up Jiang Tsung's call and clicked his tongue in frustration. No need to think about it. It must be some tricks from other travel agencies or different scenic spots. Business competition. They do it to attract more visitors. But if they mess with him, he won't just sit back and do nothing. Wanyuan Mountain, Su Jing. It's his money tree. They can try to move him, but they definitely can't do anything at this critical moment with Wanyuan Mountain. Brothers, gather immediately at the dock. Follow a few people for me. After leaving the scenic area, find a quiet place and take them away. Zhao Mang took a deep breath, looked at the stars above Manhwa village, and under the sound of the horn music, he felt a strange sense of being a hero at the end of the road. Boss Su, I will protect you. I will be firm. Protect your scenic area. Su Jing didn't know where the former gang leader took those men in black, nor did he know what exactly happened to them. He just carefully handled the frame-up backpacks and then smoothly guided the ceremony. That night, some of the 20 pioneers continued to participate in the prayer ritual, while others left the park directly. Zhu Shou was one of them. His professional radar told him he couldn't waste a second. The still incomplete Sacred Mountain had already become an unprecedented wonder in Yong'an City. He is a store explorer, but he is also from Yong'an City. During the upcoming busy holiday travel period, he has a feeling that this time might be Yong'an's chance to shine in tourism, or even become famous overnight. So he must quickly share the latest news about Shengxing Mountain. Xin Zhuang and his companion completed their main goal and left directly. Another special person, the only one who interacts with the divine, Zhou Pe. Under his friend's urging, he also returned to Yong'an. His friends had already booked a spot at a familiar nightclub. When Zhou Pe arrived after a long drive, he saw a group of tired-looking friends in a smoky, chaotic environment. Huh, Dad Pai Pai is here. His good friend saw him from afar, his eyes brightening. He grabbed a bottle of wine and rushed over to hug his shoulder. Today you went to that mountain valley, and it must have been tough for our young master. Haha, I feel for you. Brother, he winked and made a teasing face. The girl has already called for you. All your type. The music thumped loudly, but today, the usual place made Zhou feel uncomfortable. He looked where his friend pointed. Sitting on a sofa booth were a few beautiful women with pale skin, sharp faces, big eyes, and heavy makeup, but they instantly made him lose interest. Although he knew he shouldn't, a golden red fishtail kept swaying in front of him, making him lose interest in these plastic-faced women. Forget it, I'll just have some drinks. He waved his hand and strolled over to sit alone. 4 or 5 men and women at the booth looked at him with concern. A charming woman in leather hugged a pure-looking young man and swaggered over. Hey, Zhou Pai Pai, what's wrong today? Not happy. Sister will have a drink with you. Zhou looked up. The young man's cheap perfume hit his nose immediately. It made his nose, used to the fresh smell of forest grass, feel sour. Get lost, he frowned, then looked around at everyone, gritting his teeth. Hey, I don't want to stay here today. If you're my friends, come with me to another place. Zhou turned and walked out directly. After a few steps, he looked back, disdainful, at the men and women still sitting on the sofa. No one is allowed to bring others. Most of them grew up together from kindergarten, wearing the same pants. Seeing this kid take things seriously, they could all make eye contact and then stand up. The man organizing the gathering casually tossed down 20,000 yuan. Sorry, sister, today I can't stay. You guys can use the money to buy snacks. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. A group of wealthy second-generation kids left immediately. In less than a minute, the lobby manager hurried over with a worried look. Where are they? Where are Mr. Wang and Miss Zhao? At this moment, the innocent-looking young man no longer seemed innocent. He was lying on the sofa with a dark expression, counting the cash in his hand. I don't know. Mr. Zhou seemed in a bad mood today and called everyone to leave. Huh. The lobby manager glared sharply at the group of companions. You definitely didn't entertain them well. Damn, these young masters just arrived, and they haven't even started spending money yet. Quick, call again and see if you can get them back. The young masters usually spend nearly $1 million in one night. They left before midnight, so the boss will definitely ask him about it tonight. Unfortunately, the young masters had already turned on their phone's do not disturb mode. Mr. Zhou, what's going on? In a quiet tea room, the bamboo door opened. The scent of fresh grass and silk strings drifted in from the garden outside, blending with the tea aroma and filling the room with fragrance. Zhou finally felt comfortable. He brewed a pot of tea, and the teacups slid down the tray. Zhao Yiran quickly picked one up, took a sip, and nodded with satisfaction. Who would have thought that Pippi hasn't lost his tea-making skills after all this time? That's right. His skills are among the best in the wealthy circles. I thought after the divorce, Uncle and Auntie might have forgotten how to make tea. Hey, don't bring up old issues. Zhou friend rolled his eyes and chuckled. Pippi's dad isn't angry with anyone, right? He looked serious, leaned in close, and asked the question everyone was curious about. So what's wrong with you today? Are you in a bad mood? Suddenly, all the young people sitting or lying around turned their heads quietly to look. Zhou pursed his lips, feeling that if he said it, he would be laughed at. But what he saw today was too surprising, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. I told you, you can't laugh at me. So, did you see a mermaid inside that sacred mountain? A mermaid that's half human, half fish. Did she have long hair? Was she in good shape? What kind of fish? A carp? Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhou stretched his neck. What are you laughing at? I told you not to laugh. I knew it was a mistake to talk to these people. Ha ha. No. We're just happy about something. He tried to change the subject, but others kept laughing. Ha ha. Ha ha. You're killing me with laughter. Zhao Yinran wiped tears from her eyes. It's so much funnier than drinking. In front of everyone, the snack shells and fruit pits piled up thick, with crumbs all over their mouths, laughing so hard they couldn't see clearly. Zhou Pippi, if your family ever falls on hard times, with your storytelling skills, you won't go hungry. Ha! Yeah, Pippi's stories are so captivating. That moonlit village, the multi-faced people, the divine spirits, the poetic mountains carp god, butterfly fairy. It all sounds so real. It's all true. Zhoupa glared. Okay. It's all true, Zhoupa. His feelings had cooled down. Was everyone just going to dismiss him like that? Sai didn't even get a photo today. Just telling you all won't convince you. Zhoupa squinted and looked around. Suddenly, he had an idea. I have an idea. Before he could speak, a shrill ringing sound interrupted him. His buddy raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. It looked like an important call. Anti-crime raid. Everyone was caught. They found drugs in the shop. A faint voice came from the phone. Brother Xiao Sa hung up, his face turning pale instantly. Lanta was checked. When they searched him, they found that stuff. Everyone inside was taken away. As he finished speaking, everyone froze. Then all turned to look at Zhoupa. Although they don't touch that thing, if it were truly discovered that they had been in the bar where that thing was found, their parents' jobs and careers would be greatly affected. Fortunately, Zhoupa strongly wanted to drink tea and took them away. Big brother, did you get the letter early? Zhoupa also looked pale, holding his teacup, with his heart pounding. Tea. Good luck with water transportation. That large, golden-red fish tail flashed before his eyes again, and his lips trembled. It's really water transportation. The legend of the carp god is true. Let me tell you something. His eyes lit up, and he became excited. Do you all have plans for May 1st? Save a day for me. I'll take you to see the carp god and butterfly fairy. Zhao Yanran also calmed down, finished her tea in one gulp, then patted the table. Bro, is that real? Are you really going? The men next to them turned their heads, forgetting about the bar, and started laughing. But as they laughed, everyone suddenly stopped. Wait, are you serious? Zhoupa nodded, with no smile in his eyes. I've seen the carp god, and I know how to do water transportation. Today, I accidentally found out about this while drinking tea, so we managed to avoid trouble. Since you don't believe me, I'll take you to see for yourselves. He paused for a moment, then looked serious. But the guide said, to see the carp god, it's all about luck. The butterfly fairy likes lively places, so if there are many people, most likely you can see her. Even if you don't see those two deities, I can guarantee that this scenic spot is really worth visiting. If I'm lying, I'll work at my dad's company for a month. Wow. A huge bet. Everyone looked at each other. His dad is the kind of person who takes things very seriously. If Zhoupa just played the rich kid and went to enjoy himself, but if he wanted to work at the company, his dad would definitely watch him very strictly. Are you serious? Yes, I am. The young masters and Mrs. fell silent. After a while, the first person took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll believe you this time. He clapped his hands. Then I won't go with my parents to Rogwa. Otherwise, I might not come back. I won't go on vacation either. I've made plans with an important person, but once I finish my work, I won't stay there anymore. I'll be back on the 3rd. Everyone was very respectful to Zhoupa and cheered him on. Zhoupa also smiled. Then we'll go on the 5th of May. It's settled. Once the decision was made on this side, Su Jing also finished a day of managing the scenic area. He arranged his staff and, exhausted, headed home. But then he received a very special call. Hello, are you the manager of Wanyuan Mountain 2, a scenic area? We are from the Yong'an City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Recently, Wanyuan Mountain has become very popular, and the holiday is coming. We'd like to talk to you about promotion. Here it comes. Su Jing's voice was calm, but he smiled broadly. Okay, I'll come to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to see you at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. Click. The call ended. Shaoli looked confused. Wait a minute. Is something not quite right? Are we really from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? He looked back at Shen Zhuang, who was on the way back to Yong'an City. Shen Zhuang was fiddling with his phone, and the excited look in his eyes hadn't faded. He wants us to meet him at the bureau tomorrow morning, huh? Shen Zhuang was also a bit stunned. Shouldn't they have told him what time to meet, and then he would come at that time? What time did he say? 9 o'clock. Forget it. Since it's the weekend, 9 o'clock is fine. Time waits for no one. No problem, just 9 o'clock. You make the arrangements. Shaoli nodded and kept driving, feeling a little strange inside. Why did the voice on the phone sound so familiar? He couldn't quite tell if it was normal, since he hadn't talked much with Su Jing. If Shen Zhuang had answered the call, he would have quickly realized that the person on the other end, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area Manager, was actually the scenic guide who had been leading them all along. The car continued toward Yong'an City. Shen Zhuang listened as Li's secretary told him about getting lost, but he kept the precious memory of the sacred mountain to himself. For some reason, He didn't really want to share that special memory with anyone. The next morning, the office of the Secretary of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau in Yong'an City was unexpectedly visited by a man. "Are you the guide assistant?" Shin Zhuang's hand froze while making tea, and Xiaoli stood at the door, looking confused. Only Su Jing, dressed in a simple, clean shirt, confidently walked into the office and shook Shin Zhuang's hand. He looked more like a secretary than Shin himself. "Hello, Secretary Shun. I am Su Jing, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain 2A scenic area." The aroma of tea wafted gently, swirling in the white porcelain cup with hints of green. The two sat facing each other, with Xiaoli standing quietly behind. Perhaps because they had just toured together yesterday, Shin Zhuang's amused mood from before faded, replaced by a strong interest. "I always felt that the guide assistant had a big background. I never expected he was the scenic area manager." He chuckled. "As a boss, you shouldn't be afraid to work hard and get involved with the people's work. That's very admirable." "Oh, such official talk." Su Jing pinched his brow and smiled. "Secretary Shun, you flatter me. I'm just here to help because the scenic area staff is short of people." "Ha, that's very good too." Shin Zhuang wasn't annoyed by the blunt honesty. He now found this young man quite interesting. He heard that he was a college student returning to take over the family business. The scenic area seemed to owe a lot of money and was almost abandoned. How long has it been? Less than a month. And he managed to turn the scenic area around like this? And created so many interesting things. There must be a master behind it. Shin Zhuang leaned forward. "Can you tell me the real story now?" He smiled, still thinking about the amazing scene he saw yesterday. "So, what's the deal with the carp god?" Xiaoli stood to the side, smiling more warmly. "Old friend, have you forgotten what today's main task is? The carp god, the carp god. You've been talking about it all night. Asking questions, questions, questions. At lunchtime, I'll give you some laxatives." The lower lip relaxed, and the upper lip should stay shut. Su Jing was stunned. Is today's visit just to ask whether the scenic area NPCs are real? Hee, Secretary, you really care about the operation of the scenic area. He avoided giving a direct answer. "It's just about the scenic area operation. Didn't I tell you that before? Trust me, that's Xingshan. If you don't believe it, then it's just a scenic spot." Shin Zhuang nodded and agreed. Then his eyes twinkled as he leaned in with anticipation. Will the butterfly fairy really appear later? Su Jing was speechless. Time was precious. After finishing his work, he still had to go back and serve as a guide. All right, let's get to the main point. Shin Zhuang finally remembered the main purpose of today. He smiled awkwardly and sat down to discuss serious matters. "So, was it you who arranged for me to get first place in collecting the ceremonial offerings? Is this going on forever?" Seeing Su Jing's expression darken, Shin Zhuang finally became more serious. "Ahem, I know you wouldn't do it on purpose. So, I'll be straightforward. The main reason I called you today is to discuss the promotion of cultural tourism before the holiday. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Wanyuan Mountain wants to promote quickly, so everything must be ready. Your official website, ticketing system, guide system, promotional videos, posters, all need to be prepared. I believe Wanyuan Mountain has great potential." Shin Zhuang's expression became very serious. "Be honest with me. Give me the real situation. Do you have investors? Or a planning team behind you?" Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. This was what Shin Zhuang really cared about. With the holiday approaching, he wanted to promote Wanyuan Mountain through special channels. He just wanted reassurance. "Secretary Shun, you have great insight." Su Jing gave a thumbs up, making Shin Zhuang feel confident. "How much stock do you have left?" "As much as you need." "Oh." Shin Zhuang raised an eyebrow. "Is it on the level of Xingshan yesterday? Who can guarantee that?" But the knife was already at his neck. Su Jing couldn't back out now, so he clenched his teeth and smiled. "It will only get better." "Oh my." Xiaoli stood behind them, watching these two men boast and brag wildly, and his face was almost frozen from smiling. "Damn it, you two just keep bragging. What if the scenic spot isn't ready later? Just look at Shin Zhuang, that sly fox. How he's going to deal with you. Are you still happy right now? Does he only care about the publicity and the traffic after? Has he thought about the fact that Shin Zhuang is betting on your Wanyuan Mountain?" The first quarter's provincial cultural tourism meeting was a mess. If the second or third quarter, or even the year-end review, turns out the same, it will be bad. Old Shin will be the first to criticize Wanyuan Mountain. Su Jing smiled and shook hands with the old fox across from him. but his mind was tense. How could he not know? Money and resources have been invested. If things go wrong, the shame won't just be on Wanyuan Mountain, but on the whole Yongin City's cultural tourism face. But he doesn't really care how the scenic spot turns out. With the system helping him, things will only get better. However, the online promotional videos Shun Zhuang mentioned need to be made quickly. They've given him an order. By Tuesday at the latest, everything must be ready. They will follow the same process, and once everything is in place, they will immediately start promoting. A figure appeared in Su Jing's mind. Time is tight. Maybe they can try to find that person. After taking another sip of tea, Su Jing remembered the group of people in black masks from yesterday. He didn't hide anything and directly reported to Xin Zhuang. Secretary Shun, do you remember the other group that got lost on the mountain yesterday? I think something's off with them. Maybe. Although their meeting only lasted 2 hours, many things changed after Su Jing and Xin Zhuang met. Yes, I understand. Sorry. Okay. Under the chandelier, a middle-aged man in a suit was standing by the window on a phone call, with his assistant silently listening nearby. Secretary Li, you should rest. As the call ended, the man suddenly looked up, his cold gaze falling on the assistant. Is this your good work? Song Jiming clenched his fists. He had been wondering why they couldn't contact that troublemaker group. They had actually been caught? And they even leaked information to the Cultural Tourism Bureau? Looks like Wanyuan Mountain and the Cultural Tourism Bureau are connected. Damn. The usually gentle boss swore, making the assistant lower his head even more, afraid to speak. Damn it. He doesn't know what's going on. Normally, with so many tourists at a scenic spot, as long as there's no big disturbance, no one would notice them. How could they be caught? The phone isn't answered, and there's no news coming back. Where could they have gone? President Song, what should we do? Just stay calm and wait. Song Jiming sat back at his desk. Shuanghu Park is always a top priority for publicity every year. Their promotion plan has been in place for over a week. As a reliable partner, Secretary Li wouldn't normally call to warn him personally. But he did. That means, in that leader's eyes, is that damn Wanyuan Mountain more promising than Shuanghu Park? Impossible. Have they found those people? What's really going on with Wanyuan Mountain? Rumors and videos online might not be true. Only the experts know the real details. But the assistant, blushing with frustration, finally managed to say, not yet? Damn it. Did Wanyuan Mountain's people really hold them hostage? Call the police. Damn it. They got some benefits and are acting innocent. The call even came to him. Could he do anything sneaky? Shouldn't he just get his people back? 30 kilometers away, Su Jing sat in a popular coffee shop in Yongin City, sneezing. Who was cursing him? Was it jealousy because he's handsome? Su Jing smiled happily, completely unaware that Zhao Meng hadn't released the people yet. Just joking, he's a big shot in society. Don't ask. The boss has a clever plan. He turned to look at the chubby guy across from him. You're the avoid lightning piggy. Right. The chubby guy looked dazed, seriously doubting that he had stayed up late making promotional posters for Manhwa Village Sacred Mountain and was hallucinating. Seeing the well-dressed, handsome person in front of him, he suddenly felt like he was witnessing an ancient person traveling to the modern world. Master of the guide? He exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth and sat down, looking excited. Wow. His radar for hot topics was activated. He already had a feeling, when the guide appears, it must be something big involving him. He was still thinking about whether the person in front of him was definitely the guide, and then this person spoke up proactively. I've met you many times before. Let me introduce myself again. He extended his hand to the chubby boy. I am Su Jing, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. What? Zhu Shou's mind was racing, and he widened his eyes. Wow. Has your moonlit village already taken control of this scenic area? Are you guys crazy about playing adventure games? Do you even realize what you're saying? Su Jing sighed heavily, finally making the chubby boy come back to his senses. He clapped his hands and lowered his voice excitedly. So, are you the boss of the scenic area? Or the guide from Moonlit Village? Ahem, an NPC. I'm a guide. Su Jing tilted his chin, proudly maintaining his title. Then, is Moonlit Village also part of the scenic area? Zhu Shou looked a bit disappointed. Lately, he had been losing his mind, truly believing that there was a real moonlit village in this world, and that there was indeed a sacred mountain filled with divine spirits. If the guide is fake, then is the carp spirit also fake? Is the butterfly fairy also fake? Su Jing noticed his thoughts and gently tapped the table. A clear sound broke Zhu Shou's wild imagination. He looked up and immediately met a pair of clear eyes. At this moment, Su Jing seemed to embody the guide, recalling what he had just said to Shun Zhuang earlier, planning to repeat it. If you believe, then Moonlit Village exists, and the Sacred Mountain exists. He didn't say the last part because the other person's eyes had already lit up. I believe. The chubby boy nodded wildly. I know Moonlit Village is inside the scenic area, but isn't that an untouched mountain? Nature has so many things we can't explain. Zhu Shou's small eyes suddenly sparkled, staring intently at Su Jing. Mr. Su, if you believe, then this sacred mountain must be real. Wow, he almost got the kid confused. Su Jing sipped his coffee, clearly feeling his heartbeat. But today he was here on a mission, with no time to chat with this chubby boy. Today, I am here on behalf of Wanyuan Mountain, Moonlit Village, to ask for something. To attract more people to Manhwa Village, we need to create promotional videos and official websites. We watched the video you sent. It was edited very well. Would you be willing to sell us the rights to it? Of course. Little Fatty's eyes lit up. By the way, I was working on a promotional post for Sacred Mountain last night. It's almost finished, just needs some final details. Should I still post it? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. So soon? Little Fatty scratched his head shyly. As content creators, we need to post trending topics quickly. The sooner, the better. If we delay, not only will we miss out on meat, but we might not even get a sip of soup. TSK. The internet has really saved Wanyuan Mountain. Post it. Of course, you can post it. After some thought, he came up with a better way to promote. Not only should you post it, but you can also add a few more words. Just say. And if you have any other needs later, feel free to ask. I also hope I can help you with some tasks. The afternoon passed quickly. The negotiations with Zhu Shou went very smoothly. In the end, Su Jing reluctantly gave him an official filming permit. Everything else went as Su Jing wished. The team behind, Piggy Hands, is complete, handling editing, operations, and script planning. They help adjust everything to achieve the best effect. Of course, this team didn't have much impact before. It was only after Zhu Shou discovered Wanyuan Mountain that his team really started to work effectively. The promotional videos, website setup, and posters Su Jing wanted could all be handled by them. As for the pay, Su Jing couldn't afford much. He could only exchange for the role of official first-rate filming blogger. Zhu Shou didn't mind these 3 small jobs. If the videos perform well, he can earn much more than Su Jing expected. Su Jing thought, damn, why are these streamers so rich? Boo-hoo. But after completing this big task, Su Jing finally relaxed and returned to Qingshan City. With the help of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the famous blogger Zhu Shou, Su Jing immediately started making arrangements at the scenic area. Jiang Tsong took the pickup truck to the city. He said he found some talented people and planned to dig them up by hand. That afternoon, before 3 o'clock, Jiang Tsong drove his old pickup truck back, wobbling with 4 people inside. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain, Mr. Su Jing. Jiang Tsong was dressed in a suit and had his hair neatly combed, looking quite impressive. He lined up the 4 people and introduced Mr. Su. Mr. Su, these are the employees I've evaluated and believe are the best fit for our scenic area. Mr. Su smiled quietly and observed the 4 people across from him, waiting for Jiang Tsong to continue. He Yunong, Miss He, is responsible for the operation of the scenic area, managing our online and offline promotional work. A woman dressed fashionably in a tight top and leather skirt, with heavy makeup, nodded and smiled at Mr. Su. Sun Huahua is in charge of finance. The girl named Huahua is actually gentle and quiet. She has long black hair falling over her shoulders and her calm, deep eyes behind her glasses. Wu Gang helps me manage the entire scenic area. Currently, I've assigned him to stay at the Manhwa Village Visitor Center to coordinate various tasks inside the village. Finally, Brother Situ is a retired military doctor with strong emergency skills. He is responsible for the Emergency Rescue Center and handles all rescue-related issues. Brother Situ has a stern face, but his fierce eyes hide a warm heart. Mr. Su looked at Brother Situ, feeling surprised. It seemed like Manhwa Village had many tall, strong employees like this. There was Feng Cheng, recently released from prison, then workers like Feng Gi, and even a former social leader, cooperation partner Mongsong Travel Agency. Now they had also hired a military doctor. TSK. He thought that these people together could form a security patrol team for the scenic area. Jiang Tsung waved his hand, signaling everyone to wait on the side. Then he and Mr. Su moved to the side. These people are very reliable. I think they can handle the basic issues of the scenic area in the early stages. Mr. Su trusted him completely. He left the hiring process entirely in Jiang Tsung's hands. Jiang Tsung was serious and honest, not trying to cheat or cut corners. He also called his new friend Wang Kai, and after a week of hard work, they finally gathered the team. "How are things on your end?" Mr. Su had left mysteriously that morning, saying he was going to handle an important matter. I brought in the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the unofficial publicity team." The two people chatted quietly for a while 2 men and 2 women watched calmly nearby. "Did Jiang always invite you here?" "Yes, I heard him describe it. This scenic spot seems very interesting. I just quit my job and plan to come see it." "Anyone can boast," Yunong said with a slight smile. "I do my best, but if this place is really a mess, I can't turn it into something good." Sun Huohua moved aside slightly with some disgust and whispered, "I'm here to make money. If I don't earn anything, I'll leave immediately." Brother Sidhu shrugged. "I have no other goal, just want to relax. I don't want to keep dealing with injuries every day." "Aren't you a military doctor? Should a military doctor be constantly dealing with blood and corpses?" Brother Sidhu snorted softly, with an unclear meaning in his tone. "Less people getting hurt. I've saved enough people already." Su Jing and the others finished their chat, smiling happily as they parted ways. "Rearrange the work for Feng Gue and the others too." After saying that, he turned and left. Jiang Tsung also smiled and stepped forward to wave. "Since it's your first visit, just act like a tourist today and take a walk around." He strolled inside. "If you think it's good, after the ceremony, I'll wait for you at the Visitor Management Center." Zhao Dashua happily handed over 4 tickets. The route map on the tickets shimmered faintly. After seeing a few people off, Zhao Dashua looked at Su Jing's back with full respect. "Dad, did you see that? The scenic spot was revived in less than a month." "You were right. College students are amazing." The full Sunday holiday quickly came to an end. All visitors left the scenic area. The moonlight shone down, crossing Manhwa Village, Qingshan County, and covering Yong'an City, finally blending into the lights of thousands of homes. In a small rented room, a man placed the meal on the coffee table, and a woman put down her clothes that she was drying, smiling as she leaned over. "Smells so good. Look at what our baby made." The man smiled, sitting cross-legged on a rough carpet, his belly pushing out from his clothes. "Today, pork is cheap, so I bought some and made soft fried pork tenderloin." A young couple sat down, turned on the projector to watch a variety show, and started eating and chatting. Today, the company announced that there will be a normal holiday for Labor Day, with no overtime. "Why did the company send a notice on a big Sunday?" The woman pouted unhappily. "Only 3 days until the holiday, but even if we take time off, we won't have enough time to go out." The man chuckled. "Yes, I haven't planned anything either." "Sorry, my dear." Seeing her boyfriend look so disappointed, the woman sighed but then smiled again. "But since we have a holiday, let's go out and explore. We can't go far, but nearby places are fine too." "Exactly. As long as we're not at home, anywhere we go will be fun," said the man, taking a sip of soda and feeling excited. "Let's find a scenic place nearby, with clear mountains and clean water, to relax and enjoy ourselves." "Okay, I'll check what's around tomorrow." The man waved his hand. "Let's do it now. I'll look at the plans with you this time." They looked at each other and smiled, then immediately started searching on their phones. "I've been there before. It's a fake attraction. This one is too expensive. Just looking at the scenery doesn't seem worth it." "Baby, what about this?" "It's a 4A scenic area," said the woman, shaking her head. "Forget it. You don't take photos or like taking pictures. Let's find a fun place to walk around. I don't want to be upset when we travel." The man smiled awkwardly and kept scrolling. But suddenly, his finger stopped. On the screen, an ancient building complex with pointed roofs and slanted eaves caught his eye. "Baby, look at this." Meanwhile, outside a building, a group of friends gathered, chatting excitedly. The school just announced a holiday, but all the tickets to go anywhere are sold out. So annoying. They won't let us take leave, or we'd just go. Now all the popular spots are full. Where can we go during the holiday? Maybe we should find some less-known places to visit? They might be fun too. Do you even know what less known means? It's places that are not famous, very expensive, not popular, and often overhyped by those who want to look good. Reliable, honest, and straight to the point. So, where else can we go? We can't just stay at school during the break, right? Hey, I saw a blogger's video recently about a new scenic spot. It looked pretty good. Let me find it. You guys take a look too. Whoa, seems nice. High-speed train, only an hour and a half. Let's go there. Where do we stay? In the county town. Even before the Tourism Bureau released any posters or videos, just through various apps, Wanyuan Mountain quickly became known beyond Yongin City and entered the public eye. Especially under the latest post by Avoiding Traps Piggy, a heated debate broke out. Today we're not watching Approaching Science. We're watching Entering Mythology, Part 1. Manhwa Village, the Holy Mountain Reborn. The post wasn't long, but the story about the origin of Manhwa Village contained a huge amount of information. The mention of a holy mountain where many deities lived was immediately criticized as a gimmick or fake story. But compared to what came next, that part seemed rather plain. Because the following descriptions, the carp god in Carp Pond, the Firefly River in Butterfly Valley, and the unseen but lively butterfly spirit, and even the blogger's guesses about other deities, left many netizens speechless. Some stared at the screen for a long time before typing a single line. The blogger clearly needs medical help. He's been playing too many games. Everyone can leave now. Go take your medicine. Are you out of your mind? Dude, spirits aren't real after the founding of the country. Are you trying to challenge science? But occasionally, a few different comments were pushed to the top. Uncle Pie, I've been there. It's all true. If I'm lying, I'll eat my words. Wuchang Street Barbecue King. The carp god is real. It's been raining these days, and my barbecue shop is packed every night. The guide said seeing the carp god brings good luck with water. And it's actually true. Ching ching Aaron Kwok. No way. Same here. It rained a few days ago, and I found a gold ring in a puddle by the road. The ring above is mine. Ching chong Aaron Kwok. Get lost. Some people came out to support, but most took this chance to promote Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area to visitors from other places. Come and you'll gain. The scenic area is very honest, no trickery at all. And it's really super fun inside. You can play all day without getting tired. Tickets are very cheap. You might even see a beautiful dragon maiden or a big dragon. Just seeing it is worth it. I just want to say, if you're into archaeology, come visit. I suspect this scenic area has discovered a 1,000-year-old village. It's so amazing here. Don't judge by the ratings or the advertisements. This place is definitely more than a 2A level. Compared to the 4A and 5A places I've been to before, Wanyuan Mountain is just as good. I just want to ask, is Mount Sacred open during the Labor Day holiday? The limited spots for pioneers are too few. I really want to go see it. The popular pioneer spots online recently, you paid a lot for them, right? Could they be from this place? Exactly. I've already bought tickets. I plan to visit Yongin City during this holiday, mainly to see Manhwa Village. The post's popularity kept rising. In a small workshop in Yongin City, Zhu Shouja looked anxious, rubbing his hands. Are the promotional posters and banners ready? He turned around. Inside the workshop, 4 or 5 men and women, exhausted from working late, looked pale but energetic. Just finished, Zhu Shouja nodded excitedly. Send it to Jiexing. No, I'll send it myself. He copied the files and sent them to Su Jing. As soon as Su Jing received the files, he forwarded them to Shen Zhuang's office. Secretary, the materials are here. Secretary Li suddenly sat up straight, holding a tablet, and ran to Shen Zhuang's desk. Shen Zhuang looked sharp and pounded the table. Immediately start promoting Wanyuan Mountain. Late at night in the media editing office, a girl with green hair raised her right hand, calling her colleagues. Team leader, come look at this post. It seems interesting. Let's add a line about it in tomorrow's news report. Similar discussions were happening across major entertainment media companies. It might have some value. Our city's new scenic spot? I've heard a little about it, but is it too late to promote it now? Follow the Tourism Bureau's lead. No mistake there. Start writing the article immediately. Don't mention anything supernatural or spooky. Just treat it as a promotional event. We shouldn't make any unnecessary errors. Can anyone contact the person in charge of this scenic spot? Moreover, some brands noticed a business opportunity. Why didn't I know our county has such a big scenic area? What are the sales team doing? Hurry and get their contact info. Let's insert an ad for our tractor here. Boss, our tractor's a bit too tough to handle. Some small travel agencies also saw a new chance to make money. But before they could find Su Jing, they were stopped. 1 hour, 2 hours. Many people stayed awake late into the night. The official promotion for Yuan Mountain launched, and before dawn, it topped the city's trending list. With the videos made by Zhu Shou and support from the Tourism Bureau, more and more people became curious. But most felt disappointed. This promotion is too late. We already bought tickets to go somewhere else. No worries, that scenic spot is too small. We can finish visiting in a day. Maybe next weekend we'll go there. It's a 2A rated site, but I want to visit Putuan Mountain, which is very popular now. It's not even comparable. It doesn't matter. I suggest everyone avoid it because the place is too small. People from our city want to go, and they're worried about long lines. Online, the discussion was lively. In real life, Su Jing was also busy and overwhelmed. Little Su boss, you finished the dance rehearsal for us the day before yesterday. Come take a look. Little Su, some of the props are broken. You might need to fix them, Mr. Su. This is the latest small commercial area we developed. It has 6 restaurants, 2 craft shops, and a convenience store. The man was so busy he almost wished he could clone himself. But among all these issues, the one that concerned him most was a question raised by Jiang Kong. Although it's sudden, should we consider building a hotel or guest house inside Manhwa village? Jiang Tsung looked at the sacred mountain behind him. If we keep developing Sacred Mountain, one day won't be enough to visit both attractions. The performance for the divine ritual starts at 5 p.m., and the ghost tiger will appear in the streets then. So, it's best for tourists to stay inside Manhwa village during that time. Going up the mountain can only be scheduled in the morning. Jiang Tsung checked his watch and shrugged. If we don't allow overnight stays, we'll need to open earlier. But since it's in the county and the traffic is poor, even opening at 8 or 9 a.m., few people will arrive. Moreover, Jiang Tsung moved closer to Su Jing and whispered, "Hotels and guest houses will increase the park's income. Aren't you still in debt?" Over the past 2 weeks, he had heard a bit about Su Jing's family situation. He knew the park looked good on the surface, but beneath it, there were bigger problems. He's a good friend of Brother Jing and naturally worried about him. Su Jing smiled. "Good idea. I'll think about what to do." He silently took note of all the issues and made a move to leave. "Wait," Jiang Tsung frowned. "Not. What have you been busy with these days? Running into the mountains every day?" Brother Feng Gui sent fruit up the mountain several times, but every time he asked, he wouldn't say anything. "And about Jinri Sunshine, I heard Sister Jin Na say you took away Xiao Sun, the best singer and prettiest girl in their group. Why does this sound so strange? It's like he's kidnapping girls or luring innocent young women. Brother has his ways. I have a lot on my plate here. You handle things well." Su Jing patted his capable assistant on the shoulder again. "Management is your job, and the success of the park is mine. There's only 1 day left until the official holiday. Just wait and see." On the night before the May Day holiday, the atmosphere was naturally restless. All the staff at Wanyuan Mountain went to bed early, preparing for the holiday the next day. Jiang Tsung checked the final details with a few key people. Meanwhile, Su Jing's room lights stayed on until late at night. As night passed, the bright sunlight spread across the country, and transportation systems entered full operation. The long-awaited holiday for workers finally arrived. That morning, before the park opened, Su Jing received a call from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Shen Zhuang's voice was a little excited. "How is everything? Are the holiday activities ready? Do you feel confident?" Su Jing smiled, recalling the last rehearsal from yesterday, and nodded seriously. "I'm also looking forward to it." After hanging up, Shen Zhuang thought for a moment, then got out of bed and called Secretary Li. "Keep an eye on the news from Wanyuan Mountain. This scenic spot, which had special promotional approval, could it attract enough attention from the public and make Yong'an City stand out? It all depends on this holiday." The view rose higher, looking down on the city from above. On the map of routes like a spider web, thousands of red dots representing people were heading toward this small, little-known county. The county head of Qingshan County was called back from his breakfast stall by his subordinates. "What? Traffic is blocked." The 50-something county head, who had been in office for over 10 years, had never heard of such a strange thing. Are the highways being built? That was the only possibility he could think of, but his subordinate shook his head, eyes wide with disbelief. "It seems like those cars are heading toward our scenic area." He tried to recall the few mountain roads in the county, then suddenly brightened. Could it be the mountain area that old Sue owns? Exactly. The subordinate nodded. It looks like they're all heading to. Oh, Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. The county head was stunned. He usually focused on politics and hadn't paid much attention to tourism projects. This had been a failure over 10 years ago, even costing them some talented young people who had managed to leave the county. I didn't expect. That place suddenly became active again. First, go manage and smooth out the traffic issues. Once that's done, you also go find out what's really going on at Wanyuan Mountain. Not only he knew, but Song Jiming was also frowning in his office, drinking a cup of bitter tea. President Song, should we just ignore Wanyuan Mountain? Humph. How can we ignore it? Who will handle it? He glared fiercely at his secretary. What a useless assistant. That night, before the police even arrived, the people he sent were safely returned. I heard they didn't cause trouble. They just worked from day to night. They cooked over 60 dishes in 2 days, cleaned hundreds of clothes, and left a mess everywhere. Damn it. Besides, Secretary Shin already found me. What else can I do? Song Jiming put down his tea and sighed. If we can't do it secretly, then let's do it openly. We must make a good effort with the activities we've planned these days. If we can't even handle a small scenic area, what face do we have to compete with Hongya Mountain? Yes, I will supervise everything closely. Major scenic spots in Yong'an City started to act. Zhao Dashua anxiously waited at the ticket booth. What should we do, Brother Jing? Less than 100 people have come so far. Did we announce the earlier opening time too late? Maybe no one knows. His face grew worse the more he thought about it. Or maybe, not many people want to visit our scenic area during the holiday. Su Jing patted his shoulder to stop his worrying thoughts, then turned to Feng Cheng and spoke. Time is almost up. You go to the parking lot. Keep order, quickly help all visitors park their cars, and let them in groups. Feng Cheng nodded and quickly left with 2 staff members. Su Jing looked into the distance at the end of the scenic road, where faint dust was flying. The main group is behind us. Before he finished speaking, less than 10 minutes later, the continuous sound of horns echoed from the end of the road. Amid the noisy symphony, dusty vehicles like musical notes jumped and rolled over the uneven dirt road. Ing Jing waved his hand and walked toward the park, pressing the intercom around his neck. A large number of visitors are coming. All departments prepare. Welcome guests. Husband. This place is so remote. A man and a woman, covering their noses to block the dust, walked from the dusty parking lot to the entrance of the scenic area. After paying 50 yuan for tickets, they looked at the information on the tickets and spoke. Yes, I feel dizzy just driving here. The man looked up at the gravel road ahead and frowned. I heard the tickets used to be 30 yuan, but I didn't expect the price to go up during the holiday. Luckily, it's only 50 yuan, not too expensive. The woman snorted beside him. Not too expensive? They say this scenic area is just a village, and the nearby mountain isn't developed yet. 50 yuan is already a lot, but the man disagreed. He shook the ticket in his hand. No, look at this, honey. On the ticket, which has a landscape painting style, a clear line of words was printed. The sacred mountain is partially open, accessible up to the middle of the mountain. Please follow the route map, comma. In the lower right corner, there were also some suggested notes. It is recommended to visit the village first to learn about the connection between Manhwa village and the sacred mountain. After participating in the ceremony, return the next day to explore the sacred mountain. Otherwise, time will be tight, and the experience may be less enjoyable, comma. What's this? The woman wrinkled her nose. Who has 2 days to spend here? Besides, it's just a village. How long can you really explore? But I saw online guides saying, it's more fun to join the sacrifice ceremony and the divine invitation ritual at night. The woman wanted to argue, but seeing his excited and expectant look, she softened. Finally, they had come out to have fun, so just enjoy it. All right, let's go have fun. But I say, if it's not interesting, I won't come back tomorrow, okay? The man chuckled, hiding the long-collected page of the complete ritual guide, and eagerly headed inside. Please, it has to be fun. The shabby parking lot was already at full capacity. No choice. Feng Cheng started guiding the cars to park along the roadside. Luckily, they were in a remote mountain valley, surrounded by wild mountains and dirt roads. As long as they were willing to walk a bit further, there were plenty of parking spots. But as he thought about this, he was so busy until 1 p.m. that when his stomach started growling with hunger, he still hadn't finished. Wow. He looked at the endless black line at the end of the dirt road and was stunned. How many people are coming? Is this real? Is everyone joking? Yesterday, he noticed the ticket prices at the scenic spot had gone up, and he thought fewer people would come this time. But what's going on? Over 200 cars have already been sent in. Why isn't it over yet? It's only the first day? He felt very upset. The tourists were even more unhappy. I told you not to come to this mountain village. The roads are bad. It's already noon, and we still haven't entered the scenic spot. Think about it differently. If so many people are coming to this mountain village, it must mean there's something special about this place. You're right. But stop talking. Someone cut in line in front of me. Damn him. Beep, beep, beep. The continuous honking of horns caused a traffic jam that only eased around 3 p.m. The secretary sent by the county mayor to observe the situation put down his binoculars, his jaw almost dropping, trembling as he took out his phone. County mayor, you might not believe this. Have you ever seen a long march of thousands of miles? He looked at the endless stream of steel on the rural dirt road and swallowed hard. It's almost the same. Outside, people struggled forward through the dust and dirt, but inside, everyone was completely calmed by the sight before them. Wow. The man with sunglasses took his hand out of his pocket. When he arrived, he was annoyed about the ticket price increase, but after coming in, anyone who dared to say the tickets were expensive, he would risk his life for. Is this expensive? How could it be? In front of him, layered eaves and bluestone roads winding up with the town's smoke and fire. Villagers dressed simply walking through the streets, greeting tourists warmly. Even when surrounded by groups, they showed no impatience. Occasionally, a group of strong men with short sticks would come out from smaller alleys, looking serious. But if someone timid asked for directions, they would immediately smile kindly. Oh, a woman holding a big bunch of flowers stepped out of a house, walking quickly, not knowing where she was going, but suddenly stumbled and scattered the flowers all over the ground. Oh no, these flowers are supposed to be sent to the holy mountain, but now everything's a mess. Time's almost up. What should I do? Her voice was bright, yet full of worry, instantly drawing the attention of many tourists. A man glanced at the guidebook in his hand, then remembered her mention of the holy mountain. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. I'll help you. Move aside. I'll do it. Miss, you need help sorting the flowers, right? I used to work at a delivery sorting center. This task is mine. It seemed this task wasn't meant for a group. The woman smiled gratefully, divided the flowers on the ground into 3 piles, and waved to the first 3 who had come over. You 3, please help me. Similar scenes appeared all around Manhwa village. 2 reporters holding cameras looked at each other, unable to hide their amazement. This really is the city of tasks. The online guide said the missions appear randomly, with no pattern, and change every week. The woman lifted her small camera and took a picture of the scene in the distance. In the photo, the woman was handing out flowers to the 3 helpers, 1 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 red. The 3 fluffy woven flowers looked quite different from each other. And of course, people noticed the difference. Everyone crowded around excitedly. What are those? The online guide never mentioned this. New items. Wow, you guys got new items. She's going to the holy mountain. These must be related to it. I'll pay 100 yuan. Sell it to me. The man with the yellow flower didn't hesitate and handed it over to the buyer. Just like that, he earned back the cost of his ticket with 1 item. Both of them left happily, while someone behind them muttered enviously. Maybe it's just an ordinary flower. People are crazy. If you want it, buy it yourself. Rich folks can do whatever they want. I don't think it's that simple. The colors are different. If they're quest items, I bet each one plays a special role. Everyone kept talking, but soon they scattered again, wandering around Manhwa village with excitement. Before the holiday, thanks to the promotion by the Cultural Tourism Bureau and Jusho, Su Jing had gained an impressive 40,000 reputation points. And he spent them all, completely upgrading and improving all the basic facilities in Manhwa village. Until today's opening, Manhwa village has built 8 standard public toilets, 1 first aid center, 2 standard warehouses, and 1 visitor service center. Other facilities like convenience stores, small restaurants, craft stalls, and even luggage storage are run by the village staff using their own houses and front yards. Finally, there is the souvenir shop. Su Jing stands at the village entrance, greeting new visitors, then turns to look toward Area D near the foot of the mountain. The souvenir shop will take another 24 hours to finish building, so it probably won't open until May 2nd. For visitors arriving on May 1st, I apologize in advance. Just relax and don't buy anything. Leave feeling light and happy. The small print on the ticket changed some visitors' plans. Some visitors who originally planned to see everything in one day, due to traffic jams and getting caught up in tasks, couldn't reach the mountain's foot even by nearly 5 p.m. But some experienced visitors, who came specifically to climb Sacred Mountain, went straight to the mountain's base after entering the park. What? Why can't we go up? A man stands at the mountain trail entrance, glaring angrily at the mountain guard. Sacred Mountain is not fully open yet. For safety, at least 20 people need to gather before we can enter. Our village doesn't have enough staff. Please understand. The first guard remains calm, and the second guard also stays steady. In short, they are saying, wait here until it's your turn. Fine, fine. The man glares fiercely at them, then grits his teeth and speaks coldly. We'll wait. The woman behind him rolls her eyes. She's so annoyed by this helpless situation. She looks back. Luckily, there are already 12 people, so they'll be able to enter soon. She came specifically for the legends about Sacred Mountain online. If they're not true, she'll definitely criticize the blogger. The two guards exchange glances, then look at the growing number of visitors. When there are 20 people, they suddenly step forward. Guard 1. Dear visitors, a quick note beforehand. Guard 2. If you want to go up the mountain to pay respects, be prepared. Number 1. The carp god needs fate. The butterfly fairy enjoys lively scenes, and beyond that, everything is unpredictable. You all. Number 2. It's not always possible to get what you wish for. Number 1. But I wish everyone well. Number 2. On the trip to the Sacred Mountain. Both. Forward without hesitation. Let's go. The two turn and walk away quickly, while the surprised tourists hurried to follow. What are they doing? Isn't this a scenic spot? They're talking as if it's real. It's a big holiday. Could it be that we can't see anything? Are they joking? No way. The group rushes into the mountain. Immediately, 2 more men stand at the entrance, looking serious. Even though the population of Manhwa village has reached about 50 or 60 people, plus the Qingyun acrobat troupe and the Jintai song and dance troupe helping out, there are less than 100 in total. It's impossible to split up and take tourists into the mountain separately. After discussing with Jiang Tsong, Su Jing finally decided that the official opening of the Sacred Mountain would be on May 2nd. That's also why they don't recommend tourists to go up the mountain on the first day. Meanwhile, the tourists who have already reached the Sacred Mountain have passed by the Carp Pool and Butterfly Valley. It's beautiful, really beautiful, especially the water pools under the forest, where golden and silver koi swim freely, unafraid of people, creating a wonderful experience. And in Butterfly Valley, hundreds of butterflies flutter among the flowers, making visitors feel enchanted. The most incredible part is the Firefly River, where the glowing green water flows over, instantly making all fatigue and frustration disappear. Even now, they sometimes catch glimpses of the green glow in their minds. But, the problem is, where are the gods? All the promotional talk about the carp god and butterfly fairy, they haven't seen a single one. What's going on? Is the event not started yet? It's a holiday. Open your eyes. It's time for a break. Gods, come out and work. Big brother warrior. Everyone gathers around 2 villagers, feeling like ants trying to move a mountain. Are you sure? We won't see the carp god and them today? Warrior 1 frowns. I told you long ago, the carp god isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Where's Butterfly Fairy? Has your event not started yet? Warrior number 2 was surprised and didn't seem to be acting. What event? I already said, Butterfly Fairy loves lively places. With only 20 of you, it's probably hard to get her to appear. The man was angry and went off sulking. The woman gritted her teeth and asked, are we just wasting our time today? Can't see anything at all? Online, it said that the Sacred Mountain only has these 2 spots open. If we came all this way, wouldn't it be a waste of money and we see nothing? Ahem. Although the Fish Pond and Butterfly Valley are definitely worth the price. But our group came specifically for those 2 deities. The 2 warriors looked at each other, confused, and pointed up the mountain path. What are they talking about? Some parts of the Sacred Mountain have reopened. We can keep going forward. Bang. Bang bang. In an instant, everyone turned to look at the mountain trail. They had entered the scenic area and headed straight for the sacred mountain. But now it was almost 3 p.m. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows. The faint glow made the mountain path look hazy. Is there still more? The 20 tourists looked at each other, then suddenly sprinted uphill. Damn it, we're the pioneers. The pioneers of the newly reopened area of the sacred mountain. Damn, this is so exciting. They cheered and disappeared into the forest trail, while the two warriors chuckled. Young Master Su's move is really good. Amazing. Giving a sweet treat after a slap. Who could resist that? Huh? Let's go? Keep up. Don't let them scare it. This time, the uphill path was noticeably steeper, but it was still a flat asphalt road. The group climbed around the mountain, not feeling tired at all. Phew. The air grew colder and fresher. They stopped at a small pavilion to rest. Look down there. That's Bright Moon Village. Wow. So beautiful. Is that the central square? Haha. It's a pity we mainly want to see the sacred mountain today. Otherwise, I'd love to join the divine ceremony again. I really plan to go see it again after we come down. Bright Moon Village's events update so fast. During the May Day holiday, there will definitely be new activities. I feel there will be new performances. The woman's analysis makes sense, and everyone nods in agreement, becoming excited. Then she says, "Let's go down the mountain later." The shy man nearby speaks softly. Down the mountain? When we can go down is uncertain. We've been walking for a long time and haven't reached the next spot yet. Everyone is a bit tired, so they look at the two brave brothers. It's almost there, very soon. You said that 10 minutes ago, and now. Chirp. A strange chirping sound instantly silences everyone. They turn to look, and outside the pavilion, on a crooked-necked tree, a fluffy little monkey hangs upside down, holding an orange, tilting its head to look at them. Chirp. Chirp chirp. Its call attracts another companion. The two little monkeys swing on the tree for a few seconds before suddenly darting away, squeaking as they run off. If Su Jing were here, he would recognize that these two monkeys are Little Soil and Little Wood patrol guards. They are excitedly returning to their territory to report. The humans and Big Brother said humans are here. Wow. So cute. It's monkeys. Wow. Wild monkeys. Chase after them. Everyone gets excited, forgetting their tiredness instantly, and rushes after the monkeys. The two brave brothers exchange smiles and follow at a steady pace. Yes, they arrive. 20 people climbing the mountain are too few compared to the total number of visitors in Manhwa Village. After returning home, the posts they made disappear among the many travel posts online. Few people know what they actually saw. Only the two brave brothers saw the guests with silly smiles as they left the mountain. Wait for me. I'll come again tomorrow. They only left this message before disappearing into the rural roads of Qingshan County. As the ticket said, most visitors experience the accuracy of the warning on the ticket. Cannot explore everything. One day is not enough. Just the scenery and activities of Manhwa Village kept them busy all day. After watching the spectacular, divine summoning ceremony and iron flower display, night fell, and Sacred Mountain had already closed. They figured they could only come back the next day. Some tourists had to leave because their schedules were tight, but most chose to change their plans and drove to the nearby Qingshan County town. The accommodations were basic, but it was close, so the next day they could reach the scenic area in just over half an hour. The hotel owners in Qingshan County were going crazy. Wow, such wealth and success. When everyone found out that these tourists came down from Wanyuan Mountain and planned to stay overnight before going back the next day, they were even more surprised. Are you serious? You came all this way just to see that rundown, nearly closed scenic spot behind the mountain, and decided to stay in this county for 2 days? How did this happen? Is this still the Wanyuan Mountain they remember? In one hotel, the owner apologized to the guests and put up a full house sign. Boss, it seems Wanyuan Mountain is getting popular. A young girl behind the counter, eating sunflower seeds, held up her phone, eyes shining. The owner took the phone, looked at it for a while, and nodded in surprise. Is Wanyuan Mountain the place that couple's kid caused a fuss about? Who would have thought? At this moment, Zhao Meng took a hot shower and lay on the hotel bed, enjoying a back massage from his younger brother. Haha, luckily he foresaw this. He knew that Brother Su's scenic area would definitely become popular, so he booked a hotel in advance to settle everyone in his tour group. Tomorrow, we'll go again. Let everyone rest well. We're going up the mountain tomorrow. There aren't many toilets up there, so drink less water, eat less, and wear light shoes. He hung up the phone. His younger brother came over flatteringly. Brother Mang is mighty. The ticket prices for Wanyuan Mountain just went up. We get 10%, but just today's tickets earned us 500. Plus tomorrow's. He clapped his hands. All right. You mentioned that tomorrow the souvenir shop at Manhwa village will open, right? They won't sell much, but as long as people buy, we'll earn too. The loyal younger brother grinned happily, feeling relaxed and joyful. I knew Brother Mang's judgment was the best. We're really on the rise. Humph, just as you said. Zhao Mang lay on the bed, feeling very happy. But besides feeling pleased, he was also a bit curious. So far, only 20 people had gone up to Sacred Mountain. So he was very curious about what kind of things Boss Su's clever little brain could come up with. Night fell. On the highway, at the airport, and at the high-speed train station, Yong'an City finally welcomed visitors from all directions. The first arrivals were mostly those who had left early. But today, many people who could only go out during the holiday finally arrived in large numbers. Various departments in Yong'an City became busier. The Cultural and Tourism Department closely watched the rising visitor numbers and spoke more confidently. Keep observing, see where these visitors are going. Make sure to record everything in real time. Got it. At Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, Shangling Mountain Range, Manhwa Village entrance. The crowd was even larger than on the first day, flowing down the river. Su Jing took a sip of water to soothe his throat and swapped shifts with someone else. Luckily, he followed Jiang Tsung's advice and added 3 boats, or today would have been a disaster. According to Professor Zhao's statistics, by 11 a.m., over 200 people had entered the scenic area, and the real entry time was just beginning. He looked at the bustling Manhwa village and helplessly sent a message to Jiang Kong. Today's visitor limit. 3,000 people. Their scenic area was big enough, but the number of visitors was too few. They had performances, NPC roles, in order to maintain. Even if their staff had 3 heads and 6 arms, they couldn't handle it all. After receiving the message, Jiang Tsung immediately told the staff responsible for operations to post the latest news on the official account and various online platforms. Due to the large number of visitors exceeding the scenic area's capacity, the maximum number of visitors allowed inside Wanyuan Mountain today is limited to 3,000. Wow. Before worried tourists could get upset, Shun Zhuang exploded. How can they limit the number? In such an important situation, how can they limit visitors? He paced back and forth anxiously in the office. No, this won't do. Contact Su Jing. Does he need more people? I'll find a way for him. Wanyuan Mountain absolutely cannot limit visitors. My career depends on him this year. Shin Zhuang's shouting was unheard by others. But once visitors entered Manhwa village, the crowd clearly split up. The newcomers were frantically exploring the mountain village and collecting offerings. Yesterday, the tourists living in the county town gathered at the foot of the mountain after their visit. Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 looked at the large crowd in front of them and swallowed nervously. Go ahead, your turn. They pushed each other gently, and Warrior 1 finally stepped forward. Dear visitors, the fog has cleared, and the path to the sacred mountain is open. He glanced at his colleague and then spoke in a serious voice. Please line up properly. Only 20 people can enter at a time, with a 3-minute interval. Fighting is not allowed on the sacred mountain. Those who do will be remembered by the spirits of the mountain. And that's not a good thing. He slowly stepped back, leaving enough space for 2 people to walk side by side. If you are lucky enough to see the spirits, please keep your distance and do not offend them. If possible, we hope all visitors will show our deepest respect to the people of Bright Moon Village. Now, everyone can go in. Suddenly, like a floodgate opening, the crowd surged up the mountain and quickly disappeared into the lush forest. After seeing off all the visitors, the 2 warriors wiped their sweat and sighed. Good luck to them. Click. Stepping on a dry branch, Ping pushed up her glasses and continued walking forward. She had been looking forward to today for a long time. Since her first participation in the Bright Moon Village's prayer ceremony, where she saw the red and white dance and fireworks, she had felt a sincere longing from the distant mountain tribes. And after seeing online that 20 pioneers had the chance to visit the sacred mountain, she had been full of hope. But she didn't come on the first day. From her experience, the first day usually isn't the busiest. Many highlights of the scenic area tend to appear on the second day. Sure enough, others might not pay attention, but she did. Seeing the visitors who returned empty-handed on the first day of entering the sacred mountain only strengthened her resolve. As for what they said about monkeys or other things, she wasn't interested. Her only goal today was one thing: to pay homage to the spirits. The 20 of them discussed quietly. Without villagers to escort them, everyone was afraid to walk too fast, so they hadn't run into the previous group. But when they pushed aside a hanging vine, faint sounds came through, soft screams and excited chatter, making Pingping's expression turn serious. Run quickly. She immediately sped up, leaving the others far behind. Below the bridge, the koi fish happily swam, chasing after the young girl's steps. But no matter how she posed or made gestures, she received no attention. Until she stepped onto the stone slab over the pond. The fish seemed to sense something and suddenly dispersed all at once. Pingping stood frozen in place, unaware that one foot had already stepped into the water. The air was silent, only ripples flowing, water droplets crisp, and the sound of wind blowing through the lotus leaves. In front of the stone path, each stone slab had a person standing on it. Everyone looked excited and nervous, lips pressed tightly, afraid to make any sound that might disturb this sacred place. Inside the cave behind Pingping, a girl with fair skin and a delicate hairstyle rested her forehead on her hand, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. From the ground extending into the water, a large, shiny, golden-red fish tail stretched out, its tip gently swaying, as if trying to get close to the friendly koi. Yes, Pingping whispered softly. The koi spirit. The other visitors behind finally caught up, all stopping above the pond, unwilling to move even a little. Come on, move forward. We can't see anything from back here. Exactly. Why are you hesitating? Keep walking. Why are you blocking the way? Damn, did they see something special? I remember the promotional video of the sacred mountain mentioned a divine appearance. Maybe it's happening now. Under the tense weight, someone finally couldn't hold back and started complaining, which sparked dissatisfaction among the others. They began to argue. The people in front were reluctant, but could only take a few photos before hurrying away. The noise grew louder. The girl inside the cave, with eyelash-like fins, trembled slightly. Then her huge fish tail lifted out of the water, the tip trembling. After stretching lazily, she looked at the stunned crowd in front with an annoyed expression. So noisy. Her fish tail looked completely natural, as if it grew directly from her body, lively and effortless. Suddenly, the tail slapped the water with a loud splash, splattering water all over the tourists in the pond. Ah, damn. Oh my gosh. I'm soaked. The koi spirit is angry. It's all your fault for staying here, which woke up the koi spirit. Some people were busy taking photos. Others were angrily scolding, but at this moment, everyone's greedy nature was clear to see. The girl shifted her pose, smiling faintly, or perhaps mockingly, with a look of slight contempt in her eyes. These strangers. So rude. She tilted her body and jumped into the pond, disappearing into the splashing water, leaving only a sentence behind. If this keeps happening, maybe I should think about moving somewhere else. The koi pond gradually calmed down. The breeze was gentle, the lotus flowers remained, and without the presence of the spirit, the koi fish happily swam around again. People stared blankly at the koi spirit that had just vanished in front of them, feeling both surprised and scared. Did it disappear? Magic? Magic? No, it must be a trick. Wow. It's like a real person transformation. Is this real? Could it really be a spirit? Didn't you see her tail? How could you make such a realistic prop? The crowd was discussing when suddenly a deep, angry roar sounded, and they finally realized what was really happening. What did you all do? The man speaking had just reached the middle of the pond. He pushed through the crowd, carrying a heavy camera, but collapsed in the last moment before seeing the koi spirit. You scared her away. His expression was calm, but it was clear that his anger was barely contained. Do you know? Yesterday, no one saw the koi spirit on the mountain, and today, so many people came just for her. It's not even noon yet, and because of your greed, all the other visitors can't see her anymore. The visitors in front wanted to argue, but when they saw the crowd of people rushing in from behind, they dared not say a word. Sorry, the first person quickly turned and left after speaking. It was no longer safe to stay here. If more people learned the truth, They might be left behind as offerings. The road finally cleared, but the spirit they longed for had already left. Some people, unwilling to give up, went into the pond area and wandered around, hesitant to leave. It wasn't until someone softly reminded them that they finally snapped out of it. The koi spirit has left. Let's hurry to the next attraction. If we miss another one, it would be even more disappointing. Oh, right. Everyone suddenly realized. There are more sights ahead, and the legendary butterfly fairy, who loves lively places. Someone stood on a large rock by the pond, waving their arms and speaking loudly. I heard Butterfly Fairy enjoys lively places. We already have so many people here. Why not go together and try our luck? We've come all this way today. We can't just see nothing, right? Everyone nodded, glancing at the empty cave, then sighed. Let's go. The crowd quickly moved, and Koi Pond soon returned to its quiet state. In the water, a small, shiny koi fish swam slowly, its eyes glinting with cleverness as it looked above the pond. Meanwhile, Su Jing finally stepped out from behind a hidden stone wall. Strict rules are less effective than visitors' own awareness. Once this incident spreads and people talk about it, over time, everyone will naturally follow the rules, unless someone wants to face everyone's anger. He looked at the path up the mountain and slowly followed. Those people are smart. They're not wasting time here. Otherwise, they might miss seeing anything at the next spot too. Su Jing disappeared behind the trail for a long time. The small koi fish took the opportunity, leaping onto the shore, transforming into a girl wearing a lotus leaf dress. Her ears shimmered with golden red light, and delicate scales extended from her collarbone downward. When she slightly turned her head, she revealed hidden gill patterns near her jaw. She was barefoot, wandering around the pond, playing with lotus flowers, waiting for the next lucky visitors. Meanwhile, a large crowd of tourists surged toward Butterfly Valley. Some were busy scolding the visitors blocking the way earlier, but most thought, since they came out to have fun, there's no need to get angry over small things. They excitedly discussed the next attraction. We've arrived, the leader spoke excitedly. In front of him was a lush, bustling mountain valley. The cliffs and rocks jutted out at an angle, like a platform rising in the middle of the valley. Below the platform, countless butterflies fluttered up and down, creating a colorful river among the flowers and around the tourists. Oh my goodness! Seeing this scene, does anyone still remember the story of the butterfly fairy? Going out to play is just for taking photos and checking in. The crowd quickly rushes into the valley. They push Ping Ping, who is taking photos at the entrance, into the middle of the crowd. Hey, don't push. There's plenty of space. She unhappily pushes away an older woman and then looks around. She has seen other scenic spots called Butterfly Valley online, but those small groups of butterflies are not as impressive as here. Most importantly, these butterflies are not afraid of people. Everyone is holding up their phones to take pictures with the butterflies and the flower sea. A few tourists, who look like students, keep exclaiming in surprise. That's the big-eyed, blue-winged butterfly. That's the Saturn yellow butterfly. That's the colorful red magic butterfly. Oh my. That's the 7-star butterfly. Oh my. Why are there so many protected species in this butterfly valley? Look at that. Is that the purple coral star butterfly? The one that's nearly extinct? Wow. A few students are graduate students studying biology and conservation. They exchange glances, their lips trembling. Should we call the teacher? This needs to be protected. Take photos. Show them to the teacher, so we don't make mistakes. They gather together, chatting excitedly, while the people around are happily running around. Fortunately, Butterfly Valley is large enough to hold many visitors. But even so, after an hour, the valley becomes crowded, and some people can't find space to stand. What's that? A shout of surprise comes from the crowd, followed by a loud call. A faint white figure appears from the woods. Ping Ping, squeezed so tightly she can't see anything, raises her camera high, trying to capture something. But when she lowers her camera and carefully looks at the figure in the woods, her pupils suddenly shrink. Butterfly, what's all the noise? Aren't there butterflies everywhere? No. Ping Ping pushes up her glasses and points at the figure floating up from behind the trees. It's here. Everyone saw it. Under the faint glow, a woman in a silver-white dress floated to the edge of the stone platform. Xiao Sun subtly turned her body and untied the harness hanging from her waist. Below the platform, in the dappled sunlight, All the visitors in Butterfly Valley looked up at her. Wow, so many people. Xiao Sun took a small step back, but stopped when she saw someone hiding in the corner, Su Jing. Her heart instantly calmed, and she smiled at the visitors below. Sunlight shone from behind her, making her face look unreal. Her hair shimmered with a soft golden glow. But what was even more stunning was her long, white, dreamy dress. Small feathers decorated the dress, pure white and flowing, gently fluttering in the breeze. Today in Butterfly Valley, it's so lively. The woman in the white dress on the platform whispered softly, her voice gentle like a songbird, calming everyone below. Hee in the hazy sunlight, the woman seemed to smile with her eyes, raising one arm lightly and gently touching the air. I smell the mountain's revival, the scent of grass and flowers, and the lively smell of fireworks. She was just lightly jumping at the edge of the stone wall, causing the crowd below to gasp in surprise, as if she wasn't afraid of falling. Today I am happy. I will sing a song for the people. Sing a song? Someone's mind suddenly lit up with a bright idea. Loving the lively atmosphere. Loving singing. She is the Butterfly Fairy. His words woke everyone up, and all eyes widened in shock. But some people were doubtful. She doesn't look like a spirit. No wings at all. She just flew up earlier. Maybe she's just using a harness. His voice was loud, and some visitors looked suspicious. But that doubt only lasted less than 10 seconds before disappearing completely. At the same time, Ping, holding a long focus camera, suddenly widened her eyes. Wait. She carefully examined the woman's dress on the stone wall. Among the layered feathers, she found tiny, moving antennae. She couldn't help but scream in surprise, her face full of shock. Her dress isn't feathers. Those are butterflies. With her exclamation, the Butterfly Fairy also moved. Bright white snow covers the mountain, where there are no footprints. The quiet valley is very lonely. I am the hope here. Frost fills the sky. Like a storm in my heart, only the earth knows. The wounds I have suffered. She gently sways her body, her feathers trembling slightly, her song sad, yet full of hope. The noisy crowd below falls silent. No one mentions whether the Butterfly Fairy is real or not. Everyone is drawn in by her beautiful singing. They think about the past changes on the Holy Mountain and Bright Moon Village, remember the prayer ceremony, and the villagers' sincere eyes, and they can't help but feel a little emotional. But she keeps singing. Let no evil enter the Holy Mountain. With my strength, I will protect every day. Her hair flows in the wind as she spins on the sloped wall. A few white butterflies struggle to hold onto her skirt, then suddenly are thrown off, bursting into a cloud of white in the air. Her singing grows louder and more intense. But I believe, someday, I will be reborn. Her voice rises like a mighty wave, echoing through the sky. The woman smiles, stepping forward under the bright sunlight. Wow! Her pure white feathers suddenly explode outward, transforming into thousands of butterflies that scatter into the air. One person is a shining world. Bloom, bloom. The light of the Holy Mountain is pure and flawless. A huge swarm of butterflies, like mist or rain, circles around her, singing loudly, then suddenly shoots upward, exploding like fireworks. Fly, freedom, this is my home. Her voice rises higher and higher. In the stunned, wide-eyed crowd, she spreads her arms wide. Wow! The butterflies that are spreading out seem to be guided, quickly gathering around her. In an instant, the white butterflies converge, and a light, flowing veil with a faint golden glow drifts down toward everyone below. The butterfly wings gently brush, scattering pink powder. The swarm, guided by her fingers, gracefully passes over all the visitors. Then, like a net or smoke, other butterflies, originally flying low among the flowers, also become excited. A surge of energy shot into the sky, forming a colorful rainbow ring that spiraled high above Butterfly Valley, as if crowning the long-absent queen. Mom, Ping felt her blood rush and her vision darken. She saw a divine being again. Who says this isn't a fairy butterfly? They've already shown you divine signs. The flying harness allows flight. But what about the butterflies? So many butterflies. How can she control them? Su Jing watched from the shadows, pleased with the scene before him. Butterfly Dream, intermediate costume item, a slip dress made of shimmering gold silk, with a queen butterfly gem on the chest. Attributes: elegance 30%, dreaminess 30%, butterfly affinity 300%, possible attraction of rare butterflies, uses 1/10. This dress comes from a parallel world sewing god with magical effects. It took 200 positive reviews to get this piece, and it can only be used 10 times. It's a rare item, but it's also the most suitable item Su Jing could find for this scene. And the song worth 30 reputation points. Blooming, cultural item, has the same melody as Let It Go from their world, requiring very high vocal skills. The only person fit to be this Butterfly Fairy is Xiao Sun from the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. But clearly, she succeeded. Su Jing looked at the white butterfly river in the sky, swallowing hard. He didn't expect the dress to be so powerful. The singing continued. With a firm and powerful voice, suddenly, plop, the first person knelt down. Butterfly Fairy, bang bang bang. More and more people knelt, eyes filled with excitement, expressions solemn, shouting loudly. Butterfly Fairy, great Butterfly Fairy, congratulations on your return to the sacred mountain. Su Jing was stunned. Xiao Sun was stunned too. People below couldn't see her clearly against the backlight, but she could see the scene below vividly. She watched as bodies knelt one after another, her fingertips icy, tears threatening to fall. Mr. Su, this is too much to bear. It could shorten your life. She is only 28 years old. The old man on the right, who looks like he's 60, even knelt down for her. Su Jing knew he might have gone a bit too far. He gave Xiao Sun a quick look, and she immediately showed a grateful smile. Haha, I am very happy today. The sacred mountain is thriving again. I will go explore around now. She finished singing her song, smiled softly, then disappeared into the depths of the platform. Bai Dai also flew away, and the other butterflies calmed down, as if the mysterious figure had never appeared. A few seconds later, a loud cheer erupted from the sky above Butterfly Valley. Congratulations, Butterfly Fairy. Su Jing hit his forehead in surprise. The plan to create a god. It was successful, but now, everything was ruined. Maybe because they saw a divine being, or because the visitors were already satisfied, or because no one dared to disrespect here. In any case, within half an hour, most of the people in Butterfly Valley had left. The remaining visitors took photos or excitedly discussed. After this experience, even the ordinary butterflies around seemed to carry a sense of divinity. More and more people arrived later. Amid the lively chatter, they gradually realized they not only missed the appearance of the carp god, but also the manifestation of Butterfly Fairy. They felt like they wanted to die. Do you understand? In the end, they were just extras in someone else's brilliant life. They stayed behind, regretting, then angrily decided they would take at least 800 photos here to get their money's worth before leaving. As for the people ahead, they had already started climbing Big Butt Mountain. The trail from Butterfly Valley to the next scenic spot was quite far, at least half an hour's walk. The group split into faster and slower climbers based on their stamina. Some moved easily and quickly to the front. Others, unwilling to fall behind, gritted their teeth and quickly overtook. Having experienced 2 scenic spots, the tourists had figured out something. This place's attractions really are a bit mysterious. The park owners seemed to care little about what visitors wanted to see. Luck played a role. Timing was also very important. If you were lucky, you'd see what you wanted once you arrived. If not, no matter how early you came, you might see nothing. But maybe, just maybe, once you left, what you wanted to see would appear. So, on the trail halfway up the mountain, a funny scene happened. Some people were far behind, walking leisurely and chatting, enjoying the fresh air of the sacred spirit mountains. Others were pushing themselves, racing ahead, blushing and chasing each other. Pink Bing was among the race walkers. No wonder she was anxious. It was mainly because of the lead runner, Li Shun. She was only a few minutes ahead. If she couldn't catch up in time, she would have to pass by Li Shun without meeting her. And she had an important task. She needed to send out the latest news about the sacred mountain to her loyal fans. Whoosh! She quickly overtook 2 men with a big stride, looked at the engraved characters on the rocky wall ahead, and smiled. They had arrived. Hope Cliff. After climbing the dirt path, Pink Bing entered a very rugged mountain trail. This time, she didn't dare to be overconfident. The woman slowed down, letting the others behind catch up. Walking together was safer. Shadows flickered through the trees, and occasional rustling sounds could be heard. Then, the sounds of monkeys calling became clearer. The wind, whistling, and water-flowing sounds followed one after another. The group stopped, and in front of them was a narrow gap in the mountain wall, like a slit in the sky. Only one person could pass at a time. Ping hesitated for a moment, but when the men behind grew impatient and tried to pass her, she stepped forward immediately. Just kidding. What if something interesting was beyond the passage? She didn't want to be left behind, unable to see it. The light suddenly dimmed. Ping and the others entered one after another, and the atmosphere became quiet. The woman tightly held her camera, looking around carefully, not wanting to miss any new and interesting sights. But this passage was long and nothing special about it. If there was anything special, it was the increasing sound of water. A faint mist of water began to fill the corridor. At the end, the brightness was intense. Ping squinted. What was on the other side of the passage? Why was there so much mist? But they kept moving, and she didn't have time to think more. She needed to get out. Let me see what's outside. Ping's words stopped in her mouth. Suddenly, she raised her camera with lightning speed. Click, click. The shutter snapped rapidly, and the tiny sounds immediately made the men behind her anxious. Get out quickly. Don't block the entrance. Move forward. What do you see? Lower your voice. We might scare away the spirit. The men started talking loudly and pushing Ping. Ping finally calmed her shock and took a step forward, making way for the exit. Look, suddenly, the area brightened. Several men quickly ran out, their pupils shrinking as they adjusted to the strong light. Oh my gosh, the wind blew across the open field ahead. Green grass rolled like waves, turning the invisible wind into visible motion, blowing toward the horizon. Within the green waves, there were red trees, yellow flowers, and white stones. At the end of the green waves, distant mountain peaks and lush greenery appeared. Everyone's eyes widened. Was this a cliff slope? But what surprised them even more was yet to come. Boom! A bright flash appeared. To their right, a huge waterfall suddenly poured down. The silvery water looked like it was coming from the sky. It flowed down the mountainside and merged into a river at the foot of the mountain. The water curtain was like a string of beads, sparse and scattered among the rocks, eventually revealing a large, faintly visible cave. What is that? They stood there, helpless and afraid to move. Because this place, called the Hope Cliff, was not only beautiful but also had a group of monkeys. Among the green waves, under the wild trees, beside the flowers. The monkeys were in small groups, tilting their heads and squinting, looking at the visitors with innocent curiosity. Some small monkeys hung from the trees, swinging back and forth. Inside the cave behind the water curtain, there seemed to be more monkeys moving around faintly. Will they hurt us? Ping didn't want to leave this breathtaking scene. She tentatively moved forward and asked the boys behind her. All she got in response was the clicking sound of camera shutters. Damn it! She didn't want to miss the chance to photograph the monkeys. She gathered her courage and moved closer to the water pool. There were some stones near the pool. If she timed it right, she might be able to jump into the cave behind the water curtain. But in the next second, a squeaking sound came. A strong monkey suddenly rushed up and blocked her. Ping stopped walking. The monkey stepped back 2 steps, looked at her, then quickly jumped onto a rock in the pond. In a few leaps, it disappeared into the water curtain. Where did it go? Ping looked behind her. A few boys also quietly moved closer. Where did it go? I don't know, but I think it wants us not to go forward. Let's wait and see. Hold up the camera. I feel something big is about to happen. So far, this sacred mountain has never disappointed them. Therefore, Ping raised her camera, ready to record the next moment. Water splashed everywhere. Sunlight shone on the mountains and water, making the stones in the pond seem almost sacred. Click, click. A faint rubbing sound came. The next second, behind the water curtain, golden fur appeared. Whoosh. Within a few breaths, the golden creature crossed the water curtain and jumped onto an ancient, large stone. The camera moved. A smile appeared on Ping's face. It was a strong male monkey. On the big stone, a majestic male monkey sat facing the wind, shining with golden light, looking serious and proud, with its head held high. Behind it, a silver waterfall made a beautiful backdrop, like a painting. It seemed to sense the gaze of strangers. The male monkey slowly turned its head. Its golden fur moved with the wind. Then, It lifted its hands off the ground and slowly stood up. Wow. The men and women by the pond were stunned. Monkeys can stand up, but the way this Monkey King stood, it was so perfect that it looked like a victorious general returning home. Strong, brave, like a great leader. A streak of white fur among its golden chest looked like a jewel embedded in it, making the king look even more majestic. It calmly looked around, then opened its mouth. Oh, the mighty, deep, commanding monkey roar instantly echoed across the cliff. In an instant, a group of monkeys jumped from all directions toward the center. The rustling sounds grew louder. The people finally reacted to the imposing presence of the Monkey King. What are they doing? I'm a little scared. The Monkey King is so cool. What does it mean? I didn't expect there to be a wild monkey group on this sacred mountain. Don't be surprised. Everyone come closer. What are these monkeys doing? Will they hurt us? No, they look friendly. Completely different from the wild monkeys at Ame monkeys. Is this a subtle comparison? Ping steps back quickly, frantically taking close-up photos. If other scenic spots have gods and immortals, which are far from science and make people doubtful, then these monkeys are real. They attract tourists and keep them quiet. Among the monkeys, Little Soil and Little would exchange glances. What did the big king say? To pretend to be fierce, go forward and hold out your hand for food, then get hit by the big king. Yes, no problem. The big king hits them for a reason. Suddenly, two monkeys leap out of the group. While other monkeys sit around, they bare their teeth and look fierce, reaching out their claws. What does that mean? They want something? Ping feels awkward. She has nothing to feed the little monkeys. Behind her, a few men try to secretly take out a lollipop. Here, smack. Hiss. Little Soil swats the lollipop away. What kind of thing dares to fool Grandpa? The man screams sharply, about to step back, but then freezes in place. Monkey King. The male monkey on the giant rock has somehow come down, eyes sharp, warning the approaching small monkeys with a growl. Little Soil's eyes light up. He immediately grins at the big king, showing his teeth, ready to attack. Are they going to fight? No. The Monkey King, in their sight, pulls out a stick from behind him. Wait, what is he about to do? This scene feels strangely familiar. A deep memory from the soul is gently awakened, and a few tourists start breathing heavily. The Monkey King slowly stands up, the long stick on his back, his eyes calm. Next second, a strong wind blows. Whoosh, whoosh. The nearly 1 meter long stick, light as if it has no weight, spins in the Monkey King's hand. It spins faster and faster. Faster and faster. Soon, he spins it with his left hand, then his right. Until, eventually, it almost leaves an afterimage. Bang! The long stick fell, gently tapping the heads of Monkey Big and Monkey Second. Squeak! The two monkeys were startled, covering their heads and running away. A group of people fell silent. It's illegal to hit monkeys. But monkeys hitting monkeys shouldn't concern them, right? The Monkey King put the stick back on his shoulder, turned his head to look at Ping and the others. A proud look flashed across his human-like face. Hello? Are you Yao Ling? There's an animal show here. Oh, no one forced them. It seems they volunteered. They were stunned for a while, and the new visitors to Hope Cliff also gathered around, standing in the corner, wide-eyed, taking frantic photos. A little girl's eyes sparkled as she watched, and after a moment, she asked in a childish voice, Uncle, is that the monkey god? The uncle next to her squinted, looking at the strong male monkey juggling sticks with flying skill, his eyes shining with excitement. No, that's the Monkey King. His voice was even deeper. But maybe, it wants to become a god. The wise Monkey King, who juggled sticks with skill, relied on his abilities to keep his followers obedient and stay on the side. The followers also obediently made way, revealing a wooden sign behind them. The road ahead is still shrouded in fog. Visitors, your tour is over. You can descend the mountain via this path. Oh no. Seeing this sign, everyone suddenly groaned in disappointment. No, they hadn't seen the carps and butterflies yet. They hadn't had enough fun. It's ending just like that? Many of them still wanted to see the carp god and butterfly fairy. They hadn't played enough. The Monkey King, the great sage, looked at the disappointed visitors, thought for a moment, then pointed at the wooden sign again. That's when someone noticed the small, unassuming characters carved below the sign. All creatures of the sacred mountain are friendly. It is currently feeding time for the monkeys. If you encounter them on the way down, you can buy special monkey food to feed them. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Most tourists quickly headed down the mountain, but a few people sneaked around, peeking at the path up the mountain. Should we secretly go up and take a look? Not too far. No, forget it. Didn't you hear online? Someone got lost in the gray fog at the foot of the mountain and was stuck for over an hour? Huh, that's just a rumor. The scenic area is just trying to scare people. The man looked dismissive. Besides, this is such a big mountain. How could there be fog everywhere? It's true that there isn't fog all over the place. But when they saw the mighty Monkey King in front of them, baring his teeth, with a hard stick pointed at them, it felt like he was saying, try moving and see what happens. That monkey must have gained his status through martial arts, right? The two hurriedly ran away. The Monkey King happily adjusted his fur and then looked back at the tourists behind him. Got it. You rest now. We'll go by ourselves. Brother, we're leaving. Hope you become a god soon. Let's talk nicely. We're all friends. The stubborn tourists obediently went down the mountain. No one dared to cause trouble in front of the Monkey King, who could fight off 8 people without getting hurt. After the commotion, the Monkey King returned to his spot behind the waterfall to pretend to be cool, waiting for the next group of visitors. Meanwhile, the tourists ahead had already started down the trail. According to Su Jing's plan, the paths up and down the mountain are completely separate. So, he and the Monkey King agreed that the monkeys could wander around the trail near the descent when they had free time. The tourists, being kind-hearted, would sometimes bring them snacks. So, there's only one left. Who wants it? A staff member from Manhwa village sat on a small folding stool by the trail down, holding a small bamboo basket covered with a clean cloth, with a little sign next to it. Packerizes mandarins, 10 yuan each, only 10 sold per day in the scenic area. Ping held half a mandarin, looking surprised. Only 10? I'll pay more. The seller looked helpless. Manhwa village has rules that the fruits and snacks sold can't exceed the feeding limit of the mountain's monkey group, or it might disturb their habits. Another girl also held the other half of the mandarin, frowning and waving her hand. Forget about these rules. I was here first, so of course I get to buy it. Are you from Dunhuang? Why are there so many murals? Ping glared and quickly retorted, surprising the woman opposite her. In the end, an employee stepped in to settle the matter. All right, ladies, he said, splitting the orange in half. Each of you take 1/2, and that's enough. Having barely resolved the issue, Ping happily carried her half of the fruit and headed down the mountain path. Along the way, she saw stalls selling strawberries, carrots, and peaches, but they were all sold out. Each fruit stand only had 10 pieces, and they didn't charge extra for the price increase. This made Ping both worried and happy. At least it showed that the villagers of Manhwa village truly cared for the animals in the sacred mountain. Thinking this, she approached a small monkey near the fence by the roadside. The monkey's fur was shiny and soft, clearly well cared for. Here, do you want to eat? The monkey sniffed, then carefully reached out its paw to take a piece of orange from Ping. It ate it quickly, then thought for a moment, chattering and pointing at her other hand. Do you want more? Ping was so cute that she smiled and offered the rest of the orange. But the little monkey seemed to understand human language. It shook its head randomly and pointed at the orange peel in her hand. Do you want to eat this? The bright orange peel emitted a fresh scent. Ping peeled it all and handed it over to the monkey. It was so happy now. It chattered excitedly, using its hands and feet to hold the orange peel close. Delicious. This is real deliciousness. The little monkey happily thought, thinking that the actions taught by the big monkey were useful. What was it called again? Nod yes, shake no. Sure enough. Is this human wisdom? It happily ate, no longer minding the girl's hand reaching out to pet its head. For food, monkeys will do anything. For a tasty snack, no shame. Along the way, there were monkeys in various poses everywhere. Most weren't afraid of people, but they clearly preferred to approach visitors holding food. But what surprised everyone most was that some tourists secretly fed them their own food. These monkeys, however, seemed to become very alert, glancing at the food and then walking away, completely uninterested. Even so, everyone kept stopping, walking, taking pictures, and looking around, and soon they reached the foot of the mountain. The exit and entrance were not in the same place. A smiling girl stood at the end of the path, waving at them. Guests, come out quickly. The evening prayer ceremony is about to start. Many people had seen the prayer ceremony before, but some were visiting for the first time. They followed the small path out, but were immediately drawn to a raised wooden house at the foot of the mountain. Huh, was there such a big building before? I didn't notice. There are words on it. Let me see. A male student pushed up his glasses and spoke with a smile. Souvenirs. Wow. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, he had already run to the big door of the building and disappeared through the gap. The wooden windows glowed with a warm white light. The people behind finally saw the sign clearly. Souvenir shop. Wow. Let's go? Ping swore she had never been so interested in a souvenir shop at a scenic spot, to the point of fearing she'd miss out if she was a second late. But she wasn't the only one. Everyone else felt the same. Everyone hurriedly ran toward the souvenir shop. The security guard at the door wiped his sweat, looking at the crowd and recalling how he had been pushed and squeezed just moments before. Stop. Line up. The same chaos almost happened again. Boom. Two people were pushed aside, and the old wooden door creaked loudly, as if it was about to break. Damn it. Security guard number 1 was about to cry. We have to let them in one by one. Security guard number 2 quickly took out his walkie-talkie and pulled his partner up. Brother Fangue, the souvenir shop. It's been taken over. Requesting backup. Wow. Bright lights shone brightly. After wandering around the holy mountain for a while, the tourists finally felt like they had returned to reality. Inside the shop hall, wooden shelves were neatly arranged, and the air was filled with the warm scent of wood. They had originally come in to browse, but as they regained their senses, their pupils shrank, and they hurriedly rushed inside. In the large hall, many tourists were already wandering around. Unlike other souvenir shops at scenic spots, here people buy things like groceries, carrying shopping baskets almost overflowing with items. Look at the shelves, scattered and nearly empty in some categories. Ping rushed in first, quickly searching for the souvenirs she wanted to buy. But her excitement didn't last long. She was stunned and lost among the many beautiful products. They were so delicate. She has visited many scenic spots and seen many souvenirs. Most are similar, either plain in style or of uncertain quality. People buy them just to have a keepsake of the place. Some amusement park souvenirs are well made, but they are expensive, making many people hesitate to buy. Ding ding. Ping couldn't help but stop in front of a shelf. This display features images from the spirit summoning ceremony at Manhwa village, showing red-faced, white-clad dancers performing a traditional dance. There are small cartoon keychains with big heads and detailed figurines in flowing clothes that look very lively. Besides common keychains, plush toys, and figurines, there are also strange items like masks of the dancers, photos of performances, calendars, and various ornaments. So beautiful. Ping touched her wallet and swallowed hard. Such finely crafted souvenirs. If they cost 1 or 200 yuan, she would still buy them. She tiptoed and grabbed a red paper mask. Praying Spirit Red Mask, 39.9 yuan. Ping doubted and took another one to check. It was the same price. Wait a minute. How is that possible? How can it be so cheap? She quickly pulled off a keychain. Dancer from the Spirit Dance keychain, 19.9 yuan. Red Mask Calendar, 19.9 yuan. Cute Plush Dancer, 59.9 yuan. Damn. Ping couldn't help but curse softly. You mean, this plush material is extremely soft and comfortable, and the super adorable QQ doll is perfectly sewn without any crooked stitches. If it were sold in another souvenir shop, it might cost 299 yuan. But here, only 59.9 yuan? This is a scenic spot. She looked back and surveyed the people behind her. They said nothing, just silently looked at the prices and quietly filled their baskets. All right. Are you hiding here, afraid others will snatch it? Ping excitedly opened her mouth, then made some sounds, and quickly turned her head back. She kept packing silently. Just joking. People are naturally a bit selfish. It's very normal. There are only so many items. If everyone finds out how cheap they are and starts grabbing, what's left for her? Just one shelf, and she already filled half of her basket. She couldn't help it. She liked everything she saw. She wanted to take everything. Who do they have making these in the scenic area? Damn, how can the quality be so good? System, you're asking me? But as more and more people discovered the unusual prices, conflicts began. Damn, I was the first to grab it. There are still so many. Pick something else. Damn it. Stop yelling. I can't get through. Don't block the way. Ah, my spiritual mask. Damn. Who stole my shopping basket? The area in front of the shelves became crowded. Ping, being small and slim, squeezed between the shelves, carefully guarding her basket. After all, she hadn't paid yet. If someone stole it, she'd have nowhere to cry. But they should be grateful. The souvenir shop is built in Area D and is quite remote, close to the exit of the mountain. Most visitors in Manhwa village don't know about this place yet. But as time passes and more tourists come here, the secret can no longer be kept. Let me through. Ping leapt vigorously into the crowd. Her light figure finally crossed the crowd and reached the huge carp pond area. Of course, only she managed to get there. She had been choosing a shopping basket for a long time, but it remained in the crowd, and within seconds, it was divided among others. Damn it, at this point, regret was useless. She immediately turned her gaze and focused on the few remaining toy shelves high above. This time, she must win. While the visitors below scrambled madly for the remaining items, Ping quickly scanned the area and fixed her eyes on the stand nearby. Whoosh, swish, bang. In the blink of an eye, with everyone else rushing around, Ping swiftly took the highest spot on the stand. Everyone, be quiet. Her command echoed from above. All the visitors looked up and saw a confident woman with a long ponytail waving in the air. Everyone, there are still many items on the shelves above. Don't fight. Everyone can get one. Her eyes narrowed slightly. People below, stay orderly and quiet. I will bring down the items. If anyone wants one, raise your hand. I will give them out one by one. No fighting. If you do, I won't give you anything. She raised her camera as a warning. I am filming the whole process. If I see stealing, smashing, or fighting, I will report it to the park authorities. This park is different from the ones we visited before. Maybe they will ban you all in the future. Her words immediately calmed everyone. A few older men stepped forward to support the latter. Young lady, be careful. We're watching below. I've been annoyed by these people for a while. With this first act of civility, others also started to behave properly. Ping was satisfied and smiled, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the items on the long shelves. Wow. The girl's eyes widened as she carefully reached out to touch the items on the counter. A doll model, over 30 centimeters tall, stood half upright there, more luxurious than the most exquisite Barbie doll she had seen as a child. Small, golden red fish fin-shaped ears extended from short hair. Her enchanting yet pure cat-like eyes narrowed slightly, with bright red lips and a charming face. But what shocked Ping the most was that beneath her slender, white waist, there was indeed a large, golden red fish tail, embedded with gemstones and shiny flakes. Each scale had a faint gap between them. The magnificent tail fin was crafted from translucent gel-like material, shining with a moist glow. Beautiful, she whispered with a soft expression. Really the carp god. Click. A tiny sound came from nearby. Ping's finger trembled, thinking she had damaged something, but then she let out a small gasp and carefully moved her fish tail. As she applied more force and changed her direction, that fish tail also started to move. Wow. Ping covered her mouth and looked down at the price tag, then stared in disbelief at the nervous crowd of tourists below. Mechanical transforming carp god doll. $2.99. Who wants it? Whoosh. A wave of hands swept across the shop floor instantly. $2.99. Such a big mechanical doll, so detailed, and carrying the most anticipated and mysterious IP of the sacred mountain. Forget about $299. Even $12.99, $22.99, or $3,299. Some people might buy them, especially now, in this souvenir shop. Some tourists really saw the carp god. Carp Fish Pond Scenic Calendar 59, who wants it? Carp Water Play Mug. The jumping fish looks like the carp god. 59. Who wants it? Carp God Q Version Plush Toy 59. Group Carp Coaster 15.9. Carp God Q Version Keychain 19.9. Ping got more and more excited, feeling like she was the auctioneer on a big screen. For big brothers were protecting her below, so she could calmly distribute the items. And secretly, she kept a share of all the favorites for herself. Honestly, $299 isn't cheap for a student, but for this huge sacred mountain, for her mood, happiness, even life, this money must be spent. Meanwhile, at the counters of butterfly fairy, and praying monkey group. Others imitated Ping Ping and climbed up. Ping Ping exchanged a distant look with those two, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Leave a share for her / them. The dirty trading began. After the Lantern Moon Village performance officially started and the tourists were sent to the central square, Zhao Meng finally relaxed, found Su Jing, and with a sly smile, went to the souvenir shop. Mr. Su. Oh no, the guide, sir. Zhao Meng remembered that he couldn't reveal Su Jing's identity inside the scenic area, so he quickly changed his words. Let's go? I want to see what kind of souvenir shop you've been hiding all this time. I've been working hard lately promoting you and bringing visitors here. It's time I see the results. Su Jing also smiled. His own promotion was one thing, but Zhao Meng's efforts shouldn't be overlooked. Good travel companies find their own ways and resources to promote. So since their partnership began, Zhao Meng has brought many visitors to Wanyuan Mountain. What he cared most about was the souvenir shop, which could bring him benefits. Yesterday, I waited all day, and today it finally opened, Zhao Meng laughed loudly. I even boasted that everything inside is very, squeaked the big door opened. Zhao Meng almost choked on his own breath, nearly suffocating himself. Where are the goods? 2 security guards at the entrance looked helpless. Just 15 minutes before they arrived, those tourists, who looked like bandits, had left with big and small bags. People came to visit the scenic area, but others might think they came to stock up. What's going on? Su Jing looked at Yuan Jie, who was sweating profusely, feeling confused. The large souvenir shop now only had empty counters standing alone. Reflections on the floor showed messy footprints. The 2 staff members looked exhausted, as if they had aged 3 years. What happened? Where are the products? The items he exchanged 5,000 reputation points for? All sold out. What? Su Jing couldn't believe it. He quickly stepped inside. Indeed, everything was sold out. Even the broom with the Manhwa village logo at the entrance was taken. Are you sure it wasn't stolen? Yuan Jie took a deep breath, clearly still frightened by what just happened. No, they really sold out. She pointed upward. All the tourists coming down the mountain today. Zhao Meng stood at the door, opening his mouth wide, finally reacting. He pushed aside security guard number 2 and stormed inside. Sold out? What do you mean, sold out? He poked Su Jing. Boss Su, don't tell me you're out of stock. I brought 6 groups this time. Su Jing hesitated and swallowed hard. Today, there really aren't any. Seeing Zhao Meng's fierce look, he swallowed his words back. It could only be like this. Yuan Jie, call out and see which staff members are free. Ask them to go to the warehouse during the performance. There's still some stock over there. Remember to bring a few carts. There was no other choice but to exchange some items temporarily. With the assurance, Zhao Meng finally relaxed. That was scary. He patted Su Jing on the shoulder. Next time, prepare enough stock. Look at this scene. How much money are we missing out on? Yes. Su Jing looked at the empty shelves behind him, and a feeling of joy slowly rose. Although he kept prices low and affordable, selling such a large amount of goods, how much profit would that be? Remember, there was no profit at all. It was pure earning. All right, Manga, you can go shopping. Su Jing checked the time. I need to go up the mountain and see if there are any visitors who haven't come down yet. The man took advantage of the night and turned to go up the mountain. On the quiet forest trail, the yellow streetlights shone brightly. He headed straight in one direction. He wasn't climbing the mountain aimlessly. He had recently discovered a new system ability. After checking the attributes of the Holy Mountain at the Sacred Spirit Mountain range, it clearly showed current visitors, too. When he clicked on those 2 people, 2 small red dots appeared on the mountain map. With this real-time tracking, he wasn't worried about accidents or getting lost in the scenic area, nor about people sneaking in or staying too long. It was a skill any scenic area manager would dream of. He continued upward and soon found a visitor leaning on a hiking stick on the trail leading to Hope Cliff, though he wasn't sure how the person avoided the saint's surveillance. But when Su Jing caught him, it startled the visitor. Thanks to the guidance of the sacred mountain gods, sir, it's time to come down now. Another visitor was quickly found. He had wandered into the woods out of playfulness while descending. When he led the 2 out, the warriors were waiting at the foot of the mountain. Seeing the 2 visitors, Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 bowed respectfully. This huge mountain, and the small boss found everything in less than half an hour? No wonder it's his own mountain. He's familiar with it. Of course, if Zhao Dashua saw this, he would probably laugh loudly, lift his chin proudly, and say, "Wrong. It's because Mr. Su is a college student." The lively night quickly passed. The tour group left the scenic area in 3 big buses, happily returning home. Zhao Mang sat in the last bus, with a few younger brothers in the back seat, looking dazed. He tried to speak quietly, but the shouts and surprise couldn't be hidden. Luckily, everyone on the bus was excitedly talking, so no one heard their voices. "So, you're saying that if we give visitors a 10% discount, we only keep 10% of the price?" Zhao Mang swallowed hard, staring blankly at the list in his hand. "Did we really make 6,230 yuan tonight?" His younger brother was also confused. The cartoon monkey keychain he wore on his waist was bouncing around on the bus, as if doing a dance. "If we 3 didn't make any mistakes, then that's true. 6,230 yuan. They used to cheat, trick, threaten, and bribe to earn money. And even then, they might not have made that much from 3 groups. But just in one night, they did." Zhao Mang finally understood what Su Jing meant. 10% was enough for them to share. He wasn't lying. After playing at Wanyuan Mountain for 2 days and seeing all the amazing shows and sights, under that crazy excitement, they couldn't resist buying beautiful souvenirs at low prices. Some bought more, some bought less. But it was enough for the mountain gang to make a lot of money. And, most importantly, they didn't need their tour guide to say a single word. What guidance? What introduction? What recommendation? Just joking. The products are good. Do I need you to tell me? I will buy them myself. Young brother number 2 swallowed hard and tentatively spoke. "Brother Mang, if we can earn so much in Chengdu and give visitors a 5% discount, with us taking 15%, wouldn't we make even more?" But unexpectedly, the boss immediately refused. "We just got started. Don't get too proud. Being too greedy will only lose the people's trust." He frowned slightly. "Wanyuan Mountain is still young. President Su probably won't work with just us forever, but he might not offer such good deals again. We need to make the most of this opportunity and run it well." He nodded. "All of you, starting tomorrow, go sign up for professional tour guide training and memorize, understand, and explain the cultural stories of Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain. Our team might soon have a proper office space. Something serious has happened." The leader's eyes widened with anger. "If you don't give me a good reason, I will make you stay with my beloved teacup for 3 days. Hee hee." The leader is quite playful. The subordinate wiped his sweat and handed over a report. "The information department sent word that all train tickets to Yong'an City within the province are sold out for the next 3 days. Huh? Sold out? Not just most tickets sold, but completely sold out? In the past, many people traveled during holidays, but being fully sold out is rare. Not only that, I heard bus tickets are also in high demand." The subordinate took out another document. "I looked up some information, and if I'm right," the leader looked down at the document, where bright red small characters caught the eye. "Everyone's goal seems to be the recently popular Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. I heard the Tourism Bureau is supporting it strongly, and Secretary Shun even approved special measures." The leader paused, then looked at the 3 small characters before the scenic area's name. "Qingshan County. Connect me to the Qingshan County transportation system." Qingshan County, on County Road 093. A line of cars had been stuck for nearly 2 hours. The county mayor was almost ready to come and direct traffic himself. But after receiving a call from the city, he couldn't help but tear up and shouted loudly, "Oh my goodness, you finally thought of Qingshan County. It's very rare for a scenic spot to cause such a big change in an entire county. Even in novels, it's probably not common." So, when the traffic jam in Qingshan County was reported, it wasn't taken seriously. This led the county mayor to roll up his sleeves and go to the countryside, working tirelessly day and night, until the situation was finally relieved. He was exhausted but full of excitement. He lowered his voice and said, "Arrange a meeting with the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area." His heart was burning with enthusiasm. The wealth god of Qingshan County has arrived. One car after another entered, and many tourists, smiling happily, headed into the scenic area. Among the crowd, 2 men with distinguished manners strolled into the scenic area casually. "President Song, are we really not going to be recognized here?" The 2 visitors were Song Jiming and his secretary. The man shook his head, his face calm and serious. His eyes were steady as he quietly observed the scenery inside the park. If the person in charge of this place really knew about us, they would have come to visit long ago. Let's go, he said, walking forward quickly. Because of Mount Wanyuan, the two popular spots, Song Lake Park and Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area, experienced their first holiday season with fewer visitors than usual. Even the usually unseen owner of Red Leaf called him proactively. The troublemakers are no longer a problem. With support from Secretary Shun of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, if they try to cause trouble again and get caught, it could hurt their future publicity plans. It's not worth the risk. Since that's the case, he decided to come and see for himself what makes this scenic area so special. Visitors kept coming in, and another busy day of making money began. Later that evening, after all the tourists left, Song Jiming and his secretary walked out of the gate with grim faces. He looked back at the broken entrance of the park. What is this person thinking? They have enough money to make the park so nice, so why not fix the gate and the parking lot? After a day of watching the performances at Sacred Mountain and Bright Moon Village, his feet were sore and swollen. But he was holding a butterfly doll and couldn't find a single thing to criticize. If he had to complain, he could only wonder why the owner didn't add more commercial features to the park. He had been up and down the mountain, exploring the village, while the monkeys had eaten their fill, and he was still hungry. While criticizing, he also felt helpless. How does this compare? It's not even a fair comparison. This huge scenic area, still mostly undeveloped, with just one mountain, already outshines the scenic spots in Yeoman City. Natural beauty, human-made beauty, even divine beauty. Who can compare? Only Red Leaf Mountain, with its cultural significance, might be able to hold its own. During his visit to Sacred Mountain, Song Jiming didn't see the carp god, but the beautiful singing and graceful figure of Butterfly Fairy, along with her butterfly magic, made him feel awestruck. As for the Monkey King with his stick, he really wanted to report him to the Animal Protection Agency, but refusing animal performances. He couldn't stop the animals from insisting on performing. The Monkey King was well-fed, strong, and shiny with thick fur. Even if they tried to manipulate things behind the scenes, it would be complicated. And now, with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau backing them, it was even harder. The secretary tightly clutched the keychain of the carp god, with a fierce look on her face. Is that settled now? No. Someone else is in a bigger hurry than us. Song Jiming tidied his clothes and headed toward the car. That person's abilities are stronger than we thought. Let's see what fun he will cause. Wanyuan Mountain won't be carefree for long. After they left, Zhou Pa and his group also came out laughing. Wow. Dad, you're amazing. I told you I wasn't interested in the girl at the bar that day. After seeing the carp god, who would still be interested in ordinary girls? Ahem, your lordship carp god. I mean no disrespect. Oh my, that fishtail looks so real. What kind of skill is that? I saw a performance at a foreign marine park, but their fishtails weren't this realistic. It must be the latest technology. Stop joking. Do you think a small-town scenic spot could have such advanced technology that even foreign places don't? Someone frowned and argued. After dealing with those red-skinned monkeys so many times, your brain must be all white. Our country is vast and rich. How can we not have advanced technology? Experts come from the people. Don't you know that? Zhao Yiran finished lecturing others, and then marveled. And that butterfly fairy. Wow. So beautiful. Her dress is so pretty too, like it was custom-made. A dress like that wouldn't attract a butterfly. Everyone chuckled happily, and Zhou Po's chest felt hot. He felt so lucky. Their group actually saw both of those divine beings. It's known that many people, even if they come here, might not be lucky enough to see a single divine being. So beautiful. Half of his mind was filled with the carp god, the other half with the butterfly fairy, only occasionally flashing to the Monkey King, who was juggling. Go away. Zhou Pa shooed the monkey out of his mind and excitedly shouted, I want to donate to Wanyuan Mountain. Huh? A group of people turned around, confused. I'll donate 500,000. Let them fix this gate. This gate ruins the scenery. Such a great scenic spot. And this broken gate makes me look bad. Zhou Pa didn't care at all where his pocket money was spent. Next time I introduce friends here, they'll see this entrance and think the same as when you came in. It's so embarrassing. Everyone was speechless, but Zhao Yiran thought for a moment and nodded happily. Maybe I can also donate 500,000 yuan. The parking lot is too broken. I'll have them fix it since my new car is covered in dirt. The environment at Sacred Mountain is nice. Later, I can bring my family to visit." The other young wealthy people swallowed hard. These two are really rich. Being rich has levels. In their circle, Zhou Pe, his childhood friend, and Zhao Iran's family are the wealthiest. They are the core of their group. "Let's donate." They thought of something and smiled excitedly. "If we donate money, can we meet the boss? Maybe we can ask him to say hello and take a photo with the carp god and butterfly fairy?" That idea sounded a bit awkward, but Zhou Pe saw everyone eager, so he could only say reluctantly, "I'll ask about it later." He turned to lead everyone away, but was suddenly bumped hard. The middle-aged man apologized with a wave and walked past them toward the park entrance. Zhou Pe frowned, but quickly looked away. He had attended some dinners with his father. He didn't know this man, but he looked familiar. In their social class, if someone looks familiar, it's best not to offend them. What is this man doing here? He quietly slowed down, and Zhao Iran, behind him, also seemed to recognize him. They exchanged a glance, and the main group slowly stopped, pretending to chat at the entrance. The two of them quietly looked back in the dark, but in the next second, Zhou Pe's eyes widened. The man walking toward that direction was someone he recognized. Though dressed differently, he could tell at a glance. Is that the person in charge of guiding visitors? How come he's here? How does he know that man? Su Jing didn't know about the unexpected windfall of 2 sums of money. He only received a call from Secretary Shan, asking to meet urgently. The call was urgent, so he quickly changed clothes and rushed out. Something urgent. Very urgent, Secretary Shan shouted loudly as he approached, and Su Jing hurried to meet him. "Secretary Shan? Why are you here?" Although Secretary Shan's voice was soft, it was enough to make Zhou Pe and his group realize what was happening. Everyone started to listen more carefully, but they didn't need to listen secretly. Shen Zhuang's voice was loud and urgent. "The National Culture Institute has specifically asked to come here for inspection, along with the Animal Protection Association, the Endangered Species Protection Association, the Ancient Architecture Preservation Society, the Biology Academy, and others, 10 government departments in total. I've delayed them for 2 days, but after the holiday, they will come. You must be there. They want a responsible person to accompany them. You need to be prepared when the time comes." The rich second-generation kids, who had just been shouting about donating money, suddenly widened their eyes. Responsible person? And Zhou Pe was the most surprised. Responsible person? Are they talking about the guide? Is the guide the person in charge? Wow, can they hear this? An NPC? The real boss behind the scenic area? The group stood there, acting strangely enough to catch Su Jing's attention, so he quickly pulled Shen Zhuang inside. "Secretary, let's go in and talk." "Oh no, it's too late. Just tell me honestly, are those performances in the sacred mountain and all those butterflies and monkeys really okay?" Shen Zhuang was shouting wildly as they disappeared into the scenic area, their voices fading away. Behind them, Zhou Pe and the others exchanged glances and finally relaxed. But after that, everyone fell silent. A few minutes passed, and Zhao Yanji broke the silence. "So, the person in charge of this scenic area is the guide we saw. And this is a secret." "Exactly," Zhou Pe said immediately. "I remember now. He's the third-ranking official at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, but most policies go through him. How does Wanyuan Mountain have such a close relationship with a leader like that?" His childhood friend also stopped joking and started to think deeply. Although the rich second-generation kids usually act spoiled, in critical moments, their broad view and experience make them consider all the pros and cons quickly. "Should I talk to my father?" "No." At this moment, Zhao Yanji's eyes showed no trace of her drunkenness. She squinted and suddenly smiled sharply. "This is a good investment opportunity. If we develop a successful project ourselves, your family should also look at us with new respect. This is a great chance. Wanyuan Mountain is just starting out, and now is the perfect time to build good relationships." She lowered her gaze. At this point, everyone could decide what to do next. She exchanged glances with Zhou Pe and her childhood friend, understanding each other's thoughts. Donations of 30 or 50,000 are not enough. If they want to get to know each other better, this money is just a token of respect. They need to think carefully and plan long-term. The group quickly returned home, and their outing on the 3rd day ended soon after. They saw off Shen Zhuang and closed the scenic area. Su Jing went back to his house. After a long time, he opened the system again. He didn't look at everything, but first checked the scenic area details. Left peak, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, progress 61%. Attractions: Millennium Bright Moon Village 1, Carp Pool 1, Butterfly Valley 1, Hope Cliff 1. Scenic items: Sensory Amplifier, Low Level 1, Mist Domain 1, Mysterious Veil 1, Fish Calling Stone 1, Firefly Glow 1. Activities: Visit Millennium Bright Moon Village, 3 stars. Visit Carp Pool, 3 stars. Monkey Mountain Path, 2 stars. Official Staff: Qingyun Acrobat Troupe, Lu Qingyun, Wang Hao. Tian Tian, Body Strength A, Abilities. Resilience, Great Strength, Loyalty 100%. Lu Yuan, Body Strength C. Ability: Friendliness, Loyalty 80%, Residents of Moon Village. Feng Gui, Sun Meng. Chu Xiaoxuan, Body Strength B. Ability: Charm, Loyalty 100%. Item: Butterfly Dance, Temporary Staff, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, excluding Chu Xiaoxuan. Service Facilities: 8 standard public toilets, 1 first aid center, 2 standard warehouses, 1 visitor center, 1 souvenir shop. Evaluation: This mountain has been carefully developed and has grown to a small scale. Although the upper mountain remains untransformed, the host should be able to improve it soon. Keep up the good work. P.S. The progress in the Holy Spirit Mountain Range area has exceeded 60%, unlocking the second area renovation qualification. Please confirm as soon as possible. Second area? Unlocked. Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain are becoming more popular, and the better they do, the more he worries about what's next. Having only one attraction isn't a problem, but when will it earn enough to reach 30 million? After running the scenic area for a month, he feels a different kind of happiness. His designs and achievements are appreciated and praised by everyone. Isn't that also a kind of joy? So, unlocking new features at this time really eased his urgent worries. But, what should the next attraction be? Su Jing looks at the map of Wanyuan Mountain. The large map shows faint lights in other areas, as if waiting for him to choose. He only looked at it briefly before putting it away. He can revisit the area in the next few days. After the holiday, his reputation and positive reviews will be summarized, and the profits from the scenic area will be calculated. There are also online comments and the 10 inspection teams that Secretary Shin mentioned. Many things are happening at once. The scenic area still needs to hire more staff, and the ghost houses and business deals inside Manhwa Village are very important for future visitors' experiences. The construction team also needs to start work. As more people and staff come, the system will eventually reveal problems, and he must find ways to hide them. Once he sorts out all these tasks, he can decide what the next scenic spot will be. Thinking about all this, he sleeps peacefully, resting and preparing for the upcoming holiday. The 5-day holiday passes quickly. Su Jing watches his tired but happy staff and happily gives them a day off. The day before the holiday, after the scenic area closed, he gathered everyone for a bonfire party. Crackling sparks flew, and the center square of Manhwa Village glowed with warm, lively light. Everyone sat in small groups around the fire, chatting about work and life, smiling happily. Since a week before the holiday, Su Jing had already adjusted their wages. Their previous low wages were partly due to loopholes he found. First, the county town's costs are low, and second, Wang Kai helped him find workers from less fortunate backgrounds. Plus, Wanyuan Mountain's previous income was too small, so he could only hire people at low prices. Fortunately, everyone didn't mind and agreed willingly. Later, as business picked up, they started with the Qingyun Acrobat Troupe, then the Jintang Song and Dance Troupe. Even outside of their working hours, everyone tried to help by acting as NPCs at the scenic spot. This really helped him a lot. So last week, after discussing with Jiang Tsong, he officially hired them at the standard county wages. Including Feng Gui and others, almost everyone was promoted to full-time early, and their salaries increased to 1,000 yuan a month. The acrobats were very happy, and the land that Su Jing gave them began to sprout green shoots. Life became stable, and a few undernourished apprentices started gaining weight. Jin Na, the leader of the Jintang troupe, was initially hesitant about whether to stay permanently. But when she saw Su Jing pull out one new dance after another, tears of emotion involuntarily flowed from her eyes. Just learn first. Let's consider this period as everyone's training at Wanyuan Mountain. When everyone's skills improve, they can resign and leave. Resign? Su Jing smiled as he looked at the system interface. Teacher Xiao Sun, playing the role of Butterfly Fairy, now has full loyalty, and several dancers also reached over 90% loyalty. If Jin Na really wanted to leave, she could take a few people with her. It's all uncertain. As for Jin Na, she was sitting next to Lu Qingyun, discussing their new program that involved both groups working together. Meanwhile, the original staff of the scenic spot, Uncle Shui and two new boatmen, were drinking and teaching each other how to act impressive, while sharing stories from their youth. Tian Tian was sitting among Wang Hao and a few young men, happily showing off her meat. She didn't understand love and romance. Eating well and having strength to work was what mattered. Yuan Jia, after some rest, looked much better, regaining her youthful charm, which made a few young men nearby stare intently. Only young guys would be attracted to Tian Tian. They knew who the real treasure was. As for Jiang Tsong, he was sitting in the middle of the staff, communicating with different departments about today's situation. Since Brother Jing hired him, he wanted to find ways to improve the management of the scenic spot. Half a month had proven his management and coordination skills. So, despite their rough appearance, these employees showed no disrespect toward Jiang Kong. After a few days of operation and understanding, the four young employees brought in from the city no longer dared to underestimate this scenic spot. They also dared not underestimate the boss, who was cheerful and friendly with everyone. It was truly impressive. 1 month. Not only did it revive the scenic area, but it also created many new attractions, attracting so many visitors. 5 full days. Except for the first day, which was a bit easier, every employee was juggling multiple roles, almost like having 3 or 6 arms. Look at Uncle Tu and Aunt Lu Yun, so exhausted. They wove bamboo and rattan, made rice cakes, and their eyes were almost crossed from working so hard. They could only count money with tears in their eyes. Sun Huahua quietly sipped homemade rice wine, her face flushed. The scenic area was large, and the income was mixed. She wasn't like the previous companies she worked for, where bosses would cheat on taxes or shift blame onto others. She was genuinely busy and working hard. This was exactly the kind of work and life she wanted, focused and honest. She worked seriously and didn't cut corners. Meanwhile, military Dr. Brother Situ was happily eating meat and drinking white wine, his eyes twinkling with joy. It felt great. Apart from occasionally helping a fallen tourist, he hardly saw any injuries. During these 5 exhausting days, the most he did was stick medicated plasters on his own staff. Sai Brother Situ took another sip of wine, closed his eyes happily, and dozed off. The others also enjoyed their meals and drinks happily. After about 30 minutes, Su Jing stood up. Everyone at Wanyuan Mountain, thank you for your hard work during this time. He smiled and raised his glass. I've prepared a 500 yuan red envelope for each employee. It's not much, but on behalf of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, I sincerely thank you all for your efforts. The scenic area will continue to be improved and expanded. Our big family will gather more and more people. But this month is just the beginning of our joint effort. Su Mao will never forget this. With the red envelopes handed out, everything Su Jing said came from his heart. Each person received 500 yuan. Sun Huahua quickly glanced around the room. Although her vision blurred for a moment, she was extremely happy. This boss made the right choice. Jiang Tsong was the first to stand up, followed by Tian Tian and other veteran employees, Lu Qingyun and his team, Fang Guiquan and everyone else, including the Jin Taiyang song and dance troupe. Everyone's faces were glowing red from the flames. Su Jing smiled brightly, seeming completely unconcerned about the upcoming Judgment Day. Good luck. Wanyuan Mountain keeps getting better, yes. Everyone cheered together, startling the mountain monkeys with their loud voices. Wanyuan Mountain is getting better and better. Laughter and the campfire's warmth lasted for a long time. Deep in the sacred mountain, the bright moon shone over the carp pond. The carp spirit leaned against a stone wall, playing with a lotus leaf wine cup in her delicate hands. Next to her was an old village chief's pot and a thank you letter. Her face was slightly red, and her fish tail had turned into legs. Her white toes lightly touched the water surface, teasing the swimming, chubby carp. Oh, Wanyuan Mountain. At night, several major delegation teams, already arrived early in Yong'an City, were gathered together for dinner. They didn't know each other well at first, but since they shared the same unexpected destination, they quickly started talking. In the banquet hall of the Star Enjoy Hotel, drinks clinked. At the main table, a man stood up and smiled at everyone. Comrades, you all come from different parts of the country. You've heard the rumors about Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. He spoke seriously. Tomorrow, when you go there, I hope you will examine carefully. If any serious problems occur, be sure to gather evidence quickly. We will not tolerate any misconduct. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. The man sat down. Next to him, Xinzhuang looked at him with a faint smile. Chi, you're overreacting, right? He held his drink, but didn't drink it. The person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain is young. I've done some research. Young people sometimes just want to create some hype and contribute to their hometown. Going there with such a big show, aren't you worried it will hurt the young entrepreneur's feelings? Chi Meng sneered inwardly. If they haven't done anything wrong, they shouldn't be afraid of being checked. A kind-hearted, chubby man nearby also chuckled. Secretary Shun, don't worry. The Biological Academy has strict rules, so Chi's words sound serious. But our Cultural Institute is just here to observe. The poems created by Wanyuan Mountain and their performances have really impressed us. Our colleagues are here just to learn. Yes, a short-haired, kind-smiling woman also laughed and said, our ancient architecture society is just here to look around. If that 1,000-year-old village is real, we won't say anything bad. Instead, we would praise the scenic spot and allocate funds and staff to help maintain it. Xinzhuang's expression improved slightly, but the person on his right showed no hesitation. A woman with glasses and curly hair frowned. I don't have much to say. If the butterflies in Butterfly Valley are real, we will definitely take them to protect them. The tall, thin man nearby also spoke coldly. Animal protection people are the same. The monkeys at Monkey Mountain, we need to check if they are forced to perform or if their living conditions and food are okay. We will make judgments. Xinzhuang's smile was forced. He knew these people didn't come with good intentions. All actions have two sides. If they insist on inspecting strictly, problems will surely happen. Someone is behind this. Someone wants to cause trouble at Wanyuan Mountain. Since that's the case, Xinzhuang hesitated for a moment and decided to use a backup plan. Tomorrow, our Cultural and Tourism Bureau will also go with them. The inspection team has been eager to visit the scenic spot. This is a good chance for us to do an assessment. After he finished speaking, everyone exchanged looks, and the tense atmosphere eased a lot. If the inspection department gets involved, it will be troublesome for both Xinzhuang and them. No one can do much to interfere. It all depends on Wanyuan Mountain itself. The main table had a tense atmosphere, but the other tables were lively. I dream of visiting Butterfly Valley someday. A girl with a shiny low ponytail and bright eyes laughed, showing her phone to everyone. On the screen, countless blue-purple butterflies fluttered wildly, dazzling the eyes. Especially when the Firefly River flowed across the lens, the comments on the video almost exploded. This is it. I was stunned when I saw it. The girl was so excited she chirped nonstop. How can people control butterflies? I know there are things that attract butterflies, but making them fly as they wish. Even as a materialist, I'm starting to believe in spirits now. The man next to her also looked very excited. Let's not talk about the butterfly for now. I will assume that person is truly a reincarnation of a fairy butterfly, with a lovely scent or some kind of special charm. But do you know the difference between humans and animals? The man shows his screensaver. It is the image of the Monkey King, standing proudly with a staff on his back. Look at his spirit. Look at his skilled movements. He gets more excited as he talks. If the people here haven't forced him to perform, then this monkey might really be an adult now. He thinks for a moment and laughs teasingly. Oh no, maybe he's about to become a deity. Everyone laughs loudly. The biology department staff wave to signal everyone to be quiet, then lean in and whisper. I heard that the people above our institute are most interested in that carp god. He pulls up a popular post with lots of likes, shares, and comments. Over 100,000 views. After 5 days of visitors, the true appearance of the carp god was finally captured clearly and posted online. The comments far outnumber those for other scenic spots. Dad loves garlic. Wow, now you can see everything in this world. Even mermaids are real. Destiny person, that's a deity. You don't understand anything. White day. After the founding of the country, no more becoming spirits. Maybe you should marry me. Momo, I heard. She disappears when she jumps into the water. Can someone tell me if that's true? Papa Pippi. Really, I swear. Guidongline's hair. Wow, That's a bit scary. Carp God #1 follower. It's probably a fake tale, because I visited the sacred mountain on the 4th day, and the carp god I saw looked like a human with 2 legs. Carp God 198 fanatic. Fake? Have you seen a tail that moves at the tip, with such realistic flesh? Doryman. Hee hee. Honey, the comments go on endlessly. The man puts away his phone, smiles mysteriously and proudly at everyone. Anyway, whatever the result, our biology department will bring back something. If it's really a mermaid, though that's impossible, then this scenic spot will be shut down immediately. If it's fake, then we need to study the fishtail carefully. Is it as realistic as in the video? How is the technology used to make it? The person from the neighboring country's cultural institute was quietly eating, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. They are quick to seize opportunities and speak so confidently. Are you really that proud? Among 10 departments, the only one without any bad intentions is their country's cultural institute. Promoting a prosperous and strong national culture is their main goal. In 100 schools of thought, as long as the ideas are good enough, even if they are edited, it's not a big problem. Culture and art mainly come from the people. The dinner party lasted until 10:30 p.m. at Shunzhuang's request, after which everyone left to rest at the hotel. All were peacefully asleep, preparing for the important tasks the next day. On the first day after the holiday, employees took a break. Some stayed home to sleep, while families with children, like Fang Gui's, took their kids into the city for a walk. The Jin Taiyang song and dance troupe finally finished their long performances, and each went home to rest. Lu Qingyan thought for a long time and decided to take his children to the county town to buy some clothes and training gear. He had a feeling that the scenic spot run by Xiao Su might become even more popular in the future. He had once thought about withdrawing voluntarily, but now he just hoped his team could perform better and not fall behind. Wanyuan Mountain was quiet. 3 boats were docked at the pier, waiting for the arriving visitors. The dusty rural road finally settled down. 2 buses slowly drove into the parking lot, and the worn-out entrance of the scenic area came into view. Dear leaders, we've arrived. Please gather your things and get off the bus. A man stood up from a seat beside the driver, smiling cheerfully. His dark face showed 8 white teeth as he smiled sincerely and warmly. If Su Jing and Jiang Tsong were here, they would recognize him immediately. This man was Wang Kai. The vehicle stopped, the gate opened, and Wang Kai watched everyone get off. Then he squinted and took out his phone. Hello? Car King? Speak. Last time you asked about 10 places, my brothers all checked them. One place definitely had private cars there, 3 of them. Where? On the mountain, upstream. The voice on the phone was quiet, but it made Wang Kai look serious. These are just guesses, but if they turn out to be true, this change could be a big and sudden blow to Wanyuan Mountain. Keep watching carefully. I'll send a few more cars to help cover you, and see if you can find out what's really happening. Wang Kai stayed in the car, while the others split up and headed toward the park entrance. Shenzhuang looked very like a leader today, except he secretly changed into sports shoes. He looked at the others dressed fancy in suits, feeling amused. They're showing off. They'll be crying soon enough. At the park gate, Su Jing and Jiang Tsong were already waiting, looking neat and calm, as if nothing was wrong. Just getting ready? When the group of leaders arrived, they finally realized. These people weren't prepared at all. No welcome ceremony, no flowers, no comfort. Everyone used to being praised felt a bit uncomfortable. Shenzhuang secretly felt proud. He quickly stepped forward to introduce Su Jing. The young leader just smiled, shook hands, and then led everyone inside. Our park is simple. Today, the staff are on holiday. Sorry to trouble the leaders. He walked ahead, and everyone exchanged looks behind him. What's going on? Is this a warning? But soon, they understood. The staff really were on holiday. Everyone split up to take boats. Su Jing took one, Jiang Tsong took another, and the last one, after some pushing, they decided to operate it themselves. The inspector from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was about to cry. If he hadn't had some rowing experience before, they'd be stuck at the dock waiting for Su Jing to come back and pick them up. Their boat lagged behind, looking miserable. The colleagues from the National Culture Institute, however, smiled happily. Mr. Su Jing, right? Academician Zhu Hong, a chubby man, was the first to speak. I heard that the first sight at Wanyuan Mountain is the boatman's poetry, especially the complete poem at the end, with its vivid imagery and charm, perfectly rhymed and well-structured. It's a very popular and beautiful poem, he tentatively spoke. That poem, Su Jing smiled. It's written by my friend. Your friend? Su Jing nodded, sounding proud and admiring. He is a bold and romantic person. Usually, he has nothing to do, so he likes to drink, wander around, and write poems. Zhu Hong's eyes widened slightly. If he can write such poems, he must be quite famous. Why haven't I heard of him? Oh, he doesn't like flattery, so he's often suppressed and held back. Later, he just gave up and became a laid-back person. Sometimes, when we go hiking or sightseeing, he drinks and then writes poems for me. I just help him spread them. Wow, I'm touched. So very touched. After a few words, Zhu Hong already pictured a spirited, romantic, free-spirited poet in his mind. If it's convenient, may I know your friend's name? Su Jing pursed his lips, holding back a smile, then spoke with emotion and nostalgia. His name is Li Bai. What a Li Bai? Everyone on the boat quieted down. Zhu Hong chewed on the name, feeling more and more the poetic charm behind it. This person, I must find a way to meet him. Li Bai's poetry. It must be wonderful poetry. If they could meet, he would definitely want to drink and chat with him. The boat slowly docked, and Su Jing led everyone off. He didn't know what Zhu Hong was thinking, or he would surely have struggled not to laugh. They probably would never meet in this lifetime. Not only are they separated by thousands of years, but also countless different worlds. He waited until all the boats arrived before leading everyone up the steps. Just ahead is the first scenic spot of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, the foot of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range, Manhwa Village. Wow! No matter how many pictures he had seen online, standing in front of Manhwa Village was more shocking. Beneath the huge sacred mountain, there are layered wooden villages, winding blue stone paths, sloped eaves, and hanging balconies. The blend of blue and wood colors leaves everyone speechless at first sight. But the people from the Ancient Building Preservation Society were not like that. They looked excited and rushed forward like hungry wolves, howling loudly. Wow, this pavement looks really old. This wood, these carvings, this door, the layout inside the house. The door creaked open with a squeak, followed by a scream. The research team hurried out, covering their heads and apologizing repeatedly. Inside, an elderly woman wearing a tank top and shorts held a broom, leaning on the doorframe with a fierce look in her eyes. You pervert! How dare you peek at me while I sleep? No, I was wrong. Grandma, I really didn't mean to. Su Jing chuckled, gently guiding the trembling grandma back into the house. Then he pulled everyone to continue walking forward. All the staff are resting now. Don't just go into any house. The ones with signs on the door are occupied. Chi Su frowned. You're renting such a nice place in the scenic area to staff? Something like that, Su Jing replied. The group was stunned. Is the treatment here really that good? But then, a few ancient building researchers who had run out came back, breaking everyone's thoughts. Any news? The leader of the ancient building team asked quietly. The oldest researcher shook his head gently. It's an old building, but probably only about 100 years old. It doesn't have much protection value. How can that be? The building style looks at least several hundred years old, the group whispered among themselves. Su Jing smiled at the front. He had already asked the system about this. The system had also answered. Only with an A or S grade renovation can this become a real 1,000-year-old village. Right now, it's just a high imitation. If that's the case, he didn't need to worry at all. If it were officially recognized as an ancient village, the government would definitely step in to protect or enclose it. Then, all tourism would be limited, and it wouldn't be fun anymore. The people from the National Cultural Institute were also busy taking photos, eager to record everything here. One of his subordinates whispered to Zhu Hong. The architectural style here is similar to that of ethnic minorities in the southwestern mountains, but it's quite far from there. It's very likely that some minority immigrants brought their building styles here. Of course, it's also possible that the scenic area was designed in that style and later modified into its current appearance. The group from the National Culture Institute was the largest, considering all the cultural features of Wanyuan Mountain. Zhu Hong not only called the literature department, but also the architecture and folk customs departments. To him, this place was like a small treasure chest waiting to be opened. If there really were treasures inside, he didn't want to miss the chance. Zhu Hong stepped forward and pushed aside Xin Zhuang, who was whispering to Su Jing. Young Su, I'd like to ask about your performance. Could you tell me the origin of this divine invitation ceremony? Su Jing led everyone around, stopping and walking until their legs were numb. Then they found a tea house to rest. He went into the kitchen to brew tea for everyone, with Jiang Tsung helping inside. Outside, several departments looked tired because they hadn't seen what they wanted to see yet. Only the researchers from the Cultural Institute looked satisfied. They had enjoyed listening so much. Unlike ordinary tour guides, this was the explanation given by the show's producer himself. Employees from the Folk Customs Department said that the customs of sacrifices, mask dances, and divine invitations that Su Jing mentioned are indeed similar to folk traditions in China. But because these customs are hidden and not fully developed, they didn't know much about them. After listening to Su Jing's explanation, this group of people suddenly gained new insight. Could it be that what Su Jing performed is actually passed down from these folk traditions? Even, could the display at Manhwa village be one of the lost authentic traditions? Zhu Hong nodded, and everyone quickly recorded everything during the break. When the rest was over, they finally set out for the sacred mountain. Members of the Endangered Animal Protection Association and other groups exchanged glances and automatically followed the main team from the Biology Academy. They hurried toward the first important site, Liu Pond, chirping and chattering. The wind rustled the leaves in the woods, birds chirped, insects hummed. Pushing aside the hanging vines, Su Jing, who had sent a message to the person the day before, was still a bit nervous. But when everyone entered Liu Pond and saw the legendary carp god, they all let out a sigh of relief. A short-haired girl stood by the water, greeting everyone. "You're here?" Her expression was natural, as if this place was truly her living room. On the nearby stone, several small jars of snacks and fruits were neatly arranged. On the other side, a portable stove emitted a warm, fragrant aroma of tea, bubbling gently. "Where's your fishtail?" Qiming quickly stepped forward and asked with a frown. But the girl ignored him and instead said to Su Jing, "Is this your friend?" "That's rude." Qiming's expression stiffened, and some colleagues behind him chuckled quietly. Indeed, they didn't greet first and just started asking questions, really impolite. Su Jing smiled apologetically and spoke to Qi. "Xiaoli doesn't work at our scenic spot. She's just helping out." After clarifying her identity to prevent Qi from pretending to be superior, Su Jing softly asked again, "Where's your fishtail? Is today a holiday?" "It was sent for maintenance." Everyone behind them looked doubtful. "Really?" Qiming felt even more annoyed. They knew they were coming and still sent it for maintenance? Just to hide it from them? "Where did you send it? Can we get it back now? Can we see it?" His unreasonable attitude made the girl quiet down. Her big, round eyes slightly squinted as she stared at him without saying a word. Although there were many people on their side, and only her on the other, her presence still made Qiming feel nervous. "Why should I show you my things? Who are you?" Before Qiming could get angry, she continued, "Where do you think you are? Making a fuss here? Haven't you seen the world?" Qiming's eyes widened in anger, and he directly showed his background behind him. "We're from Beijing." "Beijing?" The girl looked at him with disdain and backed away, her ear-picking gesture surprisingly pleasing to watch. "Who's from Beijing? Wow, so impressive. Come on, tell me, who's from Beijing?" Qiming couldn't believe it and took 2 steps back, looking at Su Jing for help. She insulted him. Haha. Qi, don't get angry. She's lived in the mountains for a long time and isn't very worldly. "Oh, you mean I'm very worldly?" Qiming was even more angry. But honestly, Su Jing had already said she wasn't an employee and not part of the scenic area. Her things belonged to her, and they had no right to see or take them. Stealing? If this gets out, will the Biology Institute lose face? If they can't do it openly, they'll have to do it secretly. He finally calmed down, took 2 steps back, and immediately put on an apologetic expression. "Sorry, we were rude." Everyone behind him. "The only one being rude is you, right? Are you dragging them into this too? Does this old man have no shame? Since that's the case, we won't bother you anymore." With his goal achieved, Su Jing smiled and led everyone further up. After everyone left, the girl sat there, finished a cup of tea, and ate a whole plate of persimmon cakes. Then she slowly stood up, walked to a large stone in the corner, and picked up a small grayish-white stone. The small stone had a tiny, almost invisible hole on its side. Only when looked at carefully could you see a faint reflection. Trash, snap. The small hand, delicate and white, crushed the stone. Inside, only powder remained, drifting into the air. On the mountain path, a man let out a loud scream and covered his ears. What's wrong? Before Xinzhuang and the monitoring department behind him could step forward, the man quickly stood up, took his hand away from his ear, and seemed to have put something into his pocket. It's nothing, he smiled apologetically. I thought I saw a snake. Everyone stopped paying attention and continued climbing. The man then tiptoed over to Chi Meng. Chi, the camera has been discovered. Humph. Chi Meng snorted coldly. With such a tiny surveillance device, if the girl truly lived deep in the mountains, how could she have found it so easily? That fishtail and carp spirit are definitely not as simple as they seem. When they start performing, he must investigate again. Everyone's steps were a bit tired, but they quickly reached Butterfly Valley. It's really the big-eyed, blue-winged butterfly. Researchers from the Biology Institute, the Animal Protection Organization, and the Endangered Species Department all cheered excitedly and rushed forward. Saturn yellow butterfly, colorful red devil, 7-star butterfly, and yellow-winged 7-star butterfly. I saw the purple coral star. A female researcher waved excitedly, showing the butterfly on her fingertip. There are so many here. Everyone gathered around, and Su Jing, curious, asked the system silently. Are there endangered butterfly species here? How would I know? There is no such thing as endangered. All butterflies are the same, regardless of their status. Oh, Su Jing watched the researcher who was already taking out a bottle to prepare for collection, his smile fading slightly. He continued to ask, what will happen if they take away the products from the scenic area? The system's electronic voice was cold and emotionless. Items from the scenic area produced by the system cannot leave the area. The system's voice disappeared, and Su Jing also moved closer. Dear leaders, he pointed to the bottles in their hands, each containing a butterfly. Isn't this a bit wrong? The researcher was still excited and didn't listen to Su Jing at all. He waved his hand without even looking at him, holding the bottle and continuing forward. Our containers are special, with oxygen inside, so the butterflies won't suffocate. Here, help me carry a few more, and let's keep going. Su Jing's voice was cool behind him. Every plant and creature here belongs to the sacred mountain. You don't even ask, and you just take them away? Hiss. The sacred mountain? The researcher had already reached the edge of Butterfly Valley, carrying a bag, with colleagues behind him, ready to continue up the mountain to see other sights. What sacred mountain? As long as they are on this land, everything belongs to the country. As an official association, they can research and take whatever they want. How about it? Not satisfied? Complain if you want. Let's see who can stop me. Who can stop me? Those people continued walking, but suddenly felt the bottles in their hands tremble. Su Jing's voice was faint behind them. The sacred mountain will stop. Bang! The butterflies inside the bottles suddenly went crazy, smashing against the glass walls frantically, getting heavier. Wings breaking didn't matter anymore. And then, bang! The first butterfly exploded inside the bottle, turning into a bloody, mushy mess. Then the second, the third. The researchers had never seen anything like this, screaming and releasing the blood-stained glass bottles. Xinzhuang stood behind the crowd, suddenly turning his head sharply. This young man, who had always seemed so kind, what on earth was he doing? Everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The ground was covered with butterfly remains, and nearby, a silent swarm of butterflies fluttered. It all seemed as if nothing had happened, but it seemed like there was a certain atmosphere, slowly spreading. It died. The researcher trembled, her lips turning pale. Su Jing stood among the crowd, expressionless as he watched her. Yes, these endangered, protected, rare animals. They were doing well, and now they died in your hands. A few other researchers dared not speak. They glanced at their leader, only to see him looking just as shocked. Xinzhuang unexpectedly stepped forward, smiling as he said something inappropriate. Inspector Lin, please record that the Endangered Animal Protection Association ignored the warnings of the person in charge and forcibly took the animals away, causing their death. Secretary Shun. The leader quickly reacted, shouting loudly, then immediately forced a smile and approached Su Jing and Xinzhuang. This matter was our fault. Su, young friend Su, don't be angry. We won't act rashly again. Su Jing looked at him sideways, lips pressed together. What you should be asking for isn't my forgiveness, but that of Sacred Mountain. Everyone looked up at the mountain top, where a person's lips were pale. Did you just say, Sacred Mountain is real? Su Jing looked at him, eyes mysterious, smiling. There are some things science can't explain, right? He waved his hand and started walking up the mountain. Xinzhuang quickly signaled everyone to follow. Let's keep going. No one dared to speak again. Not about the research, and they didn't even dare to pick up the glass bottles on the ground. After the crowd disappeared, a few glass bottles slowly sank into the soil. Soon after, from the depths of the flower bushes, several lively butterflies flew out again. After what just happened, everyone was more careful this time. Even Qi Meng, who looked the angriest, didn't say a word. When they passed through the narrow, sky-like gap, they saw the gathering great sacred tribe. The Animal Protection Organization members were slightly more active. They slowly moved forward and spoke to Su Jing. Su, leader, do these monkeys really play tricks? Did you teach them? This time, Su Jing told the truth. I saved the great sage when I was a child. I didn't expect that he would grow up to become the leader of the group and that he would remember me. After I took over the scenic area, I often brought them fruits and vegetables. The great sage is smart and learned on his own. As for the other monkeys, they've been around the staff for a long time, so they don't hurt people and aren't afraid of humans. Is that true? Yes, it's true, compared to him. Never mind, he doesn't have a needle eye. He can't make the kind of deadly oaths that Wang Kai does. The animal protection people looked at Qi Meng, then at the inspectors brought by Xinzhuang, and nodded at Su Jing. Would it be okay to do a simple check? The check was easy, just making threatening gestures, looking for injuries, or offering food to tempt them. But unfortunately, the great sage was the monkey that communicated most with Su Jing. Its sharp eyes could sense that these people were not friendly. So it looked foolish. Then after glancing at the animal protection people, it took out a stick and hit the most arrogant human in front. Then it led its family behind the waterfall and disappeared. Hee hee. The animal protection people patted their heads, not angry but smiling happily. Spirit and energy looked good. Yes, I think they seem fine. Mr. Su, someone approached quietly and asked, does the Holy Mountain also protect this monkey group? Su Jing tilted his head back, looking surprised. Are you thinking of taking the monkeys away too? The person quickly waved his hands, afraid that the Holy Mountain might get angry next second and that the monkeys might attack him. No, I'm just curious. Su Jing looked at him for a moment, then spoke calmly. The Holy Mountain protects all its people. He subtly glanced at Director Qi Meng behind the crowd, including the carp pond and the carp god at the foot of the mountain. Huh? Qi Meng turned his head away, pretending to be mysterious. Who knows what tricks he just used? Trying to scare him? He handles hundreds of animal dissections every year. More than 800 if not 1,000. Would he be afraid of those things? Huh. He could only scare inexperienced young researchers. Everyone quickly finished inspecting all the matters. Unfortunately, the online reports about the incidents were mostly false, except for the butterfly, which was real. Since the butterfly couldn't be taken away, even if they wanted to study it, they had to report it first. They would prepare again and come back later. The group returned empty-handed, and Xinzhuang finally smiled as he led everyone toward the park entrance. Everyone went to the parking lot to board the bus, while Xinzhuang stayed behind. Luckily, nothing serious happened today, but that butterfly. Su Jing shook his head. You don't need to ask more. It's the first time I've seen it too. Xinzhuang nodded, gave up on asking further, and made a gesture with his mouth. Other things aside, the entrance and parking lot of the park look pretty bad. Should we find someone to fix them? This is such a big park, and during the holiday, it's been shown to the whole country. They look so run down, it's embarrassing. He smiled helplessly and then remembered something. Also, about the traffic limit you mentioned. Are there not enough staff? Or is there some other problem? He patted Su Jing's shoulder and offered a friendly gesture. If there's an issue, tell me. Although I work for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, I can help with some things. Just tell me, and I'll find a way. After getting their promise, Su Jing also smiled. If there's a benefit, it's not a waste of effort. All right, we'll talk more later. You should take everyone back to Yong'an first. I still have some things to handle at the park, so I won't see you off. They shook hands, and he turned to leave. Xinzhuang clicked his tongue. He felt that this young man seemed more like a leader than he did. He returned to the car, where everyone was already packed and ready to leave. Wang Kai, sitting in front, lowered his hat brim and spoke loudly. Please fasten your seat belts, everyone. We're about to depart. The matter they inquired about was still uncertain, but he kept thinking about it. Tonight, he needed to talk to Jing about it. Better to prepare early to prevent danger. The sooner, the better. Behind him, Qi Ming sat in a corner, typing furiously on his phone. As the vehicle moved, Mount Wanyuan slowly shrank in the distance. He squinted his eyes, full of determination to uncover the secrets of Liu Pool. Meanwhile, after wandering around Mount Wanyuan, Su Jing returned home, locked the door, and sat on his bed. The holiday was over. Look at this. See how the system has changed over the past few days. Ding, the system page suddenly appeared, and a message popped up. Congratulations. Your reputation score has exceeded 100,000. You have earned 2 lucky spins. Congratulations. Your positive reviews have exceeded 10,000. You have earned 1 lucky spin. This time, the reputation score increased and rewarded twice. And the number of positive reviews also surpassed 10,000. Su Jing thought about the rich shop page and suddenly felt like he was incredibly wealthy. These days, he's been so busy he barely had time to see how many visitors the scenic area has. Now, finally, he has time to look at the recent results. The personal attributes page appeared. Host, Su Jing, male, physical fitness, B- scenic area achievement, slightly famous, scenic area renovation speed increased by 10%. Scenic area reputation, 135,884 positive reviews, 12,767 backpack, balance stabilizer 1, thunderstorm magnetic field 1, delicious sticky rice cake 5, power bank 30,000 milliamp hours 1, old village chief 3. 5 out of 5. Number of lucky draws. 3 comment. The scenic area has taken its first step and gained some fame. The next step is crucial. Whether it can stay strong and improve continuously depends on many factors. With 130,000 reputation points, 12,000 positive reviews, and 3 lucky draw chances, Su Jing felt like he had never been so rich before. With so much reputation points in hand, what couldn't he do? Manhwa village could be upgraded again, and the sacred mountain could be renovated as a whole. But he thought for a moment and decided to hold back on spending. The next renovation project is very important. It's about whether Wanyuan Mountain can be seen as having potential and development prospects in the eyes of outsiders. Secretary Shun's strong promotion during the first 2 days of the May Day holiday wasn't just because Manhwa village was doing well. Sacred Mountain was doing well too. If the momentum isn't sustained, he might lose some enthusiasm. But if the momentum grows even stronger, it might not just be him helping to pave the way. However, the man returned to the interface and opened the lucky spin wheel. Can't spend money, but can I try my luck with the lottery? 3 chances. All used up. The spinning wheel emitted colorful, dazzling lights, spinning for over a minute before stopping, causing Su Jing's vision to go black. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 alert sounds, 3 items appeared on the screen. He clicked on all of them, but when he saw the first one, he crossed his arms and burst into laughter. Tool person, you finally arrived. The first prize was Tool person. This finally fulfilled his urgent wish to have a special worker. The second prize was a special item. Sensory sharing device. Advanced tool within the device's range. Based on scenic spots, the senses of visitors will be shared collectively, including but not limited to sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and imagination. Effective within 1 square kilometer, only usable at a single scenic spot, with a maximum of 500 people sharing senses. Cannot be destroyed, cannot leave the scenic area, cannot be transferred. Note: the number of shared users must not exceed 500, or unexpected situations may occur. Su Jing, although he didn't know where he could use this item now, just reading the description told him it was an amazing tool. An advanced tool. He only had 2 right now. One was the rusty, thunderstorm magnetic field in his backpack, and the other was this. But the thunderstorm magnetic field had usage requirements, needing over 70% completion to activate. But this one had no such requirement. That means, if the situation is right, he could use it anytime. Next, he thought about which scenic spot to develop. It had to be used there. What should he do? He pondered for a while, but had no idea. So he turned and clicked on the third item. The third item was close. Invincible body potion. Drink the potion, and within 3 hours, your body becomes invincible, undamaged, unbreakable, and immortal. After the effect ends, you will be weak for 72 hours. Are you okay? Seeing this unexpected potion, Su Jing swallowed hard, took out some sticky rice cake to eat, and put the potion into his backpack. What's the use of this? Is the scenic area going to be bombed by a nuclear weapon? Or will some enemy come to attack him? In peaceful times, what use does he have for this? If he really gets attacked and remains alive after 3 hours, he might as well be prepared for dissection later. And most importantly, 72 hours of weakness? 3 days without doing anything? If I really need to use this potion, wouldn't I just be waiting to die in place during those 3 days? The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Su Jing shook his head, thinking of the potion as a gift from the tool person. Having a 2/3 success rate is already very good. Moreover, this time, his attribute page also gained a new reputation. Somewhat famous, although this title usually doesn't show off. As soon as it appears, it increases his transformation speed by 10%. If the scenic area becomes more famous in the future, he might get even cooler titles. Then, a 10,000-mile Great Wall in a day wouldn't be a dream. He closed the system and, feeling a bit choked after eating the sticky rice cake, took out a bottle of Old Village Chief's wine to eat with, finally swallowing it down. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Brother Kai, why call so late?" Su Jing, feeling happy after getting a good item, answered cheerfully. But the other side was not so relaxed. Wang Kai's voice was serious. Jing, I need to tell you something. Business at Wanyuan Mountain has been good lately, but I'm worried something unexpected might happen, so I've been watching. I told you before, right? There are many scenic spots in Yong'an City. Before your scenic area, the leading scenic spot was Hongya Mountain in Hongya County outside Xiqing. There are also places like Songhu Park and Sunset Town, which always have good visitors. A friend noticed that recently, many cars from Hongya Mountain have been going to Wan County. Well, northeast of Qingshan County. In other words, upstream of your Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Su Jing listened quietly, his brow finally furrowing. So I guess, since Wanyuan Mountain is doing very well lately, the people from Hongya might be trying to cause trouble via water routes. Within Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, 2 rivers run through. One is gentle and suitable for boat trips, which is their main route. The other is too rapid, so they can't use it for now. The mountains inside the scenic area are not connected, and the 2 rivers only meet at Sacred Mountain. If the waterway has problems, they might have to close the scenic area. But changing the river course isn't something you can do casually. There are laws and regulations for that. Su Jing is not a law expert, but he knows that this is not something to be taken lightly. Wang Kai gives a wry smile. That's what they say, but the fines aren't very heavy. Plus, if someone is truly determined, they could easily find farmers in the county or countryside to do some work, and it wouldn't be easy to quickly identify or prosecute them. He becomes more worried. Moreover, Hongya Mountain Scenic Area is an old, well-established site with complex interests and many people backing it. The river's flow is directed toward the back mountain range, which isn't a major resource river. You understand, right? Got it. It means that if something goes wrong, it won't be easy to fix. Of course, these are just my guesses. I just wanted to share my thoughts with you so you can be alert and prepare. If problems do arise, we can have some measures in place to reduce the losses. Su Jing falls silent. Wang Kai is a local power in Qingshan County. He's been back for a long time, and he can help more than Su Jing dares to imagine. But even such a powerful Wang Kai is at a loss about this matter, which shows how tricky the situation really is. All right, I guess I should start preparing myself. He thinks for a moment and then speaks again. Since we're on this topic, Wang Kai, I need a favor. Wang Kai, feeling a bit guilty for not being able to help, perks up when he hears Su Jing speak. Just tell me, I need a reliable construction team. My investor was very pleased with the work during the National Day holiday, and the second installment of funds has been approved. This time, the project is bigger, and I need 2 construction teams. The investor has already chosen 1 team, but I need you to help me find another trustworthy, well-equipped team. That's easy. Wang Kai laughs. No problem. As long as the money is good and steady, many construction teams are willing to work. I'll find you a few options to consider. After a few more friendly exchanges, they quickly hang up. Su Jing sits on the bed, thinking for a while, then takes advantage of his drowsiness to fall asleep. At night, several dozen kilometers beyond Wanyuan Mountain, a group of people are working frantically with machinery under the cover of darkness. Move faster, We don't have much time left, and there are still about a dozen spots to go. Boss, what are we digging all this for? The sound of rushing water mixed with the hum of machinery as a few men talk quietly. Don't ask what you shouldn't. I don't know either. We're just here to do our jobs. Haha. I'm just curious. The boss took a puff of smoke and continued operating the machine to insert it downward. Curious? I'm curious too. But I heard that we're only part of a bigger project, and no one really knows what it's all for. Sigh. Just take the money and do the work. These days, few bosses pay wages on time. Understood. I'll keep going. The group stopped talking, and the sound of machinery continued under the moonlight. The next day, the weather was clear. Wanyuan Mountain resumed operations. Su Jing called the main staff early in the morning for a meeting at the Visitor Management Center. First, Finance Manager Sun Huohuo reported that in the 5 days of the holiday, Wanyuan Mountain earned 725,300 yuan from ticket sales, 117,800 yuan from souvenir shops, and 85,600 yuan from on-site spending. After deducting costs, the park's profit was 625,000 yuan. Sun Huohuo spoke softly but confidently. 625,000 yuan in 5 days surprised everyone. 5 days. Over 60,000 in net income? Wow. Is the park making that much money? Su Jing, who knew more details, was even more stunned. He reported that souvenirs had about a 30% profit margin. The employee-run shops sold cheaply, taking only a 30% commission. As for utilities and maintenance, Su Jing just estimated market prices, but in reality, he spent almost nothing. All these expenses ended up in his pocket. This means that during these days, he mainly paid employee wages and replaced equipment. It's terrifying. How much does he owe again? About 1 million, right? Cough, cough. Let's not think about the 30 million for now. 1 million is enough to pay off. But there's a month left, so no rush to repay. He can use this time to repair the park and hire more staff. In a month, he should be able to earn it back. Hopefully. Sun Huohuo finished and sat down. He Yuruin stood up. Currently, Wanyuan Mountain has official accounts on major platforms, with the most followers on Douyin and Zaihongshu. The rating for the yellow website scenic area has already risen to 4.1 points. Only 4.1 points, Jiang Tsong pouted. He originally thought that with so many visitors, the score would be above 4.5. Scores don't go up easily. Good reviews naturally come with bad ones, and there are also malicious fake reviews and competitors. Hyunong was used to this and continued speaking. Currently, there are 3 main types of comments online about the scenic area. First, discussions about the interactive activities at Manhwa Village, the ceremonial rituals, and the new plush flower props. Second, questions about the divine spirits at Sacred Mountain, whether they are real or fake, their appearance patterns, and so on. Also, souvenirs are very popular. A few limited edition divine-themed souvenirs are already being sold at high prices. Third, predictions about the attractions at the top of Sacred Mountain and expectations for other scenic spots at Wanyuan Mountain. Hyunong looked around at everyone, finally stopping at the boss's face. I hope all leaders can quickly respond to the third type of comments to raise public expectations. It would be best if the area could open during the National Day holiday, so we have enough time for promotion and content creation. National Day? Su Jing secretly chuckled. If they really started the renovation with a systematic approach, it might be completed in just a month or 2. Waiting until National Day? By then, the third zone might already be unlocked. But he said nothing, only nodded. After Hyunong finished her report, she looked at Jiang Kong. General Jiang, we need to set up a business development department quickly. The scenic area's current popularity is enough to start attracting investors. Jiang Tsong nodded, then stood up to give his summary and next steps. Being from a management background and with rich experience, his plan was very thorough. He had already thought about attracting investments and recruiting staff. Moreover, he proposed developing the scenic area's own ghost houses. Each of the 4 zones of Manhwa Village, A, B, C, and D, would have one, based on the original wooden structures, with different styles designed for each. This work naturally fell to Su Jing, who had a background in design. Very good. In this scenic area, no one can afford to be idle. Su Jing gave Jiang Tsong a fake smile, while the person opposite covered their eyes and turned away. Not looking, definitely a bad review. Hyunong, and their subordinates finished the meeting and left to discuss specific details about attracting investment. They didn't know that the outside world was already very anxious. The owner of Fungnong Tractor was anxiously asking his staff, "How's it going? Still can't find the contact information for the Wanyuan Mountain boss? What about the other leaders?" The subordinate was drinking tea that cost 20 yuan a jean, which was worse than what he bought himself, spitting out the residue. "Why are you in such a hurry? We're just a tractor seller. Even if we contact him, he might not use our tractors." TSK. The boss frowned coldly. "Telling the truth. What if they're all from the same county? To go deeper, our ancestors might be relatives. What's the big deal about tractors? We just sell tractors to make a living in the county. If he needs them, we also have dump trucks and loaders. Maybe in the future, if he needs to move mountains or fill the sea, he might need our equipment." The boss crossed his legs, happily chewing tea leaves from his teeth, beginning to imagine the future. Think about it. In the future, as the scenic area becomes more popular, big trucks with our brand will come and go. What a wonderful thing that would be. The subordinate stood up decisively. The boss, over 50, still loved to daydream. Instead of wasting time, he should go to the countryside and sell more tractors. That would be better. He forwarded the official account of Wanyuan Mountain to the boss. "Keep an eye on it yourself. They do have an email, but I've sent many messages without any reply." The subordinate left. The tractor owner sat up and started sincerely editing a message. "Hello, we are from Fungnong Group's business department. We hope to establish a friendly business partnership with your scenic area. Our range of services is broad, including most construction vehicles, not only him. Since Wanyuan Mountain opened, besides an unreachable customer service phone number, only one email address has been made public." They didn't know who the boss was, nor did they know where the staff of this scenic area were hiding. Anyway, they had been trying for a long time but couldn't contact the responsible person. They could only keep sending messages to the email. So when Jiang Tsung finally opened his email and saw He Yunong's categorized list, he was stunned. So many. The categories include investment, brand cooperation, investors, government departments, media interviews, and feedback, all well organized. Each category contains hundreds of unread emails. The most confusing part for Jiang Tsung was the last category. There's also a donation category. He Yunong also found it amusing. After many years of work, she had never seen a request for donations to a scenic spot before. Yes, but only 3 people have donated so far. What does only mean? Having even a few donors is already unusual, and now there are 3? How much did they donate in total? Together, 1.2 million yuan. No way. Jiang Tsung was so shocked he was silent for 3 seconds. Since childhood, he worked part-time and earned every penny himself. The money he saved isn't enough to buy a house back home. He couldn't understand it no matter how hard he thought. No way. Are they crazy? Is this what they call the dam? Perspective? Meanwhile, Su Jing received a familiar call. Secretary Shun. On the other end, Secretary Shun was cheerful. "I'll send you a location. Come here at 3 p.m. Something good is waiting for you." When Su Jing arrived at the designated place, there were already staff waiting for him. Qingshan Villa. As the highest-grade hotel in the county for official receptions, Qingshan Villa is located next to the hotel, used exclusively for private tea talks and meetings. Su Jing followed the waiter inside. In the quiet and elegant VIP Hall 1, many distinguished guests were already present. All officials and scholars, but Su Jing only recognized Xin Zhuang. "Haha, our big star has arrived." Xin Zhuang stood up from the crowd and led a confused Su Jing to the only available seat. Then he introduced everyone. "The person in charge of Yuan Mountain Scenic Area. You've probably heard of it for a long time." Su Jing forced a smile. Old Shun is really not a good person, not even giving a heads up. What kind of strange characters are these? But since he was here, he decided to stay calm. He had met national leaders during team trips before, so he wasn't afraid of them. If they tried to make things difficult, he could just leave. Later, he planned to invite Xin Zhuang for a meal and give him some laxatives. But the official's flattery did not appear as he expected. After Xin Zhuang finished introducing, the old man sitting in the main seat suddenly stood up straight, quickly walked over, and then firmly shook Su Jing's hands, tears of joy in his eyes. "God of wealth." Huh. Everyone chuckled kindly, but in their eyes, there was satisfaction as they looked at Su Jing. Xin Zhuang also began to introduce him. This is the county mayor of Qingshan County. You haven't met him since you just returned, but you'll probably see him often in the future. He then pointed to the person sitting nearby, a chubby man with a square face. This is the director of the Natural Resources and Planning Bureau. This is the director of the Transportation Bureau. This is the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. This is. When Shen Zhuang reached the last person, a middle-aged man who looked calm and serious, he paused deliberately. This is Zhang Zhong, the director of the Veterans Affairs Bureau. Veterans Affairs? Su Jing's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Shen Zhuang's meaning. This was real help coming. The group sat down and started drinking tea. The county mayor poured out his frustrations to him. This cup of tea made Su Jing laugh and cry at the same time, finally understanding why everyone was so enthusiastic about him. The reason was simple. Qingshan County was too poor and barren. Among the 12 surrounding counties of Yong'an, Qingshan County ranked 11th. The last one had completely given up, with over 700 low-income households happily collecting relief funds to get by. But their Qingshan County was a county that refused to give up and was still struggling. The county mayor worked tirelessly all year, only to find at the end of the year that they lost several million yuan again. Logically, the county head should be at least a mid-level official, but as a mid-level official with no real power or resources, sometimes he was even less influential than a deputy bureau in the city. The reason Shen Zhuang agreed to help him set up this bureau was, in fact, because he saw the potential of Wanyuan Mountain, which was Su Jing's potential. It was the potential of Qingshan County after having Su Jing. Otherwise, how could he have spared time from his busy schedule to come to this small county for tea? So, the county mayor and all the bureau chiefs of the county government expressed their heartfelt thanks to him. Of course, there are also people, like the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, who shyly ask if they can contribute some money to help repair the roads in the county. Su Jing checks the few 100,000 yuan he just received, smiling broadly. No money. He refuses without hesitation. Wow, the calf hasn't even been born yet, and the pig is already drinking blood. His small scenic area isn't even fully developed, and he's already supporting a family. The director of the Housing Bureau awkwardly shrinks back. He knew that although the child was young, he wasn't stupid. The county mayor also turns a blind eye to these matters. Today, their goal is to extend an olive branch to Su Jing, build good relations, and offer help if needed later. The county town can also help promote the scenic area. Most importantly, if situations like the holiday rush happen again, they can coordinate better on traffic and accommodation by sharing information with the scenic area. Su Jing naturally welcomes kindness. After having dinner, he leaves with Shen Zhuang. Shen Zhuang sits in the car and winks at him. This holiday was well managed. The Tourism Bureau will also help with publicity later. The director of the Veterans Affairs Bureau said their lives are quite tough. Although they receive veteran benefits, many of their families are in difficulty. The county's pay isn't high, their jobs are limited, and most of them have injuries. If you need workers, these people could be very helpful. When reporting upward, I can also speak well of them. Shen Zhuang finishes speaking and gestures for Su Jing to sit closer. Secretary Xiao Li is driving ahead, glancing repeatedly into the rearview mirror. Su Jing's neck remains still, so Shen Zhuang has to stretch his neck to look back. Haha, like an old turtle. Xiao Li holds back his laughter and quietly listens to their conversation. There are a few things you must take care of. Make sure to repair the entrance, parking lot, and the road at the scenic area entrance. The 2A scenic area is no longer suitable. I'll give you a list when I get back. You should apply for a higher certification. That way, future publicity and pricing will be at a different level. After giving good advice and help, Shen Zhuang returned to Yong'an City under the cover of night. He didn't mention that some city officials wanted to meet him. Just joking. The city is complicated, and who knows what those people are planning. Su Jing now considers him a very important person. It affects his reputation this year. As long as he performs well and maintains quality, just one visit to Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain can keep him confident until the end of the year. Then he can go to the provincial year-end meeting with confidence. This year, he absolutely cannot come in last. After seeing Shen Zhuang off, Su Jing also took advantage of the night to go home and sleep, all in one go. When night fell, most visitors at Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area had left. A few shadowy figures sneaked out from the woods. Under the moonlight, their faces were clearly visible. It was Director Chi Meng Chi, who had left yesterday. But today, he wore a baseball cap, a mask, and carried a backpack, hiding in the shadows of the trees. At the entrance of Sacred Mountain, 3 or 4 guards were patrolling. Usually, he would wait until later, when the staff finished work, to enter the mountain. But he couldn't wait anymore. Last time, he had acted rudely as the carp god girl. If today he again hid his tail, he would have wasted his effort. He had to go in now. His eyes were fierce, full of scheming and greed. If the mermaid was real, he would gather evidence and report it to the authorities. If the mermaid was fake and her clothes were valuable, he would take her tail, even if it meant stealing. He would grab a piece of the material. Qi Ming patted the dagger at his waist, took a deep breath, and slipped into a sparse bush. His figure disappeared. A few guards stretched and yawned. "Let's go. It's about time. Hee, let's call Brother Fong when we get back. We haven't had a drink together in a long time." The men left, and behind them, Sacred Mountain was silent, with a slow spread of gray mist. Rustling sounds. Chirp chirp. Clatter clatter. At the foot of Sacred Mountain, in the same shrubbery, the gray mist finally dispersed. Qi Ming emerged, face full of shock, shouting in panic. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" He forcibly covered his mouth, trembling as cold sweat broke out, chilled by the wind. His head was dizzy and hot from fear and anxiety. He cursed himself. Damn it! He was trapped in a confusing maze. 3 hours. A full 3 hours. He was stuck in this mountain, unable to find a way out. There was fog everywhere. Fog. Still fog. Everywhere was thick fog, and the occasional bird calls and monkey sounds made it even scarier. The memory of the butterfly crashing into the glass jar yesterday kept flashing in his mind, making his breathing feel numb and tight. Could the legend of the Sacred Mountain be true? Otherwise, how could he walk for a long time and end up back where he started? He took a deep breath, brushed his messy hair, and put his hat back on. It couldn't be true. It was impossible. This was the world of science. Such things didn't exist. Mermaids are just genetically modified humans. Butterflies are caused by magnetic fields disrupting biological senses. Monkeys are simply smart. As for the confusing maze earlier, whatever. Qi Ming clenched his numb fingers and looked at the dark, sacred mountain ahead. Anyway, he had only one goal today: to get the new material skin. For this goal, he was willing to endure any hardship. Honestly, if Su Jing knew that Qi Ming had come out of the foggy domain with such courage, he would probably admire him. He had perseverance and determination. What couldn't he do? Of course, trying to steal the tail of the tool person might be a bit difficult. Qi Ming had already entered the mountain. This time, he didn't take a shortcut, but carefully followed the mountain trail upward. The moonlight was deep tonight, clouds and mist layered thickly, flickering between bright and dark. Qi Ming kept encouraging himself, but when he heard the bubbling water ahead, his courage suddenly grew. He had arrived. He pushed aside the hanging vines and entered the carp pond again. This time, Qi Ming didn't cross the bridge but quietly circled around the edge of the pond. He was so excited and nervous that he didn't notice the carp in the pond no longer swam toward him. Instead, they seemed frozen, staring silently with wide eyes beneath the water, watching him. The night breeze was gentle. Gala. Qi Ming quickly held his breath and lowered his head. Under his feet was a white porcelain wine cup, knocked over into the grass, gently swaying, with wine spilling everywhere. Who would drink alcohol in the scenic area? Qi Ming paid no attention and tiptoed forward quickly. He crossed a small pond, circled around a rock wall, and finally saw what he had been longing for. Phew! His pupils suddenly dilated, and his breathing became heavy. The girl he saw yesterday was now lying on her side by the pond, eyes gently closed, breathing shallowly, as if she had fallen asleep. But that's not important. What matters is that the huge golden-red fish tail, which was circulating online, was only half submerged in the water, trembling slightly with each breath of its owner. Under the water, the magnificent fin, like a fan, emitted a golden and silver glow, more dazzling than the finest gems. Damn! Qi Ming felt his chest heat up. Would employees really sleep at night without taking off their clothes? Are they crazy? Or does he not need to take his off? Or can't he? Could he have encountered a real fish? Damn it! He was about to become famous forever. Like he had lost his mind, Qi Ming didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and suddenly grabbed the fish tail. He wanted to feel it with his own hands. Splash. Crack. Startled by the unfamiliar touch, the girl seemed to wake up. The fishtail suddenly shot up, creating a huge splash that soaked Chi Ming completely. But standing in the mist, soaked all over, Chi Ming looked at the girl who was standing up with her fishtail. His eyes, filled with greed, almost turned red. The slippery feeling still seemed to linger in his hand. He had been killing fish at the supermarket for 3 days. How could he not know what fish skin felt like? His smile couldn't hide, and he shouted in surprise. You monster! Do you really have a tail? The koi goddess stood behind the mist, and the group of koi fish suddenly swam behind her all at once. She straightened her fish tail, with the fin hidden beneath the water, and stood over 2 meters tall. The koi goddess looked down at Chi Ming from above. You've angered me. A tail is just a tail, yet it allowed you to sneak into the sacred mountain at night. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the overturned wine cup on the distant grass. You still wasted my good wine. Chi Ming laughed loudly, then drew out a dagger, his voice cold and ruthless. A tail? Would you like to give it to me, huh? Bang. Once again, water mist rose up from the fish tail. When the view cleared, the fish god was sitting by the pond, holding a cup of wine to her mouth. To you, her tone was playful, her eyes slightly narrowed, seeming unafraid of the sharp knife in front of her. The way of heaven. You gain something, you lose something. You want my tail, then I want. Can you give it? Chi Ming also smiled, but as he kept smiling, his smile faded. It was getting late. He had to get that monster right now. If she really was a mermaid, even if he killed her, no one in the park would call the police. If she was fake, he would take the material and leave immediately. Compensation was just a matter of money, and he had plenty of it. Naturally, someone would protect him. Stop talking nonsense. Chi Ming sneered coldly and swung his knife to attack. What I want, I take myself. The moonlight flickered, passing over the fish pond in an instant. Before night fully fell, Chi Ming saw her sitting calmly in the water, a mischievous smile on her lips. What was she smiling at? Was she not hiding? It's just a tail. Does she really think she's a goddess? He swung his knife even more fiercely. Night completely fell, but the knife's glow was sharp, reaching the front of the cave. Boom. The last thing Chi Ming saw was a flash of purple-white light, so bright it blinded him. Ding. A loud electronic sound woke Su Jing from his sleep. His system appeared automatically in his mind. A full screen of black warning messages floated there. Warning. Warning. The park's props have been attacked. System punishment activated. Begin punishment. Punishment task completed. Host, please check. What's going on? Su Jing was confused. He was missing a sock, with messy hair, and he scrambled into the park. Who was attacked? What just happened? Who? What did I do? Brother Tongzi, don't do that. It's so scary. Passing through Manhwa village, entering the sacred mountain forest, pushing aside hanging vines. Su Jing stood in front of the carp pond, wide-eyed and stunned. What's happening? If you ignore the familiar old man lying on the ground, everything here seems peaceful. The carp are swimming happily, as if nothing has happened. Director Chi? What's wrong with him? The carp god holding a wine cup sat cross-legged on the grass, shaking his head. I don't know, we were just chatting nicely. Then suddenly a lightning strike hit him. Su Jing looked at the small patch of scorched grass under his feet, which was slowly healing. Chi Ming, who was lying on his back, had a blackened face, hair standing on end, and tiny black smoke coming from his mouth. Brother Tongzi? He hopes you didn't get struck dead. It's obvious that the correction is a punishment from the system. Who would have thought it could summon lightning? The system's voice was proud. Just joking. The system wouldn't let the host get into real trouble. I just used a little trick to stop him from causing trouble at the scenic spot. Well done. He praised inwardly, then suddenly slapped Chi Ming hard twice. Still daring to bring a knife? I've disliked you for a long time. Old lamp. The carp god, holding his wine cup, grinned and ran over. I want to try too. She twisted her wrist, lifted her left foot, exaggeratedly leaned back, and posed like she was about to throw a ball. That tender palm, with a sharp gust of wind, stopped just in front of Chi Ming. Chi Ming's eyes widened. His face turned surprised and angry. What are you trying to do? TSK. The carp god sighed, shoulders drooping. Uncle, do you think my hand looks nice? Su Jing watched the girl leave, and Chi Ming almost fainted again. He had no doubt. If that slap had fallen just now, It could have snapped this old man's neck. He held back a laugh, pretending to be concerned, and asked Chi Ming, "Director Chi, how are you feeling?" But unexpectedly, Chi Ming seemed to have lost his memory. He looked around, his old face full of confusion. "Where am I?" Su Jing was stunned, then tentatively asked, "You are on the Sacred Mountain. Have you forgotten what just happened?" Sacred Mountain? He looked around, then frowned and sat up, seeming displeased with his surroundings. "Why am I here?" he thought. "Ugh, my head hurts. My body hurts." He appeared to be dazed, with his wild hair, and started walking down the mountain path, muttering as he went. "This place feels so uncomfortable. Why did I come here? Ugh, I should be in the lab drinking red wine. Ugh, I dislike this forest. Is that right? Did he just leave like that?" Su Jing refused help, and the old man, accompanied by the koi spirit, limped away, disappearing into the woods. The knife covered in his fingerprints was left at the scene. Is Brother Tongzi so powerful? Just a small matter. I only erased his memory and subtly planted the idea that he hates Mount Wanyuan and doesn't want to come back. That way, there will be no future trouble. The system's calm electronic voice revealed a hint of pride. Su Jing was also happy. These government departments are always troublesome. If they get involved, he'd have to stay on edge all the time. But surprisingly, the system handled it so easily. That's his own fault. If he hadn't come in with a knife intending to harm and steal the system's tools, he wouldn't be punished. That's true. Bad people need to be tested by the system. The cause and effect were already predestined. He turned to look at the koi spirit. Though she was just a tool, under the system's setup and protection, calling her a goddess of this place wasn't an exaggeration. "Are you okay?" The koi spirit turned to look at him, then smiled after a moment of observation. "Of course I'm fine. And you? Are you all right?" Her role was the goddess of the koi pond on the Sacred Mountain. So even though she knew Su Jing was the park's owner, she didn't know the system would handle the aftermath. Even if someone had just tried to hurt her, she instinctively worried about causing trouble for Su Jing. "It's fine. Don't worry about me." The grassland that had been struck was back to normal. The koi swam freely, and the chubby koi occasionally leapt out of the water, trying to make the deity smile. They looked so lively, it was impossible to tell they were just creations of the system. "Then you can continue drinking. I won't bother you anymore." Su Jing shook his head and quickly left, trying to catch up with Chi Ming. The Lis Hen also didn't speak. He tilted his head back and drank that cup of wine, then looked repeatedly at his fair, delicate hands. After a while, he sighed regretfully. "I should have just fought back." In the end, Su Jing didn't catch up with Chi Ming. Can being struck by lightning really speed up your actions? He couldn't understand it, and could only honestly go home and continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Chi Ming drove out of the Wanyuan mountain area, gradually regaining his clarity. "Why did I come to this place? Why do I feel like I don't remember? Have I gone senile?" He answered a phone that was buzzing nearby. "Hello? What carp? What god? I think you called the wrong number. I warn you, hunting illegally is against the law. Get lost." He hung up sharply, then looked at the string of numbers on the screen. A strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind, as if he had done something wrong. But then he was hit by a headache, so he stopped thinking and hurried toward the city. On the other end of the call, a well-dressed elite put down the phone, looking shocked. "Boss, Director Chi has gone crazy. He told me to get lost." Behind a large leather seat, a deep voice responded. "Didn't get what you wanted?" Director Chi said he doesn't know what we're talking about. After a moment of silence, the voice continued. "Forget about this side for now. That research fanatic, with so many thoughts, must be under pressure from somewhere else. Call that person and tell him we are powerless here." The peaceful night passed. Su Jing didn't know that the system had erased a big problem for him. He simply dressed up early in the morning, happily entering the park. Today he had an important task. This time, he didn't enter through the main gate. Instead, he took a detour, crossed a bridge, and sneaked past the greenery, using a shovel to clear away the thorny branches, then stepped inside. He had already crossed the scenic river. On the right side of the river, an area rarely visited by people, although within the scenic area, looked no different from wasteland. Su Jing followed the abandoned forest road on the left for a while until he finally heard the faint sound of water. A small stream meandered forward. He looked around, chose to wade through the knee-deep water, and followed the stream. After walking several hundred steps, the view suddenly opened up. It was a large, ordinary forest with birds singing and flowers blooming. Sunlight shone through, and a gentle breeze blew, making the place seem less lonely. Su Jing nodded, having some initial ideas about this place. But he didn't stop. He kept walking through the forest and moving forward. The sound of flowing water grew louder, and mist began to spread. Behind him, the trees were left behind, and in front of him appeared a rushing river. White waves crashed fiercely, splashing water over 1/2 meter high in some places. Su Jing looked at the small broken boat parked beside the trees. He clenched his teeth and immediately used some points in the system to exchange for an advanced boat driving skill. Brother Tongzi, I hope my host won't get drowned in our own scenic area. Don't worry, the system is here. You're safe. With that assurance, Su Jing started pushing the boat. Today, he planned to take a different river to explore other mountain viewpoints and decide on the next area to improve. Evaluation. This mountain reaches an altitude of 2,192 meters. Beyond the middle of the mountain, few people go there. It is very difficult to develop and has almost never been open to tourists. This time, the system's review was quite gentle and didn't criticize him. It felt like a gentle breeze, making Su Jing feel happy. But he didn't stop. The small boat kept moving forward. Just joking, such a big mountain. Without considering how long it would take to transform it, and given its location, it's hard to imagine how tourists could even get here. And most importantly, the previous attraction was a mountain, and he didn't want to make another mountain. People can get tired of the same scenery. The small boat spun on the water, passing around a bend, and suddenly the water calmed down a bit. Su Jing immediately perked up and looked ahead. Further ahead was another mountain peak in the scenic area. Left second mountain peak. Untitled, progress 1%. Attraction, unique rock formations. Project, rock viewing, 1/2 star. Official staff, none. Temporary staff, none. Facilities, none. Evaluation. This is a somewhat desolate rocky mountain. It has little scenery and is hard to develop. It was included as a bonus when buying the land. I hope the owner can make good use of it. Wow. Su Jing looked up at the strange, jagged rocks. This rocky mountain wasn't even pretty, and he was amazed. There's not even a toilet here. Has this place really been developed? And it was just a bonus when buying the land. You're being too kind. But what Su Jing cared about wasn't that mountain. The water slowed down, and he struggled to paddle, finally managing to bring the boat ashore. This place is kind of interesting. The current here turned sharply, slowing the boat and creating a small riverbank. Behind the riverbank was a large mudflat, with lush fern grass growing everywhere, and a few big birds occasionally passing by to rest. System? How deep is this mudflat? The system checked for a moment, and the page automatically appeared. Mudflat, untitled, development 0%. Description: a lake filled with river mud, with an average depth of 6.78 meters and an area of 3.69 square kilometers. Evaluation: a mudflat between two mountain ranges seems to have little use. Little use? Su Jing was pleased. The potential uses are huge. In the past life, Westlake was less than twice as big as this, but this mud pool is much deeper. Moreover, right now, it's just a mud pool, but that might change in the future. Next to the mud pool, there is a rocky beach. Walking up the rocks, you can reach the stone mountain. After walking around the riverbank, Su Jing continued downstream on a small boat. The water was calmer behind, and the boat quickly reached the foot of the sacred mountain. Hey, Uncle Shui was just welcoming the first group of tourists. After sending them off, he turned around and looked puzzled. Brother Jing, how did you come from over there? Despite Uncle Shui insisting on calling him brother, Su Jing had corrected him many times without success, so he gave up. He answered cautiously, I went to check that side. Just in this small, broken boat. Uncle Shui frowned skeptically. This boat looks familiar, like my second-generation broken boat. If it's so broken, does that mean there's a first generation? Thinking along Uncle Shui's line of thought, Su Jing quickly shook his head, pushed the idea away, and jumped onto his own boat. Perfect, Uncle Shui is taking me out. The two swayed back to the shore. Su Jing immediately returned to his small cabin and started planning new attractions. As he thought about it, he remembered it was evening. He stretched lazily and came out of the cabin. Jiang Tsong had been waiting for a while. He pulled Su Jing to sit down and took out a thick stack of forms. The recruitment plan is underway. I've also found a props maker you need. Next, about the guest house location. I've already chosen it. I'll send you the layout and building plans. Once you finish the design, we can start construction. Su Jing interrupted him and took out a business card. This is the director's phone number at Qingshan County Veterans Affairs Bureau. No need to be too formal, just normal communication. Give him our requirements for staff. Many employees can be found there. Jiang Tsung's eyes lit up. He was worried about where to find strong or commanding staff. Whether for security at the scenic spots, patrols at Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain, or security at souvenir shops, such talent was needed. Su Jing's connections were like a pillow for a sleepy head. He put away the business card and continued. And then, there are some who come looking for us on their own. He took out a piece of paper. There are 2 dance troupes in Yong'an City that have shown interest in friendly cooperation. Within the province, 2 more dance groups have sent emails. As for the county town, I won't mention those. In the southwest region, there's a very famous dance troupe that is touring nearby Yong'an. They said if possible, they'd like to come see a performance. Su Jing thought for a moment. Is this cooperation about working at the scenic spot and dancing? Like with Golden Sun? Jiang Tsung chuckled. What are you thinking? It's more like an exchange performance, kind of like inviting external performers for joint shows. It can attract fans of those dance groups or people wanting to see something new at the scenic spot. Su Jing nodded, then looked puzzled. Aren't our shows already interesting enough? Jiang Tsung fell silent. Of course they are interesting. We're still young and fresh. Su Jing was very busy and probably hadn't seen the online comments. The Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area was already buzzing with excitement. He took a deep breath. I understand. Right now, we only invite dance groups that are interested in long-term cooperation. As for those who just want to visit, they can buy tickets and watch normally. Exactly. That's the idea. A scenic spot that operates long-term needs a solid team and diverse performances. Not constantly changing performers just to attract attention. That kind of tactic is only suitable for special holiday events. Jiang Tsung continued. In terms of investment, we've received a lot of applications. Maybe because our rental fees are low and the commission is also minimal, many big brands are eager to join. There are also many investors. He flipped through a list and took out a few pages. I picked out some interesting ones for you to see. One is Fengnon Tractor. They speak grandly, but I checked. They're quite capable. Mainly focused on mid to low-end models, with good durability and quality. They said if we can advertise for them, they're willing to provide their transport fleet for our use. This one is our county's bottled water brand. This one is. He finished listing several, and Su Jing nodded repeatedly. He mainly remembered the tractor company. There was no other way. Managing is really not his strong suit. Another investor contacted us. Their equity share is very suitable. No, we are not looking for investors. Huh? Jiang Tsung was stunned and frowned as he asked back. Why? Aren't we in debt? If someone invests, that's a great thing many companies would want. There was no other reason. Su Jing sighed. He had a system behind him, and the ownership of the scenic area had to be entirely in his name. Not a single part could be transferred. Did you forget? I have a mysterious big investor above me. I've already allocated all the shares I can. He could only talk about the investor to reassure Jiang Kong. Finally, there's this. He took out a piece of paper with 3 names on it. These 3 people donated to us. 2 of them gave 500,000 each, and 1 gave 200,000. Wang Kai said he's a wealthy second generation from Yong'an and suggested we try to connect with him. He said once the scenic area grows bigger, we can't just operate it. We also need to build good relationships with capital or the government. Since these 3 are showing goodwill, we should meet them when we have time. It won't hurt. Su Jing looked at one of the names and had a faint impression. Zhou. Okay, he nodded. Arrange a meeting when you can. Then, there's one last thing. Jiang Tsung, also feeling tired, sent a document to Su Jing. Kai sent over 2 construction teams. They said these are what you asked for. Pick one and reply to him. They can start anytime. He grinned mischievously. So, are you going to start something new again? He was just joking, but unexpectedly, Su Jing nodded seriously. Exactly. Start tomorrow. Su Jing set the daily price directly, which silenced the construction boss. He must have met a very important person. The uncle smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly closed, ready to work hard. But unexpectedly, the man pulled him aside, took out a scenic spot map, and started planning. Here, and here. his finger wildly pointed at the map, almost planning the boss's entire year's bright future. But after the boss finished pointing, he smiled and said, "These places, just make sure the safety nets are in place. Remember to cover everything tightly, including the top, to keep it safe." The uncle couldn't listen anymore. His heart sank. Just putting up a net around the area, how many days can that last? How much money can he make? Besides these, are there other plans? The uncle perked up his ears to listen. There's nothing else. Woo-woo. This is too much. The construction boss forced a smile and started calling everyone to work. Forget it. Even a small mosquito is meat. At least this boss pays daily, so he won't delay wages. After arranging the construction, the green safety net was quickly being pulled up. Meanwhile, tourists entering in groups also noticed this change. Latest news. Wanyuan Mountain is starting construction again. In a WeChat group with over 400 members, a new message interrupted everyone's chat. Wanyuan Mountain visitors, 469 people. Carp God is my wife. What? Is this real? Guide's armpit hair. Where are they building? Is there a new scene coming? Mountain Sweeper number 1. No way. Didn't the new Sacred Mountain scene just come out? Some people in my group haven't been there yet, and now another one? My Blossoming Butterfly. Wanyuan Mountain is already popular enough. I think they shouldn't make new scenes now, but focus on maintaining Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain. Big-eyed Elegant Butterfly. I want to see new scenes, but I also hope they take good care of the place. They have too few staff, and I'm worried about accidents with too many visitors and butterflies. Most loved old butterfly. I agree. When I went during May Day, I heard someone talking about endangered protection and stuff. I'm worried someone might sneak into Butterfly Valley to steal butterflies. Eat my stick. Did Ping Ping go again today? Hasn't he already been there twice? Going 3 times in such a short period. Aren't you tired of it? His words received unanimous agreement. Although Wanyuan Mountain is fun, if you go too often, you will definitely get bored. The person speaking didn't show their face, so everyone continued chatting. The people here are all passionate fans from the Wanyuan Mountain Super Topic, each representing a fan group of over 50 members. They are like half-official groups. When the official releases a short video, they can produce up to 800 behind-the-scenes clips. It can be said that Wanyuan Mountain is becoming more popular, and part of the reason it even made it to trending topics is because of them. After a few hours, Ping Ping finally appeared in the group chat. Ping Ping, picture.jpg. Everyone opened the picture. A small, white, delicate hand in front of the camera, holding 14 different colored plush flowers. After a few seconds of silence, the group suddenly exploded. Eat my stick, wow? How do you have so many? Firefly light, 6. 6 different colors of flowers. Did you collect them all? I saw that the most someone has on the forum is 4. Big fat carp under the first big carp. They're all starting to trade. No one has as many as you found. This must be a new item. In Manhwa Village, Ping Ping carefully placed the plush flowers into her backpack, still holding back. In her bag, there was also a white plush flower. This was a color never seen before online. But, even after collecting 6 flowers, Ping Ping still felt it wasn't over. Usually, these things have a number associated with them. According to Chinese superstition, it's either 7, 9, or maybe 12. She looked up at the top of the Sacred Mountain. There was a faint glow flickering there. She had a feeling. This plush flower item was definitely meant for the mountaintop. But she didn't know what scenery or divine presence was there. Could it be that some spiritual force needed this item? People who thought like her weren't alone. Everyone silently continued collecting their own items. That night, after tourists left and the construction team brought materials by boat to enclose the wooden village around the guest house, Su Jing immediately started the renovation work. Manhwa Village, village buildings. A-grade customized renovations 4, costing 16,000 reputation points, taking 48 hours. Wanyuan Mountain, main entrance. A-grade customized renovation, costing 3,000 reputation points, taking 72 hours. Wanyuan Mountain, parking lot. Standardized parking lot renovation, costing 3,000 reputation points, taking 72 hours. Wanyuan Mountain, ticket office. Standard ticket office, costing 1,600 reputation points, taking 48 hours. Then, there is the last one, and the most important one. Su Jing takes a deep breath, looks at his remaining reputation points, and confirms. Ding, a crisp sound like clearing land rings out. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, the second renovation zone has been selected and cannot be changed. Based on the host's ideas, the system has optimized and adjusted the plan. Overall upgrade of the muddy area, Luoxian Lake, A-grade renovation, costing 100,000 reputation points, taking 15 days. Due to the complex internal structure of the scenic spot, the process takes longer. Please be patient. Ding. Overall upgrade of the Creekside Woodland, B-grade renovation, costing 35,000 reputation points, taking 7 days. Please wait patiently. By this point, Su Jing has almost exhausted all his reputation points earned before and after the holiday. What remains is to handle scenic area affairs with Jiang Tsong and wait and see. Inside Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, under the cover of a green safety net, all renovations begin instantly. The system's masking noise sounds again, no longer silent and invisible as before. Night falls again, deep into the night, stars shining. More than a few dozen kilometers away from Wanyuan Mountain, after hanging up a call, the leading man leaves indifferently, his calm words drifting in the wind. Start now. Release the water. The holiday break is over, and the online buzz about Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area gradually fades. Visitor numbers stay steady at a few hundred, mostly tourists from the county or nearby cities. Sometimes, they take a day or two off to come here and have fun. Jiang Tsung's recruitment plan is proceeding smoothly. As they hoped, the county's Veterans Affairs Bureau has indeed provided a large number of quality employees. Regardless of age, these people stand with a confident and reassuring presence. The only two who seem a bit unhappy are Zhao Meng and Feng Cheng. Both of them watch the soldiers silently. Zhao Meng, who used to walk around Manhwa village every day wearing small sunglasses, hasn't done much lately, but he naturally walks slower and speaks softer. Commander, we're all good citizens. Everything is peaceful. The only unusual thing is that Uncle Shui rarely takes the initiative to talk to Su Jing. Brother Jing, there's something I don't know if I should say. Uncle Shui, just say it. Su Jing relaxes. They can speak openly. There's no problem. Uncle Shui's face is full of wrinkles, looking confused. Usually, around June, the flood season should be coming, and water levels should be high but stable. Even if it's not flood season yet, it hasn't rained much recently. He looks upstream. But lately, when I sail, I feel the water level is dropping sharply. Especially yesterday, when I took tourists back, I saw part of the riverbank had stones exposed. If this keeps happening, boats won't be able to carry passengers, and there's a risk of hitting rocks in the river. Su Jing listens quietly, realizing Wang Kai's guess might be true. I'll have someone check the situation in the next few days to find out what's causing this. He thinks for a moment and asks, does the other river have any effect? Uncle Shui is surprised and then laughs. Huh. Jumping Foot River. These two rivers don't come from the same source and aren't connected. Are you thinking of using Jumping Foot River to carry passengers? He quickly waves his hand. That won't do. Do you know how this river got its name? It's because people couldn't cross it easily and got so frustrated they jumped with anger. That's how it got the name Jumping Foot River. I'm old now and wouldn't dare take passengers on a boat. If it capsized, everyone would fall in. His worries are reasonable. That's why Su Jing wants to modify the lake. By storing water in the lake, the flow of Jumping Foot River would become much calmer. Then, the bumps could be turned into a scenic attraction. All right, Uncle Shui, you go ahead and handle your work. I'll take care of this matter. After seeing Uncle Shui off, Su Jing immediately calls Jiang Tsung to go out. Wang Kai had been waiting for something to happen, so as soon as Su Jing called, his car was there immediately. That's how it is. The participants are all volunteers from the local community, mostly villagers living in the mountains. The issues involve 5 counties outside Qingshan County, each with different reasons. Some are farming, planting trees, raising fish, digging channels, excavating ponds, or building dams. There's a variety of activities. He frowned, and his cheerful smile disappeared. Those people are probably being told what to do. Someone is finding them, but they benefit from it, so they are confident. They know how to exploit legal loopholes and argue their way through. Jiang Tsung looked worried. So, this isn't easy to solve? Exactly. Wang Kai looked at Su Jing, who remained silent, with concern. Plus, that river isn't used for city water. Once it passes beyond Wanyuan Mountain into the deep mountains, it doesn't really affect residents' lives much, so there are few complaints or protests. I asked about this. The counties are just joking around, not solving the problem quickly. It seems the city officials are also holding back. I heard you have a good relationship with the Culture and Tourism Bureau, so you might need to ask for help. Su Jing paused for a moment. I'll try, but I don't think Secretary Shun can solve this. If someone really wants to cause trouble for him, judging by how careful they seem, they probably already have connections. Moreover, according to Wang Kai, you think it's the Red Leaf Mountain scenic area doing this, right? Yes. Wanyuan Mountain is nice, but it only recently gained some popularity. Red Leaf Mountain scenic area has been a well-established attraction supporting Yong'an City's culture and tourism for many years. Even when the government decided to develop tourism heavily, Red Leaf Mountain already had steady visitors. This scenic area has become closely linked with Yong'an City's development. Even if Su Jing finds Secretary Shin and he wants to help, he might be powerless. He raised an eyebrow. Can you find the contact info for the person in charge of Red Leaf Mountain scenic area? Wang Kai chuckled awkwardly. I don't have that kind of connection, but ask Secretary Shun. He should have it. After seeing Wang Kai off, Jiang Tsong refused Su Jing's suggestion to go to the city together. If what he said is true, I need to go back immediately and prepare a response plan. Both short-term and long-term, including our current recruitment and investment plans, might need to be put on hold. Jiang Tsong is very serious about helping him manage the scenic area, and Su Jing feels warm inside and very pleased. However, the Lucian Lake project is not yet finished, so the news cannot be shared freely. He can only do his best to handle this issue for now. As he expected, when Xinzhuang heard about this, his face immediately looked much worse. Are you sure it's the people from Hongya Mountain scenic area? Su Jing shook his head. Not sure, but I want to talk to the person in charge over there. Xinzhuang hesitated for a moment and then spoke honestly. Since you've already investigated, you should know that dealing with these local government disputes is very hard. I can only try to push things forward, but you need to be prepared. He asked cautiously, besides Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain, are there no other scenic spots in Wanyuan Mountain? If there really are none, and the operations stop, the fame of the scenic area will fade quickly and visitor numbers will drop. He wanted to use Wanyuan Mountain to participate in the year-end review, but that will be difficult. I'll give you the phone number, but my access is limited to the secretary of the person in charge. If you can handle this well, that would be best. He sighed. After all, it's an old scenic area. If they make some reasonable requests, just agree. Isn't this the scenic area your parents left behind? It's not easy to rebuild it, so don't be too stubborn. Su Jing didn't say much. He browsed his office, picked out 2 cans of tea, and took them back. Old folks can't help much, so just have some tea. Xinzhuang also chuckled and didn't mind. Since he couldn't help, these 2 cans of tea were a small apology. As for Su Jing, after returning home, he immediately made a call. Inside a tall office building in Yong'an City, a well-dressed male secretary approached the desk and respectfully spoke. President Chu, the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain scenic area called and wants to speak with you. From a leather chair, a deep voice hummed with a smile. No need. Tell him. The matter has already happened. If Wanyuan Mountain can survive, no one will target him anymore. He can create divine beings, so I believe he can come up with a solution too. If you have the ability, Wanyuan Mountain, you should find your own way to get through the difficult times. They have already dug the pits. Do you expect them to fill them back up? Wouldn't that reveal your mistakes? So, the main point is, if you can think of a way to handle it, you will naturally find a solution. In the future, they won't bother to target you again. Su Jing was drinking a little wine and chewing beef, looking completely unconcerned. Since it can't be solved, then just don't solve it. Wanyuan Mountain continued normal operations for another week until the water level dropped to a dangerously low point, exposing both riverbanks. Su Jing waved his hand. Stop the boats, close the park. The construction team, who had already finished their safety network and taken a break, was called out again. Build a side gate. This time, the work was real, and they happily got to it. But others were confused. Close the park? At the staff meeting, Jean Na frowned in confusion. What do we do then? They had already gotten used to life at Manhwa Village. Dancing, working, singing, happy and free every day, growing quickly. Su Jing shrugged. What else can we do? Go home and rest. Everyone else looked around. Whether from the Sunlight Group, the Qingyan acrobat troupe, or the men, women, and children around Feng Gui, they all looked discouraged. What's going on? He chuckled and clapped his hands. Although some waterway issues remain, this park closure is also a good chance to fix some problems. We're just closing temporarily, not forever. Why are you all looking so gloomy? Fong Gue, a big, rough man, looked worried. Is it really true? I heard someone targeted our park. The river was deliberately blocked. Yes, our park is already remote. And how long will this closure last? What if no one comes back later? Feng Qing quietly raised his hand to speak. Will we still get paid? As soon as he finished, everyone looked at him sharply. Money, money, money. They all knew what he was thinking. Now work is uncertain, and he's still thinking about money. Su Jing didn't mind this. Yes, wages will be paid as usual. It's going to be hard on you, Sister Na. Maybe we can't perform these days, so Ji Na understood what he meant. They are part of an unofficial team, and they usually earn commission. Now that the park is closed, they have to find other ways to make a living until it reopens. But, is it really necessary? She leaned back, feeling relaxed. In these days at Wanyuan Mountain, they earn more money than they did in several months with their dance troupe. Even if they only get a month's pension and wait for Xiao Su to return, so what? Professor Zhao said Xiao Su is very smart and talented, an extraordinary person. He probably won't make them wait too long. Guan Gui and the others from Qingyan Acrobatics Group couldn't hide their smiles, their eyes shining with happiness. Honestly, during the 5 days of Labor Day, they earned more than in the past 2 or 3 months. No wonder the old saying goes, it's better to be your own boss than just work for others. Being a boss is so profitable. Even if they don't raise prices like other scenic spots, the huge flow of visitors makes it easy to earn hundreds of yuan a day. With Su Jing's salary, they don't have to worry about food or drinks. It's perfect for a holiday. Qingyan Acrobatics Group isn't worried either. Don't forget, they have their own land. The small melons and vegetables they planted have grown. Now they not only feed themselves, but also sell the surplus to other villagers. In short, except for Jiang Tsong and a few busy staff at the management center, everyone else happily went home to rest. Meanwhile, in the visitor management center's office, the sound of typing was nonstop. The 2 new customer service reps, even with the door closed, could hear the ringing of phones and loud voices from the headsets, like shouting through a megaphone. What? Closed? My grandpa spent 3 days and nights trying to get train tickets, and my grandma, who can't walk properly, stood up just to go have fun. And now you tell me the park is closed? Why? No way. Why are you closing? Did you ask the visitors? Don't you feel guilty? It's about money, not earning anymore. The official website said the riverbed dried up? Are you kidding me? The flood season is coming soon. What's going on? Did the sacred mountain gods not communicate well with the river gods? Where did all the water go? No. I will complain about you. The park must open. I will bring my mother's great uncle to cut you with a knife. Just wait. I haven't even finished making new props. Please, no, sob sob. What exactly is the new tool used for? When will it be available? The visitors on the phone were crying, scolding, seriously explaining, or simply complaining without saying much. But no one could gather the resolve to close Yuan Mountain Scenic Area. He Yunong had not slept for 2 days. Now, her makeup was gone, and she sat in front of the computer wearing flip-flops, with messy hair and big bags under her eyes, typing, unable to open for business. Due to upstream river water. Unknown reasons. Ships cannot operate. Being resolved, she finished typing quickly, then looked back with a sideways glance. What about the new tool? Where exactly is it used? I need to leave a hint for later. Jiang Tsong spread his hands. I don't know either. Brother Jing told me it's used on the mountaintop, but he didn't say what needs to be done there. He Yunong spat. She turned her head to think, then quickly typed again. Mountaintop gift. Deity. When the weather is good. Choose a day to open. All vague words. Probably no problem. He Yunong slumped down, thought for a moment, then asked again. How long will the park be closed this time? Our work. Very soon. President Su and I promised it will be back to normal soon. Jiang Tsong looked sincere. Our work continues as usual. Salaries and everything will not be delayed. Everyone, rest assured. Everyone nodded, took a deep breath, and continued working. Jiang Tsong looked at the 2 young women in the customer service office, thought for a moment, then called Fong Gue. During this special time, since everyone has no work, they can all come to be temporary customer service staff. We can't let these angry visitors exhaust our staff. They finished their arrangements. On May 12th, Yuan Mountain 2, a tourist area, officially announced it would close. It's closing now? In the senior management office, the deep voice sounded a bit regretful. I thought there might be some other solutions. Such a pity. The secretary nearby paid no attention, just smiled. Let's move on to the next step. We must make sure they can't turn things around. The secretary respectfully left. An invisible conflict had begun, but this time, the Second World War didn't last for days. The invisible conflict ended quickly. The owner of the genuine leather seat looked surprised at the secretary, who had failed to achieve anything, and was a bit confused. What does that mean? The secretary smiled and shook his head. Mr. Chu, no one can be persuaded to leave. What does it mean that no one can be persuaded to leave? The genuine leather seat made a creaking sound. The person sat up straight, and the secretary quickly explained. The performers from the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe refused our high-paying contract. The performers from the Qingyun Acrobat Troupe also declined our invitation. Among Fang Gui's group, only one or two hesitated, but they were soon convinced by others. As for Shanmeng Travel Agency, the secretary was a bit shy to say it, but still spoke. They beat up our people. There are no cameras nearby, and the injuries couldn't be verified. The smooth progress of the previous plan made Mr. Chu not expect it to fall apart before it even started. Try again. If it still doesn't work, tell me. With the sound of a door closing, the office fell silent. A few kilometers away, at Shanmeng Travel Agency, Zhao Meng sat in a brand new office, happily eating fried skewers with his team. Oh no, tour guides. Haha. Who cares about red leaves or blue leaves? When I first approached him, he ignored me. Now, I'll make sure he can't reach us. I don't know if his head got caught in the door, but he's not taking the main air of Wanyuan Mountain seriously and is instead acting like a dog of Hongya Mountain. He patted his subordinate heavily on the shoulder. Even though we're into literature, we can't neglect martial arts. Luckily, we haven't forgotten our skills. Everyone, stay alert. Keep studying the law. We must not burden the judges. The brothers drank their beers loudly and laughed. Only a trusted younger brother beside him looked worried and whispered, Brother Mang, we talk about it, but are we really just going to wait for Wanyuan Mountain? He pouted and looked at everyone relaxing. Our main clients are tourists from Wanyuan Mountain. Now that Wanyuan Mountain is closed, we basically have no income. We just moved into a new office. Darn. Zhao Meng hid his nervousness in his eyes and waved his hand. Don't worry. Boss Su promised me that the scenic area will open soon. He can solve this problem. No worries. Pay the wages normally. I still have some money. It's fine. I nodded, then went back to joking and chatting with my brothers. Zhao Meng looked up from his drink, his gaze outside the window serious. Su Jing. Mr. Su. Usually, Zhao Meng is quite profit-driven, but this time he decided to trust you. He has some guesses about what's happening at Wanyuan Mountain. If things really can't be fixed in the end, then you, Su Jing, are like releasing a tiger back into the mountain. His brothers will have to go back to their old jobs. Wanyuan Mountain has been closed for 3 days. Su Jing met 3 young people who donated money for him. They didn't seem to mind the mountain's closure and were very enthusiastic, talking about the wonders they saw at the sacred mountain. They all had the same message. Make friends. Since they paid to help repair the road, Su Jing decided to keep their contact information. Later, he also visited the worried county chief and Secretary Shun. They tried to help him with connections, but resolving the issue of the upstream villagers blocking the water wasn't easy. As for Zhu Shou, he firmly supported Su Jing. During the closure, he managed to keep the popularity of Manhwa village alive with some new ideas. But Manhwa village stayed popular. Meanwhile, Wanyuan Mountain was once again heavily criticized. The sudden closure caused some people to leave bad reviews about the yellow apps, and others started investigating the water route upstream. This investigation mainly took place in the visitors of Wanyuan Mountain group. The fans there sensed that Wanyuan Mountain was being targeted. For a while, Yong'an City seemed peaceful on the surface, but under the surface, tensions were rising. At the center of this turbulent undercurrent, Su Jing was humming a song. Peach leaves pointy on top, willow leaves cover the sky. A few days ago, he had to cross a small creek, but now there was a beautiful wooden bridge. From afar, before crossing the bridge, he saw a pink flower forest just a few hundred steps from the shore. Su Jing stepped onto the bridge, followed the creek for a while, then entered the pink forest. It was a stunning peach blossom grove, almost like it was about to float away in a fairy tale. Brother Tongzi. Su Jing walked through the area, unable to hide his amazement. Occasionally, flower petals fell from the sky, creating a romantic pink flower ring. Isn't it the season for peach blossoms anymore? Do you think what we did might cause problems? The system was unconcerned. China is vast and full of wonders. It's normal to find some beautiful sights. Besides, your carp pond and butterfly valley, are they not normal? That's true. Su Jing chuckled and continued walking, observing the recently renovated creekside forest. The peach trees stood in various shapes, with blossoms covering the branches. The gentle breeze made the flowers sway, spreading a light, refreshing fragrance that made Su Jing feel happy. He moved forward, and under the peach trees, a winding path paved with blue stones led to a distant house hidden among the trees. Yes, that's exactly it. Su Jing quickened his pace and entered the house. First, he saw two old wooden doors with a weathered plaque above them, inscribed with the flowing characters, Peach Blossom Cottage. He pushed open the doors. A subtle scent of ink and flowers greeted him. Inside, there was a main hall, a backyard, a rockery with a pond, and side rooms connected by a long corridor. It looked like a large courtyard, but now the courtyard was quiet. Apart from Su Jing's footsteps, only the sound of falling peach blossoms could be heard. It was time. Su Jing took out a small wooden puppet from his backpack and threw it onto the ground with a snap. Come out now, my. After tidying up the peach blossom forest, Su Jing headed to Bright Moon Village, where several wooden villages surrounded by green safety nets still echoed with construction sounds. But Su Jing knew this was just a trick of the system. The guest houses inside had long been renovated. Each guest house was made by combining 4 wooden villages. They were located in areas A, B, C, and D, named after the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He wandered around happily, nodding with satisfaction. Although there weren't many rooms, it was definitely better than before. Previously, the main complaint about Bright Moon Village was poor roads and the inability to stay overnight inside the scenic area. Now, those issues had been solved, so he could avoid some criticism. Back at the central square, he opened the system. As more buildings in Bright Moon Village were renovated, the completion level of Sacred Spirit Mountain Range kept rising. First peak, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, completion, 64%. He looked at the small lightning in his backpack. With only 6% left to reach the 70% standard, he felt close. He checked the reputation points gained over the past few days, thinking quietly. There's about a week left to finish transforming Falling Immortal Lake. With so much time, and since no one is watching, he decided to continue upgrading the Holy Mountain, aiming to raise the completion to over 70%. He acted immediately. He quickly stepped onto the Holy Mountain, passing the warning sign at Hope Cliff, and kept climbing. After another 40 minutes of effort, he finally reached the mountaintop platform. This natural flat area, as if cut clean by an ancient immortal's sword, was perfect for his final plan. Just right. System, upgrade the top area of Holy Mountain. The system beeped, then an electronic voice began to report. Is this reputation enough to raise the mountain's completion to 70%? Not quite enough. Su Jing's shoulders drooped in disappointment. But, considering the host can unlock a second area in a month, the great system has decided to reward you, giving you a discount. Use the remaining reputation points to finish upgrading the mountaintop. System, you are simply the best. From today on, we are the best brothers. I eat meat. You drink soup. I wear pants. You show off. I enjoy glory. You share the benefits. My reputation is famous. You will be remembered forever. Good. The reputation points on the system interface instantly reset to 0. Su Jing was pushed away by an invisible mist and sent down the mountain path. It's over. Su Jing touched the small lightning in his hand, looked up at the sky above. In the distant blue sky, a few clouds floated like ribbons. The dry air finally started to feel a little moist. Rain is coming. The small lightning disappeared from his hand, and he strolled down the mountain path. This was the last scenic spot of Holy Mountain. Time to start the promotion. Time slowly passed. On Friday night, Zhu Shou lay on his big bed, looking at the boring promotional videos on his account. Without the hot support from Wanyuan Mountain, these random shop exploration videos were less than 1/10 of the previous traffic. Wanyuan Mountain. He sighed deeply. My guide. It's been 10 days. When will you come back? Ding dong. His phone buzzed. He rolled his eyes, wanting to dismiss the message about collaborations, but when he touched the screen, his eyes widened instantly. Wow. His chubby body suddenly moved very quickly, and he jumped up from the bed with a gulp. Guide, are you free recently? Something's happening. Ding, ding, ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Yunong covered her ears, frightened, and threw the mouse aside. She shouted at Zhao Dashue, who was studying nearby. No, no, I won't watch. I don't want to see. What's going on? Zhao Dashue looked confused. He took the mouse and clicked on the flashing page bar at the bottom of the computer screen. What's happening? I don't really know how to do this either. The page flickered, then opened in front of both of them. On the pre-sale page of the ticketing system, a small red dot was flashing wildly. Every time it flashed, the number above increased by several or dozens. What's going on? Yunong anxiously bit her nails. Their Wanyuan Mountain official website only announced the pre-sale news, and the pre-sale tickets were for a week later. Most importantly, the ticket price had risen to 80 yuan. What are these people doing? Crazy ticket rush? The opening day was Wednesday, and the price had increased. On an inexplicable Wednesday, more than 100 people had already bought tickets, not to mention Thursday, Friday, and the sold-out weekend. Oh my, she looked at Zhao Dashue, who was focused and even smiling, and sighed. University, you still don't understand. You're so happy now, but do you know how many visitors you'll have to host then? Do you know how tiring and hard it will be? Zhao Dashue shook his head. Sister Yunong, you don't understand either. What do exhaustion and hardship matter? Do you understand how much they hoped for recognition when they faced a few scattered tourists who were so rude? Two people felt both worry and happiness. The only common point is that no one knows yet what exactly Mr. Su, the mysterious leader, did to reopen the scenic area this time. Every day, they come and go in the park carrying bags, loudly saying things like, so awesome, unprecedented, or, they're so impressed, but they see nothing. The only thing they can see is the gradually rising water level of the river, caused by public opinion and policies. Even so, it's not enough to meet the standards for boats to carry passengers. What exactly is he happy about? Feng Gui and others gather in the central square. A new group of employees sit quietly nearby, waiting for instructions from their seniors. Have you all heard the news? Feng Gui looks around. Since he moved everyone to Manhwa village, his high reputation and steady leadership made him the manager of the Sacred Spirit Mountain area. Most work tasks are assigned and completed by him. Tonight, he gathers everyone in the square to share some news. As everyone has heard, in 5 days, Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area will reopen. There's a buzz among the crowd. Feng Gui raises his hand to quiet them and continues in a serious voice. This reopening isn't just for Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain. Mr. Su also said he developed a new attraction, right above the jumping river. Everyone looks in the direction he points and sees a strange-shaped mountain of rocks. What's so special about that place? Someone asks curiously. Could it be more beautiful than Manhwa Village? Of course. The scenery of Sacred Mountain and Manhwa Village is so stunning that even after a month here, I still find it breathtaking. What are you talking about? Just say it's pretty. Feng Gui smiles helplessly. I don't know what the new attraction is either. He clears his throat. But Mr. Su said we need to send 30 people to work there. What? Everyone immediately tenses up. Who wants to go? No one wants to go. Just outside the house. You can work, enjoy the lively atmosphere every day, run a small stall to earn some money, and visit new scenic spots. But all these benefits are now gone. Feng Gui immediately saw what everyone was thinking and snorted coldly. What are you all thinking? He patted his thigh. When we were so poor we couldn't even afford to eat. Don't forget who took care of us, who gave us a place to stay, paid us, and helped with the paperwork. People must remember their roots. Mr. Su told us to go east. We shouldn't go west. Xiaoji sat behind him, rubbing his forehead helplessly. Uncle Feng was excited again. The others felt a bit embarrassed after being scolded by Feng Gui. Some wanted to stand up and respond, but they saw a group of people already moving faster than them. Swish, 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 swish. The silent crowd stood up, led by a man with a straight posture. We can go over there. Oh, Feng Gui looked at them with some respect. These were the retired soldiers. But he lowered his hand. You can go, but some of you should stay. Maintaining order and enforcing rules are your strengths, but handling relationships and guiding visitors, those are their skills. Hearing Fang Gue, everyone behind felt a sense of responsibility. Just joking. They were all newcomers. Could they possibly know Wanyuan Mountain better than the locals? Remembering that they had only been here for a month, the staff quickly stood up one after another. I'll go. I'll go too. Me too. Xiaoji also stood up. If there's a new scenic spot, I definitely want to check it out. Fang Gue smiled and ruffled his head. Kids, go to the side. Everyone's enthusiasm was sparked. Fang Gue then continued with a gentle smile. No need too many people. Mr. Su gave us a quota, and I've already chosen the team. He took out a piece of paper and called out names one by one. Finally, he turned to the retired soldier who had spoken earlier and said, Brother Xiaolong, the remaining 20 people, you pick. Xiaolong was the manager of the retired soldiers here. He nodded and started calling people. Mr. Su was recruiting them. Everyone knew what skills the scenic area needed. But since they could offer good jobs, they would work hard, maintain order, protect peace. The staff was settled, and Jiang Tsong also called to confirm that the new equipment was on its way. Su Jing looked at the system display and moved the small lightning bolt to the top of Sacred Mountain, officially activating it. Suddenly, a flash of purple and white light appeared, so fast that no one noticed. Everyone was calmly preparing for the final steps. Su Jing suppressed his excitement and nervousness, waiting for the transformation to be complete, the park to reopen, and visitors to arrive. Within 24 hours of the official announcement, the long-dormant park section finally became lively again. Old popular posts were rediscovered, and people were commenting wildly. Media outlets that failed to get interviews finally caught the scent of traffic and started promoting again. One post was especially interesting. The waterway in the park has been cut off. How will Wanyuan Scenic Area transport visitors after reopening? At first, it seemed like a sarcastic remark, but many people noticed the phrase, cut off. What's going on? Who was cut off? What exactly was cut off? Is this a twisted form of human nature or a decline in morality? I heard that many villagers upstream were digging ponds and channels to build dams. They are already working on it, but progress is slow, and it hasn't been restored yet. Wow. I smell a conspiracy. I'll check it out. Wait for me. Not restored? How will visitors get to the attractions? I remember Manhwa village is far from the main gate, right? It takes over 10 minutes by boat downstream. I don't know. I just want to find out. Did they add many new things when reopening the park? Stop dreaming. Tickets are already sold out. They only released pre-sale tickets for the first week, and they're all gone. What? I just heard about this now. Huh? That's right. I managed to get 2 tickets. Among the heated discussions, one post stood out. Piggy bank. Yes, I'm lucky again. Looking forward to everyone joining me on the first day of Wanyuan Mountain's reopening. The post under the Zhu Shou account caused a surge in popularity, with many people envying and commenting, while others reported it for cheating. They said he was cheating. He definitely used some trick. But regardless of all that, as time slowly passed, the day had come for Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area to reopen. On the first day, only 200 tickets were sold. This was Jiang Tsong's idea. First, because a new attraction was opening, they needed to see how visitors responded and make adjustments if needed. Second, because Su Jing only told them a few days before opening that the new attraction would be accessible via a different water route. That's right. It was the Jumping River, a river they all suspected but didn't dare to believe was real. Although Su Jing assured them that the water flow had decreased significantly, Jiang Tsong still prepared and hired a few skilled boatmen. Uncle Shui scoffed at this. Old and useless. I can't even row boats anymore. But he didn't complain for long. Su Jing arranged a route for them. At this point, everyone was finally organized. On the morning of May 21st, on the road in Wanyuan Township, Qingshan County, people kept driving past the parking lot. The cool guy driving the car glanced at the parking lot in the rearview mirror. What does it mean that the parking lot is temporarily closed? The fashionable woman in the passenger seat leaned over the window, curious. It seems the main entrance isn't open today. We have to go through the side entrance. Are these 2 gates far apart? The young man with a crew cut in the back seat shrugged. Wanyuan Mountain is big, so it's normal that the entrances are far apart. The group was actually Zhou, Pippi, and two others. Although they didn't get tickets in time, since they were valuable donors, under Zhou Po's pleading, they managed to get 3 early access tickets from Su Jing. They followed the country road, and, after crossing a large bridge, couldn't help but laugh. That river should be the one they said was cut off online, right? Just dirty tricks. They can't beat Wanyuan Mountain, so they resort to sneaky methods. The 3 mocked each other, and finally, the car stopped by the roadside. Ahead stood a simple, ancient-style entrance to the scenic area. A sign with the bold characters, Wanyuan Mountain, was clearly visible. Pippi, did President Su tell you if there's anything different about this opening compared to before? Zhou Po looked mysterious, his eyes bright. Yes, he looked at the cars coming behind them and quickly urged everyone to go inside. I heard they opened a new attraction, better than Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain. Zhao Yiran's eyes lit up, but she quickly pursed her lips. No way, only 15 days. How could they make something really special in such a short time? The childhood friend nodded. I think it's just a gimmick. Zhou Po's eyes flickered. Although he was worried, he believed that since it was from Wanyuan Mountain, the new attraction couldn't be worse than Manhwa Village and Sacred Mountain. Don't think too much. We'll see once we go in. The group hurried forward. The nearby new ticket booth was built like a wooden house, old-fashioned and charming. Inside, Zhao Dashua checked their IDs with a smile before letting them in. Soon after, a chubby young man carrying a long spear and camera approached excitedly. Because he visited so often, Zhao Dashua already knew him. He looked at the girl with glasses and a ponytail behind the young man, feeling a bit strange. Are you two here together? The chubby guy, Zhu Shou, and the girl, Ping Ping, looked at each other, confused. We don't know each other. Zhu Shou had gotten a special ticket through connections, and Ping Ping had won hers through her fan enthusiasm. Surprisingly, they ended up coming together. Zhao Dashua smiled shyly. Since you two are regular visitors, I thought you knew each other. This caught Ping Ping's interest, and Zhu Shou's eyes brightened. They exchanged their tickets and chatted briefly, quickly understanding each other's identities. So, you made the promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain? That means, you know the owner. Ping Ping's question was left unanswered by Zhu Shou, but he was also surprised. Are you part of the legendary Wanyuan Mountain superfan group? I heard someone in that group collected 7 plush flowers. Is that true? Ping Ping smiled silently, but Zhu Shou immediately understood and nodded respectfully. Sorry for the trouble. The two hit it off instantly. One was a top record keeper. The other was an explorer with incredible radar skills. They were a perfect match. Let's go? We'll go in together. The tall and short figures quickly disappeared inside the park gates. Zhao Dashue remained calmly sitting in the pavilion, counting the number of visitors entering. After a while, more tourists started to arrive. A man and a woman were pulling each other as they walked over. Oh no, I told you I don't like this place. Do you know I canceled our fishing friends gathering to come with you, and now we're in this remote mountain. I promise this place is really fun. I managed to get tickets after staying up all night. Today, my teacher asked me to go explore some ancient sites, but I took a day off, huh? Even though my teacher scolded me badly, don't worry, I have my own plans. Humph, that's good. But you did really well this time. I heard it was very hard to get tickets for Wanyuan Mountain on the first day. Only 200 were available. I didn't expect you to get one. Hee hee. As long as it makes you happy, I'll do anything. The girl named Naonieo finished smiling, then turned her head with a flicker of dislike. This guy, who studies a rare major and is a total suck-up, only got the tickets because he managed to grab them. She wouldn't have gone out with him otherwise. Big sister, do you know I make hundreds of thousands per hour? The art exhibition is coming up, and I haven't finished my work yet. And you still insist on me coming to visit the scenic spot? Huh? Don't be mad. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry just yet. The woman, with a graceful figure and long, wavy, wine-red hair flowing like a red wave, smiled at the slightly thin and sickly-looking man in front of her. Do I not know my little brother? I heard this place has beautiful scenery and many ancient wooden structures. Maybe it could help your creativity. Come, let's go for a walk and relax. Her brother had been stuck on his creative work for a long time. If he kept holding it in, he would go crazy or burn out. He had to get out. She looked gentle but acted firmly, pulling him along inside. More and more visitors entered one after another. Because the scenic area had warned about the opening time in advance, by 9:31 in the morning, All 200 visitors plus 6 special early birds had entered. As for the other 2 early birds, rustling sounds. One step crushed a dry branch, and in the forest trail, 2 familiar men appeared. Huh, this guy? It seems he's really opened a new scenic area. Xinzhuang was full of pride. The progress in rerouting the river and digging water channels secretly had finally improved. All his efforts to build connections during the day and night had paid off. Fortunately, there was good progress, so he felt confident enough to ask Su Jing for a pass to the new scenic area. Secretary Li next to him was excited and carried a large backpack without feeling tired. This time, he and the secretary both had official status. They no longer needed to worry about getting stuck. Finally, he could see the legendary Sacred Mountain, the mountain that people pass by but never enter. He wondered what it looked like. He chuckled and looked at Lao Deng, who was standing with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. This time, he wouldn't put laxatives in Lao Deng's lunch. At the end of the small path was a flowing stream. Over the stream was an old wooden bridge. Next to the bridge was a wooden sign. On top of the sign was the number 1. Below, 2 lines of poetry were carved deeply. Among the mountains of Wanyuan, people fish and enjoy leisure, walking along the stream, forgetting how far the road is. Oh, Secretary Shin squatted down to look for a while, then stood up and looked into the distance. That side is pink and red. Come on, let's go see. He chuckled foolishly, no longer pretending to be a leader, and pulled Secretary Xiao Li across the bridge to go forward. Different people reacted differently to the same wooden sign. Zhou Pe and others looked at it briefly and gave up. They were too lazy to read modern texts, let alone understand ancient writing. Little fatty Zhu Shou and others didn't care about the sign. Whenever they saw something special, they just started taking pictures wildly. Don't ask. He was a pioneer. His experience told him. Everything the guide did had deep meaning. Just take pictures. Pipping wasn't as naive as him. As a careful college student, she examined the sign closely, immediately copied it into her small notebook, then looked up at little fatty. I think this should be the first line of a poem. There might be more after that. She waved her hand and quickly moved forward. Follow me. Besides them, the fishing guy made a face at the sign, and architect Gu was busy helping Niao Niao, paying little attention to the sign. But the young artist looked thoughtful, raised an eyebrow with interest, and took out his phone to take a picture of the sign. Let's go. Keep moving forward. He took the lead, and the red-haired sister was happy, immediately following him onward. Leaving the wooden bridge and following the shimmering stream ahead, after walking less than 100 meters, they saw a beautiful pink peach blossom forest in full bloom. Wow! Xinzhuang took out his phone, eyes wide with surprise. It's already late May, and there are still peach blossoms. Xiaoli didn't say anything, just kept taking photos. The peach forest was large, with main and side paths winding through it. Small wooden signs stood by the trees, guiding the way. But these signs were more than just directions. Ping Ping, with sharp eyes, crouched down and pointed at a wooden sign with the number 3, looking excited. I guessed right. This is a poem. Let me remember it. Now let's find the 2 sign. More and more people discovered the mystery of the signs. In the romantic peach forest, petals fell like gentle rain, and visitors looked very excited. Here we go. Another interactive task appeared. This time, the poem wasn't read aloud by a boatman but was pieced together by the visitors themselves. The second part is here, someone shouted, and nearby visitors hurried over, suddenly encountering a peach blossom forest. Several hundred steps along the bank, no mixed trees, fragrant grass and fresh flowers, falling petals everywhere. A young artist behind the crowd was pondering the poem, then looked behind him. Wow! His surprise caught everyone's attention. They all turned around and saw it. The seemingly random arrangement of peach trees, from a different angle, formed a wide, orderly path of falling cherry blossoms. Let's go! Ping Ping excitedly led the way, quickly finding the 3 sign behind a tree by the path. She happily read aloud. Visitors are amazed, and then they go further. She looked toward the end of the winding path, where faintly visible houses stood, confidently. To explore the forest. Now, even more people gathered. Everyone was almost unable to contain their excitement. The feeling of arriving at Manhwa village again was back. Mystery. Expectation. No one knew what exactly was ahead. Everyone stayed silent, just kept walking forward. The fourth wooden sign was soon found. Initially narrow, only enough for one person, then after walking a few hundred steps, suddenly it opens up. Wow! After passing the sign and turning another winding corner, the view suddenly opened up before them. The peach trees gathered around in groups, forming an old-fashioned, elegant residence filled with the scent of books. In the open space in front of the courtyard, there was a table, a chair, and a cup of tea. An old acquaintance dressed in a blue robe, with his hair tied up and wearing a crown, stood up and looked at everyone with a warm smile. Wow, Master Guide? Su Jing shrugged and stepped forward. Since that traveler left many years ago, this peach blossom retreat hasn't seen outsiders for a long time. Are you all from the outside world? This was the usual phrase to trigger a task. Zhu Shouxing cheered excitedly. Yes, we just arrived. The guide looked a bit nostalgic and spoke slowly. When the traveler left, he once wrote a poem. Does anyone know what that poem was? Pink Bing immediately raised her hand and handed him her notebook. Walking along the creek, forgetting how far the road is. Suddenly, I come upon a peach blossom forest a few hundred steps along the bank, with no mixed trees, fragrant grass, and falling petals. He recited quietly, his attire matching the peach forest and courtyard, creating a special feeling. Halfway through the poem, Su Jing frowned slightly and covered his head. I can't remember the rest. He turned to look behind him. But I heard that in this peach blossom retreat, there is a peach blossom hermitage, where a special person lives. Maybe you can find that special person and see if he has heard of it. He turned sideways, clearing the path behind him. I can't go inside, but I will wait for you at the end of the flower path beyond the courtyard. Looking forward to our next meeting. Su Jing stopped speaking, and everyone pursed their lips, unable to hold back any longer, and strode inside. Stop! But before they could step over the threshold, the door opened. A young servant in white, wearing a square hat, and with a face as lovely as a peach blossom, smiled and stopped them. Everyone from the outside might not know that the owner of this peach blossom hermitage is quite eccentric and only likes to interact with like-minded people. He held a wooden tray in his right hand, with 4 small wooden plaques on it. The hermitage owner has 4 main hobbies: poetry, painting, singing, and dancing. If you want to visit, you must choose one task and complete the Master's Challenge to qualify for the visit. The young servant has bright eyes and a charming smile, speaking slyly. Everyone, choose one task. Wow! Everyone was stunned. It turns out there are different side quests. Someone raised their hand. If I finish one, can I choose another? The young servant smiled. The Master's questions are not easy. You can only complete one at a time. After visiting, you must leave. Hearing this, everyone started to talk excitedly. How should they choose? They looked at the new scene. From the outside, it was clear that this house was much larger than expected. Now, hearing that 4 different tasks could be done here at the same time, they wondered, could it be that these 4 tasks follow different paths? Zhu Shou, who originally planned to do the tasks with Ping Ping, hesitated. He turned to look at Ping Ping, who was also holding her small notebook and hesitating among the signs. While they hesitated, a pale, bony hand reached out from behind, grabbed the wooden sign labeled, painting. Why hesitate so much? Suddenly, a thin, weak-looking young artist appeared in front of the crowd. He had a carefree smile and strode confidently inside. Take what you like. It's not like I won't come back later. The red-haired woman hurried to follow, but was stopped by the young artist. Big sister, this place is interesting. Let me explore on my own. You just pick what you want to do, don't follow me. The red-haired woman paused, then smiled. Since her brother was interested, she decided to let him explore by himself. She turned her head and looked at the tray. Without hesitation, she took a sign labeled, Dance, and strode inside. After the 2 of them chose, everyone else also stopped hesitating. Yes, it's not like they only came here once. Could this peach blossom cottage really be missed? Soon, all the figures at the entrance entered the house. The young servant and Su Jing from afar exchanged smiles, blinked, then turned and pressed the intercom. The first group of visitors has entered. We can start now. Poetry, painting, song, dance. These 4 main side quests immediately divided the crowd. Little Li followed behind Xinzhuang. When the old man picked up a poetry card, he quickly grabbed a song card. Wow, Brother Shun, I accidentally took the wrong one. Little Li held the song card, smiling as if he hadn't made a mistake. Little brother, Can I exchange it? The young servant still smiled but shook his head, signaling him to go inside quickly. Ah, what a pity. Such a shame. Little Lee hurriedly put away his card, sighed dramatically, and ran off. Just kidding. The old man only liked poetry and paintings, so of course, he wanted to go listen to some tunes. He disappeared quickly, leaving Shun Zhuang feeling annoyed but helpless. He could only turn and walk inside. Behind him, Zhu Shou thought for a moment. Since it was a task, he should choose what he was good at. Poetry and painting are too artistic. He didn't understand them at all. Dancing? Looking at his 200 pounds of weight, he probably couldn't do that either. Only songs. After editing videos for a long time, he knew quite a bit about different kinds of music. Without hesitation, he parted ways with Ping Ping, who chose poetry and took his song card to go inside. As for Zhou Po and the others, sorry. They were rich kids, and they accepted it. The three of them chuckled and casually took the dance cards and went in. Good brothers, lifelong friends. Inside the temple, the first thing you see is a simple, old-fashioned wall with carvings of ghostly dragons and snakes, and a landscape painting of longevity and achievement. On both sides, 2 wooden plaques hang. Poetry and painting go to the left, singing and dancing go to the right. Ping Ping and the young artist walk at the front, one behind the other. Ahead, there's a long corridor. Walking through it, faint wind sounds can be heard. Through the carved windows on the corridor sides, the scenery changes with each step, revealing beautiful glimpses of the garden. Exiting the corridor into the courtyard, 4-sided buildings appear before them. The previously separated groups of tourists are gone. In front of several courtyards, the gates are open. A few young children stand at the doors, smiling happily at everyone. I'm going first. Ping Ping stepped forward. The young children immediately bowed politely. This hall is only for guests with poetry cards. That's right. Ping Ping winked at everyone behind her, then took a step inside and disappeared behind the door. Wow. It turns out that they are searching for their own task area. Everyone was surprised and started to laugh, then quickly separated. Among the 4 courtyards, 2 are for poetry and 2 are for paintings. Shin Zhuang squinted and immediately followed Ping Ping inside. This young girl is brave and careful. Following her should make the game more fun. When no one else entered the room, a young boy stood at the door and said charmingly, "This is the place where the abbot reads in the morning." Sometimes, when inspired, he writes a few lines of poetry. He looked a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, the abbot's poems are scattered everywhere, and since we can't read, we can't find them. Everyone listened quietly as he explained the precondition, then saw the young boy bow and speak seriously. There are many rooms in the monastery. The abbot's poems are everywhere. We need you, lucky guests, to find the scattered lines and arrange them in the correct order to form a complete poem. Many poems are scattered around. If you manage to piece together one successfully, you will earn a visiting pass. Wow. Ping Ping immediately saw the key point. So, the completed poem doesn't have to be made by just one person, right? Everyone instantly turned to look at her. The young servant stood there, smiling faintly at everyone, then turned and left. Wow. Everyone burst out laughing. This is a group task. Ping Ping quickly shouted, "Let's work together. Find the slips of paper in this study, or maybe stamps, stickers. Anyway, just take pictures or collect any meaningful words you see." The number of people choosing poetry isn't many. Ping Ping glanced around. About 20 people. Don't give up if you see the same slip of paper. Shin Zhuang raised an eyebrow, noticing that the girl had figured it out. The young servant said we also need to arrange the poems in the right order to pass. Each person only gets one chance. So we need to prepare well. If we match the poem but get the order wrong, that would be such a pity. Everyone understood immediately. Haha, finding things, huh? This is so exciting. A few people rolled up their sleeves, grinning widely, and started to search. Hey, you guys over there. Ping Ping almost ran out of breath trying to speak. Big brother, this isn't our home. Find what you need, but don't mess up the host's place. Everyone, be careful. We might get kicked out of the park. She spoke with a smile, but the older brothers immediately apologized, feeling embarrassed. Ping Ping's reminder made everyone settle down. The sound of paper flipping and the moving of a vase screen could be heard. I found one, someone shouted, holding up a crumpled piece of paper that looked like used toilet paper, and began reading aloud. Only after drinking do I sit by the flowers. Drunk, I still sleep beneath them. He straightened up, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Day after day, before and after the flowers, year after year, drunk and sober. Wow. He looked up, eyes full of amazement. Even if he was illiterate, just listening to the rhyme and repetition, he knew this was a good poem. Any more? Xinzhuang pushed through the crowd and ran to the man, grabbing his shoulder with excitement and shock. Any more? The next line. Is there more? No, no more. He put down the paper, but everyone suddenly started talking loudly. Wow, this poem. I really feel like we've entered the home of a great ancient poet. It's so amazing. Drunk, sober, year after year. Think about it. Think again. Everyone chattered excitedly, searching even more eagerly. If one line of poetry is like this, what must the whole poem be like? Xinzhuang pondered the rhyme and meaning of the line, about to bend down and keep searching, when someone pulled out another crumpled piece of paper from beneath the inkstone, with a water stain giving off a strange smell. Rain hits the pear blossoms, the door is tightly shut. Wasting youth, wasting youth. This is a line of poetry. Immediately, someone looked confused. This sounds different from the previous poem's format. Yes, and the content seems different too. Everyone's faces grew serious. What's going on? They finally realized that what they had were pieces of a puzzle, several fragments that needed to be put together. Completing the puzzle was much harder than they thought. Some became even more excited, frantically searching. Others grew discouraged, looking around carefully. But when they did, it was a big deal. Comrades. Everyone looked up in confusion, wondering if this person had discovered something special again. A tall man from the Mediterranean stood there, looking upward. Don't you think? This hall feels a bit too perfect, too calm and elegant. Only then did everyone realize and start to look over together. In the large hall, the calligraphy and paintings seemed casually arranged but exuded a free and bold spirit. There were wooden tables and beds, soft cushions with silver threads, screens with the four gentlemen, delicate blue porcelain vases, all showing the luxury of this place. The young archaeologist finally shifted his gaze from the mysterious figure and squinted. Somehow, it felt like he had come out to play and found a treasure. This place really seems to have some special meaning. In the same courtyard, after Ping Ping and the others entered the room, the young painter led the way and turned into another room. A young boy stood at the door, looking fresh and clean, with a red face. Dear guests, this is the calligraphy and painting pavilion in the West Courtyard. Our abbot's paintings are truly exceptional. Thinking back, many people came to request paintings back in the day, but that's not the main reason for your visit. The entire Peach Blossom Hut hides 10 paintings that the abbot wants to show you. Each painting is numbered, and each contains a hidden meaning. Your task is to arrange them in order and record what each painting signifies. Later, it will be useful for you. After he finished speaking, he stepped out. Without leaders like Ping Ping or Secretary Shun, everyone started discussing excitedly and then began to look for the paintings. But the person who was most enthusiastic about calling out suddenly became quiet when he entered. The scent of sandalwood drifted out, forming a misty pool. Behind the smoke, the young painter's blurry face appeared. He stood stunned inside the studio, looking at the calligraphy and paintings hanging from left to right, mostly vertical scrolls. Some were neatly hung on the wall, others casually tossed on the bed, and some crumpled and piled in baskets. He stared intently at these artworks, his face expressionless, but inside, waves of emotion surged. Who made these paintings? The brushwork, the artistic conception, the charm. He didn't even dare to judge such works. He randomly looked at one. The young artist leaned in and looked at the rough, bold handwriting above, softly murmuring, "Lake and mountain view." How many people would dare to paint a landscape with so much empty space? But if you look carefully, you'll see that the white space isn't pure white. Instead, it's filled with flowing mist and mountain winds. The meeting of clouds, water, and fog creates a white that looks like silk or brocade. Even more interesting are the few sailing boats stirring within the mist, reflected in the lonely mountain pavilion and a few friends in the lower left corner. He glanced at the little boy outside the door, who didn't seem to mind touching the painting, so he started to examine it. Oh well, no wonder. Feeling the texture of the photocopied paper, he relaxed. He thought, how could this master painter, the abbot, really let everyone touch his painting freely. But as he looked more closely, he finally saw a small number, 1 at the signature. An Arabic numeral, very easy to recognize. I found the first one, he suddenly remembered. They seemed to be on some kind of task. Everyone hurried over to take photos, then gathered around the painting to think. What are they trying to show us? White space. Empty. White. Genius. Can you be a little more cultured? They were chatting excitedly, but after taking photos, the young artist stepped back immediately. Since it was a series of tasks, one painting alone wouldn't reveal the pattern. He needed to find more quickly. He was a careful person, so he searched efficiently. The only thing to watch out for was getting too absorbed and losing focus. After a while, another person raised their hand. I found one too. The young artist hurried over, looking at on the painting, and was confused. What does that mean? Isn't it connected? Just placed randomly on the table, the bottom part hangs down, and only when everyone carefully lifts it can the full picture be seen. Hidden fish map in flowers and streams. Behind him, he took a full photo of the painting, examined it carefully, and his eyes lit up. He had a guess. Next, he just needed to find the other paintings to confirm his theory. The tourists exploring the painting and poetry areas soon realized they were not limited to just their own rooms. They found that only a few rooms restricted entry, while most were open for them to explore. As they went deeper and saw more, they finally understood how large and luxurious this peach blossom hermitage truly was. The old guide had already set aside Sister Niao Niao. Usually, he only had classes and no free time, but now he was surprised to find something he liked in this scenic spot. Suddenly, the courtyard became lively and busy. Meanwhile, the people heading toward the East Court for the music and dance area also arrived at the venue. Zhu Shou was happily holding a camera, Shaoli was cheerfully nibbling on a small bread, and everyone was walking into the courtyard. They then found their task announcer in a side room. Zhu Shou watched as the young girl moved behind a folding screen, then looked around to observe. Although it was a side room, it looked spacious and grand. There were a few colorful drums and a flute resting on soft cushions. The young girl smiled and stepped out, then spoke. Guests, you can turn on your recording devices to record this. Next, I will play 2 pieces of music. Your task is to find out what instruments are used in each piece. Each song can have up to 5 answers submitted. Successfully identifying the instruments in any one of the songs counts as passing. Wow. Zhu Shou aimed his camera at the young girl and quickly recorded her words. Shaoli put away his bread, held his breath, and turned on the recorder. Ding! A clear, crisp sound rang out, followed by a gentle classical melody. The drums beat rhythmically, making everyone's eyes widen in surprise. It was just the intro, but the rich variety of instruments playing together was astonishing and hard to describe. Wait, are we supposed to find the instruments in this song? Zhu Shou was amazed after listening. Among these tourists, was there anyone who knew music? How could they identify such professional sounds? The young girl nodded. The Hermitage Master is bold and free. Some sounds are both instruments and not instruments at the same time. Everyone can try freely inside the pavilion. Just give the final answer. Master, just need one correct answer. After saying this, the young girl returned outside and stopped speaking. Inside, Shaoli approached Zhu Shou with a smile. I know you. He blinked and lowered his voice. The promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain was made by your team. I work for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and I'm friends with the guide. His words made Zhu Shou feel more at ease. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau? That means they are on the same team. Brother, do you have any ideas? Zhu Shou chuckled. I will do my best to help. Having spent a lot of time with Xin Zhuang, Shaoli's assistant naturally knew how to lead people. He cleared his throat and called everyone over, quickly setting up a plan. The courtyard is very big. To find the final answer, they must work together as a team. Oh, I mean team effort. Fortunately, there was a tourist sensitive to sounds in the group. Everyone thanked the heavens and, following their assigned tasks, scattered inside the Peach Blossom Pavilion to search. As for Xiao Pang Zhuozhuozhua, his main task was to find the sounds of nature. According to the musician, the music they heard earlier must contain some special sounds, maybe water flowing or the crunch of leaves underfoot. He needed Xiao Pang to collect these sounds as much as possible. Zhu Shou received the order and eagerly ran out with his camera. Guide, sir. So impressive. Manhwa village tests individual skills. But this Peach Blossom Cottage is all about team games. So exciting. So fun. One ticket, multiple games. Totally worth it. He carried his camera and wandered through the large courtyard, turning left and right until he finally found the small scene with the rockery and pond. But just as he was about to record the sounds, he heard faint wind whistling and some muffled noises from afar. What are they doing over there? The hotspot radar activated again. Zhu Shou's spirits lifted. He tiptoed along the wall, camera in hand, and moved closer.